From the editors, the history and fate of geopolitics as a science is paradoxical. On the one hand, the concept itself seems to have become commonplace, actively used in contemporary politics. Geopolitical journals and institutions are proliferating. The texts of the founders of the discipline are published and republished. Conferences and symposia are held, and geopolitical committees and commissions are established. Nevertheless, geopolitics has so far failed to make it into the category of the conventional sciences. The first geopolitical works of the German Ratzel, the Swede Kjellen, and especially of the Englishman Mackinder were all greeted with hostility by the scientific community. Classical scholarship, inheriting the hypercritical spirit of early positivism, believed that geopolitics pretended to overgeneralize and was therefore only a form of quackery. In a way, the sad fate of geopolitics as a science was also linked to the political side of the issue. It has been argued that the war crimes of the Third Reich, expansion, wars, deportations, etc., were largely theoretically prepared by German geopoliticians, who allegedly provided Hitler's regime with a pseudo-scientific basis. This referred primarily to Karl Haushofer, a German geopolitical scientist who was at one time quite close to the Führer. However, on a theoretical level, German geopolitics was essentially no different from Anglo-Saxon, Mackinder Mahan, Spykman, French, Vidal de La Blache, Russian military geography, Milutin, Snesarev, etc. The difference lay not in the specific views of Haushofer, which were perfectly logical and adequate to the discipline itself, but in the methods by which a number of his geopolitical positions were implemented. Moreover, the specificity of German international policy in the 30s and 40s, in its most repellent manifestations, sharply contradicted the ideas of Haushofer himself. Instead of a continental bloc on the Berlin-Moscow-Tokyo axis, an attack on the USSR, instead of an organicist, in the spirit of the Schmittian theory of rights of nations, understanding of the doctrine of Lebensraum, living, Trinact, space, vulgar nationalism and imperialism, etc. It should also be noted that the Haushofer school and its journal Zeitschrift für Geopolitik were never elements of the official Nazi system. Like many intellectual groups of the so-called conservative revolutionaries in the Third Reich, they led an ambiguous existence and were simply tolerated, a tolerance which varied according to the current political situation. However, the main reason for the historical oppression of geopolitics is the fact that it is too explicit in showing the fundamental mechanisms of international politics, which various regimes most often prefer to hide behind vague rhetoric or abstract ideological schemes. In this sense, a parallel can be drawn with Marxism, at least in its purely scientific, analytical part. Just as Marx more than convincingly reveals the mechanics of production relations and their relationship to historical formations, geopolitics exposes the historical demagogy of foreign policy discourse, showing the real underlying levers that influence international, interstate, and interethnic relations. But while Marxism is a global revision of classical economic history, geopolitics is a revision of the history of international relations. This last point explains the ambivalent attitude of society towards geopolitical scientists. The scientific community stubbornly rejects them in its environment, harshly criticizing them and, more often than not, overlooking them, while the authorities, on the contrary, actively use geopolitical concepts to formulate international strategy. This was the case, for example, with one of the first geopoliticians, Sir Halford Mackinder, the true founding father of the discipline. His ideas were not accepted in academic circles, but he himself was directly involved in shaping British policy in the first half of the 20th century, laying the theoretical foundation for England's international strategy, taken over by the United States by mid-century and developed by Mackinder's American, more broadly, Atlanticist followers. The parallel with Marxism is, in our view, apt. The method can be borrowed and assimilated by different poles. Marxist analysis is equally important to the representatives of capital and the fighters for the emancipation of labor. So too is geopolitics. It instructs the representatives of big Zieternakt, states, empires, on how best to maintain territorial domination and carry out expansion, while their opponents find in it the conceptual principles of a revolutionary theory of national liberation. The Treaty of Versailles, for example, was the work of the geopolitical school of Mackinder, expressing Western interests and aiming to weaken the states of Central Europe and suppress Germany. The German disciple of Mackinder, Karl Haushofer, based on the same premises, developed the exact opposite theory of European liberation, which was a complete negation of the logic of Versailles and formed the basis of the ideology of the nascent National Socialism. Recent considerations show that even without being accepted in the Commonwealth of Classical Sciences, geopolitics is extremely effective in practice, and its importance in some respects surpasses many conventional disciplines. Nevertheless, geopolitics exists today and is slowly gaining official recognition and status. However, Not everything is smooth in this process either. We are very often confronted with a substitution of the very notion of geopolitics. We have seen an increasing substitution of the term geopolitics, which is becoming increasingly commonplace among lay people. Emphasis is being shifted from the comprehensive and global picture developed by the Founding Fathers to private regional aspects or geo-economic schemes. The original postulates of geopolitical dualism, competition of strategies, civilizational differentiation, etc., are either ignored, glossed over, or denied altogether. It is difficult to imagine something similar in any other science. What would happen to classical physics if, operating with the concepts of mass, energy, acceleration, etc., scientists began to implicitly, gradually deny the law of universal gravitation, forget about it, and then simply recognize Newton as a mythological figure who did not exist in reality, or a dark religious fanatic? But that, mutatis mutandis, is what is happening to geopolitics these days. The aim of this book is to present basic geopolitics objectively and impartially, beyond preconceived notions and ideological sympathies and antipathies. No matter how we feel about this science, we can only make a definitive judgment about it after becoming familiar with its principles. Patent Act, History, and Methodology. Introduction. The definition of geopolitics. The works of numerous representatives of geopolitical schools, despite all their differences and often contradictions, form a common picture, which allows us to speak about the subject itself as something complete and definite. Various authors and dictionaries differ in their definition of the main subject matter of this science and its main methodological principles. This divergence stems from historical circumstances as well as from the close connection of geopolitics with global politics, issues of power, and dominant ideologies. The synthetic nature of the discipline implies the inclusion of many additional subjects in geography, history, demography, strategy, ethnography, religious studies, ecology, military studies, history of ideology, sociology, political science, etc. Since all these military, natural sciences, and humanities have many schools and trends, we cannot speak of any strictness and unambiguity in geopolitics. But what definition should we give to this discipline, which is so vague and at the same time expressive and impressive? Geopolitics is a worldview, and as such is better compared not with sciences, but with systems of sciences. It is on the same level as Marxism, liberalism, etc. That is, systems of interpretations of society and history that single out one crucial criterion as the main principle and reduce all other myriad aspects of man and nature to it. Marxism, one, and liberalism equally put the economic side of human existence, the principle of economy as destiny, at the core. Never mind that the two ideologies draw opposite conclusions, Marx arrives at the inevitability of the anti-capitalist revolution, while Adam Smith's followers regard capitalism as the most perfect model of society. In both cases, an extended method of interpreting the historical process, a particular sociology, anthropology, and political science are offered, and despite the constant criticism, Cessnacht, of these forms of economic reductionism by alternative and marginal scientific circles, they remain the dominant social models on the basis of which people do not simply make sense of the past, but also create the future, that is, plan, design, conceive, and carry out large-scale acts which directly affect all humanity. The same is true of geopolitics. But unlike economic ideologies, it is based on the thesis, geography as destiny. Geography and space appear in geopolitics in the same function as money and production relations in Marxism and liberalism. They reduce all fundamental aspects of human existence. To them, they serve as a basic method of interpretation of the past. They act as major factors of human existence, organizing around themselves all other aspects of existence. Like economic ideologies, geopolitics is based on approximation, on reductionism, on reducing the diverse manifestations of life to a few parameters, but despite the inherent fallacy of such theories, they have proved impressively coherent in explaining the past and extremely effective in organizing the present and projecting the future. If we continue the parallel with Marxism and classical bourgeois political economy, we can say that, like economic ideologies, which affirm the special category of human economic, Homo economicus, geopolitics speaks about human space, predetermined by space, shaped and conditioned by its specific quality of relief, the landscape. But this conditionality is especially evident in large-scale social manifestations of man in states, ethnic groups, cultures, civilizations, etc. The dependence of each individual on the economy is evident in both small and large proportions. Therefore, economic determinism is understandable both to ordinary people and to the authorities operating with big social categories. This may be the reason why economic ideologies have become so popular and have performed a mobilizing function up to and including revolutions based on the personal engagement in the ideology of a multitude of individuals. The dependence of the individual on space is the main thesis of geopolitics, seen only at some distance from the individual. This is why, despite its premises, geopolitics has not become an ideology proper, or more precisely, a mass ideology. Its conclusions and 17. Methods, subjects of study, and basic theses are intelligible only to those social authorities who are engaged in large-scale problems of strategic planning, comprehension of global social and historical regularities, etc. Space manifests itself in large dimensions, and therefore geopolitics is reserved for social groups dealing with generalized realities of countries, nations, etc. Geopolitics is a worldview of power, a science of power, and for power. Only as one gets closer to the social top does geopolitics begin to reveal its significance, its meaning, and its usefulness for one, whereas before that it is perceived as an abstraction. Geopolitics is the discipline of political elites, both actual and alternative, and its entire history provides convincing evidence that it has been practiced exclusively by people actively involved in the process of governing countries and nations, or preparing for this role. If alternative, oppositional ideological camps have been removed from power due to historical conditions. Without claiming scientific rigor, geopolitics at its own level determines what is of value to it and what is not. The humanities and the natural sciences are only involved when they do not contradict the basic principles of the geopolitical method. Geopolitics, in a way, selects those sciences and branches of science that seem useful to it, leaving out the rest. In today's world, it is a ruler's quick reference book, a textbook of power, which gives a summary of what should be considered when making global. Momentous decisions such as making alliances, starting wars, implementing reforms, restructuring society, imposing massive economic and political sanctions, etc. Geopolitics is the science of ruling. Teleocracy and thalassocracy. The main law of geopolitics is the assertion of a fundamental dualism, reflected in the geographical structure of the planet and in the historical typology of civilizations. This dualism is expressed in the opposition between teleocracy, land power, and thalassocracy, maritime power. The nature, act of this opposition is reduced to the opposition of a mercantile civilization, Carthage, Athens, and a military authoritarian civilization, Rome, Sparta. In other terms, the dualism between democracy and idiocracy. Already from the outset, this dualism has the quality of hostility, of the alternativity of its two constituent poles, although the degree may vary from case to case. The entire history of human societies is thus seen as consisting of two elements, aqueous, liquid, fluid, and terrestrial, solid, permanent. Teleocracy, land power is associated with the fixity of space and the stability of its qualitative orientations and characteristics. At the civilizational level, it is embodied in sedentarism, in conservatism, in strict legal norms, to which large associations of kin, tribes, nations, states, empires are subjected. The hardness of the dryland is culturally embodied in the firmness of ethics and the stability of social traditions. The dryland peoples, especially sedentary ones, are alien to individualism and entrepreneurial spirit. They are characterized by collectivism and hierarchy. Thalassocracy, maritime power, represents a type of civilization based on opposing attitudes. This type is dynamic, mobile, and inclined towards technical development. Its priorities are nomadism, especially navigation, trade, and the spirit of individual entrepreneurship. The individual, as the most mobile part of the collective, is elevated to the highest value, while ethical and legal norms become diluted, relative, and mobile. This type of civilization develops rapidly, evolves actively, easily changes external cultural attributes, keeping unchanged only the internal identity of the general attitude. Most of human history unfolds in a situation of limited scale of both orientations under the global dominance of teleocracy. The earth element, land, dominates the entire ensemble of civilizations, while the water element, sea, ocean, appears only fragmentarily and sporadically. The dualism remains geographically localized up to a certain point. Seashores, estuaries, and river basins, etc. The opposition develops in different zones of the planet. Divatinact, with different intensity and in different forms. The political history of the peoples of the earth shows a gradual growth of political forms becoming more and more extensive. This is how states and empires emerge. This process on the geopolitical level means the strengthening of the factor of space in human history. The nature of large political formations of states and empires expresses the duality of the elements more impressively, reaching the level of more and more universal civilizational types. At a certain point, the ancient world, a rather stable picture emerges, reflected in the Mackinder map. The teleocracy zone is steadily identified with the inland expanses of northeastern Eurasia, which in general terms coincide with the territories of Tsarist Russia or the USSR. Thalassocracy is increasingly being identified as the coastal zones of the Eurasian continent, the Mediterranean area, the Atlantic Ocean, and the seas that bathe Eurasia from the south and west. This is how the world map becomes geopolitically specific. 1. Intracontinental spaces become a fixed platform, a heartland, a geographical axis of history which steadily preserves the telluric civilizational specificity. 2. The inner or continental crescent, the coastal zone. The Rimland represents a space of intense cultural development. Features of thalassocracy are evident here, although they are counterbalanced by many telluric tendencies. 3. The outer or island crescent represents uncharted lands with which only maritime communication is possible. It first makes itself known in Carthage and the trading Phoenician civilization, affecting the inner crescent of Europe from outside. This geopolitical picture of the relationship between thalassocracy and tellurocracy is revealed potentially at the beginning of the Christian era, after Devaset, the Punic Wars. But it finally makes sense in the period when England became a great maritime power in the 17th and 19th centuries. The era of great geographical discoveries, which began at the end of the 15th century, entailed the final establishment of thalassocracy as an independent planetary entity that broke away from Eurasia and its shores and concentrated entirely in the Anglo-Saxon world, England, America, and the colonies. The new Carthage of Anglo-Saxon capitalism and industrialism took shape as a single entity, and from then on geopolitical dualism acquired clearly distinguishable ideological and political forms. England's positional struggle with the continental powers of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Germany, and Russia was the geopolitical content of the 17th and 19th centuries, plus second half of the 20th century. And since the middle of our century, the main stronghold of thalassocracy has been the USA. In the Cold War of 1946 to 1991, the perennial geopolitical dualism reached maximum proportions. Thalassocracy identified with the USA and tellurocracy with the USSR. The two global types of civilization, culture, and meta-ideology have developed into complete geopolitical outlines, summarizing the entire geopolitical history of the confrontation of the elements. However, it is striking that these forms of complete geopolitical dualism on the ideological level were matched by two equally synthetic realities: the ideology of Marxism, socialism, and the ideology of liberal capitalism. In this case, we can speak of the realization and practice of two types of reductionism. Economic reductionism was reduced to the opposition between Smith's ideas and Marx's ideas, and geopolitical reductionism to the division of all sectors of the planet into zones controlled by thalassocracy, New Carthage, USA, and tellurocracy, New Rome, USSR. The geopolitical vision of history is a model of the development of planetary dualism to maximum proportions. Land and sea extend their original, 21, opposition to the entire world. Human history is nothing more than an expression of this struggle and a path to its absolutization. This is the most general expression of the main law of geopolitics, the law of dualism of the elements, land versus sea, geopolitical teleology. Until the final victory of the United States in the Cold War, geopolitical dualism had been developing within an inherently predetermined framework. Thalassocracy and tellurocracy were gaining maximum spatial, strategic, and force volume. As both sides were building up their nuclear capabilities, to some pessimistic geopoliticians, the outcome of this process seemed catastrophic, since having fully mastered the planet, the two powers would either have to transfer the confrontation beyond the Earth, Star Wars theory, or mutually destroy each other, nuclear apocalypse. If the nature of the main geopolitical process of history, the maximum spatial expansion of thalassocracy and tellurocracy, is clear to this discipline, its outcome remains in question. There is no determinism in this respect. Consequently, geopolitical teleology, that is, thinking about the purpose of history in geopolitical terms, only reaches the point of globalizing dualism and stops there. Nevertheless, on a purely theoretical level, a number of hypothetical versions of developments can be deduced, once one of the two systems of thalassocracy has triumphed. Option 1. The victory of thalassocracy completely abolishes tellurocracy civilization. A homogeneous liberal democratic order is established on the planet. Thalassocracy absolutizes its archetype and becomes the only system of organization of human life. This variant has two advantages. Firstly, it is logically consistent because one can see in it the natural completion of 22. The unidirectional, in general, flow of geopolitical history from the complete domination of the land, traditional world, to the complete domination of the sea, modern world, and secondly, this is what is happening in reality. Option 2. The victory of thalassocracy ends the cycle of confrontation between the two civilizations, but it does not extend its model to the whole world, but simply ends geopolitical history, canceling its problematics. Just as the theories of post-industrial society prove that the basic contradictions of classical political economy and Marxism are removed in this society, so some monist theories argue that in the coming world the land-sea confrontation will be removed altogether, This, too, is the end of history. Only further developments do not lend themselves to the same rigorous analysis as in the first version. Both of these analyses treat the defeat of the teleocracy as an irreversible and fait accompli. Two other analyses treat it differently. Option 3. The defeat of the teleocracy is a temporary phenomenon. Eurasia will return to its continental mission in a new form. The geopolitical factors that led the continentalist forces to catastrophe will be taken into account. The new continental bloc will have maritime borders to the south and west. That is, the Monroe Doctrine for Eurasia will be implemented. In that case, the world would return to bipolarity, but of a different quality and level. Option 4, which is a development of the previous one. In this new confrontation, teleocracy wins. It seeks to transfer its own civilization model to the entire planet and close history on its cord. The whole world will typologically become dryland, and idiocracy will reign everywhere. A foretaste of this outcome was the idea of a world revolution and the planetary domination of the Third Reich. Since the role of the subjective and rational factor in the development of historical processes is greater than ever before, the four options should not be seen simply as an abstract statement of the likely development of the Triochtivendi geopolitical process, but as active geopolitical positions that can guide action on a global scale. But in this case, geopolitics cannot offer any deterministic version. It comes down to a set of possibilities, the realization of which will depend on a variety of factors that no longer fit into a purely geopolitical analysis, Rimland and border zones. The entire methodology of geopolitical research is based on the application of the principles of the global geopolitical dualism of land and sea to more local categories. In the analysis of any situation, it is the planetary model that remains central and fundamental. Those relations that are characteristic of the overall picture are also repeated at a more private level. After highlighting the two basic principles of thalassocratia and teleocracy, the next most important principle is Rimland, the coastal zone. This is a key category underlying geopolitical research. Rimland is a composite space that potentially carries the possibility of being a fragment of either thalassocracy or teleocracy. It is the most complex and culturally saturated region. The influence of the marine element, water, provokes an active and dynamic development in the coastal zone. The continental mass presses, forcing the structuring of energy. On the one hand, Rimland passes into island and ship. On the other side, into empire and home. Rimland is not, however, merely an intermediate and transitional environment in which the opposition between the two impulses plays out. It is a very complex reality, with a logic of its own and with an enormous influence on both thalassocracy and teleocracy. It is not the object of history, but its active subject. The struggle for the Rimland of thalassocracy and teleocracy is not a contest for the possession of a mere strategic position. Rimland has a destiny of its own and its own historical will, which, however, cannot be resolved outside of a basic geopolitical dualism. Rimland is 24. Largely free to choose, but not free in the structure of the choice, because apart from the thalassocratic or telluric path, it has no third one. Because of this quality, the inner crescent is often identified with the aerial extent of human civilization in general. In the interior of the continent, conservatism reigns. Outside its borders, the challenge of fluid chaos. Coastal zones, by their very position, are confronted with the need to provide an answer to the problem posed by geography. Rimland is a border zone, a belt, a strip. At the same time, it is a borderland. This combination leads to a geopolitical definition of the border. In contrast to borders between states, geopolitics understands the term differently. Starting from the original model in which the first border or archetype of all borders is a specific historical, geographical, and cultural concept of Rimland. The spatial extent of the coastal zones is a consequence of looking at the mainland from outside, from the face of the sea aliens. It is for the forces of the sea that the coast is a strip extending inland. For the mainland itself, by contrast, the shore is the limit, the line. The border as a line, which is how it is understood in international law, is a vestige of land jurisprudence inherited by modern law from ancient traditions. It is a purely land-based view. But the maritime view, external to the mainland, sees coastal territories as potential colonies, as strips of land which can be torn away from the rest of the continent, turned into a base, a strategic space. At that, the coastal zone is never completely one's own. If necessary, one can take a ship and sail away to one's home, to the island. The shoreline becomes a strip precisely because it is unsafe for aliens from the sea to go only a certain distance into the interior of the continent. Since geopolitics combines both views of space, maritime, and land, it understands the Rimland as a special reality, as a border band, with its qualitative 25 volume, depending on which impulse dominates the sector, land or sea. The giant and quite navigable ocean shores of India and China are lines, strips of minimal volume. The cultures concerned are land-oriented, and the volume of the coastal strips gravitates towards zero, towards being simply the end of the continent. In Europe, and particularly in the Mediterranean, the coastal zones are broad strips extending far inland. Their volume is at its maximum. However, in both cases, we are talking about a geopolitical frontier. It is therefore a variable category, varying from line to line depending on the circumstances. This approach is also projected by geopolitics into the analysis of more specific problems related to borders. It views borders between states as zones of variable volume. This volume, its contraction or expansion, depends on general continental dynamics. Depending on it, these zones change shape and trajectory within given limits. The notion of geopolitical frontier may include entire states. For example, the British idea of a cordon sanitaire between Russia and Germany envisaged the creation of a no man's zone, semi-colonial and oriented towards England, consisting of the Baltic and Eastern European states. By contrast, the continentalist policies of Russia and Germany gravitated towards turning this zone into a line, Brest-Litovsk, Rapallo, the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. The thalassocrats Atlanteans sought to extend it as far as possible by creating artificial prostrategic states, etats tampons. In this case, the complete and perfect thalassocracy, England, the United States, applies a double standard. The thalassocrats seek to reduce the borders of their own islands to a line, and the coastal zones of Eurasia to the maximum extent possible. For continentalist geopolitics, it is logical to use exactly the same principle in the opposite direction: Eurasian borders line, American borders strip. The analogy with historical Rimland as the cradle of civilization shows the crucial importance of frontier zones in more specific cases as well. Free from the need to bear the weight of the geographical charge of history, frontier zones often channel their energy into cultural intellectual spheres. And 26. The skillful use of this easy geopolitical potential constitutes the art of the geopolitical strategy of the opposing sides. It was the maritime force that had mastered this to perfection, as it had always been based on the principle of making the most of colonized territories as quickly as possible. This distinguished them from land invaders who, once they had conquered a territory, immediately began to regard it as their own, and therefore were in no hurry to squeeze what they could out of it. Geopolitics as destiny. The laws of geopolitics are extremely useful for analyzing political history, the history of diplomacy, and strategic planning. This science has many intersections with sociology, political science, ethnology, military strategy, diplomacy, history of religions, etc. Indirectly, but at times very clearly, it is also linked to economics, to the extent that some geopoliticians have proposed the establishment of a new science of geoeconomics. In any case, in some aspects of the geopolitical method, reference to economic realities is necessary. At present, with all kinds of sciences gravitating towards synthesis, towards fusion, towards creation of new interscientific macro-disciplines and multidimensional models, geopolitics reveals its importance both for purely theoretical research and for practical steps in managing complex civilizational processes on a planetary scale or on the scale of individual states or blocks of states. This is a science of the future, the foundations of which will soon be taught not only in special institutions of higher education and academies, but also in elementary schools. With the help of geopolitical analysis, we may easily comprehend entire epochs of historical development of nations and peoples. With the expansion of information zones inherent in our time, the emergence of such simple and clear reductionist methodologies is inevitable, because otherwise one risks finally losing all reference points in the diverse and multidimensional chaos of flows of heterogeneous knowledge. 27. Geopolitics is an invaluable aid to education. Its structure is such that it could become an axial discipline in the new stage of school development. At the same time, the role of geopolitics in the wider social sphere is becoming increasingly evident. The level of information development, the active involvement of the common man in the events unfolding on the whole continent, the medialization of the mass media, all bring to the fore spatial thinking. In geopolitical terms, which helps to sort nations, states, regimes, and religions on a single simplified scale in order to make even the most basic TV or radio news at least approximately understandable. If one applies the simple geopolitical grid of Heartland, Rimland, World Island to any report concerning international events, a clear interpretive model is immediately built up, requiring no additional highly specialized knowledge. NATO enlargement to the east in this approach means an increase in Rimland in favor of thalassocracy. An agreement between Germany and France regarding the creation of a special purely European military force a step towards the creation of a continental telluric construct, the conflict between Iraq and Kuwait, the desire of the continental state to destroy the artificial thalassocratic formation preventing direct control of the coastal zone, etc. Finally, the impact of geopolitical methodology on domestic and foreign policy. If the geopolitical meaning of certain steps taken by political parties and movements as well as power structures is evident, it is easy to relate them to the system of global interests, and hence to decipher their far-reaching goals. For example, the integration of Russia with European countries, especially Germany, is a step of the Telurist, Eurasianist forces. Hence, the strengthening of ideocratic, socialist tendencies within the country can automatically be predicted. On the contrary, Moscow's rapprochement with Washington means subordination to the thalassocratic line, and inevitably entails a positional strengthening of the Marxists, etc. Similarly, the internal political processes of separatism of peoples within Russia, bilateral or multilateral agreements of different administrative formations and regions among themselves can easily be interpreted in the light of the patterns of 28. Internal geopolitics. Every event acquires a clear meaning in the light of geopolitics. This geopolitical meaning cannot be regarded as ultimo ratio of an event, but in any case, it proves to be always highly expressive and useful for analysis and forecasting. The lack of any textbook on the subject today prompted us to write and compile this book, which provides an introduction to geopolitics as a science. Part 1. Founding. Fathers of Geopolitics. Chapter 1. Friedrich Ratzel, States as Spatial Organisms. 1.1 Education. The German Organizationalist School. Friedrich Ratzel, 1844-1904, can be considered the father of geopolitics, although he himself did not use the term in his writings. He wrote about political geography. His main work, published in 1897, is called Politische Geographie. Ratzel graduated from the Polytechnic University in Karlsruhe, where he took courses in geology, paleontology, and zoology. He completed his education at Heidelberg, where he became a student of Professor Ernst Goeckel, who was the first to use the term ecology. Ratzel's worldview was based on evolutionism and Darwinism, and was colored by a pronounced interest in biology. Ratzel took part in the War of 1870, where he volunteered and was awarded the Iron Cross for bravery. In politics, he gradually becomes a convinced nationalist, and in 1890 joins the Pan-Germanist League of Karl Peters. He traveled extensively in Europe and America and added ethnological studies to his academic interests. He becomes a lecturer in geography at the Technical Institute of Munich, and in 1886 takes a similar chair in Leipzig. In 1876, Ratzel defended his thesis on emigration in China, and in 1882, Stuttgart published his fundamental work Anthropogeographie, in which he formulates his main ideas, the connection between the evolution of Pyotr. 33. Plez and demography and geographic data, the influence of topography on the cultural and political formation of peoples, etc. But his most important book was Political Geography. 1.2 states as living organisms. In this work, Ratzel shows that soil is the fundamental, unchanging datum around which the interests of peoples revolve. The movement of history is predetermined by soil and territory. This is followed by the evolutionist conclusion that the state is a living organism, but an organism rooted in the soil. The state is constituted by territorial topography and scale, and by the people's comprehension of them. The state thus reflects an objective geographical given and a subjective national comprehension of this given, expressed in policy. Ratzel considers a normal state to be the one which most organically combines the geographical, demographic, and ethno-cultural parameters of a nation. He writes, "States, at all stages of their development, are seen as organisms which necessarily retain a connection with their soil, and must therefore be studied from a geographical point of view. As ethnography and history show, states develop on a spatial basis, becoming more and more contiguous and merging with it, deriving more and more energy from it. Thus, states turn out to be spatial phenomena, governed and animated by that space, and it is up to geography to describe, compare, and measure them. States fit into the series of phenomena of the expansion of life, being the highest point of these phenomena. Political geography. 1. From this organicist approach, it is clear that the spatial expansion of the state is understood by Ratzel as a natural living process, similar to the growth of living organisms. 34. Ratzel's organic approach is also reflected in the relation to space itself, Raum. This space changes from a quantitative material category to a new quality, becoming a vital sphere, a vital space, Lebensraum, a kind of geo-bio-environment. Hence, Ratzel's other two important terms, spatial sense, Raumsinn, and vital energy, Lebensenergie. These terms are close to each other and denote a certain special quality inherent in geographical systems and predetermining their political formation in the history of peoples and states. All these theses are the underlying principles of geopolitics, in the form in which it will be developed later by Ratzel's followers. Moreover, the attitude towards the state as a living, natural organism rooted in the soil is the main idea and axis of the geopolitical methodology. This approach focuses on the synthetic study of the whole complex of phenomena, whether they belong to the human or non-human sphere. Space, as a concrete expression of nature, the environment, is seen as a continuous vital body of the ethnos that inhabits this space. The structure of the material itself dictates the proportions of the final work of art. In this sense, Ratzel is a direct heir to the whole school of German organic sociology, of which Ferdinand Tönnies was the most prominent spokesman. 1.3. Raum political organization of the soil. How Ratzel saw the relationship between ethnicity and space can be seen in the following fragment of political geography. The state is formed as an organism attached to a certain part of the surface of the earth, and its characteristics develop from the characteristics of the people and the soil. The most important characteristics are size, location, and boundaries. Next are the types of soil together with vegetation, irrigation, and finally, the relations with the rest of the conglomerates of the Earth's surface, and above all with the adjacent seas and uninhabited lands, which, 35, at first sight, are not of much political interest. The aggregate of all these characteristics constitutes a country, das Land, but when one speaks of our country, to this is added all that man has created and all the memories associated with the land. This is how an initially purely geographical concept is transformed into a spiritual and emotional connection between the inhabitants of the country and their history. The state is an organism not only because it articulates the life of the people on fixed ground, but because this bond is mutually reinforcing, becoming something unified, unthinkable without one of the two components. Uninhabited space, unable to nurture the state, is a historical field under steam. An inhabited space, on the contrary, is conducive to the development of the state, especially if this space is surrounded by natural borders. If a people feel its territory naturally, it will constantly reproduce the same characteristics that, originating from the soil, will be inscribed in it. 2.1.4. The law of expansion. Treating the state as a living organism implied a rejection of the concept of inviolability of borders. The state is born, grows, and dies like a living being. Consequently, its spatial expansion and contraction are natural processes associated with its internal life cycle. Ratzel, in his book on the laws of spatial growth of states, 1901, distinguished 7 laws of expansion. 1. The extent of the states increases as their culture develops. 2. The spatial growth of the state is accompanied by other manifestations of its development in the fields of ideology, production, commercial activity, powerful attractional radiation, proselytism. 3. The state expands by absorbing political units of lesser importance. 4. The border is an organ located on the periphery of the state. 36. Understood as an organism. 5. In its spatial expansion, the state seeks to cover the most important regions for its development: coasts, river basins, valleys, and generally all rich territories. 6. The initial impetus for expansion comes from outside, as the state is provoked into expansion by a state or territory with a clearly inferior civilization. 7. The general tendency to assimilate or absorb weaker nations pushes for even more territory in a movement that feeds on itself. 3. Not surprisingly, many critics have reproached Ratzel for writing Catechism for Imperialists. Yet Ratzel himself did not seek to justify German imperialism by any means, although he made no secret of his nationalist convictions. For him, it was important to create a conceptual tool for an adequate understanding of the history of states and peoples in their relation to space. In practice, however, he sought to arouse Raumsinn, sense of space, in the German leaders, for whom the geographical data of dry academic science had often appeared as pure abstraction. 1.5. Weltmacht and the Sea. Ratzel was greatly influenced by his familiarity with North America, which he studied well, and to which he dedicated 2 books: Maps of North American Cities and Civilization, 1874, and The United States of North America, 1878, 1880. He noted that the Americans had a high sense of space because they were confronted with the challenge of empty spaces, having a considerable politico-geographical experience in European history. Consequently, the Americans consciously carried out what the Old World had arrived at intuitively and gradually. Thus, in Ratzel, we encounter the first formulations of another major geopolitical concept, that of world power. 37. Weltmacht. Ratzel noticed that large countries in their development have a tendency towards maximum geographical expansion, gradually reaching a planetary level. Consequently, sooner or later, geographical development is bound to approach its continental phase. Applying this principle, derived from the American experience of political and strategic continental unification, to Germany, Ratzel foresaw the fate of a continental power. He also anticipated another major geopolitical theme, the importance of the sea in the development of civilization. In his book, The Sea, Source of the Power of Nations, 1904, He pointed out the necessity for every powerful nation to especially develop its naval forces, as the planetary scale of full-fledged expansion demands it. What some nations and states, England, Spain, Holland, etc., have done spontaneously, the land powers Ratzel was naturally referring to Germany, must do deliberately. Developing the navy is a prerequisite for approaching the status of world power, Weltmacht. The sea and the world power are already linked in Ratzel's work, although it is only in later geopoliticians, Mahan, Mackinder, Haushofer, especially Schmitt, that this theme will gain completeness and centrality. Ratzel's writings are a necessary basis for all geopolitical studies. In a condensed form, his writings contain almost all of the basic theses that will form the basis of this science. The Swede Kjellen and the German Haushofer based their concepts on Ratzel's books. His ideas were taken into account by the Frenchman Vidal de La Blache, the Englishman Mackinder, the American Mahan, and the Russian Eurasians, P. Savitsky, Gumilev, etc. It should be noted that Ratzel's political sympathies are not accidental. The geopoliticians were almost all marked by a strong sense of nationality, whether it took the form of democracy, the Anglo-Saxon geopoliticians Mackinder and Mahan, or idiocracy, Haushofer, Schmitt, the Eurasians. 38. Chapter 2. Rudolf Kjellen and Friedrich Naumann. Middle Europe. 2.1. The definition of new science. The Swede Rudolf Kjellen, 1864-1922, was the first to use the term geopolitics. He was a professor of history and political science at the universities of Uppsala and Gothenburg. He was also active in politics and a member of parliament, distinguished by an emphatically Germanophile orientation. He was not a professional geographer and regarded geopolitics, which he developed from Ratzel's work. He regarded him as his teacher, as part of political science. Kjellen defined geopolitics as follows. It is the science of the state as a geographical organism embodied in space. 5. In addition to geopolitics, Kjellen proposed 4 other neologisms, which he thought would constitute the main sections of political science. Ecopolitics, the study of the state as an economic force. 39. Demopolitics, the study of the dynamic impulses transmitted by the people to the state, analogous to Ratzel's anthropogeography. Sociopolitics, the study of the social aspect of the state. Cratopolitics, the study of forms of government and power in relation to problems of law and socio-economic factors. 6. But all of these disciplines, which Kjellen developed in parallel to geopolitics, were not widely recognized, whereas the term geopolitics became firmly established in a wide variety of circles. The state as a form of life, and Germany's interests. In his major work, The State as a Form of Life, 1916-7, Kjellen developed the postulates of Ratzel's work. Like Ratzel, Kjellen saw himself as a follower of German organism, which rejected a mechanistic approach to the state and society. The rejection of a strict division of subjects of study into inanimate objects, background, and human subjects, actors, is a hallmark of most geopoliticians. In this sense, the very title of Kjellen's major work is indicative. Kjellen developed Ratzel's geopolitical principles in relation to the specific historical situation in Europe today. He took Ratzel's idea of a continental state to its logical conclusion with regard to Germany, and he showed that in the context of Europe, Germany is the space that possesses axial dynamism, and that is meant to structure the other European powers around itself. Kjellen interpreted World War I as a natural geopolitical conflict between the dynamic expansion of Germany, the Axis countries, and the countervailing peripheral European and extra-European states, the Entente. The different geopolitical dynamics of downward growth for France and England and upward growth for 40. Germany predetermined the basic balance of power. At the same time, in his view, the geopolitical identification of Germany with Europe was inevitable and inescapable. Despite its temporary defeat in the First World War, the geopolitical maximal interests of Germany, equal to the interests of Europe, are opposed to those of the Western European powers, especially France and England, as set out by Ratzel. But Germany is a young nation, and the Germans are a young people. This idea of young nations, which the Russians and Germans were considered to be, goes back to F. Dostoevsky, quoted more than once by Kjellen. The young Germans inspired by the Middle European space should move towards a continental state on a planetary scale at the expense of territories controlled by the old peoples, the French and the English. The ideological aspect of the geopolitical confrontation was considered by Kjellen to be of secondary importance. 2.3. Towards a Middle European concept. Although Kjellen was himself a Swede, insisting on a rapprochement between Swedish and German politics, his geopolitical ideas about the independent integrating value of Germanic space closely followed Friedrich Naumann's theory of Middle Europe, Mitteleuropa. In his book Mitteleuropa, 1915-8, Naumann made a geopolitical diagnosis identical to that of Rudolf Kjellen. From his point of view, in order to compete with such organized geopolitical entities as England and its colonies, the USA and Russia, the peoples inhabiting Central Europe have to unite and organize a new integrated political economic space. The axis of this space will of course be the Germans. Mitteleuropa, unlike the pure pan-Germanist projects, was no longer a national concept but a purely geopolitical one, where the emphasis was not on ethnic unity, but on a common geographical destiny. Naumann's project implied the integration of Germany, Austria, the Danubian states, and in 41, the distant future, France. The geopolitical project was also supported by cultural parallels. Germany itself as an organic entity was identified with the spiritual concept of Mittelage, the middle ground. This was articulated by Arndt as early as 1818. God has placed us in the center of Europe. We, the Germans, are the heart of our part of the world. Through Kjellen and Naumann, Ratzel's continental ideas gradually acquired tangible features. Chapter 3. Halford Mackinder. The Geographical Axis of History. 3.1. Scientist and politician. Sir Halford J. Mackinder, 1861-1947, is the brightest figure among geopoliticians. Educated in geography, he taught at Oxford from 1887 until he was appointed director of the London School of Economics. From 1910 to 1922, he was a member of the House of Commons, and in between, 1919-1920, as British envoy to southern Russia. Mackinder is renowned for his high standing in the world of British politics, whose international orientations he has greatly influenced, and for his bold and revolutionary scheme of interpreting the political history of the world. Mackinder's example highlights a typical paradox inherent in geopolitics as a discipline. Mackinder's ideas were not accepted by the scientific community, despite his high standing not only in politics but also in the scientific community itself. Even the fact that for nearly half a century, he was actively and successfully involved in constructing English strategy in international affairs on the basis of his interpretation of the political and geographical history of the world could not make the skeptics recognize the value and effectiveness of geopolitics as a discipline. 43. 13.2. The Geographical Axis of History. Mackinder's first and most brilliant presentation was his paper, The Geographic Axis of History, 9, published in the Journal of Geography in 1904. In it, he set out the basis of his vision of history and geography, which he developed in later works. This text can be considered as the main geopolitical text in the history of the discipline, as it not only summarizes all the previous lines of development of political geography, but formulates the basic law of the discipline. Mackinder argues that the most advantageous geographical position for the state would be the middle, central position. Centrality is relative and may vary from one geographical context to another. But from a planetary point of view, at the center of the world lies the Eurasian continent, and at its center is the Heartland or Heartland. Heartland is the concentration of the continental masses of Eurasia. It is the most favorable geographical base for controlling the world. Heartland is a key territory in a more general context within World Island. In World Island, Mackinder includes the three continents of Asia, Africa, and Europe. In this way, Mackinder hierarchizes planetary space through a system of concentric circles. At the very center is the geographical axis of history or pivot area. This geopolitical concept is geographically identical with Russia. The same axial reality is called Heartland, land of the Heartland. Next is the inner or marginal crescent. This belt coincides with the coastal areas of the Eurasian continent. According to Mackinder, the inner crescent represents the zone of the most intensive development of civilization. This corresponds to the historical hypothesis that civilization emerged originally on the shores of rivers or seas, the so-called Potamian theory. It ought to be stressed that the latter theory is an essential point in all geopolitical. 44. Constructions. The intersection of land and water is a key factor in the history of nations and states. This theme will be specifically developed further by Schmitt and Spykman. However, it was Mackinder who first derived this geopolitical formula. Then comes the outer circle, the outer or insular crescent. This is an area entirely external, geographically and culturally, to the mainland mass of World Island. Mackinder believes that the entire course of history is determined by the following processes. From the center of the land to its periphery, there is constant pressure from so-called land robbers. This is reflected especially clearly and vividly in the Mongol conquests. The Scythians, Huns, Alans, and so on preceded them. Civilizations arising from the geographical axis of history, from the innermost spaces of the world, have, according to Mackinder, an authoritarian, hierarchical, undemocratic, and non-traditional character. In the ancient world, it is embodied in a society similar to that of Doric Sparta or ancient Rome. From outside, from the regions of the island crescent, pressure is exerted on the world island by the so-called sea robbers or islanders. These are colonial expeditions emanating from an extra-Eurasian center, seeking to counterbalance overland impulses emanating from the inner limits of the continent. The civilization of the Outer Crescent is characterized by a trading character and democratic forms of politics. In antiquity, the state of Athens or Carthage had this character. Between these two polar civilizational geographical impulses is the Inner Crescent Zone, which, being dual and constantly experiencing opposing cultural influences, has been the most fluid and has thus become the site of the priority development of civilization. History, according to Mackinder, revolves geographically around the continental axis. It is in the space of the Inner Crescent that this history is most clearly felt, whereas in the Heartland there is a frozen archaism, Quarante Cinque, and in the Outer Crescent a kind of civilizational chaos. Russia's key position. Mackinder himself identified his interests with those of the Anglo-Saxon insular world, that is, with the position of the Outer Crescent. In such a situation, he saw the basis of the geopolitical orientation of the insular world in the maximum weakening of the Heartland and the maximum possible expansion of the influence of the Outer Crescent on the Inner Crescent. Mackinder emphasized the strategic priority of the geographical axis of history in all world politics, and thus formulated the most important geopolitical law. He who controls Eastern Europe dominates the Heartland. He who dominates the Heartland dominates the world island. He who dominates the world island dominates the world. Democratic ideals and reality. 10. On a political level, this meant recognizing Russia's leading role in a strategic sense. Mackinder wrote, Russia occupies as central a strategic position in the whole world as Germany does with regard to Europe. It can launch attacks in all directions and is exposed to them from all sides except the north. It is only a matter of time before its railway capabilities are fully developed. The geographic axis of history. 11. On this basis, Mackinder believed that the main objective of Anglo-Saxon geopolitics was to prevent a strategic continental alliance from forming around the geographical axis of history, Russia. Consequently, the strategy of the Outer Crescent forces is to tear off as many coastal areas as possible from the Heartland and place them under the influence of an insular civilization. 46. A shift in the balance of power in favor of the Axis state, Russia AD, accompanied by its expansion into the peripheral spaces of Eurasia, would enable the huge continental resources to be used to create a powerful naval fleet. It would not be far off from being a world empire. This will be possible if Russia unites with Germany. The threat of such a development would force France into an alliance with the overseas powers, and France, Italy, Egypt, India, and Korea would become coastal bases to which the flotillas of the external powers would dock in order to disperse the Axis forces in all directions and prevent them from concentrating all their efforts on building a powerful naval force. The geographic axis of history. 12. Most interestingly, Mackinder was not just building theoretical hypotheses, but was actively involved in organizing international support for the Entente White movement, which he saw as an Atlanticist tendency aimed at weakening the power of the pro-German Eurasian Bolsheviks. He personally advised the leaders of the White cause, seeking maximum support from the British government. He seemed to have prophetically foreseen not only the Brest Peace Treaty, but also the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. In 1919, in his book Democratic Ideals and Reality, he wrote, "What would become of the forces of the sea if one day a great continent, politically united to become the basis of an invincible armada?" 13. It is not difficult to understand that it was Mackinder who laid the main trend in Anglo-Saxon geopolitics, which after half a century became the geopolitics of the USA and the North Atlantic Union. 2. Prevent by all means the very possibility of creating a Eurasian bloc, the creation of a strategic alliance between Russia and Germany, and the geopolitical strengthening of Russia and its expansion. The steady Russophobia of the West in the 20th century is not so much ideological as geopolitical, although taking into account the link between the civilizational type and geopolitical character of certain forces, as outlined by Mackinder, a formula can be derived whereby geopolitical terms are easily translated into ideological terms. 47. The Outer Crescent is liberal democracy. The geographical axis of history is undemocratic authoritarianism. The Inner Crescent is an intermediate model, a combination of both ideological systems. Mackinder was involved in the preparation of the Treaty of Versailles, the main geopolitical idea of which reflects the essence of Mackinder's outlook. This treaty was designed to enshrine Western Europe as a coastal base for naval forces, Anglo-Saxon peace. At the same time, it envisaged the creation of limitrophic states that would separate the Germans and Slavs, preventing them from entering into the continental strategic alliance so dangerous to the island powers and therefore to democracy. It is very important to trace the evolution of the geographical limits of Heartland in Mackinder's writings. If in 1904 and 1919, respectively, in the article The Geographical Axis of History and in the book Democratic Ideals and Reality, The outlines of Heartland coincided in general terms with the borders of the Russian Empire, and later the USSR, in 1943 in the text Round Planet and the Conquest of the World, 14. He revised his earlier views and removed from the Heartland the Soviet territory of eastern Siberia, located beyond the Yenisei. He called this sparsely populated Soviet territory Russia-Lenaland, after the Lena River. Lenaland, Russia has 9 million inhabitants, 5 of whom live along the transcontinental railway from Irkutsk to Vladivostok. The rest of the land has less than 1 inhabitant per 8 square kilometers. The natural riches of this land of timber, minerals, etc. are virtually untouched. Round Planet and the Conquest of the World, 15. The removal of the so-called Lenaland from the geographical boundaries of the Heartland meant that this territory could be seen as an inner crescent zone. That is, as a coastal space that could be used by the island powers to fight against the geographical axis of history. Mackinder, who was actively involved in organizing the Entente intervention and the White Movement, apparently considered the historical precedent of Kolchak resisting the Eurasian Center as sufficient ground to consider the territories, 48, under his control as a potential coastal zone, 3.4. 3 geopolitical periods. Mackinder divides the entire geopolitical history of the world into 3 phases, 16. 1. The pre-Columbian era. In it, the peoples belonging to the periphery of the world island, such as the Romans, live under constant threat of conquest by the forces of the Heartland. For the Romans, these were the Germans, Huns, Alans, Parthians, etc. For the medieval oikumene, the Golden Horde. 2. The Columbus era. During this period, representatives of the inner crescent, coastal zones, set out to conquer unknown territories of the planet, meeting no serious resistance anywhere. 3. The post-Columbian era. Unconquered lands no longer exist. The dynamic ripples of civilizations are doomed to collide, dragging the peoples of the earth into a universal civil war. This periodization by Mackinder, with its corresponding geopolitical transformations, brings us right up to the latest trends in geopolitics, which we will examine in another part of the book. Chapter 4. Alfred Mahan. Sea Power. 4.1 Sea Power. The American Alfred Mahan, 1840-1914, unlike Ratzel, Kjellen, and Mackinder, was not a scientist but a military man. He did not use the term geopolitics, but the methodology of his analysis and his main conclusions correspond exactly to a strictly geopolitical approach. An officer in the American Union Navy, he taught naval warfare history at the Naval War College in Newport, Rhode Island, from 1885. In 1890, he published his first book, which became almost immediately a classic text on military strategy, Naval Forces in History, 1660-1783. 17. This was followed, with a short interval, by other works. The Impact of Sea Power on the French Revolution and Empire, 1793-1812. 18. Americas. Interest in Sea Power Present and Future, 19. The Asian Problem and its Impact on International Politics, 20. And Sea Power and its Relation to War, 21. Virtually all of the books dealt with the same theme of sea power, sea power. Mahan's name has become synonymous with the term. Mahan was not only a theorist of military strategy, but was also active in politics. In particular, he had a strong influence on politicians such as Henry Cabot Lodge and Theodore Roosevelt. Moreover, if we look retrospectively at the American military strategy throughout the 20th century, we, 51, see that it is built directly in line with Mahan's ideas. Moreover, if this strategy did not bring sufficient success to the USA in the World War I, then in the World War II it had a significant effect, and the victory against USSR in the Cold War finally sealed the success of the sea power strategy. Maritime civilization equal to commercial civilization. For Mahan, the main instrument of politics is trade. Military action should only provide the most favorable conditions for the creation of a planetary trading civilization. Mahan sees the economic cycle in 3 points. 1. Production, exchange of goods and services via waterways. 2. Navigation, which implements this exchange. 3. Colonies, which circulate goods globally. 22. Mahan believes that the position and geopolitical status of a state should be analyzed on the basis of 6 criteria. 1. The geographical position of the state, its openness to the sea, and the possibility of maritime communications with other countries. Length of land borders, ability to control strategically important regions, the ability to threaten enemy territory with its fleet. 2. The physical configuration of the state, that is, the configuration of the coasts and the number of ports on them. Trade prosperity and strategic security depend on it. 3. The extent of the area, it is equal to the length of the coastline. 4. Statistical number of population, it is important for assessing a state's ability to build and maintain ships. 52. 5. National character, the ability of the people to engage in trade, as maritime power is based on peaceful and extensive trade. 6. The political nature of government, the reorientation of the best natural and human resources towards the creation of a powerful maritime force depends on it. 23. Already from this enumeration, it is clear that Mahan builds his geopolitical theory on the basis of sea power and its interests alone. For Mahan, the model of sea power was ancient Carthage, and closer to us historically is England of the 17th and 19th centuries. He bases the notion of maritime power on the freedom of maritime trade, with the navy serving merely as the guarantor of this trade. Mahan goes even further, seeing sea power as a particular type of civilization, anticipating the ideas of Carl Schmitt as the best and most effective, and therefore destined for world domination. 4.3. Conquering the World USA. Mahan's ideas were adopted around the world and influenced many European strategists. Even land and continental Germany, represented by Admiral Tirpitz, took Mahan's theses at face value and began to actively develop its navy. In 1940 and 1941, 2 of Mahan's books were published in the USSR, but they were primarily intended for America and Americans. Mahan was an ardent supporter of the Monroe Doctrine, 1758-1831, which in 1823 declared the principle of mutual non-interference between America and Europe, and also made the growth of American power conditional on territorial expansion into neighboring territories. Mahan believed that America had a maritime destiny, and that this manifest destiny, 24, consisted firstly in a strategic integration of the whole American continent, and later in the establishment of world domination, 53. Credit must be given to Mahan's almost prophetic vision. At his time, the U.S. had not yet emerged as an advanced world power, and furthermore, not even its maritime civilizational type was evident. As early as 1905, Mackinder, in an article entitled The Geographical Axis of History, classified the USA as a land power, forming part of the Outer Crescent only as a semi-colonial strategic extension of maritime England. Mackinder wrote, "The United States has just become the Eastern power. They do not influence the balance of power in Europe directly, but through Russia, 25. But 10 years before Mackinder's text appeared, it was Admiral Mahan who predicted America's planetary destiny, to become a leading maritime power with a direct influence on the fate of the world. In the American interest in sea power, Mahan argued that in order for America to become a world power, it must fulfill the following points. 1. Actively cooperate with British maritime power. 2. To thwart German maritime claims. 3. Keep a vigilant eye on and counter Japanese expansion in the Pacific. 4. Coordinate with the Europeans in joint actions against the peoples of Asia. 26. Mahan saw the destiny of the U.S. not to be passively complicit in the overall context of the peripheral states of the Outer Crescent, but to take the lead economically, strategically, and even ideologically. Independently of Mackinder, Mahan came to the same conclusions regarding the main danger to maritime civilization. This danger is the continental states of Eurasia, firstly Russia and China, and secondly Germany, fighting Russia. That continuous continental mass of Russian Empire stretching from Western Asia Minor to the Japanese meridian in the east was a major 54. Long-term strategic objective for the maritime force. Mahan carried to the planetary level the anaconda principle applied by the American General McClellan in the North American Civil War of 18,611,865. This principle consists of blockading enemy territories from the sea and along the coastlines, leading gradually to the strategic exhaustion of the enemy. Since Mahan believed that the power of a state is determined by its capacity to become a sea power, in the case of confrontation, the number one strategic objective is to prevent this becoming in the enemy's camp. Hence, the task of America's historical confrontation is to strengthen its position on the 6 main points listed above, and to weaken the enemy on the same points. Its own coastal expanses must be controlled, while the respective zones of the enemy must be tried by all means to cut them off from the continental mass. And furthermore, as the Monroe Doctrine, in its part of territorial integration, strengthens the power of the state, the creation of similar integration formations in the adversary should not be allowed. On the contrary, the adversary or rival in Mahan's case, the Eurasian powers, Russia, China, Germany, should be strangled in the anaconda rings of the continental mass, squeezing it at the expense of coastal zones taken out of its control and blocking, if possible, accesses to maritime spaces. In World War I, this strategy was implemented in the Entente's support for the white movement on the periphery of Eurasia, as a response to the Bolshevik peace deal with Germany. In World War II, it was also turned against Central Europe, and in particular through naval operations against the Axis countries and Japan. But it is particularly visible in the Cold War era. When the confrontation between the US and the USSR reached global planetary proportions, the geopolitics had already been operating at the theoretical level since the end of the 19th century. In fact, the main lines of strategy of NATO, as well as other blocs aimed at containing the USSR, the concept of containment is identical to the strategic and geopolitical concept of Anaconda, ASEAN, ANZUS, Shento are a direct development of the main theses of Admiral Mahan, who on this basis may well be called the intellectual father of all modern Atlantism. 55. Chapter 5. Vidal de La Blache, France versus Germany. 5.1. A picture of the geography of France, Vidal de La Blache, 1845-1918, is considered the founder of the French geographical school. A professional geographer, he was fascinated by Ratzel's political geography and based his theories on this source, although he was harshly critical of many aspects of the German geopolitical school. In his book, The Picture of the Geography of France, 1903, he addresses the theory of the soil, so important to German geopoliticians. The relationship between soil and man in France is marked by an original character of antiquity, of continuity. In our country, we can often observe that people have lived in the same places since time immemorial. The springs. Calcareous rocks originally attracted people as comfortable places for living and protection. Man is a faithful student of the soil. A study of the soil will help in ascertaining the character, manners, and preferences of the population. 27. But despite this quite German attitude to the geographical factor and its influence on culture, Vidal de La Blache thought that Ratzel and his followers clearly overestimated the purely natural factor, considering it the determining factor. 57. Man, according to de La Blache, is also the most important geographical factor, but he is also endowed with the initiative. He is not just a fragment of the set, but also the main actor in the play. 5.2. Possibilism. This criticism of Ratzel's excessive exaltation of the spatial factor led Vidal de La Blache to develop a particular geopolitical concept of post-symbolism, from the word possible. According to this concept, political history has two aspects: spatial, geographical, and temporal, historical. The geographical is reflected in the environment, the historical in the individual himself, the bearer of the initiative. 28. Vidal de La Blache thought that the mistake of German political geographers is that they consider topography as a determinant of the political history of states. This, according to de La Blache, diminishes the factor of human freedom and historicity. He himself suggests that geographical spatial position is a potentiality, an opportunity which may or may not be actualized and become a valid political factor. This largely depends on the subjective factor of the individual inhabiting that space. This approach was also taken into account by the German geopoliticians of the Haushofer school, who considered de La Blache's criticism to be well-founded and important. In such a case, the role of ethnic or racial factors in considering the political history of states was obviously increasing, and this resonated with the general upsurge of racial issues in Germany in the 1920s. De La Blache's possibilism was perceived by most geopolitical schools as a corrective to the rigid geographical determinism of previous geopolitical authors. 58. 5.3. France for sea power. Vidal de La Blache paid particular attention to Germany, which was France's main political opponent at the time. He believed that Germany was the only powerful European state whose geopolitical expansion was blocked by the other European advanced powers. If England and France had their vast colonies in Africa and around the world, if the United States could move almost freely to the south and north, if Russia had Asia, Germany was squeezed from all sides and had no outlet for its energies. De La Blache saw this as a major threat to peace in Europe, and considered it necessary to weaken the development of this dangerous neighbor in every possible way. This attitude towards Germany logically entailed a geopolitical definition of France as part of a common front of the sea force oriented against the continental powers. This was not the only position among French geopolitical thinkers, as there was a parallel Germanophile trend, represented by Admiral Lavallee and General de Gaulle. In 1917, Vidal de La Blache published a book on eastern France in which he argues that the provinces of Alsace-Lorraine belonged to France and that German claims to these areas were ineligible. In doing so, he appeals to the French Revolution, regarding its Jacobin dimension as an expression of the geopolitical tendencies of the French people who sought the unification and centralization of their state through geographical integration. He also explains political liberalism through people's attachment to the soil and their natural desire for private ownership of it. Vidal de La Blache thus connects geopolitical realities with ideological realities in his own way. The spatial politics of Western Europe, France, is inextricably linked to democracy and liberalism. Through this equation, it is easy to reconcile de La Blache's geopolitical views with those of Mackinder and Mahan. De La Blache's choice of a maritime orientation fits perfectly into this scheme. 59. Chapter 6. Nicholas Spykman. The centrality of Rimland. 6.1. In the service of America. Dutch-born American Nicholas Spykman, 1893-1943, is a direct descendant of Admiral Mahan. Spykman was a professor of international relations and later director of the Institute of International Affairs at Yale University. Unlike the early geopoliticians, he was not interested in geography as such, and was even less concerned with the relationship between people and the land, the influence of topography on national character, and so on. Spykman viewed geopolitics as the most important tool of concrete international politics, as an analytical method and a system of formulas to work out the most effective strategy. In this sense, he was harshly critical of the German geopolitical school, especially in the Geography of the World, 29, considering notions of just or unjust boundaries as metaphysical nonsense. Like Mahan, Spykman is characterized by a utilitarian approach, a clear desire to provide the most effective geopolitical formula by which the U.S. can achieve world domination as quickly as possible. This pragmatism informs all of his research. 61, 6.2 Mackinder correction. Spykman, who carefully studied Mackinder's writings, proposed his own version of the basic geopolitical scheme, somewhat different from Mackinder's model. Spykman's main idea was that Mackinder had allegedly overestimated the geopolitical significance of the Heartland. This overestimation affected not only the actual position of forces on the world map, in particular the power of the USSR, but also the original historical scheme. Spykman believed that the geographical history of the Inner Crescent, the Rimland, the coastal zones, had been carried out by itself and not under pressure from the nomads of the land, as Mackinder believed. From his point of view, Heartland is just a potential space, receiving all the cultural impulses from the coastal zones and carrying in itself no independent geopolitical mission or historical impulse. Rimland, rather than Heartland, is, in his view, the key to world domination. Mackinder's geopolitical formula: he who controls Eastern Europe dominates the Heartland. He who dominates the Heartland dominates the world. He who dominates the Rimland dominates the world. Spykman suggested replacing his "he who dominates the Rimland dominates Eurasia." He who dominates Eurasia holds the fate of the world in his hands. 30. In principle, Spykman said nothing new with this. And for Mackinder himself, the coastal zone, the Outer Crescent, or Rimland, was a key strategic position in controlling the continent. But Mackinder understood this zone not as an independent and self-sufficient geopolitical entity, but as a space of confrontation between the two impulses of sea and land. At the same time, he never understood control over the land in the sense of power over Russia and the adjoining continental masses. Eastern Europe is an intermediate space between the geographical axis of history and the Rimland, and hence it is in the balance of power on the periphery of the Heartland that the key to the problem of world domination lies. But Spykman presented the shift in emphasis in his geopolitical doctrine in relation to Mackinder's views as something radically new. In fact, it was only 62, a matter of some nuance of concepts, 6.3 power scales. In his books American Strategy in World Politics, 31%, and The Geography of the World, 32, Spykman identifies 10% criteria to determine the geopolitical power of a state. These are an elaboration of the criteria first proposed by Mahan. They are as follows. 1. Surface area. 2. The nature of boundaries. 3. Population size. 4. The presence or absence of minerals. 5. Economic and technological development. 6. Financial strength. 7. Ethnic homogeneity. 8. Level of social integration. 9. Political stability. 10. National spirit. If a state's geopolitical capacity aggregate score against these criteria is relatively low, it almost automatically means that the state in question is forced into a more general strategic alliance, giving up some of its sovereignty for the sake of global strategic geopolitical patronage. 63. 6.4. Mid-ocean. Apart from reassessing the meaning of Rimland, Spykman made another important addition to the geopolitical picture of the world as seen from a maritime power perspective. He introduced the extremely important notion of the Midland Ocean. This geopolitical view is based on an underlined analogy between the Mediterranean Sea in the history of Europe, the Middle East and North Africa in antiquity, and the Atlantic Ocean in the recent history of Western civilization, as Spykman considered the coastal zone, the Rimland, to be the main historical territory of civilization. He saw the Mediterranean area of antiquity as a model for culture that spread later into the continent, domestication of land barbarians, and to distant territories reachable only by sea routes, domestication of sea barbarians. Similarly to this Mediterranean model in modern times, on an enlarged planetary scale, the same is happening to the Atlantic Ocean, both of whose American and European shores are the habitat of the most technologically and economically advanced Western civilization. In this perspective, the Midland Ocean becomes not a divisive, but a unifying factor, the mare internum. Thus, Spykman outlines a particular geopolitical reality, which may be called conventionally an Atlantic continent, in the center of which, like a lake in a land region, the Atlantic Ocean is situated. This theoretical continent, the New Atlantis, is linked by a common culture of Western European origin, the ideology of liberal capitalism and democracy, and the unity of political, ethical, and technological destiny. Spykman especially insisted on the role of the intellectual factor in this Atlantic continent. Western Europe and the East Coast belt of North America, especially New York, become the brains of the New Atlantic community. The nerve center and power mechanism is the USA, and its commercial and military-industrial complex. Europe turns out to be a thinking appendage of the USA, whose geopolitical interests and strategic line become the sole and overriding ones for all powers of the West. The political sovereignty of the European states must gradually diminish, and power must shift to a 64 special institution that unites representatives of all Atlantic spaces and is subordinated to the primacy of the United States. Spykman foreshadowed the most important political processes of the creation of the North Atlantic Union, NATO. The diminishing sovereignty of European powers in the post-war world, U.S. planetary hegemony, etc. 6.5. The architect of American victory. Spykman based his doctrine not so much on a geopolitical understanding of the place of the U.S. as a sea power in the wider world, like Mahan, perhaps because this was already a fact, but on the need to control the coastal territories of Eurasia, Europe, the Arab states, India, China, etc., for the final victory in the duel of continental and maritime powers, whereas in Mackinder's picture planetary duality was seen as something eternal, irreducible. Spykman believed that the perfect control of Rimland by maritime powers would lead to a final and irrevocable victory over land powers, which would henceforth be entirely under the control of the land powers. In fact, it was the ultimate development of the anaconda tactics already justified by Mahan. Spykman gave the whole concept a complete form. The victory of the U.S. as sea power in the Cold War demonstrated the absolute geopolitical correctness of Spykman, who could be called the architect of the liberal democratic world victory over Eurasia. For the time being, it seems that Spykman's theses on the strategic primacy of the Rimland and the importance of the Middle Ocean have been proven by history itself. But Mackinder's theory of the permanence of the Eurasian center's desire for political renaissance and continental expansion is also too early to be completely discarded. On the other hand, some of Spykman's ideas, especially those of his full 65 Lower Kirk, who developed the Rimland theory in even greater detail, were supported by some European geopoliticians who saw in his high strategic assessment of coastal territories an opportunity to re-establish Europe as the country that decides the fate of the world. But to do so, the concept of the Middle Ocean had to be discarded. Despite this theoretical move by some European geopoliticists, which remains, however, highly ambiguous, Spykman belongs, without any doubt, to the brightest and most consistent Atlanticists. Moreover, he can be called, along with Admiral Mahan, the father of Atlantism and the mastermind of NATO. Chapter 7. Karl Haushofer, Continental Bloc. 7.1. War and Thought. It is to Karl Haushofer, 18,691,946, that Geopolitics owes much to the fact that for a long time it was seen not just as a pseudoscience, but as a misanthropic, fascist, cannibalistic theory. Karl Haushofer was born in Munich into a professor's family. He decided to become a professional soldier and served in the army as an officer for over 20 years. He served in Japan and Manchuria as a German military attaché in 1908 and 1910. Here, he became acquainted with the Japanese emperor's family and the high aristocracy. His failing health forced Haushofer to abandon a fairly successful military career, and he returned to Germany in 1911, where he lived for the rest of his life. He took up science, earning a doctorate at the University of Munich. Since then, Haushofer regularly published books on geopolitics in general, and the geopolitics of the Pacific in particular. His first book was Die Nihon, 33, on the geopolitics of Japan. Through his pupil, Rudolf Hess, Haushofer meets Hitler immediately after his imprisonment in the aftermath of the failed coup. There is an unconfirmed opinion among historians that Haushofer took part in the writing of Mein Kampf in places devoted to certain geopolitical categories. But, Conceptual. 67. Analysis shows a significant difference between Haushofer's geopolitical views and Hitler's simplistic racist propaganda passages. For 20 years, starting in 1924, Haushofer published Geopolitik, later renamed Zeitschrift für Geopolitik, a journal of great international importance. He published most of his texts in this very edition. Haushofer's relationship with Nazism was complex. In some points, his views converged with those of the National Socialists. In others, they diverged radically. Depending on the periods of Nazi rule and personal relationships, Haushofer's position in the Third Reich also changed. He was favored, particularly by the patronage of his younger friend Hess, until 1936, when he began to cool down After Hesse's flight to England, Haushofer fell out of favor, and after his son Albrecht was executed on charges of taking part in an assassination attempt on Hitler in 1944, Haushofer himself was regarded as almost an enemy of the people. Despite this ambiguity in his position, he was ranked as an eminent Nazi by the Allies. Unable to withstand so many blows of fate and the collapse of all his hopes, Karl Haushofer and his wife Martha committed suicide in 1946. 7.2. The New Eurasian Order. Haushofer carefully studied the works of Ratzel, Kjellen, Mackinder, Vidal de La Blache, Mahan, and other geopoliticians. The picture of the planetary dualism of maritime forces versus continental forces or thalassocracy, power through the sea, versus teleocracy, power through the land, was for him the key that unlocked all the mysteries of international politics, in which he was most directly involved. In Japan, for example, he dealt with the powers that made the most crucial decisions about the picture of space. It is indicative that the term New Order, which was actively used by the Nazis and, in modern times, in the form of the New World Order by 68, the Americans, was first used in Japan in relation to the geopolitical scheme of redistribution of influence in the Pacific region proposed by Japanese geopoliticians. The planetary duality of sea power and land power confronted Germany with the problem of geopolitical self-identification. The proponents of the national idea, of which Haushofer was undoubtedly one, sought to strengthen the political power of the German state, which implied industrial development, cultural advancement, and geopolitical expansion. But Germany's very position in the center of Europe, spatially and culturally mytholage, made it a natural adversary to the Western maritime powers of England, France, and in the longer term, the United States. The thalassocratic geopoliticians themselves did not hide their negative attitude towards Germany either, and considered it, along with Russia, as one of the main geopolitical opponents of the maritime West. In such a situation, it was not easy for Germany to count on a strong alliance with the Outer Crescent powers, especially as England and France had historical territorial claims against Germany. Consequently, the future of a national Greater Germany lay in geopolitical opposition to the West and especially to the Anglo-Saxon world, with which sea power had in fact become identified. The entire geopolitical doctrine of Karl Haushofer and his followers is based on this analysis. This doctrine is about the need for a continental bloc or Berlin-Moscow-Tokyo axis. There was nothing casual about such a bloc. It was the only full-fledged and adequate response to the strategy of the opposing camp, which made no secret of the fact that its greatest danger would be the creation of a similar Eurasian alliance. Haushofer wrote in the Continental Bloc, "Eurasia cannot be strangled as long as its two largest peoples, Germans and Russians, are trying by all means to avoid an internecine conflict like the Crimean War or 1914. This is an axiom of European politics." 34. There he also quoted the American Homer Lee. "The last hour of Anglo-Saxon politics will come when the Germans, the Russians, and the Japanese unite." Haushofer pursued this idea in various ways in his articles and books. This line was called Ostorientierung, that is, orientation towards the East, because it implied the self-identification of Germany, its people, and its culture as a Western extension of the Eurasian, Asian tradition. It is no accident that the British during the Second World War pejoratively referred to the Germans as Huns. For the geopoliticians of the Haushofer school, this was perfectly acceptable. In this regard, it should be stressed that Haushofer's concept of openness to the East did not mean occupation of Slavic lands at all. It was a joint civilizational effort of the two continental powers, Russia and Germany, to establish a new Eurasian order and to restructure the continental space of the world island in order to remove it completely from the influence of the sea power. The expansion of the German Lebensraum was planned by Haushofer not through the colonization of Russian lands, but through the development of the gigantic uninhabited spaces of Asia and the reorganization of the lands of Eastern Europe. 7.3. Compromise with thalassocracy. In practice, however, things did not look so straightforward. Haushofer's purely scientific geopolitical logic, which logically led to the need for a continental bloc with Moscow, collided with numerous tendencies of a different nature, also inherent in the German national consciousness. There was a purely racist approach to history, with which Hitler himself was infected. This approach considered the most important factor to be racial proximity, and not geographical or geopolitical specificity. The Anglo-Saxon nations of England and the USA were then seen as natural allies of the Germans, because they were the closest to them ethnically. Slavs, and especially non-70 white Eurasian peoples, were transformed into racial opponents. Added to this was ideological anti-communism, based on the same racial principle Marx and many communists were Jews, which means that in the eyes of anti-Semites, communism itself is an anti-German ideology. National Socialist racism was in direct conflict with geopolitics, or, more precisely, implicitly pushed the Germans towards a reverse anti-Eurasian thalassocratic strategy. From the point of view of consistent racism, Germany should have originally formed an alliance with England and the USA in order to jointly oppose the USSR, but on the other hand, the humiliating experience of Versailles was still too fresh. From this ambiguity flows all the ambiguity of the international policy of the Third Reich. This policy was constantly balancing between a thalassocratic line, outwardly justified by racism and anti-communism, anti-Slav attitude, attack on the USSR, encouragement of Catholic Croatia in the Balkans, etc., and a Eurasian teleocracy based on purely geopolitical principles, war with England and France, the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, etc. Since Karl Haushofer was engaged, to a certain extent, in solving specific political problems, he was forced to adjust his theories to political specifics. Hence his contacts in high places in England. Furthermore, the conclusion of the Anti-Comintern Pact, that is the creation of the Berlin-Rome-Tokyo axis, was externally welcomed by Haushofer, who tried to present it as a preliminary step towards the creation of a full-fledged Eurasian bloc. He could not fail to realize that the anti-communist orientation of this alliance and the emergence of a peninsular secondary power belonging to the Rimland instead of the Heartland, Moscow, was a contradictory caricature of a genuine continental bloc. Still, such steps dictated by political conformism are not indicative of the totality of Haushofer's geopolitics. His name and ideas are most fully embodied in the concepts of Germany's Eastern destiny, based on a strong and lasting Eurasian alliance. Chapter 8. Carl Schmitt Hippo versus Leviathan. 8.1 Conservative Revolutionary. The German Carl Schmitt, 1888-1985, is known as a prominent lawyer, political scientist, philosopher, and historian. However, all his ideas are inseparably linked to geopolitical concepts, and his main works Nomos of the Earth, 35, Land and Sea, 36, etc., are devoted to the understanding of geopolitical factors and their impact on civilization and political history. Carl Schmitt was close to the German representatives of the Conservative Revolution, a paradoxical current which combined national conservative and social revolutionary elements. Schmitt's fate is that of his books, his legal philosophical school. Like many other conservative revolutionaries, his relationship with the National Socialist regime was ambivalent. On the one hand, his theories certainly influenced Nazi ideology. Particularly successful were his political science books, Political Theology, 37, and The Concept of the Political, 38. In which Schmitt offered a detailed critique of liberal law and the idea of the rule of law. In these texts, the outlines of all Schmitt's later intellectual work are already given. In them, the ultimate political realism, the desire to free the political problems from humanitarian rhetoric, sentimental pathos, social demagogy, is noticeable. This was entirely in keeping with the National Socialist spirit. However, Schmitt's entire concept was based on the fundamental idea of 73. The rights of the people, Volksrechte, which he contrasted with the liberal theory of human rights. In his understanding, every people had the right to cultural sovereignty, to preserve its spiritual, historical, and political identity. The same approach was characteristic of some National Socialists, who saw this ideology as universal and applicable to all peoples of the earth. But it was pan-Germanism, based on chauvinism and a narrowly nationalistic approach, that became the dominant line of the regime. This is why Schmitt, with his theory of the rights of peoples, was severely criticized, especially by SS ideologists. In 1936, the SS organ Schwarze Korps published an aggressively threatening article against him. Schmitt's ideological formation took place in the same atmosphere of organicist sociology ideas as Ratzel and Kjellen, but he was also influenced by the romantic theories of the Nordlicht, according to which social and political forms and state formations are not rooted in the mechanical functioning of atomic personalities combined into mathematical conglomerates, but in mythology, in the sacred world of the elements and spirits. 39. Throughout Schmitt's theories, there is a paradoxical combination of political romanticism and strict rationalism. A refined mental apparatus serves to express spiritual mythologemes. The Nuremberg trials attempted to classify Carl Schmitt as a war criminal on the basis of his collaboration with Hitler's regime. In particular, he was charged with theoretical justification of the legitimacy of military aggression. After the judges were thoroughly familiarized with the merits of the case, the charge was dropped. Nevertheless, like Heidegger, Junger, and other conservative revolutionaries, Schmitt became persona non grata in the international academic community, and his writings were completely ignored. It was only in the 1970s, thanks to the enormous influence on legal thought of some left-wing socialist thinkers, that Schmitt's writings were gradually rehabilitated. He is now recognized as a classic of political science and jurisprudence. 74. 8.2 Nomos of the Earth. Schmitt, quite in the spirit of the geopolitical approach, argued for the primordial link between political culture and space. Not only the state, but all social reality, and especially law, derives from the qualitative organization of space. From this, Schmitt derived the concept of nomos, This Greek term nomos means something taken, shaped, ordered, organized in the sense of space. This term is close to Ratzel's notion of relief and the Russian Eurasian's Savitsky notion of place development. Schmitt shows that nomos is that form of organization of being, which establishes the most harmonious relations both within a social ensemble and between these ensembles. Nomos is an expression of a particular synthesis of subjective and objective factors, which manifests itself organically in the creation of political and juridical systems. Nomos manifests the natural and cultural characteristics of the human collective in combination with the environment. In his book Nomos of the Land, Schmitt shows how the specificity of a particular terrestrial space influenced the cultures and states that developed there. He compares the different historical nomos with one another, particularly highlighting the fundamental dualism between the attitudes to space of nomadic and sedentary peoples. But the most important conclusion from the analysis of the nomos of the earth was that Schmitt came close to the notion of a global historical and civilizational confrontation between the civilizations of the land and the civilizations of the sea. In exploring the nomos of the earth, he encountered its qualitative, essential opposition to the nomos of the sea. This led him to create a special geopolitical methodology to comprehend the political history of the world. 75. 8.3. Land and Sea. In 1942, Schmitt produced the crucial work Land and Sea, 40, together with a later text, The Planetary Tension Between East and West and the Confrontation of Land and Sea, 41. This constitutes the most important document of geopolitical scholarship. In Schmitt's view, the land and sea divide is about two completely different, irreducible, and hostile civilizations, rather than about variants of a single civilizational complex. This division is almost exactly the same as the picture painted by Mackinder, but Schmitt gives the main elements of thalassocracy, sea power, and teleocracy, land power, an in-depth philosophical interpretation, linked to basic legal and ethical systems. Interestingly, Schmitt uses the name Behemoth for the land powers and Leviathan for the sea powers as a reminder of the two Old Testament monsters, one of which embodies all land creatures and the other all water creatures. Nomos of the earth exists without alternative throughout most of human history. All varieties of this nomos are characterized by the presence of a strict and stable legislative and ethical form, which reflects the immobility and fixity of the land, the earth. This connection with the earth, the space of which is easily structured, the fixity of borders, the constancy of communication routes, the invariability of geographical and relief features, gives rise to an essential conservatism in the social, cultural, and technical spheres. The totality of the Earth's versions of nomos constitutes what is commonly referred to as the history of traditional society. In such a situation, the sea, the water are only peripheral civilizational phenomena, not intruding into the realm of the ethical, or intruding episodically. It is only with the discovery of the world ocean at the end of the 16th century that the situation changes radically. Mankind, and above all the island of England, begins to get used to being at sea, begins to realize itself as an island in the midst of the waters, a ship. But water space is sharply different from land space. It is impermanent. 76. Hostile, alienated, subject to constant change. There are no fixed paths, no obvious differences of orientation. The nomos of the sea entails a global transformation of consciousness. Social, legal, and ethical norms become fluid. A new civilization is born. Schmitt believes that the New Age and the technical breakthrough that ushered in the era of industrialization owe their existence to the geopolitical phenomenon of humanity's transition to the nomos of the sea. Thus, the geopolitical opposition of the Anglo-Saxon world to the Outer Crescent takes on a socio-political definition with Schmitt. The nomos of the sea is a reality hostile to traditional society. The geopolitical confrontation of land powers with maritime powers takes on a major historical, ideological, and philosophical meaning. 8.4. Grossraum. Schmitt developed another important geopolitical theory, that of Grossraum. This concept sees the process of development of states as a quest to acquire the largest territorial volume. The principle of imperial integration is an expression of a logical and natural human desire for synthesis. The stages of territorial expansion of the state thus correspond to the stages of the human spirit's movement towards universalism. This geopolitical law extends to both the technical and economic spheres. Schmitt shows that from a certain point in time, the technical and economic development of a state requires a quantitative and qualitative increase in its territories. This does not necessarily mean colonization, annexation, or military invasion. The formation of the Grossraum can also take place according to other laws on the basis of the adoption by several states or peoples of a single religious or cultural form. According to Schmitt, the development of the Earth's nomos should lead to the emergence of the continent state. The stages of movement towards 77. A continental state proceed from city-states through territory states. The emergence of a land-based continental state, a mainland Grossraum, is a historical and geopolitical necessity. In his 1940 text Space and the Big Space in the Law of Nations, 1940-42, Schmitt defined big space as follows: a sphere of planning, organization, and human activity rooted in an actual and voluminous trend of future development. 43. Clarifying this somewhat vague formulation, Schmitt pointed to the implementation of the American Monroe Doctrine as an example of the willful creation of big space. Although the Großraum can, in a sense, be identified with the state, or more precisely with the empire, das Reich, the concept goes beyond the framework of the ordinary state. It is a new form of supranational unification based on a strategic, geopolitical, and ideological factor. In contrast to Hitler's unificationist pan-Germanist model and Schmitt's Soviet internationalism, Großraum is based on cultural and ethnic pluralism, on broad autonomy, limited only by strategic centralism and total loyalty to a higher authority. However, Schmitt emphasized that the creation of a new greater space did not depend on the scientific value of the doctrine itself, nor on cultural competence, nor on the economic development of the constituent parts, or even the territorial and ethnic center that gave the impetus for integration. Everything depends only on the political will, recognizing the historical necessity of such a geopolitical move. Schmitt anticipated in this doctrine the main lines of modern integration policy: 8.5 total war and the figure of the guerrilla. Schmitt's geopolitical motifs are discernible in virtually all of the topics he addresses. In particular, he explored the connection between the three concepts of total enemy, total war, total state. From his perspective, the total 78. State is the most perfect form of state of the traditional type. That is the peak of the development of the land-based nomos. Despite the possibility of historical evolution of such a state up to the scale of Großraum, its essential quality remains unchanged. The total state excludes the principle of total enemy and total war, because the concept of the enemy, and Schmitt attach great importance to the formulation of the concepts. Friend, enemy, amicus, hostis. It builds on itself and consequently puts forward the concept of form war, in which jus bellum operates and only limited contingents of professional military personnel are involved. Civilians and private property in turn are protected by law and eliminated, in theory at least, from the course of military action. The liberal doctrine, which Schmitt explicitly associated with the New Age and therefore with maritime civilization, with the nomos of the sea, by denying the total state, thus opens the way for total war and the concept of the total enemy. In 1941, in the article State Sovereignty and the High Seas, he wrote, "War on land was subordinated to legal norms because it was a war between states, that is, between the armed forces of hostile states. Its rationalization manifested itself in its restriction, and in the desire to remove civilians and private property from it. War at sea, by contrast, is not a war between strictly defined and legally subjected adversaries, as it is based on the concept of a total enemy." 44. The overall geopolitical picture described by Schmitt boiled down to a tense civilizational dualism, a confrontation between two Großraums, the Anglo-Saxon, England plus America, and the continental European, Eurasian. These two greater spaces, thalassocratic and Tellurian, are engaged in a planetary battle to take the final step towards universalization and move from continental to world domination. Schmitt, however, was pessimistic about the possibility of reducing this conflict to some strict legal basis, since the civilizational macro-concepts of both great spaces are based on mutually exclusive nomos of the earth and nomos of the sea. The latter destructive element is introduced by the development of aeronautics, as 79. Airspace is even less amenable to ethico-legal structuring than is sea space. At the end of his life, Schmitt focused on the figure of the partisan. This figure, according to Schmitt, is the last representative of the Earth's nomos who remains faithful to his original vocation, in spite of the dilution of civilization and the dissolution of its juridical cultural foundations. Partisan is bound to his native land by informal ties, and the historical nature of this bond dictates to him the foundations of the ethics of war, sharply different from more general and abstract norms. As the maritime model and the trade ethic become universalized, which naturally encompass the sphere of warfare as well, the figure of the guerrilla acquires, according to Schmitt, an increasing civilizational significance as the guerrilla remains the last actor in history who defends, by all means, the land order in the face of the total offensive of thalassocratia, hence its almost soteriological historical function. Chapter 9. Pyotr Savitsky, Eurasia. The Middle Earth. 9.1. The Fate of the Eurasian. Peter Nikolaevich Savitsky, 1895-1968, is probably the first and only Russian author who, in the full sense of the word, can be called a geopolitician. An economist by training, a pupil of Vernadsky and Struve, before the war, he was close to the cadets. After the revolution, he emigrated to Bulgaria, then moved to Czechoslovakia. In 1921, together with Prince Trubetskoy, he led the Eurasian movement, in which geopolitical factors played a central role. It was Savitsky who was the most interested in geopolitics of all Eurasians. Savitsky's worldview, like that of most other Eurasians, was influenced by the writings of the Slavophiles, Danilevsky, and especially Leontiev. It was a kind of revolutionary Slavophilism, coupled with the central idea of the special historical identity of Great Russians, not reducible to either religious or ethnically Slavic essence. In this aspect, they were closest to Konstantin Leontiev, who formulated the most important thesis: Slavism is, slavism is not. That is, the ethnic and linguistic closeness of Slavic peoples is not a sufficient basis to speak of their cultural and characteristic unity. The Eurasian movement was remarkably close to the German conservative revolutionaries in its set of favored themes and concepts. Just like the conservative revolutionaries, the Eurasians sought to combine fidelity to origins with a creative impulse towards the future, rooted in the Russian national tradition with 81, Keo-modernism, technical development, and a policy of unconventional forms. The cautiously positive attitude of the Eurasians to the Soviet state and to the October Revolution was also based on this. Despite the sympathies for the Soviets, which were characteristic not only of the openly pro-Soviet wing of the Eurasians, the Paris circle that published the newspaper Eurasia, with whom Savitsky officially broke off relations, but also of the most moderate and conservative elements. Following the capture of Prague by the Soviets in 1945, Savitsky was arrested and sentenced to 10 years in camps. While in the camps, he met the son of the poet Nikolai Gumilev, Lev, who became his pupil and later one of the best contemporary Russian ethnographers and historians. In 1956, Savitsky was rehabilitated and returned to Prague, where he died 12 years later. 9.2. Russia-Eurasia. Savitsky's main idea is that Russia is a special civilizational formation, defined through the quality of middleness. One of his articles, Geographical and Geopolitical Foundations of Eurasianism, 1933, begins with the words, "Russia has much more reason than China to be called a middle state," 45, whereas Germany's middle ground, the Mittelage, is limited to the European context and Europe itself is only the western cape of Eurasia. Russia occupies a central position within the entire continent. For Savitsky, Russia's centrality is the basis of its historical identity. It is neither part of Europe nor an extension of Asia. It is an independent world, an independent and special spiritual historical geopolitical reality, which Savitsky calls Eurasia. This concept denotes not a continent or a continent, but an idea reflected in Russian space and Russian culture, a historical paradigm, a particular civilization. Savitsky from the Russian pole puts forward a concept that is 82, strictly identical with Mackinder's geopolitical picture, only abstract robbers of the land or centripetal impulses coming from the geographical axis of history acquire in him a clearly defined outline of Russian culture, Russian history, Russian statehood, Russian territory. Savitsky presents Russia and Eurasia in the same light as Ratzel's Raum, and, even more accurately, Schmitt's Grossraum. If Mackinder believes that from the deserts of the Heartland emanates a mechanical push, forcing the coastal areas, inner crescent, to create culture, and history, Savitsky argues that Russia-Eurasia, equal to Heartland Mackinder, is a synthesis of world culture and world history, unfolding in space and time. At the same time, Russia's nature is complicit in its culture. Savitsky understands Russia geopolitically not as a nation-state, but as a special type of civilization formed on the basis of several components of Aryan Slavic culture, Turkic nomadism, and the Orthodox tradition. Altogether, they form a unique middle formation, representing a synthesis of world history. Savitsky sees the Velikoruses not simply as an offshoot of the Eastern Slavs, but as a special imperial ethnic entity which combines Slavic and Turkic substrates. This point leads him to the important theme of Turan. 9.3. Turan. The appeal to Turan as a positive orientation was scandalous for many Russian nationalists. For example, Savitsky indirectly justified the Mongol-Tatar yoke, through which Russia gained its geopolitical independence and preserved its spiritual independence from the aggressive Romano-Germanic world. This attitude towards the Turkic world was intended to sharply separate Russia-Eurasia from Europe and its fate, and to justify the ethnic uniqueness of Russians. Without the Tatars, there would be no Russia. This thesis from Savitsky's 83. Article Step and Sedentarization, 46, was the key formula of Eurasianism. From here, there is a direct transition to a purely geopolitical assertion. Let us say bluntly, in the space of world history, the Western European sense of the sea, as equal, though polar, is opposed by the only Mongolian sense of the continent. Meanwhile, in the Russian pathfinders, in the scope of Russian conquests and explorations, the same spirit, the same sense of the continent, Korenta y Sete, and so on. Russia is the heir to the great Khans, the successor to the cause of Chingiz and Timur, the unifier of Asia. It combines simultaneously the historical sedentary and steppe elements. 48. The fundamental duality of the Russian landscape, its division into forest and steppe, was already noticed by the Slavophiles. In Savitsky, the geopolitical sense of Russia-Eurasia appears as a synthesis of these two realities of the European forest and the Asian steppe. This synthesis is not a simple superimposition of two geopolitical systems, but something integral and original, with its own measure and methodology of assessment. Russia-Eurasia is not all about Tehran. It is more than that. But in relation to Europe, which considers everything beyond its coastal consciousness to be barbaric, the self-categorization of Russians as bearers of the Mongolian spirit is a provocation which reveals the historical and spiritual superiority of Eurasians. 9.4. Place-based development. The concept of place development plays a crucial role in Savitsky's theory. This term is a precise counterpart to the notion of Raum, as interpreted. 84. By Ratzel's political geography and German geopolitics, plus Kjellen in general. This notion reflects the organicism of the Eurasians, which corresponds exactly to the German organicist school, and contrasts sharply with the pragmatism of the Anglo-Saxon geopoliticians. Had Spykman been familiar with Savitsky's writings, his indignation at the metaphysical nonsense was even stronger than in the case of Haushofer. Thus, Savitsky, in his text, A Geographical Survey of Russia-Eurasia, writes, "The socio-political environment and its territory must merge for us into a whole, a geographical individual or landscape." 49. This is the essence of place development, in which the objective and the subjective merge into an inseparable unity, into something whole. It is a conceptual synthesis. In the same text, Savitsky continues, "A synthesis is needed. It is necessary to be able to look at the socio-historical environment and the territory it occupies at once." 50. In this, Savitsky is close to Vidal de La Blache. Like the French geopolitician, who justified the indivisibility of France by the unity of the cultural type regardless of the ethnicity of the inhabitants of Alsace-Lorraine, Savitsky believes that Russia-Eurasia is a place development, a whole, a geographical individual, at the same time a geographical, ethnic, economic, historical, etc. landscape. 51. Russia-Eurasia is a place development which is an integral form of the existence of many smaller place developments. This is Schmitt's Grossraum, consisting of a whole hierarchy of smaller Raums. By introducing the notion of place development, Eurasians avoided the positivist need to analytically decompose historical phenomena into mechanical systems, applying them not only to natural but also to cultural phenom. 85. Ina. The appeal to place development, to the geographical individual, allowed Eurasians to avoid two specific prescriptions for national, racial, religious, cultural, linguistic, and ideological problems. The geopolitical unity felt intuitively by all the inhabitants of the geographical axis of history thus acquired a new language, synthetic, not reducible to inadequate, fragmentary, analytical concepts of Western rationalism. This also reflected Savitsky's continuity with the Russian intellectual tradition, which had always gravitated towards an understanding of wholeness, sobernost, omnity, and so on. 9.5. Idiocracy. A very important aspect of Savitsky's theory is the principle of idiocracy. Savitsky believed that the Eurasian state should be built from the original spiritual impulse, from the top down. Consequently, its entire structure should be built in accordance with an a priori idea, and this structure should be headed by a special class of spiritual leaders. This position is very close to Schmitt's theories of the volitional spiritual impulse at the origin of the Grossraum. Idiocracy presupposed the supremacy of a non-pragmatic, intangible, and non-commercial approach to state structure. The dignity of the geographical individual, according to Savitsky, lies in the ability to rise above material necessity, organically incorporating the physical world into the single spiritual creative impulse of the global historical endeavor. Idiocracy is a term that unites all forms of non-democratic, illiberal government based on non-materialistic and non-utilitarian motivations. Moreover, Savitsky deliberately avoids specifying this concept, which can be embodied in theocratic sobernost, popular monarchy, national dictatorship, and Soviet-type party state. This breadth of the term corresponds to the purely geopolitical horizons of Eurasianism, which encompass vast historical and 86 geographical volumes. It is an attempt to express the intuitive will of the continent in the most precise way. Obviously, idiocracy is directly opposed to the pragmatic commercial approach that dominated the doctrines of Mackinder, Mahan, and Spykman. Thus, the Russian Eurasians brought to final clarity the ideological terms in which the opposition between sea and land was historically manifested. Sea, liberal democracy, mercantile system, pragmatism, dry land idiocracy of all varieties, hierarchical rule, domination of the religious ideal. Savitsky's views on idiocracy resonate with the ideas of the German sociologist and economist Werner Sombart, who divided all social models and types into two general classes: heroes and merchants. On a geopolitical level, the term hero, heroism, loses its metaphorical pathetic meaning and becomes a technical term for the legal and ethical specificity of ideocratic rule. 9.6. The USSR and Eurasianism. The role of Pyotr Savitsky and, more broadly, of Russian Eurasianism in the development of geopolitics as a science is enormous, and it is strange how little attention is paid to this direction in Western textbooks. In Savitsky, we have a completely conscious, responsible, and competent geopolitician who fully and validly expresses the position of the Russian Eurasianism, and does so with reference to its most profoundly Russian areas. Savitsky's geopolitical doctrine is a direct antithesis to the views of Mahan, Mackinder, Spykman, Vidal de La Blache, and other thalassocrats. It is only here that we are talking about a complete and detailed presentation of an alternative doctrine, dealing in detail with ideological, economic, cultural, and ethnic factors. To use Carl Schmitt's terminology, Savitsky and the Eurasians are the exponents of the nomos of the earth in its current state, consistent ideologues of teleocracy, thinkers of a Grossraum alternative to the Anglo-Saxon Grossraum. 87. Comparing the ideas of the Russian Eurasians with the theories of German geopolitical continentalists, Haushofer, Schmitt, etc., who also tried to build their own geopolitical theory as the antithesis of the C4 strategy, shows that with the Germans in this direction only halfway through, but with the Russians, primarily Savitsky, we are dealing with a complete and consistent complete picture of the world. In this sense, we can deduce a certain law. The closer the views of German continentalists to Russian Eurasianism, the more fully they accept Ostorientierung, the more consistent and logical are their doctrines. More effective are their political projects created on a geopolitical basis. In this sense, the closest to Savitsky were the German National Bolsheviks, in particular Ernst Nikisch, who were well aware of the duality of Germany's geopolitical position, whose middleness was relative and secondary in comparison to the absolute cultural and continental middleness of the Russians. Hence they concluded that Germany could not claim to be a geopolitical synthesis, that it had to choose between a southwestern, Slavophobic, Catholic, and, in some aspects, thalassocratic, bourgeois Germany, together with Austria, and a northeastern German Slavic, socialist, Russophile, Protestant, and Spartan Prussia. Nikisch's famous geopolitical thesis Europe from Vladivostok to Flessin is his own, and only such an approach on the German side fits harmoniously into a coherent continental Eurasianism. Naturally, the line of the Austrian Catholic, anti-communist, and Slavophobe Hitler, however much more historically responsible conservative revolutionaries and geopoliticians tried to correct it, could not but lead to Germany's long-term loss of its historical existence in a nightmarish defeat, inflicted by those very forces with which an eternal alliance could only ensure the German complicity in the world domination of teleocracy. The Soviet reality, in a geopolitical sense, largely coincided with the concepts of Savitsky and other Eurasians, although there is no reliable evidence of their direct influence on the Soviet leadership. In many ways, the Shmenovakovsky and National Bolsheviks, especially Nikolai Ustryelov, who were close to the Eurasians, clearly influenced the Bolsheviks and especially Stalin. 88. Although they never held high positions and often ended up in camps, some Eurasianists, Efron, Karsavin, etc., openly collaborated with the USSR but did not receive any thanks either. However, an analysis of Soviet foreign policy up to the beginning of perestroika leads to the conclusion that it consistently followed the Eurasian course without ever explicitly declaring it. And here we can only speculate. Either there was some unknown organization within the Soviet regime that was guided by Savitsky's ideas, adapting them to current political realities and packaging them in the official Marxist vocabulary, or the objective position of the Soviet Union was forcing the USSR by inertia to take those steps that a geopolitically conscious continental Eurasian state would have to take. Chapter 10. Geopolitics as an instrument of national policy. 10.1. Planetary dualism. Basic law of geopolitics. To sum up a brief introduction to the ideas of the founders of geopolitical science, a few general conclusions can be drawn. Despite the diversity of viewpoints, we are still dealing with a certain unified picture of the world, which can be called geopolitical. This picture of the world seeks to incorporate several disciplinary approaches: geographical, political, ideological, ethnographic, economic, etc., into the analysis of historical processes and international and interstate relations. This is the main characteristic of all geopolitical doctrines, which strive for interdisciplinary synthesis. The most common and shared methodological formula among all geopoliticians is the assertion of a fundamental historical dualism between the land, teleocracy, the nomos of the earth, Eurasia, Heartland, the middle land, ideocratic, civilization, the geographical axis of history on the one hand, and the sea, thalassocracy, sea power, the nomos of the sea, Atlantia, the Anglo-Saxon world, the trading civilization, the outer or island crescent on the other. This can be seen as a basic law of geopolitics. Outside the postulation of this dualism, all other conclusions are meaningless. Not one of the founders of geopolitics has questioned the fact of such opposition, despite the divergence in particular aspects. 91. It is comparable in importance to the law of universal gravitation in physics. 10.2. A geopolitician cannot help but be engaged. Another peculiarity of the views of the founders of geopolitics is their unwavering political engagement. There is practically no geopolitician who has been excluded from the political life of his state. Hence the obvious partiality of all without exception. The geopolitician, starting his scientific research, must determine his own place on the map of geopolitical poles. This will determine the angle from which he will analyze all world processes. In the entire history of geopolitics, we do not meet a single author who is indifferent to the fate of his state and his people, who does not share its basic ethical and historical orientation. This is particularly evident at the extreme poles. Anglo-Saxon authors impeccably and unambiguously follow the logic and value system of sea power, thalassocracy, formulating their theories from the position of unconditional supporters of Atlantism. Russian Eurasians are equally consistent in their loyalty to the ideals of Heartland. They do not even question the absolute ethical and historical superiority of idiocracy and Russia-Eurasia. It is more difficult with the French, who have a theoretical choice of self-identification, either thalassocracy or teleocracy. In the first case, solidarity with the Anglo-Saxon world with sea power follows. In the second, Germanophilia. Both imply unconditional national sympathies. Theoretically, both are present among French geopoliticians, but the most coherent geopolitical concept has been developed by the Atlanticist group, the followers of Vidal de La Blache, who remains the central figure in the field. His geopolitical antipodes Lavallee and de Gaulle are much inferior to him from a theoretical point of view. Germany is also in a dual situation. While its overall geopolitical thought is predominantly continental and Eurasian-oriented, this orientation is limited to a complex relation to the Slavic world, to Asia, and especially to 92. Russia. This limitation is so essential, and Germany's attempts to voluntarily equate its Middle European position with its Middle Eurasian position, thus ignoring the historical significance of Russia-Eurasia, are so persistent that in both world wars Germany had to fight not only against the thalassocratic powers, but also against its logical Eurasian ally Russia, USSR. German geopolitics can be said to be characterized by a non-Eurasian continentalism. This attitude summarizes the entire German history in a geopolitical formula and predetermines the very structure of the German national consciousness. The need for the geopolitician to initially define his own position on the geopolitical map of the world and its belts, Mackinder's diagram in this sense is a very clear illustration, has influenced. The fact that this science has developed almost exclusively among representatives of major powers with ambitions to become world power, Weltmacht, superpowers, to achieve planetary domination. The Americans Mahan and Spykman and the Englishmen Mackinder represent the insular crescent. They are spokesmen for Atlanticism, thalassocracy. Vidal de La Blache and his school represent Atlanticist France. Laval and de Gaulle lean towards continentalism, Europeanism, anti-Atlanteanism. Hence their mutual Germanophilia, which brings them geopolitically closer together. Despite the fact that they belong to two hostile camps, Laval was the head of the collaborationist Vichy government, and de Gaulle the head of the anti-fascist French army. The Germans Ratzel, Haushofer, and Schmitt identified Germany with the axis of the land, the teleocracy, and seek to create a great space out of Germany, which should oppose Anglo-Saxon thalassocracy. Joining them, however, is the Swede Rudolf Kjellen, who thinks in terms of a Middle European, Germanic European space, rather than as a narrow Swedish nationalist. The most radical continentalists, Ernst Niekisch, Friedrich Georg Junger, Arthur Müller van den Broek, etc., go even further and believe that 93. Germany's future lies only in a strategic integration with Eurasian Russia. Finally, the Russian Eurasians, Savitsky, Trubetskoy, etc., express the most complete version of continentalism, expressing the most radical position of sushinomos, teleocracy. The lack of any prominent names among geopoliticians in other countries, although there were some in Italy, Spain, Belgium, Romania, the Netherlands, etc., is explained by the fact that the fundamental geopolitical dualism concerns minor states only indirectly. Their influence on the course of global confrontation is insignificant, and therefore the very essence of geopolitics, its acuteness, its relevance, its fateful dimension, are not relevant to them at all. 10.3. The fate of scholars, the fate of powers. The nationality of geopolitical scientists has a direct impact on their views. Here, the connection is obvious. Geopoliticians, in essence, are the people with the greatest insight and responsibility to recognize the historical trends of global development in the spatial sphere, to understand the place of their state and their people in this context, and to formulate a sound and most effective project for the future. That is why so often they directly or indirectly influence world history, which is carried out, however, by completely different forces, groups, parties, leaders, acting under completely different, momentarily relevant slogans. But there is another interesting pattern. The degree to which geopoliticians have direct influence on power, the feedback between scientific developments and the political course in the international relations of the states concerned, varies sharply. Mahan, Spykman, and Mackinder held high offices in their respective states. Their political activism had most immediate results, and their direct influence on Anglo-Saxon politics is obvious and enormous. Despite some friction, 94, with the scientific world in their own countries and some tactical silence on the importance of their ideas to maritime civilization as a whole, they were honored and supported in their lifetime, and their fortunes and careers were exemplarily successful. This is not the case with continental geopolitics. Vidal de La Blache was regarded only as a geographer seeking to broaden the scope of his research to a political scale. He is treated by the government with respect, but on the whole with indifference, although many of his practical principles, especially those set out in eastern France, are taken up. He does not enjoy the prestige of the Anglo-Americans, but his theoretical legacy is taken into account. With the Germans, especially Haushofer and Schmitt, the situation is already more serious. Both in the Weimar Republic and under Hitler, attitudes to them change in waves, moving from a certain attention from the authorities to outright repression. Compared with the thalassocratic geopoliticians, their fate is tragic. Their careers are zigzagging. At certain moments, they become victims even of regimes whose national aims broadly coincide with their own. Here, it is no longer honor and respect, but hysterical attention alternating with persecution. With the Eurasians, the picture is even more tragic. There is no direct attention. Not a single mention in official sources, only camps, exiles, arrests, persecution, and total neglect. Although up to a certain point in Soviet history, one gets the impression that major decisions at the international level are made by the followers of Pyotr Savitsky, checking every step with the Eurasianist publications. The turning point comes in 1989, when it turns out that no one in the Soviet leadership can coherently explain the logic of traditional foreign policy, and the result is the lightning destruction of the giant Eurasian body, created with so much effort by 3 generations, who endured war, hardship, suffering, and incapacity. The role of geopolitical personalities in terms of their influence on power is sharply reduced along the West-East axis. The reverence for Mahan and Spykman is contrasted by the constant threats to Schmitt by the SS in the 95. Persecution of Haushofer, his son was shot, and, to an even greater extent, the camp of Savitsky in Kharkivin. It is striking that, in the end, it was those countries which listened to and valued their geopoliticians the most that achieved stunning results and came close to finally achieving sole world domination. In contrast, Germany paid the price for its inattention to the continental bloc thesis of Haushofer by falling out of history for half a century, suffering a monstrous defeat and lapsing into political non-existence. The USSR, which did not pay attention to the writings of the most responsible, profound, and insightful Russian patriots, found itself in almost the same situation as post-war Germany without a fight or resistance world. Influence waned. Spaces shrank dramatically. Economy and social sphere turned into ruins. 96. Part 2. Modern Geopolitical. Theories in Schools. Second half of the 20th century. Chapter 1. Overview. The development of geopolitical thought in the second half of the 20th century generally followed the paths outlined by the founders of the discipline. The history with Haushofer and his school, over which the ominous shadow of intellectual collaboration with the Third Reich hung, led authors in the discipline to seek a detour so as not to be accused of fascism. For example, the American Colin S. Gray generally suggested using 2 words for geopolitics, English geopolitics and German Geopolitik. The first should denote the Anglo-Saxon and pragmatic version of this phenomenon. That is, the writings of those authors who succeed the approach of Mahan, Mackinder, and Spykman, while the second is the continental version, the legacy of the Haushofer school, which takes into account some spiritual or metaphysical factors. Of course, this division is very arbitrary and serves only as a demagogical move dictated by considerations of political correctness. The American, and more broadly, the Atlanticist, thalassocratic line in geopolitics developed in practice without any break with tradition. As the American projects to become a world power unfolded, the post-war Atlanticist geopoliticians only refined and elaborated the particular aspects of the theory and developed the applied areas. The underlying model of maritime power and its geopolitical prospects evolved from the academic developments of individual schools of military and geography into official U.S. international policy. 99. At the same time, the emergence of the USA as a superpower and reaching the last stage, preceding the final planetary hegemony of thalassocracy, made American geopoliticians consider a completely new geopolitical model, in which there were not two major forces but only one. There were essentially two options: either the West would ultimately win the geopolitical duel with the East, or the two ideological camps would converge and establish the world government. This project was called mondialism, from the French word monde, peace. In both cases, a new geopolitical understanding of this possible outcome of the history of civilizations was required. This situation gave rise to a special direction in geopolitics, geopolitics of mondialism. This theory is otherwise known as the doctrine of the New World Order. It has been developed by American geopoliticians since the 1970s, and was first announced by U.S. President George W. Bush at the time of the Gulf War in 1991. European geopolitics as a separate entity hardly existed after the end of the Second World War. It was only during the rather brief period of 1959-1968, when the continentalist Charles de Gaulle was president of France, that the situation changed somewhat. Beginning in 1963, de Gaulle took some decidedly anti-Atlanticist measures that led France to withdraw from the North Atlantic Alliance and to attempt to develop a geopolitical strategy of its own. But as the country could not face the thalassocratic world alone, intra-European Franco-German cooperation and stronger ties with the USSR were on the agenda. Hence the famous Gaullist thesis of Europe from the Atlantic to the Urals. This Europe was conceived as a sovereign and strategically continental entity in the spirit of moderate European continentalism. At the same time, by the beginning of the 1970s, when geopolitical studies became extremely popular in the USA, European scholars also start to be included in this process, but their connection with the pre-war geopolitical school is in most cases severed, and they are forced to adjust to the Anglo-Saxon approach. Thus, the European academics act as technical experts for international organizations such as NATO, the United Nations, etc., dealing with applied geopolitical research and not going beyond narrow specific issues. Gradually, this research has evolved into a regional geopolitics that has developed in France, the school of Yves Lacoste, publisher of the journal Herodotus. This regional geopolitics abstracts from the global schemes of Mackinder, Mahan, or Haushofer, pays little attention to the underlying dualism, and only applies geopolitical methodologies to describe interethnic and interstate conflicts, demographic processes, and even the geopolitics of political elections. The only continuous tradition of geopolitics that has survived in Europe since pre-war times has been the domain of rather marginal groups, in varying degrees associated with post-war nationalist parties and movements. In these narrow and politically peripheral circles, geopolitical ideas directly derived from continentalism, the Haushofer school, etc., developed. This movement collectively came to be known as the European New Right. Up to a certain point, public opinion simply ignored them, considering them vestiges of fascism. It was only in the last decade, particularly thanks to the educational and journalistic work of French philosopher Alain de Benoist, that this movement began to be heated in serious academic circles. Despite the considerable distance separating the intellectual circles of the European New Right from the authorities and their dissidents, from a purely theoretical point of view, their writings constitute an enormous contribution to the development of geopolitics. Free from the framework of political conformism, their thought evolved in a relatively independent and impartial manner. Moreover, at the turn of the 1990s, the situation was such that the official European geopoliticians, most often coming from the left or extreme left parties, were forced to turn to the New Right, their works, translations, and research to restore the fullness of the geopolitical picture. Finally, Russian geopolitics. Officially recognized as fascist and a bourgeois pseudoscience, geopolitics as such did not exist in the USSR. Its functions were performed by several disciplines of strategy, military geography, theory of international law and international relations, geography, ethnography, etc. At the same time, the overall geopolitical behavior of the USSR on the planetary arena betrays a rather rational behavior model. From the geopolitical point of view, the USSR sought to strengthen its position in southern Eurasia, in the coastal zone, penetration into Africa, destabilizing actions in South America, designed to split the space controlled by the North American states under the Monroe Doctrine, and even invasion of Soviet troops in Afghanistan, in order to split the American Anaconda, which sought to bring the strategic borders of thalassocracy close to the southern borders of the geographical axis of history, etc. Such a consistent and geopolitically grounded policy of the USSR points to the existence of a decision-making center, where the results of many traditional sciences were to be brought together, and the most important strategic steps were to be taken on the basis of this synthesis. However, the social localization of this crypto-geopolitical center is problematic. There is a version that it was a secret department of the Soviet GRU. Geopolitics itself was developed exclusively by marginal dissident circles. The most prominent representative of this trend was the historian Lev Gumilev, although he never used the term geopolitics or Eurasianism in his works and, moreover, sought to avoid direct reference to socio-political realities. This cautious approach enabled him to publish several books on ethnographic history, even under the Soviet regime. After the collapse of the Warsaw Pact and the USSR, geopolitics became relevant again in Russian society. The abolition of ideological censorship made it finally possible to call things by their proper names. It is not surprising that the National Patriotic Circles, the Den newspaper, and the magazine Elements were the first to take part in the revival of geopolitics. The methodology proved so impressive that the initiative was taken over by some democratic movements. Soon after Perestroika, geopolitics became one of the most popular themes throughout Russian society. The increased interest in the Eurasianists and their legacy in contemporary Russia is related to this. Chapter 2. Modern Atlanticism. 2.1. Spykman followers D.W. Meinig, W. Kirk, S.B. Cohen, C. Gray, G. Kissinger. The development of the American purely Atlanticist line in geopolitics after 1945 was largely a development of Nicholas Spykman's theses. Just as he himself began the development of his theories with corrections by Mackinder, so his followers have largely corrected his own views. In 1956, Spykman's disciple D. Meinig published a text entitled Heartland and Rimland in Eurasian History. Meinig specifically emphasizes that geopolitical criteria must take particular account of the functional orientation of the population and the state, and not just the purely geographical relation of the territory to land and sea. 1. The influence of Vidal de La Blache is evident in this. Meinig argues that the entire space of the Eurasian Rimland is divided into three types according to its functional and cultural predisposition. China, Mongolia, North Vietnam, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Eastern Europe, including Prussia, the Baltics, and Karelia, are spaces organically drawn towards Heartland. South Korea, Burma, India, Iraq, Syria, Yugoslavia are geopolitically neutral. 103. Western Europe, Greece, Turkey, Iran, Pakistan, Thailand tend towards a thalassocratic bloc. 2. In 1965, another Spykman follower, W. Kirk, published a book. 3. Reproducing the title of Mackinder's famous article, The Geographical Axis of History. Kirk developed Spykman's thesis regarding the centrality of Rimland to the geopolitical balance of power, drawing on Meinig's cultural functional analysis and his differentiation of coastal zones in relation to telluric or thalassocratic predisposition. Kirk constructed a historical model in which coastal civilizations play a central role, from which cultural impulses flow with greater or lesser intensity inland. In this case, higher cultural forms and historical initiative are recognized for those sectors of the inner crescent, which Meinig defined as thalassocratically oriented. The American Sol Cohen, in his book Geography and Politics in a Divided World, 4, proposed an additional classification to the geopolitical method based on the division of major geopolitical realities into nucleus and discontinuous belts. From his point of view, each particular region of the planet can be decomposed into 4 geopolitical components. 1. The external maritime, water, environment, dependent on merchant fleets and ports. 2. A continental core, nucleus, identical to hinterland, a geopolitical term meaning inland regions away from the coast. 3. The discontinental belt, coastal sectors oriented either inwards or outwards from the continent. 4. Regions geopolitically independent of this ensemble. 5. The concept of discontinuous belts was picked up by leading U.S. strategists such as Henry Kissinger, who believed that the U.S. political strategy regarding discontinuous coastal zones was to link the fragments into a single whole and thereby ensure full control of Soviet Eurasia by Atlantism. This doctrine is called linkage, from the English link, connection, link. For the Anaconda strategy to be fully successful, special attention had to be paid to those coastal sectors of Eurasia that either remained neutral or gravitated towards the interior of the continent. In practice, this policy was implemented through the Vietnam War, the intensification of U.S.-China relations, U.S. support for the pro-American regime, and Iran support for the nationalist dissidents of Ukraine and the Baltics, etc. As in previous eras, the post-war American Atlanticist geopolitical school has maintained a constant feedback loop to power. Another representative of the same American school, Colin Gray, develops geopolitical views on the nuclear era. In his book, The Geopolitics of the Nuclear Age, 6, he outlines the military strategy of the U.S. and NATO, in which he puts the planetary location of nuclear facilities in relation to the geographical and geopolitical features of the regions. 2.2. The Atlantists won the Cold War. The geopolitical development of Atlanticism reaches its climax by the early 1990s. The Anaconda strategy demonstrates absolute efficiency. During this period, one can observe the almost prophetic correctness of the first Anglo-Saxon geopoliticians Mackinder and Mahan, corrected by Spykman. The collapse of the Warsaw Pact and the USSR marks the triumph of the orientation of the Atlanticist strategy pursued throughout the 20th century. The West wins the Cold War with the East. Sea power celebrates its victory over Heartland. Geopolitically, this event is explained as follows. The confrontation between the Soviet bloc and NATO was the first pure and unadulterated form of opposition between land and sea, behemoth and leviathan. The geopolitical balance of power reflected not just ideological, but also geopolitical constants. 105. The USSR as a heartland, as Eurasia, embodied a Soviet-style idiocracy. Geographically, it was a rather integrated big space with enormous natural resources and advanced strategic weaponry. The main advantage of the USSR was the cultural and functional inclinations of the population living in its expanse or adjacent to Soviet territory, and the availability of hard-to-reach inland expanses allowing the creation of reliable defense and technological bridgeheads. In addition, the USSR had maritime borders on two sides from the north and east, which were much easier to defend than land borders. Through a centralized economy, the USSR achieved commodity and food autarky and military superpower status. To the extent possible, it sought to extend its influence to other continents. But the Eastern Bloc had several fundamental geopolitical disadvantages. The most important was the vast length of the land borders. While in the south, the border coincided with the ridge of Eurasian mountains, from Manchuria to the Tian Shan, Pamir, and Caucasus. In the west, the border ran in the middle of flat Europe, which was a strategic springboard for Atlanticism, while its central base was on the western shore of the Midland Ocean. Even to the south, however, the mountains served not only as a defense, but also as an obstacle, blocking the way for possible expansion and access to the southern seas. In doing so, the Eastern Bloc was forced to concentrate military, strategic, economic, intellectual, productive forces, and natural resources in the same geopolitical center. This was in stark contrast to the geopolitical position of the West at the heart of the United States. This was particularly important. Since Western Europe had an unenviable position in this balance of power, it was given the role of a land base for the United States adjacent to the borders of the opposing camp, a kind of cordon sanitaire. America was fully protected by its maritime frontiers. Moreover, by strategically integrating its continent, it gained control over a huge part of the Eurasian coastline, the 106. Rimland. From Western Europe through Greece and Turkey, NATO member states, Atlanticist control extended to the Far East. Thailand, South Korea strategically colonized Japan. And this zone moves smoothly into the Indian and Pacific Oceans, crucial military bases in San Diego Island, the Philippines, and onwards to Guam, the Caribbean, and Haiti. Consequently, all potential conflicts were moved outside the core strategic area. In doing so, the Atlanticists created a complex, differentiated system of geopolitical distribution of power cores. The U.S. directly provided the military and strategic power. Intellectual, financial, and production structures, as well as high-tech development centers, were concentrated in Western Europe, free from the burden of ensuring its own military security, apart from police and purely decorative armed forces. Natural resources came from economically underdeveloped regions of the Third World, from where cheap labor also came to a large extent. Maintaining the status quo established immediately after the Second World War was an offensive position, as Atlanticist geopoliticists predicted that such a situation would inevitably lead to the exhaustion of the continental bloc, doomed to complete autarky and forced to develop all strategic directions simultaneously on its own. The Heartland had only two choices in such a situation. The first was to carry out military expansion into the west with the aim of conquering Europe as far as the Atlantic. The USSR could then secure its maritime borders and its industrial, intellectual, and technological potential. In parallel, a similar effort should have been made in the southern direction to finally reach the warm seas and break up the sea power Anaconda ring. It is a hard road that could lead, if successful, to a stable continental world and, in the short term, to the collapse of a Rimland-deprived America. The other option was, on the contrary, the withdrawal of the USSR and its armed forces from Eastern Europe in exchange for the withdrawal of NATO forces from Western Europe and the creation of a single, strictly neutral European bloc, possibly with a limited dissuasive nuclear capability. This option was seriously discussed during the de Gaulle era. The same could be done with Asia. The idea of relinquishing direct political control over some of the Central Asian republics in exchange for the creation, with Afghanistan, Iran, and India, possibly China, of a powerful strategic anti-American bloc oriented intracontinentally. It would finally be possible to combine the two options and go the peaceful way in the West and the forceful way in the East. Or vice versa. The important thing was to start both of these geopolitical actions in sync. Only then could one hope to change the planetary balance of power from a clear positional loss of the land to its gain. It was necessary to break through containment, as the geopolitical tactics of Anaconda were called during the Cold War. But since the USSR never dared to take this radical geopolitical step, the Atlanticist powers were left to reap the results of their strictly calculated and geopolitically verified long-term positioning strategy. The autarkic Soviet power failed from the comprehensive overstretch and collapsed. And the military invasion of Afghanistan, without a parallel strategic move in Western Europe, peaceful or non-peaceful, instead of saving the day, finally made things worse. 2.3%. Erocracy and etherocracy. Traditional Atlanticist geopolitics, assuming sea power at the center of its concept, is the geopolitics of the sea. A global strategy based on this geopolitics led the West to establish planetary power, but the development of technology led to the development of airspace, which made the development of air geopolitics relevant. 108. Unlike geopolitics of the sea, which is complete and fully developed, there is no full-fledged geopolitics of the air. The aeronautics factor is added to the overall geopolitical picture. But some of the correlations in the actualization of the air environment and the related new types of weapons of strategic aviation, intercontinental missiles, and nuclear weapons have changed considerably. The development of airspace has to some extent equalized land and sea, since for aircraft and missiles the difference between these spaces is not so significant. A particularly important step was the creation of aircraft carriers, as this finally decoupled air bases from land, making them independent of the quality of the land surface. At the same time, the development of aviation has changed the proportions of the planetary scale, making the Earth much smaller and distances shorter. At the same time, rocket science and the development of strategic aviation have largely relativized the traditional geopolitical factors of sea and land borders, intracontinental bases, etc. The transfer of weapons to Earth orbit and the strategic development of outer space was the final stage in the shrinking of the planet and the final relativization of spatial differences. In addition to land and sea, current geopolitics has to take into account the two elements of air and ether, outer space. Nuclear weapons, air, and the Star Wars program, space, correspond to these elements at the military level. By analogy with teleocracy, land power, and thalassocracy, sea power, these two latest modifications of geopolitical systems may be called erocracy, air power, and etherocracy, ether power. Carl Schmitt gave a sketchy outline of these two new spheres. His most important and fundamental observation is that both erocracy and etherocracy represent the further development of nomos of the sea, the advanced phases of thalassocratia, since the entire technical process of mastering the new spheres is directed towards liquefaction of the environment. This, according to Schmitt, is accompanied by corresponding cultural and civilizational processes of a progressive departure from the nomos of dryland, not only strategically, but also in ethical, spiritual, and socio-political senses. In other words, the development of the air and space environment is a continuation of purely thalassocratic tendencies, and can therefore be seen as the highest stage of a purely Atlantic strategy. From this perspective, the nuclear confrontation of the blocs in the Cold War is presented as competition, under conditions imposed by sea power on the Heartland, forced to accept the conditions of a strategic positional duel dictated by the opposing side. Such a process of active liquefaction of the elements, associated with the logic of the development of the Western world in the technological and strategic sense, parallels the offensive position of the Atlanticists in their policy of detaching coastal zones from the continental center. In both cases, there is an offensive initiative of one geopolitical camp and a defensive response of the other. Intellectually, this translates into the fact that Atlantists are developing active geopolitics on a theoretical level, engaging in this science openly and systematically. Geopolitics, in the case of the West, acts as a discipline that dictates the general contours of international strategy. In the case of the Eastern Bloc, however, it has not been officially recognized for a long time and still exists as a reaction to the moves of a potential adversary. It was and is a passive geopolitics, responding to the strategic challenge of attentism more by inertia. While in the case of nuclear weapons and aviation, in the sphere of erocracy, the USSR was able to achieve relative parity at the cost of straining all domestic resources in the next stage. There was a structural breakdown in the sphere of erocracy, and the competition in the field of Star Wars technology led to a final geopolitical loss and to defeat in the Cold War. To understand the essence of geopolitical processes in a nuclear world, 110. And in the development of orbital space, Carl Schmitt's observation that erocracy and etherocracy are not independent civilizational systems, but only the development of the nomos of the sea, is fundamental. 2.4. Two versions of recent Atlanticism. The victory of the Atlanticists over the USSR, Heartland, meant entry into a radically new era, which required original geopolitical models. the geopolitical status of all traditional territories, regions, states, and alliances changed dramatically. The understanding of the planetary reality. After the end of the Cold War led Atlanticist geopoliticians to two fundamental schemes. One of them can be called pessimistic, for Atlantism. It inherits the traditional Atlanticist line of confrontation with the Heartland, which is considered to be unfinished and not removed from the agenda with the fall of the USSR, and foreshadows the formation of new Eurasian blocs based on civilizational traditions and stable ethnic archetypes. This option could be called Neo-Atlanticism, and its essence is ultimately reduced to continuing to consider the geopolitical picture of the world from the perspective of fundamental dualism, which is only nuanced by singling out additional geopolitical zones other than Eurasia, which could also become pockets of confrontation with the West in the future. The most prominent representative of this neo-Atlantic approach is Samuel Huntington. The second scheme, based on the same original geopolitical picture by contrast, is optimistic for Atlanticism in the sense that it considers the situation resulting from the Western victory in the Cold War to be final and irreversible. This is the basis of the theory of mondialism, the concept of the end of history in one world, which argues that all forms of geopolitical differentiation, cultural, national, religious, ideological, state, etc., are about to be finally overcome, and an era of a common human civilization based on the principles of liberal democracy is about to dawn. History will end, along with the geopolitical confrontation that initially gave the main 111 impetus to history. This geopolitical project is associated with the name of American geopolitician Francis Fukuyama, who wrote a program article with the expressive title, The End of History. This mondialist theory is discussed in the next chapter. Let us examine the main points of Huntington's concept, which is an ultramodern development of traditional Western Atlanticist geopolitics. It is important that Huntington constructs his program article Clash of Civilizations as a response to Fukuyama's thesis. Clash of Civilizations is a response to Fukuyama's end of history thesis. Tellingly, on the political level, this polemic corresponds to the two leading political parties in the U.S. Fukuyama expresses the Democrats' global strategic position, while Huntington is a mouthpiece for the Republicans. This rather accurately expresses the essence of the two newest geopolitical projects. Neo-Atlanticism follows a conservative line, while mondialism prefers an entirely new approach, in which all geopolitical realities are subject to a complete revision. 2.5. The Clash of Civilizations, Huntington's Neo-Atlantism. The meaning of the theory of Samuel P. Huntington, director of the John Olin Institute for Strategic Studies at Harvard University. The point of Samuel P. Huntington's theory, as formulated in his article The Clash of Civilizations 7, which appeared as a summary of a major geopolitical project, Changes in Global Security and American National Interest 7, which appeared as a summary of the great geopolitical project, The Change in Global Security and the American National Interest, is as follows. The apparent geopolitical victory of Atlantism across the planet with the fall of the USSR disappeared as the last stronghold of continental power, in fact, touches only a superficial slice of reality. The strategic success of NATO, accompanied by ideological framing, the abandonment of the main competitive communist ideology, does not touch the underlying civilizational layers. 112. Huntington argues, contrary to Fukuyama, that strategic victory is not a civilizational victory. The Western ideology of liberal democracy, the market, etc., have only temporarily become non-alternative, as non-Western peoples will soon begin to have civilizational and geopolitical features, analogous to the geographical individual of which Savitsky spoke. The abandonment of the ideology of communism and shifts in the structure of traditional states, the disintegration of some entities, the emergence of others, etc., will not lead to the automatic alignment of all humanity with a universal system of Atlantean values, but will, rather, make deeper cultural layers liberated from superficial ideological cliches relevant again. Huntington quotes George Weigel, "Desecularization is one of the dominant social factors at the end of the 20th century, and consequently, instead of discarding religious identification in the one world, as Fukuyama suggests, nations will, on the contrary, feel religious affiliation even more vividly." Huntington argues that along with the Western, equal to Atlantean, civilization, which includes North America and Western Europe, the geopolitical fixation of 7 other potential civilizations can be foreseen. 1. Slavic Orthodox. 2. Confucian, Chinese. 3. Japanese. 4. Islamic. 5. Hindu. 6. Latin American. And possibly 7. African. 8. Of course, these potential civilizations are by no means equal, but all of them are united in the fact that the vector of their development and forma, 113, Tian, will be oriented in a different direction from the trajectory of Atlantism and Western civilization. Thus, the West will once again find itself in a situation of confrontation. Huntington believes that this is practically inevitable, and that already now, despite the euphoria of mondialist circles, a realistic formula should be adopted: the West and the rest. 9. The geopolitical conclusions from this approach are obvious. Huntington believes that Atlantis should strengthen the strategic position of their own civilization in every possible way. Prepare for confrontation, consolidate strategic efforts, restrain anti-Atlantic tendencies in other geopolitical entities, and prevent them from merging into a continental alliance dangerous to the West. He makes these recommendations. The West should ensure closer cooperation and unity within their own civilization, especially between its European and North American parts. Integrate into Western civilization those societies in Eastern Europe and Latin America whose cultures are close to those of the West. Ensure closer relations with Japan and Russia. Prevent local conflicts between civilizations from escalating into global wars. Limit the military expansion of Confucian and Islamic states. To halt the curtailment of Western military power and ensure military superiority in the Far East and Southwest Asia. Exploit difficulties and conflicts in relations between Islamic and Confucian countries. Support groups oriented towards Western values and interests in other civilizations. Strengthen international institutions that reflect and legitimize Western interests and values, and ensure the involvement of non-Western states in these institutions. 10. This is a concise and succinct formulation of the doctrine of Neo-Atlanticism. In terms of pure geopolitics, this means following closely the principles of Mahan and Spykman, with Huntington's emphasis on culture and civilizational differences as crucial geopolitical factors, indicating that he belongs to the classical school of geopolitics, which dates back to an organicist philosophy that originally viewed social structures and states not as mechanical or purely ideological entities, but as life forms. Huntington points to China and Islamic states, Iran, Iraq, Libya, etc., as the most likely adversaries of the West. This is directly influenced by the doctrines of Meinig and Kirk, who believed that the orientation of coastal zones, Rimland and Confucian, and Islamic civilizations are geopolitically predominantly Rimland rather than Heartland positions. Therefore, unlike other representatives of Neo-Atlantism such as Paul Wolfowitz, Huntington does not see the main threat in the geopolitical revival of Russia-Eurasia, the Heartland, or some new Eurasian continental entity. The March 1992 report by American Paul Wolfowitz, security advisor to the U.S. government, however, states the need to prevent the emergence on the European and Asian continents of a strategic force capable of confronting the United States, 11, and goes on to explain that the most likely force in question is Russia, and that a cordon sanitaire based on the Baltic states should be established against it. Here, the American strategist Wolfowitz is closer to Mackinder than to Spykman, which distinguishes his views from Huntington's theory. In all cases, regardless of the definition of a particular potential enemy, the position of all Neo-Atlantists remains essentially the same. The victory in the Cold War does not cancel the threat to the West coming from other geopolitical formations, present or future. Consequently, it is premature to talk about one world and the planetary dualism of thalassocracy, reinforced by erocracy and etherocracy, and teleurocracy remains the main geopolitical scheme for the 21st century. A new and more general formula for this dualism is Huntington's thesis, The West and the Rest. Chapter 3. Mondialism. 3.1. Prehistory of mondialism. The concept of mondialism emerged long before the final victory of the West in the Cold War. The point of mondialism is to postulate the inevitability of full planetary integration, the transition from a plurality of states, peoples, nations, and cultures to a unified one world. The origins of this idea can be discerned in certain utopian and chiliastical movements dating back to the Middle Ages, and later, to antiquity. It is based on the notion that at some culminating point in history, there will be a gathering of all the peoples of the earth into one kingdom that will no longer know the contradictions, tragedies, conflicts, and problems inherent in ordinary earthly history. In addition to the purely mystical version of the mondialist utopia, there were also rationalist versions, one of which is the third age of the positivist Auguste Comte or Lessing's humanist eschatology. The mondialist ideas were most often shared by moderate European and especially English socialists, some of whom were grouped together in the Fabian Society. Communists also spoke of a one-world state. On the other hand, similar mondialist organizations were set up from the late 19th century. 117, by major figures in world business, such as Sir Cecil Rhodes, who organized the Round Table, whose members were to promote a system of unimpeded trade throughout the world and the establishment of a one-world government. Often, socialist motives intermingled with liberal capitalist ones, and communists were neighbors in these organizations with representatives of the largest financial capital. All were united in their belief in the utopian idea of planetary unification. It is telling that such well-known organizations as the League of Nations, later the UN, and UNESCO, were extensions of such mondialist circles that had great influence on world politics. During the 20th century, these mondialist organizations, which avoided unnecessary publicity and often even had a secret character, changed many names. There was the Universal Movement for World Confederation by Harry Davies, the Federal Union, and even the Crusade for World Government, organized by the English parliamentarian Henry Osborne in 1946. As all conceptual and strategic power over the West was concentrated in the United States, it became the main headquarters of monialism, whose representatives formed a parallel power structure of advisors, analysts, and centers of strategic research. This is how the three main mondialist organizations emerged, the very existence of which was only relatively recently made known to the public in the West. In contrast to formal structures, these groups enjoyed much greater freedom of design and research, as they were freed from the fixed and formal procedures governing UN commissions, etc. The first was the Council on Foreign Relations, CFR. It was founded by Morgan, a major American banker. This informal organization was engaged in formulating an American strategy on a planetary scale, with the ultimate goal being the complete unification of the planet and the creation of a world government. It was founded in 1921 as an offshoot of the Carnegie Endowment for Universal Peace, and all high-ranking politicians who belonged to it were initiated into the mondialist vision of the future of the planet. Since most members of the CFR were at the same time high dignitaries of Scottish Freemasonry, it can be assumed that their geopolitical projects also had some humanistic mystical dimension. In 1954, a second mondialist structure, the Bilderberg Club or Bilderberg Group, was created. It no longer united only American analysts, politicians, financiers, and intellectuals, but also their European counterparts. On the American side, it was represented exclusively by members of the CFR, and was seen as its international extension. In 1973, the Bilderberg Group created a third major monetary institution, the Trilateral Commission, or Trilateral. It was headed by Americans in the CFR and the Bilderberg Group, and had two headquarters in Europe and Japan, in addition to the United States where its headquarters were located, 345 East 46th Street, New York. The Trilateral Commission is named for fundamental geopolitical reasons. It is intended to unite, under the umbrella of Atlanticism and the U.S., the three big spaces leading in technological development and market economies. 1. The Americas, which includes North and South America. 2. European space. 3. The Pacific space controlled by Japan. At the head of the most important Bilderberg and trilateralist groups is a high-ranking member of the CFR, the biggest banker, David Rockefeller, owner of Chase Manhattan Bank. Apart from him, at the heart of all the mondialist projects are the unfailing analysts, geopoliticians and strategists of Atlanticism, Zbigniew Brzezinski and Henry Kissinger. This also includes the famous George Ball. The main line of all monialist projects was the transition to a single world. 119. System. Under the strategic dominance of the West and progressive humanist democratic values. For this purpose, parallel structures consisting of politicians, journalists, intellectuals, financiers, analysts, etc., were developed to prepare the ground before this monialist project of world government could be made public, since without preparation, it would encounter powerful psychological resistance from peoples and states unwilling to dissolve their identities in a planetary melting pot. The mondialist project developed and pursued by these organizations was not homogeneous. There were two main versions of it, which, while differing in methods, were supposed to lead theoretically to the same goal. 3.2 Convergence theory. The first most pacifist and conciliatory version of monialism is known as the convergence theory. Developed in the 1970s within the CFR by a group of leftist analysts led by Zbigniew Brzezinski, this theory suggested the possibility of overcoming the ideological and geopolitical dualism of the Cold War by creating a new cultural and ideological type of civilization, which would be intermediate between socialism and capitalism, between pure Atlanticism and pure continentalism. Soviet Marxism was seen as an obstacle which could be overcome by moving to its moderate, social democratic revisionist version through the rejection of the theses of dictatorship of the proletariat, class struggle, nationalization of the means of production, and abolition of private property. In turn, the capitalist West would have to restrict market freedom, introduce partial state regulation of the economy, etc. A common cultural orientation could be found in the traditions of the Enlightenment and humanism, to which both Western democratic regimes and the social ethics of communism, in its softened social democratic versions, can be traced. A world government, which could emerge on the basis of convergence theory, was envisaged as allowing Moscow to take over Atlantic governance of 120, the planet in cooperation with Washington. In this case, an era of universal peace would begin, the Cold War would end, and nations would be able to relieve the burden of geopolitical tension. It is important to draw a parallel here with the transition of technological systems from thalassocracy to etherocracy. The mondialist politicians began to look at the planet not through the eyes of the inhabitants of a Western continent surrounded by the sea, like the traditional Atlanteans, but through the eyes of astronauts in space orbit, In this case, they were really looking at one world, the one world. The mondialist centers also had correspondents in Moscow. A key figure here was academician Gvishiani, director of the Institute for Systems Research, which was something like a branch of trilaterals in the USSR. However, they were particularly successful amongst the extreme left-wing parties in Western Europe, most of whom had taken the path of Eurocommunism, which was seen as the main conceptual basis for global convergence. April 33. A planetary victory for the West. Convergence theories were the ideological basis on which Mikhail Gorbachev and his advisors relied for perestroika. A few years before Soviet perestroika began, however, a similar project had begun in China, with which the Trilateral Commission had established close relations since the late 1970s. But the geopolitical fate of the Chinese and Soviet perestroika were different. China insisted on a fair distribution of roles and a corresponding shift in Western ideology towards socialism. The USSR went much further down the road of concessions. Following the logic of the American mondialists, Gorbachev began a structural transformation of the Soviet space towards democratization and liberalization. First of all, this affected the Warsaw Pact countries, and then the 121 republics of the USSR. Strategic arms reduction and ideological rapprochement with the West began, but in this case, attention should be paid to the fact that Gorbachev's years in power coincided with the presidency of extreme Republicans Reagan and Bush in the United States. And Reagan was the only president in recent years to consistently refuse to participate in all mondialist organizations. He was a rigid, consistent, and uncompromising Atlanticist, a liberal marketeer, not inclined to compromise with leftist ideologies, even the most moderate democratic or social democratic ones. Consequently, Moscow's moves towards convergence and the creation of a world government with a significant weight of Eastern Bloc representatives in it had the most unpalatable ideological obstacles at the opposite pole. Atlantist Reagan, later Bush, simply used Gorbachev's monetary reforms for purely utilitarian purposes. Voluntary concessions from the Heartland were not matched by corresponding concessions from sea power, and the West made neither geopolitical nor ideological compromises with a self-liquidating Eurasia. NATO has not disbanded, and its forces have not left either Europe or Asia. Liberal democratic ideology has further strengthened its position. In this case, mondialism emerged not as an independent geopolitical doctrine put into practice, but as a pragmatically used tool in the Cold War, from whose logic, based on the theses of Mackinder and Mahan, the U.S. never abandoned. For 8.4, Francis Fukuyama's The End of History. With the collapse of the Soviet Union and the victory of the West, the mondialist projects had to either die out or change their logic. A new version of mondialism in the post-Soviet era was the doctrine of Francis Fukuyama, who published his feature article The End of History in the early 1990s. It can be seen as the ideological basis of neo-mondialism. Fukuyama offers the following version of the historical process. Humanity, 122, moved from a dark age of law of force, obscurantism, and irrational management of social reality to the most rational and logical system embodied in capitalism, modern Western civilization, market economy, and liberal democratic ideology. History and its development lasted only at the expense of irrational factors, which little by little gave way to the laws of reason, the common monetary equivalent of all values, etc. The fall of the USSR marks the fall of the last bastion of irrationalism. This marks the end of history and the beginning of a special planetary existence, which will take place under the sign of the market and democracy, which will unite the world into a coherent, rationally functioning machine. This new order, although based on the universalization of a purely Atlanticist system, goes beyond Atlantism, and all regions of the world begin to reorganize according to a new model, around its most economically developed centers. 3.5. Jacques Attali's Geoeconomics. There is a counterpart to Fukuyama's theory among European authors as well. Jacques Attali, who was for many years personal advisor to French President François Mitterrand and for a time director of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, developed a similar theory in his book Horizon Lines. Attali believes that a third era of money has now arrived, which is the universal equivalent of value because, by equating all things to a material digital expression, it is extremely easy to manage in the most rational way. Attali himself links this approach to the coming of the Messianic era. Understood in a Jewish Kabbalist context, he develops this aspect in more detail in another book specifically devoted to Messianism, He Will Come. This distinguishes him from Fukuyama, who stays within the framework of strict pragmatism and utilitarianism. 123. Jacques Attali offers his version of a future that has already arrived. The dominance of a single liberal democratic ideology and market system across the planet, together with the development of information technology, means that the world becomes unified and homogeneous. The geopolitical realities that have dominated throughout history recede into the background in the third era. Geopolitical dualism is abolished. But the unified world is still receiving a new geopolitical structuring, this time based on the principles of geoeconomics. The concept of geoeconomics was first proposed by historian Fritz Rohrig and popularized by Fernand Braudel. Geoeconomics is a particular version of monodialist geopolitics, which does not prioritize geographical, cultural, ideological, ethnic, religious, etc. factors which are the essence of the geopolitical approach itself, but purely economic reality in its relation to space. For geoeconomics, it does not matter at all what people live there and there, what their history, cultural traditions, etc. are. It all comes down to where the centers of world exchanges, minerals, information centers, and major industries are located. Geoeconomics approaches political reality as if a world government and a single planetary state already existed. Attali's geoeconomic approach leads to the identification of three crucial regions that will become centers of new economic spaces in the one world. 1. The American space, which finally united the two Americas into a single financial and industrial area. 2. The European space that emerged after the economic unification of Europe. 3. The Pacific, a new prosperity zone with several competing centers, Tokyo, Taiwan, Singapore, etc. 12. Between these three monetary spaces, according to Attali, there will be no special differences or contradictions, as both the economic and ideological type will in all cases be strictly identical. The only difference would be the 124 purely geographical location of the most developed centers, which would concentrically structure around themselves the less developed regions located in spatial proximity. Such concentric restructuring can only take place at the end of history, or, in other terms, at the abolition of traditional realities dictated by geopolitics. Civilizational and geopolitical dualism is abolished. The absence of an opposite pole to Atlanticism leads to a radical redefinition of space. The era of geoeconomics is dawning. Attali's model gives full expression to the ideas behind the Tripartite Commission, which is the conceptual and political tool that develops and implements such projects. It is telling that the leaders of the Trilateral, David Rockefeller, Georges Berthoin, then head of the European Office, and Henry Kissinger, were in Moscow in January 1989 and were received by Soviet President Gorbachev, Alexander Yakovlev, and other high-ranking Soviet leaders Medvedev, Falin, Akhromeyev, Dobrynin, Chernyayev, Arbatov, and Primakov, and Jacques Attali himself had personal contacts with Russian President Boris Yeltsin. One thing is certain, the transition to a geo-economic logic and neo-mondialism was only possible after the geopolitical self-liquidation of the Eurasian USSR. Neo-mondialism is not a direct continuation of historical mondialism, which originally assumed the presence of left-wing socialist elements in the final model. It is an intermediate version between monodialism proper and Atlantism. 3.6. Professor Santoro's post-catastrophic mondialism. There are more detailed versions of neo-mondialism. One of the most prominent is the futurological geopolitical concept developed by the Institute for 125 International Political Studies, ESP, in Milan, led by Professor Carlo Santoro. According to Santoro's model, humanity is currently in a transitional phase from a bipolar world to a monetarist version of multipolarity, understood geoeconomically, like Attali. International institutions, UN, etc., which for Fukuyama's optimistic mondialism seem advanced enough to be the core of a world government, Santoro seems, on the contrary, ineffective and reflecting the outdated logic of bipolar geopolitics. Moreover, the entire world bears the lasting imprint of the Cold War, whose geopolitical logic remains dominant. Santoro foresees that such a situation is bound to end in a period of civilizational catastrophe. He goes on to outline an alleged scenario for these disasters. 1. Further weakening of the role of international institutions. 2. Increasing nationalist tendencies among the Warsaw Pact and Third World countries. This leads to chaotic processes. 3. The disintegration of traditional blocs. This does not affect Europe, and the progressive disintegration of existing states. 4. The beginning of an era of low and medium intensity warfare, resulting in the emergence of new geopolitical entities. 5. The threat of planetary chaos is forcing the various blocs to recognize the need for new international institutions with enormous powers, which in effect means establishing a world government. 6. The ultimate creation of a planetary state under the aegis of new international institutions, world government. 13. This model is intermediate between Francis Fukuyama's mondialist optimism and Samuel Huntington's Atlanticist pessimism. Chapter 4. Applied Geopolitics. 4.1 Domestic Geopolitics by the Yves Lacoste School. The geopolitical renaissance in Europe is linked to the work of geographer Yves Lacoste, who founded the journal Herodotus in 1976, where geopolitical texts began to be published regularly for the first time in post-war Europe. It is particularly noteworthy that the journal was headed by a man close to the political left, whereas until then geopolitics in Europe had only been practiced by rather marginal right-wing nationalist circles. In 1983, Herodotus introduced the subtitle Journal of Geography and Geopolitics into its title, and from that moment on, geopolitics began its second life, henceforth officially recognized as a specific political science discipline that helps in the integrated analysis of the situation. Yves Lacoste seeks to adapt geopolitical principles to the contemporary situation. Lacoste himself shares neither the organicist approach of the continentalist school, nor the purely pragmatic and mechanistic geopolitical utilitarianism of sea power ideologues. In his view, geopolitical considerations serve only to justify the competing aspirations of the powers that be in relation to certain territories and the people who inhabit them. 14. This can apply to both international relations and narrowly regional issues. For Lacoste, geopolitics becomes merely a tool for analyzing the concrete. 127. Situation, and all the global theories underlying the discipline are relegated to relative historically conditioned concepts. Lacoste thus offers an entirely new definition of geopolitics, in fact a new discipline. It is no longer continental thinking based on a fundamental planetary civilizational geographical dualism and coupled with global ideological systems, but the use of some methodological models found in traditional geopoliticians in a general context, but taken here as something separate. This is the deglobalization of geopolitics, reducing it to a narrow analytical method. Such geopolitics is called internal geopolitics, la géopolitique interne, as it is often concerned with local issues. 4.2. Electoral geopolitics. A variation on this internal geopolitics is a special methodology developed to study the relationship between the political sympathies of a population and the territory in which that population resides. The precursor of this approach was the French politician and geographer André Siegfried, 1875-1959. He was the first to try to study internal geopolitics in relation to the political preferences of certain regions. The first formulations of the regularities that formed the basis of electoral geopolitics of the new school of Yves Lacoste go back to him. Siegfried wrote, "Each party, or more precisely, each political tendency has its own privileged territory. It is easy to see that, just as there are geological or economic regions, there are also political regions. The political climate can be studied in the same way as the natural climate. I have noticed that despite the deceptive appearance, public opinion, depending on the regions, maintains a certain constancy. Beneath the ever-changing pattern of political elections one can discern deeper and more constant trends reflecting regional temperament." 128. 15. At the Lacoste School, this theory was systematically developed and became a familiar sociological tool that is widely used in political practice. Mediocrity. As a geopolitical factor, Yves Lacoste set out to bring the latest criteria of the information society into geopolitics. The most important among the information systems directly affecting geopolitical processes is the media, especially television. In modern society, it is not the conceptual and rational approach that dominates, but the vividness of the image. Political, ideological, and geopolitical perceptions are shaped in a large part of society solely on the basis of telecommunications. The mediated image is an atomic synthesis in which several approaches are concentrated at once: ethnic, cultural, ideological, and political. The synthetic quality of the image brings it closer to the categories traditionally operated by geopolitics. A news report from a hotspot about which nothing is known, for example to a capital dweller, should present the geographical, historical, religious, economic, cultural, and ethnic profile of the region in the shortest possible time, and should also set the accents in accordance with a narrowly defined political objective. Thus, the profession of a journalist, especially a TV journalist, is close to that of a geopolitician. In modern society, the media do not play a purely auxiliary role as before, but are becoming a powerful, independent geopolitical factor capable of exerting a strong influence on the historical destiny of nations. 4.4. History of geopolitics. There is another strand within the general process of European geopolitics revival, the history of geopolitics. It is not in the full sense of the word geopolitical, as it aims at historical reconstruction of the discipline, work with sources, chronology, systematization, bibliographic data, etc. In a sense, it is a museum approach which does not claim to draw any conclusions or generalizations in relation to the current situation. This line of history is represented primarily by the writings of Pierre-Marie Gaulois and authors such as Hervé Couteau-Begary, Gerard Chalian, Hans Adolf Jacobsen, etc. The initiative publishes and republishes the texts of the historical geopoliticians Mackinder, Mahan, Kjellen, Haushofer, etc. This kind of historical research is often published in the French journal Herodotus and in the new Italian geopolitical journal Limes, published by Lucio Caracciolo and Michel Korenman, with the participation of the same Lacoste. 4.5 applied geopolitics, not geopolitics. Applied or domestic geopolitics, as developed by Eva Kost and other major specialists, Michel Korenman, Paul-Marie Delagorce, etc., is characteristic of modern European political science and deliberately avoids conceptual generalizations and future logical developments. This is the fundamental difference between this whole trend, especially developed in France and Italy, and the Atlanticist and Mondialist schools based in the USA and England. Applied geopolitics retains far fewer links with historical, pre-war geopolitics than Atlanticism and Mondialism, not to mention the continentalist tradition. It is a purely analytical, political science, sociological methodology, 130, and nothing more. Therefore, a distinction should be made between it and the planetary global projects of geopoliticians themselves. In essence, we are talking about two disciplines, which are similar only in terminology and some methods. By ignoring the geopolitical dualism, considering it either overcome or irrelevant, or simply out of the frame of the main subject of study, applied geopolitics ceases to be geopolitics in its proper sense and becomes only a kind of statistical sociological methodology. The real geopolitical decisions and projects related to the fate of Europe and its peoples are developed in other instances, linked to the strategic centers of Atlanticism and Monialism. Thus, the project of European integration was developed exclusively by intellectuals collaborating in the Trilateral Commission, that is a mondialist supranational organization, which had neither strict legal status nor political legitimacy. The Frenchman Jacques Attali developed his geopolitical theories on the basis of that very organization, of which he was a member, rather than on the applied geopolitics of the modern European school. Chapter 5. The Geopolitics of the European New Right. 5.1 Europe of the 100 Flags. Alain de Benoit. One of the few European geopolitical schools to retain an unbroken link to the ideas of the pre-war German continentalist geopoliticians is the New Right. This movement emerged in France in the late 1960s and is associated with the leader of the movement, the philosopher and publicist Alain de Benoit. The New Right differs sharply from the traditional French right-wing monarchists, Catholics, Germanophobes, chauvinists, anti-communists, conservatives, etc. on almost all counts. New Right supporters of organic democracy, pagans, Germanophiles, socialists, modernists, etc. At first, the left-wing camp, traditionally extremely influential in France, considered this a tactical maneuver of the conventional right, but in time, the seriousness of the evolution was proved and recognized by all. One of the fundamental principles of the ideology of the New Right, whose counterparts soon emerged in other European countries, was that of continental geopolitics. Unlike the old right and the classical nationalists, de Benoit believed that the centralist État-nation principle had been historically exhausted, and that the future belonged only to greater spaces. And these greater spaces were not to be based on the merging of different states into a pragmatic political bloc, but on the incorporation of ethnic 133 groups on different scales into a unified federal empire on an equal footing. This federal empire must be strategically unified, while ethnically differentiated. The strategic unity should be underpinned by the unity of the original culture. The big space that de Benoit was most interested in was Europe. The New Right believed that the peoples of Europe had a common Indo-European origin. A common origin. This is the principle of a common past, but the circumstances of the contemporary era, in which the tendencies of strategic and economic integration, necessary for a true geopolitical sovereignty, are active, also dictate the need for unification in a purely pragmatic sense. The peoples of Europe are thus condemned to a common future. From this, de Benoit concludes that the basic geopolitical principle should be the one Europe of 100 flags, 16. In this perspective, as in all the concepts of the New Right, the desire to combine conservative and modernist elements, that is right-wing and left-wing, is clearly visible. In recent years, the New Right has abandoned this definition, believing that it is right-wing as much as it is left-wing. De Benoit's geopolitical theses are based on the assertion of a continental European destiny. In this, he fully follows the concepts of the Haushofer school. From this follows the contrast between Europe and the West, which is characteristic of the New Right. For them, Europe is a continental geopolitical entity based on an ethnic ensemble of Indo-European origin and having common cultural roots. It is a traditional notion. West, on the other hand, is a geopolitical and historical notion, linked to the modern world, denying ethnic and spiritual traditions, putting forward purely material and quantitative criteria of existence. It is a utilitarian and rationalistic, mechanistic bourgeois civilization. The most complete embodiment of the West and its civilization is the USA. Out of this emerges a concrete project of the New Right. Europe must integrate itself into a federal empire, opposed to the West and the USA, with regionalist tendencies especially to be encouraged, as regions and ethnic minorities have retained more traditional features than metropolises, and 134. cultural centers affected by the spirit of the West. France should be orientated towards Germany and Central Europe, hence the interest of the New Right in de Gaulle and Friedrich Naumann. On the level of practical policy, since the 1970s, the New Right has advocated strict European strategic neutrality, withdrawal from NATO, and the development of a self-sufficient European nuclear capability. In relation to the USSR, later Russia, the position of the New Right evolved, beginning with the classic thesis neither West nor East but Europe. They gradually evolved to the thesis first of all Europe, but better even with the East than with the West. On a practical level, the initial interest in China and projects for a strategic alliance between Europe and China to counter both American and Soviet imperialisms were replaced by a moderate Sovietophilia and the idea of an alliance between Europe and Russia. The geopolitics of the New Right are radically anti-Atlantic and anti-mondialist. They see Europe's destiny as the antithesis of Atlanticist and mondialist projects. They are opposed to thalassocracy and the concept of one world. It should be noted that under the total strategic and political dominance of Atlanticism in Europe during the Cold War, de Benoit's geopolitical position, theoretically and logically impeccable, was so contrasted with the norms of political thinking that it simply could not be widespread. It was a kind of dissidence, and, like all dissidence and nonconformism, had a marginal character. To this day, the intellectual level of the New Right, the high quality of their publications and editions, even the large number of their followers in the European academic environment stand in stark contrast to the negligible attention paid to them by the authorities and analytical structures which serve the authorities with geopolitical projects. 5.2 Europe, from Vladivostok to Dublin. Jean Thiriart. A slightly different version of continentalist geopolitics was developed by another European dissident Belgian, Jean Thiriart, 1922-1992. From the early 1960s, he was the leader of the pan-European Radical Young Europe movement. Thiriart regarded geopolitics as the main political science discipline, without which no rational and far-sighted political and state strategy could be built. A follower of Haushofer and Nikisch, he saw himself as a European national Bolshevik and builder of a European empire. It was his ideas that anticipated the more developed and sophisticated projects of the New Right. Jean Thiriart based his political theory on the principle of autarky of large spaces. Developed in the mid-19th century by the German economist Friedrich List, this theory argued that a state can only develop strategically and economically if it has sufficient geopolitical scale and territorial capacity. Thiriart applied this principle to the present situation and came to the conclusion that the global importance of European states would be definitively lost if they did not unite into a single empire opposing the United States. Thiriart believed that such an empire should not be federal and regionally oriented, but extremely unified, centralist, conforming to the Jacobean model. It should become a powerful unified continental state-nation. This is the main difference between the views of de Benoit and Thiriart. In the late 1970s, Thiriart's views underwent some change. His analysis of the geopolitical situation led him to the conclusion that the scale of Europe was no longer sufficient to free itself from American thalassocracy. Consequently, the main condition for European liberation is the unification of Europe with the USSR. He moved from a geopolitical scheme with three main zones, West, Europe, Russia, USSR, to a scheme with only two components, West and Eurasian continent. In doing so, Thiriart came to the radical conclusion that it was better for Europe to opt for Soviet socialism than Anglo-Saxon capitalism. 136. Thus, the Euro-Soviet Empire from Vladivostok to Dublin project was born. 17. It almost prophetically described the reasons that would lead the USSR to collapse if it did not take active geopolitical steps in Europe and the South in the very near future. Thiriart believed that Haushofer's ideas about a Berlin-Moscow-Tokyo continental bloc were still highly relevant today. It is important that Thiriart put forward these theses 15 years before the collapse of the USSR, absolutely precisely predicting its logic and causes. Thiriart made attempts to bring his views to the Soviet leaders, but he failed to do so, although he had personal meetings with Nasser, Zhou Enlai, and the highest Yugoslav leaders in the 1960s. Tellingly, Moscow rejected his project to organize underground European liberation units in Europe to fight terroristically against agents of Atlanticism. Jean Thiriart's views lie at the heart of the nonconformist movement of the European National Bolsheviks, Front for European Liberation, which is now gaining momentum. They come close to the projects of contemporary Russian Neo-Eurasianism. 5.3. Thinking Continents by Jordis von Lohausen. Very close to Thiriart is the Austrian general Jordis von Lohausen. Unlike Thiriart or de Benoit, he does not engage in direct political activity and does not build specific social projects. He takes a strictly scientific approach and limits himself to a purely geopolitical analysis. His initial position is the same as that of the National Bolsheviks and the New Right. He is a continentalist and a follower of Haushofer. Lohausen believes that political power only has a chance to become durable and sustainable when rulers do not think in terms of the immediate and local, but in terms of millennia and continents. The title of his main book is The Courage to Rule, Thinking continents, 18. Lockhausen believes that global territorial, civilizational, cultural, and so 137. Geoprocesses only become intelligible if they are seen from a far-sighted perspective, which he contrasts with historical short-sightedness. Power in human society, on which the choice of the historical path and the most important decisions depend, must be guided by very general schemes which enable one or another state or nation to find its place in a vast historical perspective. Therefore, the main discipline to determine the strategy of power is geopolitics in its traditional sense of operating with global categories, detached from analytical details, rather than the in-house applied geopolitics of the Lacoste school. Modern ideologies and the latest technological and civilizational shifts are certainly changing the topography of the world, but they cannot undo some of the basic patterns associated with natural and cultural cycles over millennia. Such global categories are space, language, ethnicity, resources, etc. Lockhausen proposes this formula for power. Power equal to strength. X location. He elaborates. As might is power multiplied by location, only a favorable geographical location enables the full development of inner powers. 19. Power, political, intellectual, etc., is thus directly linked to space. Lockhausen separates the fate of Europe from that of the West, seeing Europe as a continental entity temporarily under the control of thalassocracy, but for political liberation, Europe needs a spatial, positional minimum. This minimum can only be achieved through German unification, integration processes in Central Europe, the re-establishment of the territorial unity of Prussia, torn between Poland, the USSR, and the GDR, and the further formation of the European powers into a new independent bloc, independent of Atlanticism. It is important to note the role of Prussia. Lockhausen, following Nikisch and Spengler, believes that Prussia is the most continental Eurasian part of Germany, and that if Königsberg, rather than Berlin, had been the capital of Germany, European history would have taken a different, more correct course, oriented towards an alliance with Russia against the Anglo-Saxon thalassocracies. Lockhausen believes that the future of Europe in a strategic perspective is inconceivable without Russia, and conversely, Russia, USSR, needs Europe as without it. Geopolitically, it is incomplete and vulnerable to America, whose location is much better, and therefore whose power will sooner or later outstrip that of the USSR. Lockhausen stressed that the USSR could have 4 Europes in the West: a Europe hostile, a Europe subjugated, a Europe devastated, and a Europe allied. The first 3 options are inevitable if the course of European policy pursued by the USSR during the Cold War is maintained. Only by striving to make Europe allied and friendly at all costs can the fatal geopolitical situation of the USSR be rectified and a new stage of geopolitical history, the Eurasian stage, begin. Lockhausen's position is deliberately limited to purely geopolitical statements. He omits ideological issues. For example, the geopolitics of Boyar Russia, Tsarist Russia, or the Soviet Union is for him a single continuous process, independent of the change of ruling order or ideology. Russia is geopolitically a heartland, and hence, whatever regime it has, its fate is predetermined by its lands. Lockhausen, like Thiriar, predicted in advance the geopolitical collapse of the USSR, which was inevitable if it had followed its usual course. Whereas Atlanticist geopoliticians saw such an outcome as a victory, Lockhausen saw it more as a defeat for continental forces, but with the nuance that the new opportunities that would open up after the fall of the Soviet system might create favorable prerequisites for the future creation of a new Eurasian bloc, a continental empire, since certain limitations dictated by Marxist ideology would then be removed. 5.4. The Eurasian Empire of the End, by Jean Parvulesco. The romantic version of geopolitics is set out by the famous French writer Jean Parvulesco. Geopolitical themes in literature first emerged from George Orwell, who, in his dystopia 1984, described the futurological division of the planet into 3 huge continental blocks: Eastasia, Eurasia, Oceania. Similar themes can be found in Arthur Koestler, Aldous Huxley, Raymond de Bellio, etc. Jean Parvulesco makes geopolitical themes central to all his works, opening up a new genre of geopolitical fiction. Parvulesco's concept is this, in a nutshell. 20. The history of humanity is a history of power. Access to the heart of civilization, or the mighty itself, is contested by various semi-secret organizations, whose cycles of existence far outstrip the duration of conventional political ideologies, ruling dynasties, religious institutions, states, and nations. These organizations, which appear under different names in history, Parvulesco defines as the Order of Atlantists and the Order of Eurasians. There is a centuries-old struggle between them, involving popes, patriarchs, kings, diplomats, big financiers, revolutionaries, mystics, generals, scientists, artists, etc. All sociocultural manifestations are thus reducible to the original, albeit extremely complex, geopolitical archetypes. This is a geopolitical line taken to its logical limits, the preconditions of which can be clearly traced back to the very rational and alien to mysticism founders of geopolitics as such. Central to Parvulesco's subjects is General de Gaulle and the geopolitical structure he founded, which remained in the shadows after the end of his presidency. Parvulesco calls this geopolitical Gaullism. Such geopolitical Gaullism is the French equivalent of continentalism of the Haushofer school. The main objective of the proponents of this line is to organize a European continental bloc, Paris, Berlin, Moscow. In this respect, Parvulesco's Theo 140 rees are in line with those of the New Right and the National Bolsheviks. Parvulesco believes that the current historical phase is the culmination of centuries of geopolitical confrontation, when the dramatic history of the continental civilizational duel comes to a denouement. It foresees the imminent emergence of a giant continental construct, the Eurasian Empire of the End, and then the final clash with the Empire of the Atlantic. This eschatological duel, which he describes in apocalyptic terms, he calls Endkampf, the final battle. Interestingly, Parvulesco's texts juxtapose fictional characters with real historical figures, with many of whom he maintained, and with some of whom he still maintains, friendly relations. These include politicians from de Gaulle's inner circle, British and American diplomats, the poet Ezra Pound, the philosopher Julius Evola, the politician and writer Raymond Abellio, the sculptor Arnaud Brecker, members of occult organizations, etc. Despite their fictional form, Parvulesco's texts have enormous geopolitical value in their own right, as a number of his articles, published in the late 1970s, are strangely accurate in describing the world's situation only by the mid-1990s. 5.5. The Indian Ocean as a route to world domination. Robert Stokers. The exact opposite of Parvulesco's geopolitical visionary is the Belgian geopolitician and publicist Robert Stokers, publisher of two prestigious journals, Orientation and Vouloir. Stokers approaches geopolitics from a purely scientific, rationalist position, seeking to free this discipline from all accidental strata. But following the logic of the New Right in the academic direction, he reaches conclusions that are strikingly similar to Parvulesco's prophecies. Stokers also believes that socio-political and especially diplomatic projects of 141. Various states and blocs, no matter what ideological form they are clothed in, are an indirect and sometimes veiled expression of global geopolitical projects. In this, he sees the influence of the earth factor on human history. Man is an earthly being, created from the earth. Consequently, the earth, space, predetermine man in his most significant manifestations. This is a prerequisite for geohistory. A continentalist orientation is a priority for Stokers. He considers Atlanticism hostile to Europe and links the fate of European welfare to Germany and Central Europe. 21. Stokers is an advocate of Europe's active cooperation with the Third World, and especially with the Arab world. However, he stresses the enormous importance of the Indian Ocean for the future geopolitical structure of the planet. He defines the Indian Ocean as the mid-ocean, situated between the Atlantic and the Pacific. The Indian Ocean is located strictly in the middle between the east coast of Africa and the Pacific Zone, which includes New Zealand, Australia, New Guinea, Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Indochina. Maritime control of the Indian Ocean is a key position for geopolitical influence over three important big spaces at once: Africa, the South Eurasian Rimland, and the Pacific region. Hence, the strategic priority of certain small islands in the Indian Ocean, especially Diego Garcia, equidistant from all coastal zones. The Indian Ocean is the area where Europe's entire strategy should focus, as through this zone, Europe will be able to influence the U.S. Eurasia and Japan. Stokers argues, in his view, the decisive geopolitical confrontation, which should predetermine the picture of the future of the 21st century, will unfold in this area. Stokers is active in the history of geopolitics and has articles on the founders of this science in the new edition of the Encyclopedia Brussels. 5.6. Russia plus Islam equal to Salvation of Europe by Carlo Terracciano. An active geopolitical center of continentalist orientation also exists in Italy. In Italy, more than in other European countries, the ideas of Carl Schmitt were spread after the Second World War, and this made the geopolitical way of thinking very widespread there. It was also in Italy that Jean Tirier's Young Europe movement, and consequently the ideas of continental national Bolshevism, were most developed. Among the many political science and sociology, new right-wing journals and centers dealing with geopolitics, of particular interest is Milan's Orion, which has regularly published the geopolitical analyses of Dr. Carlo Terracciano over the past 10 years. Terracciano expresses the most extreme position of European continentalism, closely aligned with Eurasianism. Terracciano fully accepts Mackinder and Mahan's picture and agrees with the strict civilizational and geographical dualism they have highlighted. At the same time, he unequivocally sides with Heartland, believing that the fate of Europe depends entirely on the fate of Russia and Eurasia. On the east, the continental east is the positive, the Atlantic west the negative. Such a radical approach on the part of a European is an exception, even among continental geopoliticians, as Terracciano does not even emphasize the special status of Europe, considering it to be of secondary importance in the face of the planetary confrontation between thalassocracy and teleurocracy. He fully embraces the idea of a single Eurasian state, a Euro-Soviet empire from Vladivostok to Dublin, which brings him closer to Thiriard, but he does not share Thiriard's characteristic Jacobinism and universalism, insisting on ethno-cultural differentiation and regionalism, which in turn brings him closer to Alain de Benoit. Terracciano's emphasis on the centrality of the Russian factor is coupled with another interesting point. He believes that the Islamic world, especially the clearly anti-American regimes, Iranian, Libyan, Iraqi, etc., plays a crucial 143 child role in the fight against Atlanticism. This leads him to the conclusion that the Islamic world is the ultimate exponent of continental geopolitical interests. However, he considers the fundamentalist version of Islam to be a positive one. The final formula that summarizes Dr. Terracciano's geopolitical views is this: Russia, Heartland, plus Islam versus the USA, Atlanticism, mondialism. 22. Terracciano sees Europe as a bridgehead for a Russian Islamic anti-mondialist bloc. In his view, only such a radical formulation of the question can objectively lead to a genuine European Renaissance. Other members of Orion and its intellectual center, Prof. Claudio Muti, Maurizio Morelli, sociologist Alessandro Cola, Marco Battara, etc., share similar views with Terracciano. National Bolshevik trend is also gravitated towards some left-wing, social democratic, communist, and anarchist circles in Italy by Umanita newspaper, Nuovi Angolazioni magazine, etc. Chapter 6. Neo-Eurasianism. 6.1. Eurasian Passionarity. Lev Gumilev. The most brilliant disciple of Savitsky was the famous Russian historian Lev Nikolaevich Gumilev. He did not touch upon geopolitical themes in his own works, but his theory of ethnogenesis and ethnic cycles clearly continues the line of organicist approach and partly geographical determinism, which constitute the essence of geopolitics already by Ratzel, Kjellen, Haushofer, etc. Gumilev's research on the ancient periods of the ethnic map of Eurasia, the steppe, nomadic peoples and their civilizations, is particularly important. From his writings, an entirely new vision of political history emerges, in which the Eurasian East emerges not simply as a barbaric land on the periphery of civilization, equated with Western civilization, but as an independent and dynamic center of ethnogenesis, culture, political history, state, and technical development. The West and its history are relativized, and Eurasian culture and the constellation of Eurasian ethnic groups are revealed as a multidimensional and completely unexplored world, with its own scale of values, religious problems, historical patterns, etc. Gumilev develops and takes to its logical limits the pan-Eurasian idea that ethnically great Russians are not just a branch of Eastern Slavs, but a special ethnos formed on the basis of Turkic-Slavic fusion. Hence the 145. Validity of Russian control over those Eurasian lands inhabited by Turkic ethnic groups indirectly follows. The Great Russian civilization was formed on the basis of Turkic-Slavic ethnogenesis, which was realized on the geographical plane as a historical alliance of the forest and the steppe. It is the geopolitical combination of the forest and the steppe that constitutes the historical essence of Russia, predetermining the nature of its culture, civilization, ideology, and political destiny. Gumilev, following Spengler and Toynbee, singles out cycles of civilizations and cultures, as well as the corresponding ethnic groups. In his view, ethnocultural formations of nations, states, and religious communities are like living organisms. They undergo periods of birth, youth, maturity, and aging, and then disappear or turn into so-called relics. Here again, the influence of the organist philosophy common to all continentalist schools of geopolitics is evident. Gumilev's theories on the causes of ethnogenesis, that is, the birth of a nation or state, are highly interesting. He introduces the term passionarity or passionary impulse to describe this process. 23. It is an inexplicable synchronous outburst of biological and spiritual energy that suddenly sets in motion the sluggish historical existence of old peoples and cultures, capturing various established ethnic and religious groups in a dynamic burst of spatial, spiritual, and technical expansion, resulting in the conquest and fusion of heterogeneous residual ethnic groups into new active and viable forms. High and full-fledged passionarity and the dynamic process of ethnogenesis lead normally to the emergence of a special super-ethnos, which corresponds not so much to a nation-state form of political organization as to an empire. Passionarity is gradually waning. Passionism, for Gumilev, it is a positive category, which he equates with heroism, an ethical desire for selfless creation in the name of loyalty to national tradition, is replaced by actualism, that is concerned only with the present, moment in isolation from tradition, and without regard for the fate of future generations. In this phase, a passionary fracture occurs and ethnogenesis enters the negative stage of conservation and the beginning of disintegration. Next comes the futuristic phase, 146, dominated by the type of powerless dreamers, fantasists, religious escapists who lose faith in the surrounding existence and seek to escape into the beyond. Gumilev sees this as a sign of ultimate decadence. Ethnos degrades, super-ethnoses disintegrate into components. Empires collapse. This situation continues until a new passionary push occurs, when a new fresh ethnos appears and provokes a new ethnogenesis, in which the remnants of the old constructions are melted down. Some ethnic groups remain in a relic state, Gumilev calls them chimeras, while others disappear in the dynamics of the new ethnogenetic process. Of particular importance is Gumilev's assertion that the Great Russians are a relatively fresh and young ethnos, rallying the super-ethnos of Russia-Eurasia or the Eurasian Empire around itself. From Gumilev's Eurasianism, the following geopolitical conclusions emerge, which he himself did not draw for obvious political reasons, preferring to remain strictly within the framework of historical science. 1. Eurasia is a full-fledged place development, a fertile, rich ground of ethnogenesis and cultural genesis. Consequently, we must learn to view world history not in a unipolar West and everybody else perspective, as is characteristic of Atlanticist historiography, but in a multipolar one, with northern and eastern Eurasia being of particular interest because they are an alternative source of the most important planetary civilizational processes to the West. In his writings, Gumilev gives a detailed picture of Mackinder's thesis of the geographical axis of history and gives this axis specific historical and ethnic content. 2. The geopolitical synthesis of the forest and steppe, underpinning Great Russian statehood, is a key reality for cultural and strategic control over Asia and Eastern Europe, and such control would contribute to a harmonious balance between East and West. Whereas the cultural limitations of Western civilization, the forest, with its desire for dominance, accompanied by a total lack of understanding of the culture of the East, the steppe, leads only to conflict and upheaval. 3. Western civilization is in the last descending stage of ethnogenesis, being a conglomeration of chimerical ethnic groups. Consequently, the center of gravity is bound to shift to younger peoples. 4. It is also possible that in the near future some unpredictable and unforeseeable passionate push will occur, which will dramatically change the political and cultural map of the planet, as the dominance of relic ethnic groups cannot last long. 6.2. The new Russian Eurasians. Gumilev himself did not formulate geopolitical conclusions on the basis of his picture of the world. This was done by his followers at a time when Marxist ideological censorship was weakened and then abolished. This trend is generally referred to as Neo-Eurasianism, which in turn has several varieties. Not all of them inherit Gumilev's ideas, but overall his influence on this geopolitical ideology is enormous. Neo-Eurasianism has several varieties. The first, and most basic and developed, is a complete and multidimensional ideology, which was formulated by some political circles in the national opposition to liberal reforms in the 1990s and 1994s. We are talking about a group of intellectuals united around the newspaper den, later Zavtra, and the magazine Elements, 24. This Neo-Eurasianism is based on the ideas of P. Savitsky, G. Vernadsky, Prince N. Trubetskoy, and the ideologist of Russian National Bolshevism, Nikolai Ostroyelov. The analysis of the historical Eurasians is considered highly relevant and quite applicable to the present situation. The thesis of a national idiocracy on an imperial continental scale is contrasted with both liberal Westernism and narrow ethnic nationalism. Russia is seen as the 148 axis of the geopolitical big space, and its ethnic mission is unequivocally identified with empire building. At the socio-political level, this trend clearly gravitates towards Eurasian socialism, seeing liberal economics as a characteristic feature of the Atlanticist camp. The Soviet period of Russian history is seen in the Smovarekian perspective as a modernist form of traditional Russian national aspiration for planetary expansionism and Eurasian anti-Atlantist universalism, hence the pro-communist tendencies of this version of Neo-Eurasianism. Gumilev's legacy is accepted, but the theory of passionarity is coupled with Italian sociologist Wilfred Pareto's doctrine of the circulation of elites, while Gumilev's religious views are corrected on the basis of the European school of traditionalists, Henon, Evola, etc. The traditionalist ideas of crisis of the modern world, degradation of the West, desacralization of civilization, etc. form an important component of Neo-Eurasianism. complementing and developing those points that were only intuitively and fragmentarily presented by Russian authors. In addition, European continentalist projects, Haushofer, Schmitt, Nikisch, the New Right, etc., are thoroughly examined, thereby extending the horizon of the Eurasian doctrine to Europe understood as a potentially continental power. This motif is completely alien to the historical Eurasianist emigrants, who wrote their main works at a time when the United States did not yet have an independent geopolitical significance, and the thesis of the difference between Europe and the West had not yet been adequately developed. Neo-Eurasianism, paying attention to the European continentalists, recognizes the strategic importance of Europe for the geopolitical completeness and wholeness of the Eurasian greater space, especially since it was the unstable division of the geopolitical map of Europe that led to the defeat of the USSR in the Cold War. Another feature of Neo-Eurasianism is the choice of Islamic countries, especially continental Iran, as a crucial strategic ally. The idea of a continental 149 Russian-Islamic alliance underlies the anti-Atlantic strategy on the southwestern coast of the Eurasian continent. At the doctrinal level, this alliance is justified by the traditional character of Russian and Islamic civilizations, which unites them in opposing the anti-traditional secular pragmatic West. The Neo-Eurasian project is the most complete, consistent, and historically grounded opposite to all variants of the Western geopolitical projects, both Atlanticist and mondialist, since, ideologically, strategically, politically, and positively, the Neo-Eurasian project is the most complete, consistent, and historically grounded opposite to all varieties of the Western geopolitical projects. The two types of geopolitical ideology of the extreme West are expressed by mondialism and Atlantism. Europeanism and moderate continentalism of European geopoliticians represent an intermediate reality. Finally, the Neo-Eurasianism of Day, and especially of Elements, expresses a radically anti-Western point of view, converging with all other alternative geopolitical projects from European national Bolshevism to Islamic fundamentalism, or Islamic socialism, through to national liberation movements in all corners of the Third World. Other varieties of Neo-Eurasianism are less consistent and represent an adaptation of the entire complex of the above ideas to the changing political reality. Either it is only a pragmatic economic Eurasianism, designed to recreate the economic interaction of the former Soviet republics, the project of Kazakh President Nazarbayev, or the justification of expansionist theses, Great Power Project by Zhirinov. Eurasian Commonwealth is a purely rhetorical appeal to preserve the unity of Russians and national minorities, mostly ethnic Turks and Muslims, within the Russian Federation. The project of some representatives of the Yeltsin government, or a purely historical interest in the heritage of the Savitsky, Trubetskoy, Suvchinsky, Karsavin circles, etc. In exile, but all these versions are necessarily artificial, fragmentary, inconsistent, and cannot lay claim to an independent and serious geopolitical ideology and methodology. Therefore, there is little point in dwelling on them in detail. 150. We should only note that any appeals to Eurasianism and Eurasia, however limited the meaning of these concepts may be, refer directly or indirectly to that Neo-Eurasian project, which was developed in opposition circles and formalized in the works of the authors of Den and Elements. It is only in this context that the use of the word Eurasianism is justified by the continuity of the Russian geopolitical school and the correlation with the general fan of geopolitical projects on a planetary scale, existing outside Russia, success pri, towards a new bipolarity. Neo-Eurasianism, apart from its intellectual heritage and general principles of continental geopolitics, faces the latest challenges posed in the form of the West's latest geopolitical projects. Moreover, this geopolitical trend gains significance precisely insofar as it is capable not just to explain geopolitically the logic of current historical events, but to elaborate a coherent futurological project capable of countering the projects of the West. The West's victory in the Cold War conceptually means the end of a bipolar world and the beginning of a unipolar world. However, while pure Atlanticists, Huntington, assume that this unipolarity will be relative, the West winning will have to constantly settle the growing intercivilizational conflicts with the rest of the world. The rest, the mondialists, Fukuyama, Attali, see unproblematic domination of the West over the whole planet as something that has already happened. Even Professor Santoro's most conflictual version suggests, in the end, the establishment of a world government. These are the projects of geopolitical victors, with today's undisputed advantages and strategic initiative to be reckoned with in the highest degree. They all agree on one thing. Western-type universalism must sooner or later prevail on the planet. That is, the Atlanticist, thalassocratic system of values must become dominant everywhere. The bipolar world of the Cold War is considered to have been completely overcome. Eurasia and Eurasianism simply have no place in such a picture. All this is logical and derives directly from 151. The work of the early Anglo-Saxon geopoliticians who sought to weaken the land forces in every way, undermining their power and restraining their development by various strategic methods, especially the Anaconda strategy. That is tight control over larger and larger sectors of the Rimland. Neo-Eurasianism cannot, while remaining itself, accept the legitimacy of such a state of affairs and is condemned to seek opportunities to reverse all these processes. And it begins with the most central issue, with the question of unipolarity. Unipolarity, the domination of Atlantism in any form, either in its pure form or via mondialism, dooms Eurasia as a country to historical non-existence. Neo-Eurasianism insists that this unipolarity should be opposed. This can only be realized through a new bipolarity. This requires clarification. There is a view that after the end of the U.S. confrontation with the USSR, the world itself will shift to a multipolar order. China will rise. Demographic processes will make Islamic countries geopolitically central. The Pacific region will assert its competitiveness with Europe and America, etc. All this is possible, but it does not take into account that such a new multipolarity will take place under the sign of the Atlanticist system of values. That is, will represent only territorial variations of the thalassocratic system, and in no way a genuine geopolitical alternative. The challenge of the West. The market and liberal democracy is universal. After the victory, all attempts of nations and states to follow some other path than the Western one have lost their main support. Both the pro-Soviet regimes and all the non-aligned countries who insisted on a third way existed only at the expense of bipolarity, at the expense of the gap that existed between the West and the East in their positional geopolitical struggle. The modern victorious West will henceforth dictate ideological and economic conditions to all who would claim to be a developed region. Therefore, any multipolarity while maintaining the status quo would be fictitious and mondialist. This is well understood by Western strategists, who are well aware that 152. The main geopolitical task of the West at this stage is to prevent the very possibility of forming a large-scale geopolitical bloc of continental volume, which could be comparable in one way or another to the forces of Atlanticism. This is the main principle of U.S. military political doctrine, as articulated in Paul Wolfowitz's report. In other words, the West most of all does not want a return to bipolarity. That would be fatal for it. Neo-Eurasianism, based on the interests of the geographical axis of history, asserts the exact opposite of the West. The only way out of the situation can only be a new bipolarism, since only in this direction could Eurasia gain the prospect of genuine geopolitical sovereignty. Only a new bipolarity could subsequently open the way for a multipolarity that would go beyond the thalassocratic liberal democratic system that is a true multipolarity of the world, where each nation and each geopolitical bloc could choose its own system of values, has a chance to materialize only after liberation from global Atlanticist domination through a new planetary confrontation. However, it is important that the Eurasian continental bloc cannot become a simple recreation of the Warsaw Pact. The collapse of the former geopolitical continental structure is irreversible and rooted in its very structure. The new continental alliance must either include all of Europe as far as the Atlantic and several crucial sectors of the southern Eurasian coast, India, Iran, Indochina, etc., or ensure the friendly neutrality of these same spaces, that is, take them out of the control of Atlanticism. A return to the old bipolarism is impossible for many reasons, including ideological ones. The new Eurasian bipolarism should be based on completely different ideological premises and methods. This theory of new bipolarism is sufficiently developed in Neo-Eurasian projects, being the theoretical justification for all nonconformist geopolitical theories of Europe and the Third World. Just as Heartland is objectively the only point capable of being a springboard for a planetary alternative to thalassocracy, so Neo-Eurasianism is the only theoretical platform on the basis of which a whole swirl of planetary strategies can be developed that deny the global dominance of Atlantism and its civilizational value system. 153. Market, liberal democracy, secular culture, individualist philosophy, etc. 154. Part 3. Russia and space. Chapter 1. Heartland. Russia, from a strategic point of view, represents a gigantic continental mass which is identified with Eurasia itself. Russia, after the development of Siberia and its integration, has clearly coincided with the geopolitical notion of heartland, that is, central earth of the continent. Mackinder defined the Russian great space as the geographic axis of history. Geographically, landscape, linguistically, climatically, culturally, and religiously, Russia is a synthetic unity of the Eurasian West and the Eurasian East, and its geopolitical function is not limited to summing up or mediating Western and Eastern trends. Russia is something third, independent and special neither to the East nor to the West. The Russian Eurasians, who culturally comprehended Russia's middle position, spoke of a special culture of the Middle Empire, where geographical and geopolitical opposites are removed in a spiritual vertical synthesis. From a purely strategic point of view, Russia is identical to Eurasia itself, if only because it is its lands, its population, and its industrial and technological development that possess enough volume to be the basis of continental independence, autarky, and serve as the basis for full continental integration, which according to geopolitical law should happen to every island, including the world island itself that is Eurasia. In relation to Russia Heartland, all other Eurasian states and lands are coastal, Rimland. Russia is the axis of history because civilization revolves around it, creating its most conspicuous, expressive, and complete forms, not in its life-giving continental source, but in the coastal zone. 157. The critical strip where the space of land borders on that of water, sea, or ocean. From a strategic point of view, Russia is an autonomous territorial entity whose security and sovereignty are identical to those of the entire continent. This cannot be said of any other major Eurasian power, be it China, Germany, France, or India, whereas China, Germany, France, India, etc. can act as continental powers in relation to their coastal neighbors or to the states of other islands or continents. In relation to Russia, they will always remain coastlines, Rimland, with all the relevant strategic, cultural, and political consequences. Only Russia can speak on behalf of Heartland with full geopolitical foundation. Only its strategic interests are not just close to those of the continent, but strictly identical to them, at least. This is the case at the current stage of development of the technosphere. 158. Chapter 2. The Rimland Problem. Russia's relation to the neighboring continental Romano-Germanic civilizations in the west and the three traditional civilizations in the east, Islamic, Hindu, and Chinese, has at least two planes which should by no means be confused, as this would inevitably lead to many misunderstandings. Firstly, Russia's cultural and historical essence, its spiritual self-determination, its identity, is clearly defined by the formula neither east nor west or neither Europe nor Asia, but Eurasia, to quote Russian Eurasians. Russia is spiritually something third, something independent and special, which has no expression in terms of either the East or the West. At this level, Russia's supreme interest is to preserve its uniqueness at all costs, defending its identity against the challenge of Western culture and the tradition of the East. This does not mean complete isolationism, but it does limit the range of possible borrowings. Historical realism requires us to recognize courageously that the affirmation of our own always runs parallel to the negation of alien and foreign. Both affirmation and negation are fundamental elements of the national, cultural, historical, and political independence of a people and a state. Therefore, the negation of both the West and the East in cultural terms is a historical imperative for Russia's independence. On this issue, of course, there can be a variety of nuances and discussions recognizing identity, some believing that it is better to open up more to the East than to the West, Asian trend, others on the contrary, Westernists. Others prefer a complete rejection of all dialogue, isolationists, while others suggest an 159 equal opening in both directions, some directions of Neo-Eurasianism. On the strategic and purely geopolitical levels, the situation is quite different. Since Russia-Eurasia, at the present historical stage, has not so much coastal civilizations, Rimland, as the opposing island, the Atlanticist America, as its planetary opponent, the most important strategic imperative is to turn the coastal territories into its allies, strategic penetration into the coastal zones, the conclusion of a pan-Eurasian pact, or at the very least, ensuring the complete and strict neutrality of as many Rimlands as possible, in positional opposition to the Atlantic West. Here, Russia's strategic formula should unambiguously be both East and West, since only a continental integration of Eurasia with Russia at its center can guarantee all of its peoples and states real sovereignty and maximum political and economic autarky. At the strategic level today, there is only one opposition, either monodialism, planetary dominance of Americanism and Atlanticism, or continentalism, division of the planet into two or more great spaces, enjoying political, military, strategic, and geopolitical sovereignty. Rimlands are necessary for Russia to become a truly sovereign continental geopolitical force. At present, with the current development of military, strategic, and economic technologies, there can be no other non-continental sovereignty. All kinds of ethnocratic, purely isolationist projects to solve the state problem of Russia in the strategic sphere will result strictly corresponding with the mondialist plans for total control over the planet and complete strategic, political, and economic occupation of Eurasia and Russia. Obviously, the transfer of Russia's cultural and historical issues to the strategic or geopolitical level that is giving the formula neither east nor west a purely geopolitical meaning is nothing short of political subversion aimed at strategically disorienting Russia's foreign policy course. Whatever underlies the narrow ethnic, racial nationalist, chauvinist models of Russian statehood ignorance, naivety, or consciously working against its people and their independence, the result is a complete identity with a mondialist agenda. Without turning Russia into an ethnic reservation, the U.S. will not gain complete control of the world. 160. The problem of Rimland is posed in this way only today, when we have the entire strategic history of the bipolar world and the planetary Cold War of the USSR and the United States behind us. At the height of Russian Eurasian political activism, the strategic situation was quite different, and very few could see into the future. Therefore, some geopolitical projects of the Eurasians should be considered with caution. In particular, they interpreted the Rimland problem in cultural rather than strategic terms. All this should be taken into account in order for Russia to develop a serious and sound geopolitical program, realistic and forward-looking, with the main geopolitical imperative of independence, sovereignty, autonomy, autarky, and freedom of a great Russia at the top of the agenda. 161. Chapter 3. Gathering the Empire. One of the main tenets of geopolitics is the claim that the geopolitical position of a state is much more important than the peculiarities of its political structure. Politics, culture, ideology, the nature of the ruling elite, and even religion are seen in geopolitical optics as important but secondary factors compared to the fundamental geopolitical principle of the relation of the state to space. Often, especially in Russia, this specificity of geopolitics as a science is seen as almost cynical or even anti-national. This, of course, is completely untrue. Quite simply, geopolitics does not pretend to be the sole and supreme authority in determining the state and political interests of a nation. Geopolitics is one of several basic disciplines enabling adequate formulation of the international and military doctrine of a state, along with other equally important disciplines. Just as physics, in order to be an exact science, must abstract from chemistry and its laws, this does not mean that physics denies chemistry, so geopolitics, in order to be a rigorous discipline, must leave aside other non-geopolitical approaches, which can and should be taken into account in the final conclusions about the destiny of a state and a nation, alongside geopolitics. One of Russia's most urgent geopolitical demands is reassembling the empire. No matter how we view socialism, the USSR, the Eastern Bloc, the Warsaw Pact countries, etc., no matter how we assess the political and cultural reality of one of the two superpowers, from a geopolitical point of view, the existence of the Eastern Bloc was clearly a positive factor for PUZA 163. Feeble Eurasian unification for continental integration and sovereignty of our greater space. It was the geopolitical logic that made the Belgian theorist Jean Thiriart speak of the need to create a Euro-Soviet empire from Vladivostok to Dublin. Only the Eastern Bloc could become the basis for uniting Eurasia into an empire, although the division of Europe and the inconsistency of Soviet policy in Asia were serious obstacles to realizing this goal. According to many contemporary geopolitical scholars, it was precisely its strategic vulnerability on the western and eastern frontiers that contributed to the collapse of the Soviet Union. The U.S. controlled the West and the East so skillfully and consistently that it ultimately prevented continental integration and contributed to the collapse of the Eastern Bloc itself. The end of the bipolar world is a strategic blow to Eurasia, a blow to continentalism, and the possible sovereignty of all Eurasian states. The imperative of Russia's geopolitical and strategic sovereignty is not only to restore the lost regions of the near abroad, not only to renew allied relations with Eastern European countries, but also to include the states of the continental West, primarily the Franco-German bloc, which tends to free itself from the Atlanticist tutelage of pro-American NATO, and the continental East, Iran, India, and Japan, in the new Eurasian strategic bloc. For Russia, the geopolitical gathering of the empire is not only one of the possible ways of development, one of the possible relations between state and space, but a pledge and prerequisite for the existence of an independent state, and indeed an independent state on an independent continent. If Russia does not immediately begin to recreate the great space, that is to return the temporarily lost Eurasian expanse into its sphere of strategic, political, and economic influence, it will plunge itself and all the peoples living on the world island into disaster. The course of possible events is easy to foresee. If Russia chooses a path other than that of gathering the empire, the continental mission of Heartland will begin to be taken over by new powers or blocks of states. In this case, the vast expanses of Russia will be the main strategic target for those 164 forces that will declare themselves the new citadel of Eurasia. It is absolutely inevitable, as control over the continent is inconceivable without control over the space of geographical axis of history. Either China will make a desperate dash northwards into Kazakhstan and eastern Siberia, or Middle Europe will move into the western Russian lands of Ukraine. Belorussia and Western Great Russia, or the Islamic bloc, will try to integrate Central Asia, the Volga, and the Urals, as well as some territories of southern Russia. This new continental integration is impossible to avoid, as the geopolitical map of the planet is itself opposed to its unipolar, Atlanticist orientation. In geopolitics, the sacred law of there is no place left empty is quite valid. Moreover, it's not territorial egoism or Russophobia that will push other Eurasian blocs to expansion into Russian lands, but an inexorable logic of space and geopolitical passivity of Russia. In the realm of continental strategy, it is foolish to expect other nations to stop their territorial expansion into Russian lands only out of respect for the identity of Russian culture. Only territorial impulses and positional advantages apply in this sphere. Even the mere fact of hesitating to immediately assemble the empire is already a sufficient challenge, enough reason for alternative geopolitical great spaces to move into Russian territory. This will naturally provoke a reaction from the Russians and lead to a terrible and unpromising inter-Eurasian conflict. Unpromising because it will not have even a theoretically positive solution. Since to create a non-Russian Eurasia, one must completely destroy the Russian people, which is not only difficult but virtually impossible, as history shows. On the other hand, such a conflict would lay down a front line between the neighboring states of continental and anti-Atlantic orientation, and this would only strengthen the position of a third force, that is the United States and its colleagues in the mondialist projects. Lack of action is also a kind of action, and procrastination in gathering the empire, not to mention the possible abandonment of Russia's geopolitical expansion, will inevitably be followed by great Eurasian blood. Events in the Balkans provide a frightening example of what can happen in Russia on an incomparably grander scale. The reunification of the Eurasian territories under the patronage of Rus. 165. Saya, as the axis of history today, faces certain difficulties, but these are insignificant in the face of the disasters that will inevitably ensue if this reunification of the empire does not begin immediately. 166. Chapter 4. Warm and Cold Seas. The process of reassembling the empire must initially focus on the long-range goal of Russian access to the warm seas. It was through the containment of Russian expansion to the south, southwest, and northwest that Atlanticist England was able to maintain its control over all the coastal spaces surrounding Eurasia. Russia was geopolitically a complete power in the east and north, where its political borders coincided with the natural geographical boundaries of the Eurasian continent. But the paradox was that these coasts were adjacent to cold seas, which was an insurmountable barrier to the development of navigation to the extent that it would allow it to seriously compete on the seas with the fleets of the Western Isles, England, and later America. On the other hand, Russia's eastern and northern lands have never been sufficiently developed due to natural and cultural peculiarities, and all projects to integrate Russian Asia, from those proposed by Dr. Badmaev to the last emperor to the Brezhnev BAM, have by some strange regularity collapsed under the influence of spontaneous or controlled historical cataclysms. In any case, access to the cold seas of the north and the east had to be complemented by access to the warm seas of the south and the west, and only then would Russia be geopolitically complete. The numerous Russo-Turkish wars were fought for this, the fruits of which, however, were reaped not by the Turks or Russians, but by the British, who drained the last two traditional empires of the three, Austria-Hungary being the third. The 167. Last push towards Russia's vital south was the unsuccessful expansion of the USSR into Afghanistan. Geopolitical logic makes it clear that Russia is bound to return there again, though it would be far better to come as a loyal ally, protector, and friend than as a brutal punisher. Only when Russia's southern and western borders become a coastline will it be possible to speak of the final completion of its continental building. It is not necessarily a question of conquest, expansion, or annexation. A strong anti-Atlantic, parity-based strategic alliance with the continental European and Asian powers would be sufficient to achieve this goal. Access to the warm seas could be obtained not only through a bloody war, but also through a reasonable peace beneficial to the geopolitical interests of all continental powers, since the project of Eurasian strategic integration would enable all those powers to become truly sovereign and independent in the face of an alternative Atlantic island, united, in turn, by the Monroe Strategic Doctrine. The Straits and the warm seas were inaccessible to Russia at a time when there was no such obvious Atlantic factor as the U.S. threatening the interests of all. Europe and all Asia, and the various mainland powers, were challenging each other for primacy against England and leadership in territorial strategic unification. The implementation of the Monroe Doctrine in America highlighted the geopolitical significance of Russia, and an alliance with Russia became a self-evident imperative for all realist geopoliticians on the mainland. Whatever political form it might take, depending on the circumstances, The threat of monialism and Atlanticist globalism theoretically opens up Russia's access to the warm seas through the self-evident alliance of Heartland and Rimland against the overseas invaders. 168. Part 4. Russia's Geopolitical Future. Chapter 1. The Need for a Radical Alternative. There are two principal projects concerning the Russian future in our society today. In one way or another, they affect all aspects of national life: economics, geopolitics, international relations, ethnic interests, industrial structure, economic structure, military construction, etc. The first project belongs to radical liberals, reformers, who take Western society, the modern commercial order, as an example and subscribe fully to the end of history projects developed in Francis Fukuyama's famous article of the same name. This project denies such values as people, nation, history, geopolitical interests, social justice, religious factor, etc. Everything in it is built on the principle of maximum economic efficiency, on the primacy of individualism, consumption, and free market. Liberals want to build a new society in place of Russia, a society that has never existed historically, where the rules and cultural coordinates by which the modern West and especially the United States live are established. This camp can easily formulate an answer to any questions about this or that aspect of Russian reality on the basis of models already existing in the West using Western liberal terminology and legal norms, as well as relying on the developed theoretical structures of liberal capitalism in general. This position was almost dominant ideologically in our society some time ago, and even today it is the most prominent, as it coincides in general with the general course and fundamental logic of liberal reforms. 171. The second project for the Russian future belongs to the so-called National Patriotic Opposition, which is a diverse political reality united by a rejection of liberal reforms and a rejection of the liberal logic advocated by the reformers. This opposition is neither merely national nor merely patriotic. It is pink and white, that is, it is dominated by representatives of the communist statists, who have largely moved away from the rigid Marxist-Leninist dogma, and supporters of the orthodox monarchist, czarist type of statehood. The views of the two components of the united opposition differ considerably, but there are similarities not only in the definition of a common enemy, but also in certain mental and ideological clichés shared by both. Moreover, the patriotic opposition is overwhelmingly composed of figures from the pre-perestroika system, who bring elements of a purely Soviet mentality even to white, czarist projects, to which they most often had no historical, family, or political connection before perestroika, feeling perfectly at home in the Brezhnev reality. In any case, the opposition project can be called Soviet czarist because it is based on certain ideological, geopolitical, political, social, and administrative archetypes that objectively bring the Soviet and pre-Soviet periods closer together, at least within the 20th century. Patriot ideology is far more contradictory and confusing than the logical and complete constructions of liberals, and thus it often manifests itself not in the form of a finished concept or doctrine, but in a fragmented, emotional, inconsistent, and disjointed way. Yet this grotesque conglomeration of jumbled Soviet czarist mental fragments has some integrity, which, however, is sometimes not easy to structure rationally. Both liberal and Soviet czarist projects are essentially dead-end projects for the Russian people and Russian history. The liberal project in general involves the gradual erasure of the national characteristics of the Russians in a cosmopolitan era of the end of history and the planetary market, while the Soviet Tsarist project seeks to revive the nation and state in those very historical forms and structures, which in fact led the Russians gradually to collapse. On the other side of both the liberalism of the reformists and the Soviet Tsarism of the united opposition, there is an urgent need for a third way, a particular ideological project which would be not a compromise or centrism between the two, but a radical, innovative, futuristic plan, breaking with the hopelessly dualistic logic of either. Liberal or opposition, the need for a third way is urgent. An ideological project which would not be a compromise or a centrism between the two, but a radical, innovative, futuristic plan, breaking with the hopelessly dualistic logic of either liberals or opposition, where the current Russian public consciousness is mangled in a maze with no way out. The Gordian knot must be cut, and the true alternative, opposing both, must be asserted. A great nation, its interests and its destiny are at stake. Chapter 2. What is the Russian national interest? The Russians have no state today. In the present political situation, it is impossible, strictly speaking, to argue about Russia's strategic prospects. It is all the more impossible to propose any projects regarding Russia's foreign and domestic policy, since the main question of what is Russia today remains not only unresolved, but also not seriously posed. The rapid changes in the entire political, geopolitical, ideological, and social order that took place in the former USSR completely overturned all existing legal and political criteria and norms. The collapse of the unified socialist system and later the Soviet state created a field of complete uncertainty in the former Soviet territories, in which there are no longer any clear guidelines, no strict legal framework, and no concrete social perspectives. Those geopolitical structures that were formed automatically by inertia after the collapse of the USSR are random, transient, and extremely unstable. This applies not only to the republics that separated from Moscow, but primarily to Russia itself. In order to plan for state interests, it is necessary to have a clear idea of which state we are talking about. In other words, this makes sense when there is a clearly identified political subject. In the present situation, there is no such subject in the case of the Russians. 175. The existence of Russia understood as the Russian Federation, RF, clearly does not meet any serious criteria in defining the status of a state. The scattered assessments of the status of the Russian Federation in international politics are a clear indication of this very state of affairs. What is the RF? A successor and assignee of the USSR? A regional power? A mono-ethnic state? An interethnic federation? Gendarme of Eurasia? A pawn in American projects? Territories destined for further fragmentation? Depending on specific conditions, the Russian Federation appears in one of these roles, despite the absolute inconsistency of such definitions. In one moment, it is a state with a claim to a special role in world politics, in another, it is a secondary regional power, and in yet another, it is a field for separatist experiments. If one and the same territorial political entity appears in all these roles at the same time, it is obvious that we are talking about some conditional category, some variable, rather than the complete and stable political phenomenon that can be called a state in the full sense of the word. The Russian Federation is not Russia, a fully fledged Russian state. It is a transitional entity in a broad and dynamic global geopolitical process and nothing more. Of course, the Russian Federation can become a Russian state in the long term, but it is not at all obvious that this will happen, and it is also not obvious whether it should be aspired to. In any case, it is impossible to talk about strategic interests of such an unstable and temporary phenomenon as the Russian Federation in the long term, and it is even more absurd to try to formulate a strategic doctrine of the Russian Federation based on the current state of affairs. The Russian Federation's strategic interests can only become clearer once the political, social, economic, and ideological subjects of these interests have emerged, taken shape, and defined. Until that happens, any projects in this direction will turn out to be a momentary fiction. The Russian Federation has no national history, its borders are contingent, its cultural references are hazy, its political regime is shaky and vague, its ethnic map is patchy, and its economic structure is fragmentary and partly 176. Decomposed. The conglomerate is merely the result of the disintegration of a more global geopolitical entity, a fragment torn from the whole picture. Even to create something stable on this piece of the empire would require a real revolution, similar to the revolution of the Young Turks, who created a modern secular Turkey from a fragment of the Ottoman Empire, although here again the question arises of whether it is worth striving for. If the Russian Federation is not a Russian state, neither is the sea. Despite the fact that practically all the territories of the CIS countries, with a few exceptions, were part of the Russian Empire, and therefore were once part of the Russian state, the CIS countries currently have a sufficient degree of autonomy, and are de jure considered to be independent political entities. It can be argued, and with even greater reason, that in relation to these countries, these entities do not possess any serious signs of genuine statehood, lack the attributes of actual sovereignty, and are more of a territorial process rather than stable and defined geopolitical units. Even apart from the increasing nationalism of the CIS countries, which is often anti-Russian oriented, no harmonious picture can be formed out of the unnatural, unstable, and contradictory fragments themselves. The Belgian geopolitical scientist Jean Thiriart made one accurate comparison in this regard. The USSR was like a bar of chocolate, with the boundaries of the slices, republics marked out. Once the slices have been broken off, it is no longer enough to put them together to rebuild the whole bar. From now on, this can only be achieved by melting the entire bar and stamping it again. Strategic interests of the Russian Federation is the same empty figure of speech as strategic interests of the CIS countries. It has very little to do with the strategic interests of the Russians. 2.2. The concept of post to imperial legitimacy. Despite the non-existence of the Russian state in the full sense, certain legal principles are valid throughout the post-Soviet space, on which both the Western reaction to certain actions of the Russian Federation and the 177 momentary logic of the Russian leadership's steps are based. It is these principles, at first sight, that keep the Russian Federation, and more broadly, the CIS, from total chaos. This is the doctrine of post-imperial legitimacy. In order to understand the essence of today's geopolitical processes in Eurasia, it is necessary to briefly outline the main theses of this concept. Post-imperial legitimacy is a set of legal norms closely linked to the immediate antecedent phase of the political development of a region, that is, the legacy of empire. An empire, at least a secular liberal or socialist one, is most often guided in the territorial organization of its colonies by purely administrative and economic characteristics, without regard for ethnic, religious, or national factors. Administrative boundaries within the empire are quite arbitrary, as they are knowingly conventional barriers created only for the convenience of centralized control of the metropolis. The empire, during its existence, forces the other powers to recognize its internal administrative system as legitimate. But when an empire collapses, there are always zones of legal uncertainty, as the structure which legally regulated the status of its constituent parts ceases to exist. In the process of post-colonial transformations, an international legal concept was formulated which formed the basis for the classification of the legality and illegality of post-imperial territorial political entities. This is the concept of post-imperial legitimacy. Its essence is that, despite the absence of the empire as a whole, its purely administrative components receive full legal status, regardless of whether or not the entity in question meets the criterion of a full-fledged state. This approach is based on the secular liberal idea of the arbitrariness of any state formation as a historical accident. According to this logic, ethnic, religious, cultural, and social components are insignificant and unimportant, as the population is understood here as a simple aggregate of economic and statistical units. This is the inertia of the imperial colonial approach, which is used to regard colonies and provinces as something secondary and unimportant, additional within the overall context. As a rule, post-imperial entities never, or almost never, become full 178 fledged states and continue to exist as economic and political appendages of the former or new metropolis. Almost always, their ruling elite is a direct heir, often a protege, to the colonial administration. The economy is entirely dependent on external factors, and the political and social structure adjusts to the model of the former center. The maintenance of such post-imperial legitimacy often results in the same autochthonous ethnos inhabiting the territories of different post-imperial states, and several ethnic and religious groups living within the same state. In fact, the relative balance of interests is maintained in such cases only by appeal to an external factor, most often the explicit or implicit power of the former metropolis, or whatever developed state may succeed it. Significantly, during the final stages of Africa's liberation, the Pan-African Congress decided to apply the principle of post-imperial legitimacy to all the newly created states, although many large African peoples such as the Bantu, Zulu, etc. found themselves living in 2 or 3 states at once. This was done under the pretext of avoiding ethnic, tribal, and religious wars. In reality, it was about the desire of the post-imperial leaders to keep their artificial elites in power, without allowing new representatives of an organic national hierarchy to emerge in the process of national rise. Given Africa's strategic and socio-economic backwardness and lack of a fresh and vital state tradition, this approach worked quite successfully. The principle of post-imperial legitimacy also applies today to countries that emerged from the ruins of the USSR. In the former Union republics, the heirs of the colonial administration are in power almost everywhere, sections of a single administrative structure that was formed entirely in the imperial Soviet context. This elite is alienated from the national and cultural traditions of its peoples, and is oriented by inertia towards maintaining economic and political dependence on the metropolis. The only exception is Armenia, where the logic of post-imperial legitimacy has been broken, in the case of Nagorno-Karabakh, and where, accordingly, purely national political forces carry more weight than in all the other CIS countries. Moreover, Armenia is the only mono-ethnic republic in the CE. At first glance, one might get the impression that the principle of post-imperial legitimacy plays into the hands of Russia and Moscow, as it creates prerequisites for maintaining Russian influence in the near abroad, and simplifies political and economic relations with geographical neighbors. But in reality, the situation is more complicated. As in the case of decolonization of the Third World, the collapse of the empire weakens the geopolitical power of the metropolis, and some colonies and dominions pass under the implicit control of another, stronger power that uses the system of post-imperial legitimacy for its own purposes. A striking example of this is the United States, which effectively seized most of the former British, Spanish, Portuguese, French, and Dutch colonies under its influence during the process of decolonization. Thus, the post-Soviet colonial administration in the CIS countries can be, and is, replaced by a different colonial administration, which uses the already existing artificial structures for its own purposes. On the other hand, post-imperial legitimacy puts the RF itself on a par with other CIS countries, as long as it completely ignores the national cultural, religious, and ethnic Interests of the Russian people who fall under the abstract norms of post-imperial purely administrative law and are scattered across alien pseudo-state and quasi-national formations. The remains of the imperial administration within the Russian Federation, the party bureaucratic apparatus, turn out to be just as alien to the Russian national context as in other republics, because the empire system itself was built on other purely administrative and economic principles, rather than national and cultural ones. The Russians, having liberated themselves from the republics, did not gain freedom and autonomy, but lost a large part of their national community, remained dependent on the remnants of the former nomenclature, and in addition was exposed to the new danger of falling under the influence of external political forces of more powerful powers. This latter danger was not so close during the period of the empire, but as a simple regional power, the Russian Federation is exposed to it to the full. All these considerations call into question the usefulness of the principle of post-imperial legitimacy in the current context, as it largely contradicts Russian national interests. But what criteria should be used to determine what constitutes the Russian national interest? Who should be taken as the main subject in relation to whom one could determine what is beneficial and what is disadvantageous? In what categories should Russia be conceptualized today? 2.3 Russian people at the center of the geopolitical concept. The collapse of the Soviet Empire and the fragility and state failure of the new political formations on its territory, including the Russian Federation, make it necessary to look for a more concrete category for understanding Russian national interests. The only organic, natural, historically rooted reality in this matter can only be the Russian people. The Russian people is a historical community that has all the attributes of a full-fledged and stable political entity. The Russian people are united ethnically, culturally, psychologically, and religiously. But this is not the only reason for putting it in the center of the geopolitical concept as a subject of political and social strategy. The Russian people, unlike many other nations, was formed as a bearer of a particular civilization that had all the distinctive features of an original and full-fledged planetary historical phenomenon. The Russian people is a civilizational constant, which served as a pivot in the creation of not one, but many states, from the mosaic of Eastern Slavic principalities to Moscow Russes, Peter the Great Empire, and the Soviet bloc. And this constant defined the continuity and connection between entities so different politically, socially, territorially, and structurally. The Russian people did not simply provide the ethnic basis for all these state formations, they expressed in them a particular civilizational idea, unlike any other. It was not the state that formed the Russian nation. On the 181. Contrary, the Russian nation, the Russian people experimented in history with different types of state systems, expressing in different ways, depending on the circumstances, the specifics of its unique mission. The Russian people undoubtedly belong to the number of messianic peoples. And like any messianic people, it has a universal, all-human significance that competes not just with other national ideas, but with types of other forms of civilizational universalism. K. Leontiev and the Russian Eurasians developed this idea quite fully. Regardless of turmoil, periods of transition, and political cataclysms, Russian people have always maintained their messianic identity, and therefore has always remained a political subject of history. After the next state upheaval, the same ancient and powerful Russian force created new political constructions, clothed their spiritual outburst in new geopolitical forms. And as soon as the state constructions developed to a critical line, beyond which loomed the final loss of the connection of political form with the national content, crises and disasters occurred, followed by a new geopolitical and social construction, clothed civilizational mission of the Russian people in new images and political structures, and in the current transition period, it is the Russian people that should be taken as the main political subject, from which the scale of Russia's geopolitical and strategic, as well as socio-economic interests, should be derived. The Russian people is Russia today, but not as a clearly delineated state, but as a geopolitical potentiality. Real and concrete on the one hand, but which has not yet defined its new state structure, neither its ideology, nor its territorial limits, nor its socio-political structure. Nevertheless, the potential Russia today has far more fixed characteristics than the ephemeral RF or CS. These characteristics are directly related to the civilizational mission, in the realization of which the Russian people's raison d'etre consists. Firstly, the Russian people, equal to Russia, are undoubtedly responsible for Con. 182. Trolling the northeastern regions of Eurasia. This Russian Drang nach Osten und Norden constitutes the natural geopolitical process of Russian history in recent centuries, which has not stopped under any political cataclysm. Mackinder called Russia the geopolitical axis of history, and this is quite true, since the Russian people have indeed traditionally gravitated towards the civilizational development of all those inland Eurasian spaces, which are located in the heart of the continental mass. Hence, one can conclude that the strategic interests of Russians are inseparable from the expanses of northeast Eurasia. This is the fundamental principle in determining the real prospects of the geopolitics of Russia, equal to the Russian people. Secondly, the Russian people, equal to Russia, are endowed with a particular type of religiosity and culture, which differ sharply from the Catholic Protestant West and from the post-Christian civilization that has developed there. Russia's cultural and geopolitical antithesis should be taken to be the West as a whole, and not just one of its constituent countries. Modern Western civilization is universalist-oriented. There is a particular cultural unity in all its compartments, based on a specific solution to the main philosophical and attitudinal problems. Russian universalism, the foundation of Russian civilization, is radically different from the West in all major respects. In a sense, they are two competing, mutually exclusive models, opposite poles. Consequently, the strategic interests of the Russian people should be oriented in an anti-Pastern direction, which stems from the imperative to preserve Russian civilizational identity. And civilizational expansion is also possible in the future. Thirdly, the Russian people, equal to Russia, never set out to create a mono-ethnic, racially homogeneous state. The mission of the Russians was universal, and that is why the Russian people systematically went in history to create an empire, the borders of which were constantly expanding, covering more and more conglomerate of peoples, cultures, religions, territories, regions. It is absurd to consider the systematic and pronounced expansionism of the Russians a historical accident. This expansionism is an integral part of the historical existence of the Russian people, and is closely associated with the quality of its civilizational mission. This mission carries a certain common denominator, which allows the Russians to integrate the most diverse cultural realities into their empire. However, the common denominator has its own characteristics, and is applicable only to those peoples who have a certain historical specificity and cultural content, while other peoples, in particular, some nations of the West, remain deeply alien to Russian universalism, which historically manifested in the instability and even inconsistency of Russian political influence in Europe. Fourthly, the Russian people, equal to Russia, in its being proceeds from an even more global, soteriological perspective, which in the limit has a general planetary meaning. It is not a question of an infinite expansion of the Russian living space, but the establishment of a special Russian type of worldview, which is accentuated eschatologically and claims to be the last word in earthly history. This is the supreme supremacy of the nation as a God-bearing people. Consequently, theoretically, there is no people, culture, or territory on the planet whose fate and path would be indifferent to the Russian consciousness. This manifests itself in the unshakable belief of Russians in the final triumph of truth, spirit, and justice, not only within the Russian state, but everywhere. To deprive the Russians of this eschatological faith is tantamount to their spiritual scoping. Russians care about everything and everyone, and therefore, in the final analysis, the interests of the Russian people are not limited to the Russian ethnos, the Russian Empire, or even the whole of Eurasia. This transcendent aspect of the Russian nation needs to be taken into account when developing a future geopolitical strategy. Obviously, in the current circumstances and under the generally accepted Western, secular, quantitative liberal norms of the legal approach, there is no objective possibility, not only to legally secure the status of the Russian people as an independent political subject, but even to introduce into legal and diplomatic usage such a term as people. Modern international law, which copies in the main features of Roman law, recognizes only the state and the individual as full-fledged political subjects. 184. And so there is a code of states' rights and human rights, while the very notion of people's rights is absent. This is not surprising, since a secular and quantitative approach cannot take into account such cultural, spiritual categories as ethnicity, people, etc. A similar quantitative approach characterized the Soviet system and the democratic world. And since the Russian people in the present period resides in a territory where either post-imperial or liberal democratic principles of legitimacy are in force, any automatic recognition of the political status of people is out of the question. Consequently, the logic of clarifying and defending Russian national interests requires a serious change in the existing legal practice and, moreover, a radical revision of this practice in the national vein. Such a transformation would not be possible if we were talking about a single people, underdeveloped and technologically unequipped. In the case of the Russians, fortunately, this is not the case. Today, we still have the possibility of political transformation which is quite independent from the rest of the world, because Russia's possession of strategic weaponry allows it to withstand pressure from the West to a certain extent. And here, everything depends only on the political will and determination of those individuals who will assume responsibility for the fate of Russia and the Russian people. In any case, the first step towards identifying the national interests of the Russian people is to recognize them as an independent political entity with the right to decide for itself what is beneficial and what is not, and to take geopolitical, socio-economic, and strategic steps in accordance with this. Chapter 3. Russia is unthinkable without empire. 3.1. The Russians' lack of a nation-state, Russia has never been analogous to the nation-states that characterize modern Europe and whose model was projected onto Asia and the Third World as a whole in the colonial and post-decolonial era. The nation-state is based on administrative unity and bureaucratic centralism, which form a political community created by the state and closely linked to the state. There is no doubt that the model of the nation-state first emerged in absolutist France and was later consolidated in the Jacobin revolutionary model. The nation-state initially had an emphatically secular nature and was first and foremost a political unity. In such a conception, the term nation was understood as a totality of citizens rather than people or nations in the organic, holistic sense. This type of state was based on the ethnic, confessional, and estates-based leveling of the population, on the establishment of similar legal and procedural norms throughout society, without regard to regional, religious, or racial features. Nominally, the nation-state can be monarchical, democratic, or socialist. The essential element in it is not the specificity of the political structure, but the understanding of the state as an administrative centralist instance, placed above all social, ethnic, and cultural religious distinctions. It should be stressed that nation in this case has a purely and exclusively political meaning, sharply different from the one that nationalists put into this concept. 187. The nation-state historically emerged in Europe at a time of the final disintegration of imperial unity as a result of the destruction of the last vestiges of the imperial system, which survived in the form of feudal regional structures. The nation-state is inherently dominated by profane bourgeois values which reduce qualitative social differences to a simplified quantitative administrative structure. The nation-state is usually governed not by a divine idea, like a theocracy or holy empire, not by a heroic aristocratic personality, like a feudal system, but by a dictatorship of law, nomocracy, which gives enormous power to jurists and legal bureaucracies. In fact, the nation-state is the most manageable and most quantitatively ordered political reality, since all non-quantitative, irrational factors are minimized in it. In Russian history, the nation-state never emerged. When this model began to take root in Europe from the 18th century onwards, Russia desperately resisted it by all means. The Tsarist regime tried to preserve the imperial structure as intact as possible, although certain concessions to the European model were constantly made. Despite the pro-European reforms of Peter the Great, the Russian Empire maintained its theocratic elements and aristocratic principle, while the transfer of the clergy and nobility to the category of state bureaucrats never really took place. Unlike in Western Europe, the national element resisted this transformation of the empire into a nation-state, which prompted regular waves of spontaneous or deliberate reactions from both the people and the elite. Even under one and the same sovereign, reformist, and reactionary attitudes in Russia frequently shifted, and from liberal reforms often turned to mystical restorationist projects, most vividly illustrated by the reign of Aleksandr I, founder of the Holy Alliance. It was only at the beginning of the 20th century that Russia came close to realizing a nation-state modeled on Europe. However, this time too, the process was thwarted by a revolutionary outburst that incorporated, albeit unconsciously, a profound national protest against a type of state structure in which there would be no place for the manifestation of a spiritual 188. People's mission. Behind the modernist rhetoric of Bolshevism, the Russians vaguely recognized their own eschatological ideals of the triumph of the idea, justice, and truth. The Soviet state was perceived by the people as building a new empire, a kingdom of light, a abode of the spirit, rather than as creating the most rational system of administration and management of quantitative units. The tragedy and fanaticism of the Bolshevik cataclysms was precisely due to the idealism of the task, and not at all to the inability to organize human resources in a more humane and less costly way. The USSR did not become a nation-state. It was a continuation of purely imperial national traditions, clothed in extravagant external forms and contrasted with the later Tsarist model, which was slipping towards an ordinary bourgeois society, towards a dictatorship of law. The Soviet Empire, like any political construction, had three stages. The revolutionary stage of building a unique system, Lenin's youth, the stable stage of strengthening and expanding the power, Stalin's adulthood, and the stage of disintegration and decrepitude, Brezhnev's old age. And it was the late Brezhnev period that produced the political administrative structure most reminiscent of the bureaucratic centralism of a typical nation-state. The life cycle of this Soviet formation came to an end during perestroika. At the same time, another stage in the national history of the Russian people came to an end. It is important to note that there is a pattern in Russian history. When it comes to transforming Russia into a nation-state, disasters ensue, and at a new turn the nation finds another, sometimes rather extravagant way to evade the seemingly inevitable transformation. Russians strive to avoid such a turn of events at all costs, since their political will is incompatible with the narrow norms of rational and average quantitative existence within a bureaucratically efficient mechanism. Russians are prepared to make unimaginable sacrifices and hardships so that the national idea, the great Russian dream, can be realized and developed, and the boundaries of this dream the nation sees, at the very least, in the empire. The Russian people of the empire. Not a mono-ethnic state, not a nation-state, Russia was almost initially a potential imperial state. From the unification of Slavic and Ugro-Finnic tribes under Rurik to the gigantic scale of the USSR and the territories under its influence, the Russian people were steadily on the path of political and spatial integration, empire building, and civilizational expansion. It should be emphasized that Russian expansion had a civilizational sense and was not a utilitarian pursuit of colonies or a banal struggle for living space. It was neither the lack of this living space nor economic necessity that drove the Russian people to increasingly expand their borders to the east, south, north, and west. Lack of land has never been the true cause of Russian empire building. The Russians were expanding as bearers of a special mission, the geopolitical projection of which consisted of a deep awareness of the need to unite the giant territories of the Eurasian continent. The political integrity of the Eurasian space has a completely independent meaning for Russian history. One could say that Russians feel responsible for this space, for its state, for its connection, for its integrity and independence. Mackinder rightly regarded Russia as the main land power of our time, which inherits the geopolitical mission of Rome, the empire of Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, etc. It is the geographical axis of history, which simply cannot fail to fulfill its geopolitical destiny, regardless of external and transitory factors. The Russian people are so connected with geopolitical reality that space itself, its experience, its awareness, its spiritual perception have shaped the psychology of the people, becoming one of the most important definitions of its identity, of its essence. Real terrestrial space is not a purely quantitative category. Climate, landscape, terrain geology, waterways, and mountain ranges are actively involved in the formation of ethnic and, more broadly, civilizational types. From the geopolitical point of view, civilization and its specificity in general are strictly determined by geography and necessarily subject to special qualitative laws. 190. The Russians are a landlocked continental northern Eurasian nation, and the cultural specificity of the nation is such that its soul is maximally predisposed to openness, to the implementation of an integrating function, to the subtle and profound process of developing a special continental Eurasian community. The cultural factor is a natural complement to Russia's purely geopolitical predestination. The geopolitical mission is realized at the cultural level, and vice versa. Culture comprehends, shapes, and activates the geopolitical impulse. Space and culture are the two most important components of the Russian people as a nation of empire builders in the first place. Not blood, not race, not administrative control, or even religion made a part of the Eastern Slavs into a special, incomparable community of the Russian people. It was the boundless Eurasian expanse and the utmost cultural, spiritual openness that made it so. Under the sign of space and culture, ethnic, political, ethical, and religious aspects were redefined. Russians formed, developed, and matured as a nation in the empire, in the heroics of its construction, in the exploits of its defense, in the campaigns for its expansion. The rejection of the empire-building function means the end of the existence of the Russian people as a historical reality, as a civilizational phenomenon. Such rejection is national suicide. Unlike Rome, the first Rome, Moscow and Russia have in their imperial impulse a deep teleological, eschatological meaning. Hegel developed the interesting concept that the absolute idea in the eschatological situation should manifest itself in its final, realized form in the form of the Prussian state. On a planetary scale, however, Prussia and even Germany taken alone are geopolitically insufficient for this concept to be taken seriously. Russia, the Third Rome, on the religious, cultural, spatial, and strategic scale, corresponds perfectly well to such a teleological view of the essence of history, and clearly aspires to fulfill exactly this mission. Hegel's absolute idea in the case of Russia is the spiritual root of Russian empire building, gravitating towards the civilizational development of the continent Eurasia. It is absurd to apply such serious Hegelian criteria to a nation-state which knowingly assumes other nation-states with their own goals, myths, and interests. To grant such a relative structure the quality of absolute significance is quite absurd. But in the case of a giant empire, based on specific, largely paradoxical, and in some ways not entirely clear principles, it is quite different. And it is no accident that the ancient empires were called holy empires. The quality of holiness was conveyed to them by the execution of a special spiritual mission, which prefigured an empire of the end, a continental kingdom of the absolute idea. The Russian people were moving step by step towards this very goal. At each stage of the expansion of their state, the Russians moved to the next stage of Messianic universalism, first rallying the Eastern Slavs, then incorporating the Turkic stream, of steppes and Siberia, then moving to the south into deserts and mountains, and finally forming a giant political bloc, controlling literally half the world in the Soviet period. If we realize that the Russian people in its essence is this empire-building process, a volitional geopolitical vector of creation of the state of the absolute idea, then it becomes quite obvious that the existence of the Russian people directly depends on the continuation of this process, on its development, on its intensification. By cutting or suppressing this vector, we will hit the Russians in the heart. We will deprive them of their national identity. We will turn them into a historical rudiment. We will disrupt the global teleological eschatological planetary process. 3. The regional power trap. The Russian people, with their civilizational and geopolitical mission, have traditionally been, and still are, a serious obstacle to the ubiquitous spread on the planet of the purely liberal model of the Western model. Both Tsarist and Soviet regimes, obeying an inexorable national logic, have prevented Western cultural and political expansion to the east, and particularly to the depths of the Eurasian continent. And the seriousness of the geopolitical 192 confrontation has always been reflected in the fact that Russia has federated, in and around itself, different countries and peoples into a powerful strategic imperial bloc. As a continental empire, Russia participated in world politics and defended its national and civilizational interests. At present, after the collapse of the USSR, the West is seeking to impose another geopolitical function on Russia to turn Russia into a political structure, which would be unable to participate directly in world politics and have a broad civilizational mission. The report by Paul Wolfowitz to the U.S. Congress in 1992 stated unequivocally that the primary strategic objective of the United States is to prevent the creation on the territory of the former Soviet Union of a major and independent strategic entity capable of conducting a policy independent of the United States. It was based on this urgent need of the West that Russia was offered the role of a regional power. A regional power is a modern geopolitical category that describes a large and fairly developed state whose political interests are, however, limited to areas immediately adjacent to or within its territory. Regional powers are, for example, India, Iran, Turkey, Pakistan, China, etc. The specifics of a regional power are that it carries more political weight than an ordinary rank-and-file state, but less weight than a superpower or an empire. In other words, a regional power has no direct influence on planetary civilization and global geopolitical processes, being subordinate in the main strategic lines to the balance of power of more powerful empires. At the same time, a regional power has a certain freedom in relation to its immediate weaker neighbors and can exert political and economic pressure on them, naturally, only when it does not contradict the interests of superpowers. The status of regional power offered imposed on Russia today by the West is tantamount to suicide for the Russian nation. It is about artificially and under strong external influence reversing the vector of Russian national history in the opposite direction, breaking the coherent process of the geopolitical formation of Russians as an empire. Russia, as a regional power, would represent a repudiation of that deep impulse of the nation. 193, which lies at the heart of its highest and deepest identity. The loss of imperial scale for Russians means the end and failure of their participation in civilization, the defeat of their spiritual and cultural system of values, the fall of their universalist and messianic aspirations, the devaluation and debunking of the entire national ideology that animated many generations of the Russian people and gave strength and energy for exploits, creation, struggle, and overcoming adversity. If one considers the specifics of Russia's national imperial self-identification, it is clear that Russia's assumption of the status of regional power cannot be the last line of defense. The blow to the Russian national identity would be so severe that it would not be limited to the Russian Federation or a similar territorial space. Having lost their mission, Russians will not be able to find the strength to adequately assert their new, diminished identity in a regional state, as asserting this identity is impossible in the state of affect that logically occurs when a nation loses its imperial scale. Consequently, the processes of disintegration are likely to continue in the regional power, and the growing wave of regional and religious separatism will be impossible for the disadvantaged Russians to oppose. Even in order to fix the regional status of post-imperial Russia, a powerful wave of nationalism would have to be awakened, a nationalism that is entirely new, artificial, based on energies and ideas that have nothing in common with the traditional and only authentic and justified Russian imperial tendency. It can be compared to the small secular nationalism of the Young Turks, who created the modern Turkey, a regional power on the ruins of the Ottoman Empire through a national revolution. But the nationalism of the Young Turks had nothing in common with the geopolitical and religious nationalism of the Ottoman Empire, and in fact, today's Turkey is both spiritually, ethnically, and culturally an entirely different reality from the Turkish Empire of the beginning of the century. The same, if not worse, threatens Russia, and it is more likely that attempts to establish itself as a regional power that has abandoned its civilizational mission and universalist values will bring to life politicians of the Mladoros. 194. type similar to the Young Turks, who will very probably profess a particular sectarian ideology that has nothing to do with the main line of the Russian national idea. Such Russian non-imperial nationalism, secular and artificial, will geopolitically only play into the hands of the West as it will consolidate Russia's regional status, lead to illusory and short-lived internal stabilization, and simultaneously lay the basis for future intra-Russian ethnic and religious conflicts. But while Turkey has 2 or 3 major ethnic communities capable of actively opposing Young Turk centralism, the Russian Federation has hundreds of peoples who got along fine under the imperial model, but who don't fit into the framework of Little Russian nationalism in any way. The conclusion is obvious. Russia will gradually become embroiled in an endless chain of internal conflicts and wars, and will eventually disintegrate. This will be the natural result of the Russians losing their imperial mission, as this process cannot be limited to a relative shrinkage of territories, and must necessarily reach its logical limit to the complete destruction of the Russian nation as a historical, geopolitical, and civilizational entity. Critique Point 4. Critique of Soviet statehood. The last form of imperial organization of the Russian people was the USSR and the geopolitical area that depended on it, the Warsaw Pact countries. During the Soviet period, the Russian sphere of influence expanded geographically to previously unthinkable limits. Land development and military campaigns have included vast territories in the geopolitical zone of the Russians. In a spatial sense, such expansion would seem to represent the highest form of Russian statehood. And it is impossible to deny the fact that it was the Russian people who were the axial construction of the Soviet Empire, embodying their specific universalism, at least in part, in the Soviet ideological and socio-political model. 195. Today, at first glance, it would seem that the prospect of genuine Russian national development in the current context would have to coincide with the restoration of the USSR and the re-establishment of the Soviet model and Soviet statehood. This is partly true and logical. And in this case, the neo-communist movement, which advocates the restoration of the USSR, is closer to understanding the geopolitical interests of the Russian people and represents the essence of their strategic and civilizational aspirations more clearly than some neo-nationalist circles, which lean towards the Young Turks, similar to the Young Turk model of small, diminished ethnic nationalism. Certainly, the geopolitical restorationism of the neo-communists is justified, and their nationalism is more organic and nationalist than the romantic, and irresponsible in form, and subversive in results, narrow nationalist projects of the Slavophile, orthodox monarchist or racist wing of the Patriots. If the choice lay between recreating the USSR and building a mono-ethnic or even monocultural Great Russian state, it would be more logical and correct in the interests of the Russian people to choose the USSR project. However, the reasons for the collapse of the USSR and the collapse of the Soviet Empire need to be analyzed objectively, which in no way can be reduced to identifying external, hostile, and internal subversive influence, that is, to conspiracy theory. The external pressure of the liberal democratic West on the USSR was indeed enormous, while the activities of subversive elements inside the country were extremely effective and coordinated. But both of these factors became decisive only in a situation where the existence of the Soviet Empire entered a stage of internal crisis, which had deep and natural causes rooted in the very specifics of the Soviet system and the Soviet system. Without an understanding of these internal causes of the collapse and their analysis, any attempt to restore the USSR, much less create a new empire, would prove futile and unpromising. Moreover, any purely inertial conservatism in this matter can only make matters worse. Let us identify several factors that led the Soviet Union to geopolitical and socio-economic collapse. 196. Firstly, on an ideological level, during the entire existence of the socialist regime, purely national, traditional, and spiritual elements were never integrated into the overall complex of communist ideology. Being largely national communist de facto, it was never transformed into one de jure, which hindered the organic development of Russian Soviet society, created double standards and ideological contradictions, and undermined clarity and awareness in the implementation of geopolitical and socio-political projects. Atheism, materialism, progressivism, Enlightenment ethics, etc. were deeply alien to Russian Bolshevism and the Russian people in general. In practice, these positions borrowed from Marxism, which, incidentally, were also rather arbitrary elements in Marxism itself, a tribute to old-fashioned positivist humanism in the style of Feuerbach, were understood by Russian communists in the spirit of a folk-mystical, sometimes unorthodox eschatological aspiration, rather than as the rationalist fruits of Western European culture. However, the ideology of National Bolshevism, which might have found more adequate, more Russian terms for the new socio-political order, was never formulated. Consequently, sooner or later, the limitations and inadequacy of such an ideologically contradictory construct were bound to take a negative toll. This was particularly evident in the late Soviet period, when meaningless dogmatism and communist demagogy finally crushed all ideological life in society. This stiffening of the ruling ideology, and the persistent refusal to introduce any organic, national, and natural components into it, culminated in the collapse of the entire Soviet system. Responsibility for this lies not only with the agents of influence and anti-Sovietists, but first and foremost with the Central Soviet ideologists of both the progressive and conservative wings. The Soviet Empire was both ideologically and factually destroyed by the communists. To recreate it in the same form and with the same ideology now is not only impossible but also pointless, since even hypothetically it would reproduce the same preconditions that have already led once to the destruction of the state. Second, on a geopolitical and strategic level, the USSR was uncompetitive in the long term to resist the Atlanticist Western Bloc. In terms of strategy, 197. Land borders are much more vulnerable than maritime borders, at all levels: number of border troops, cost of military equipment, use and deployment of strategic weapons, etc. After World War II. The USSR was at odds with the Western capitalist bloc that had clustered around the US. The US had a gigantic island base, the American continent, totally controlled and surrounded on all sides by oceans and seas, which were easy to defend. Plus, the US controlled almost all the coastal zones in the south and west of Eurasia, posing a gigantic threat to the USSR while remaining virtually out of reach for potential destabilizing actions by the Soviet Union. The division of Europe into Eastern, Soviet, and Western American ones only complicated the geopolitical position of the USSR in the West, increasing its land borders and placing it close to a strategic potential enemy in a situation of passive hostility of the European peoples themselves, who found themselves in a hostage position, in a geopolitical duel whose meaning was not clear to them. The same was true in the southern direction in Asia and the Far East, where the USSR had direct neighbors either controlled by the West, Pakistan, Afghanistan, pre-communist Iran, or rather hostile powers with a non-Soviet socialist orientation, China. In this situation, the USSR could only acquire relative stability in two cases, either by rapidly advancing towards the oceans in the west, towards the Atlantic, and in the south, towards the Indian Ocean, or by creating neutral political blocs in Europe and Asia, which are not controlled by any of the superpowers. This concept, neutral Germany, was tried by Stalin, and, after his death, by Beria. The USSR, together with the Warsaw Pact, was geopolitically too big and too small at the same time. Maintaining the status quo benefited only the US and Atlantism, as the military, industrial, and strategic capabilities of the USSR were becoming increasingly exhausted, while the power of the US, a protected island, was growing. Sooner or later, the Eastern Bloc was bound to collapse. Consequently, the reestablishment of the USSR and the Warsaw Bloc was not only almost impossible, but also unnecessary, because even in the case of virtually improbable success, it would only lead to the revival of a geopolitical model that was known to be doomed. Thirdly, the administrative structure of the USSR was based on a secular 198, purely functional and quantitative understanding of the internal state division. Economic and bureaucratic centralism did not take into account the regional, much less ethnic and religious specificities of the internal territories. The principle of leveling and the strictly economic structuring of society resulted in the creation of such rigid systems which suppressed, and at best conserved, forms of the natural national life of various peoples, including, and to a greater extent, the Russian nation itself. The territorial principle worked even when nominally it was a question of national republics, autonomies, or districts. At the same time, the process of regional ethnic leveling was becoming more and more pronounced as the entire Soviet political system aged, and by its final stage was leaning more and more towards a Soviet nation-state rather than an empire. Nationalism, which had largely contributed to the creation of the USSR in the early stages, became a purely negative factor at the end, as excessive centralization and unification began to engender natural protests and resentment. The atrophy of imperialism, the ossification of bureaucratic centralism, and the pursuit of maximum rationalization and purely economic productivity gradually transformed the USSR into a political monster that lost life and was perceived as an imposed totalitarianism of the center. Certain communist theses of a literalist understanding of internationalism are largely responsible for this. Consequently, this aspect of the Soviet model, which does not deal with specific ethnic groups, cultures, or religions, but rather with abstract population and territory, should not be revived in any way. On the contrary, the consequences of this quantitative approach, the repercussions of which are so tragically felt today in Chechnya, Crimea, Kazakhstan, the Karabakh conflict, Abkhazia, Transnistria, etc., should be eliminated as soon as possible. Fourthly, the economic system in the USSR was based on such a long socialist cycle that gradually the return of society to the individual ceased to be felt at all. The extreme socialization and detailed control of the state over all economic processes down to the smallest detail, as well as the delegation of redistribution to a centralized, purely apex institution, created a climate of social alienation, apathy, and disinterest in society. Socialism, 199, and its benefits were invisible, overshadowed by the gigantic construction of the bureaucratic state machine. The individual and the concrete collective were lost before the abstraction of society, and the cycle of socialist distribution lost its grip on reality, morphing into the inexplicable, alienated, and seemingly arbitrary logic of a soulless machine. Not socialism itself is responsible for this state of affairs, but that version of it which historically developed in the USSR, especially at its later stages, although the origins of this degeneration should be looked for in the doctrine, in the theory itself. Totalitarian socialism deprived the economy of flexibility, people of enthusiasm, and a sense of complicity in the creative process, and helped to inculcate a parasitic attitude towards society, which has been absolutist today in a mafia liberalist mindset. The communists were also responsible for this post-Soviet excess, as they proved incapable of reforming socialism in relation to the national element, and of maintaining a decent life in it. These four main aspects of the former Soviet model are the main factors in the collapse of the Soviet statehood, and it is they who are responsible for the collapse of the Soviet Empire. It is only natural that in the hypothetical re-establishment of the USSR, radical conclusions should be drawn in this respect, and those causes, which had already once historically condemned the great nation to state disaster, should be fundamentally destroyed. However, if the restoration of the USSR were to take place under the banners of an ideology which rejected materialism, atheism, totalitarianism, state socialism, Soviet geopolitical space, administrative structure, internationalism, centralism, etc., is it even legitimate to speak of the USSR or the Soviet state, of communism, restoration, etc.? Would it not be more correct to call it the creation of a new empire? 3.5. Criticism of Tsarist statehood. Today, it is increasingly common to hear calls for a return to the Tsarist monarchical model. This is quite logical, as the discrediting of Sovietism. 200 forces Russians to turn to the forms of statehood that existed before the communist period of Russian history. This model has some positive and some negative aspects. Regardless of the incredible difficulty of restoring the pre-communist state system, this project is being discussed more and more seriously. Given the historical logic of the geopolitical development of the Russian nation, it makes sense to talk about the later periods of the Romanov dynasty, when Russia reached the limits of its maximum territorial imperial scope. The most positive in this project is the ideological basis of Tsarist Russia, which, albeit nominally, declared allegiance to the national spirit, narodnost, religious truth, orthodoxy, and the traditional sacral political order, autocracy. However, as Russian Eurasians rightly pointed out, the Uvara formula, orthodoxy, autocracy, nationality, was, in the last periods of Tsarist Russia, more of an idealistic slogan than the real content of political life and social structure. Russian orthodoxy, shaken by the secular reforms of Peter, in this period was quite far from the ideal of Holy Russia, being in fact subordinated to state control and having lost much of its sacral authority and the harmony of Orthodox symphony. Having lost its spiritual independence, the Russian Church was compelled to compromise with secular power, embodied in the Tsar's subordinate synod, and thus was limited in the freedom of genuine confession of unearthly truths. The autocracy, for its part, increasingly lost its sacral significance, becoming involved in purely political tasks and at times forgetting its supreme mission and religious purpose. Although the desacralization of imperial power had never reached the level of an empty parody of European monarchies, especially those of France and Great Britain, until the last emperor abdicated, the European influence in this area was still very great. Finally, the narodnost of the famous slogan was rather purely declarative, while the people themselves were deeply alienated from political life, as manifested, for example, in their indifference to the February and later October revolutions, which radically destroyed the monarchist model. 201. A direct appeal in our circumstances to the restoration of this triad is likely to lead to a restoration of that thin and largely demagogic compromise, which in practice was behind these three principles in the late Romanov era, in which they were, incidentally, formulated. Moreover, given the absence of unambiguous pretenders to the Russian throne, the unstable and uncertain state of the current Orthodox Church, and the abstract meaning of the term nationality, which is often understood as merely superficial, folkloric style or altogether faked by imagining intellectuals, it is easy to anticipate that a return to the Uvarov ideology would be an even greater travesty than the pre-revolutionary Tsarist regime. The Tsarist model also had a serious geopolitical flaw, which led the Russian Empire to its downfall just as the USSR did 70 years later. A return to Tsarist and, hence, generally Slavophile geopolitics would pose a dire threat. The fact is that during the last half-century of the Romanov dynasty, the foreign policy of the ruling house was determined not by the Eurasian traditions of Alexander I and the prospects of a continental Holy Alliance based on an alliance between Russia and the powers of Central Europe, but by pro-English and pro-French projects, for the sake of which Russia was drawn into suicidal conflicts on the side of its natural geopolitical opponents and against its natural geopolitical allies. The support of the Serbian demands the irresponsible myth of the Bosphorus and Dardanelles. The involvement of French Freemasons in European anti-German intrigues all forced Russia to play a political role that was not only uncharacteristic of it, but directly destructive to it, by trying to establish itself on a Slavophile basis in Eastern Europe and by constantly being drawn into conflict with the Central European powers. Russia's natural allies, the Tsarist regime systematically undermined the foundations of the Russian state, leading Russia straight to geopolitical suicide. The Turkish wars and the war with Japan belonged to the same category. Paradoxically, it seems that Russia sought to best serve the Atlanticist interests of progressive France and colonial capitalist England instead of fulfilling its natural Eurasian mission, and seeking an alliance with all similar, both politically and spiritually, conservative and imperial regimes. Slavophile geopolitical utopia cost Russia its Tsar, church, and empire, and only the arrival of the Eurasian-oriented Bolsheviks saved the country and people from total degradation and transformation into a regional power. Attempting to follow such a late Romanesque, Slavophile line in our circumstances cannot but lead to a similar result, and even the very appeal to pre-revolutionary Russia carries with it potentially suicidal political motives, far more dangerous for the Russian people than Soviet restoration projects. There is another factor that is extremely dangerous in the case of monarchist tendencies. We are talking about that capitalist form of economy which was characteristic of Russia at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries. Although it was a variation of national capitalism constrained by a state, social, and cultural framework, rather than a wild free market, the effect of the economic alienation inherent in any capitalism was extremely strong. The Russian bourgeoisie firmly took the place of the state and military aristocracy and the clerical class, crowding out the bureaucracy and civil servants. This type of Russian bourgeois, quite different from representatives of the traditional pre-capitalist feudal merchant class, actually opposed the cultural, social, and ethical norms that were the essence of the Russian national value system. Having absorbed the lessons of English economic liberalism, having tasted financial and stock market speculation, deftly exploiting the economic inefficiency of a Russian aristocracy still bound by a code of honor, the Russian bourgeois came to the forefront of Russian political life, fitting in perfectly with the overall picture of a Lubanic monarchical pseudo-patriarchy that had lost all its vital, sacred content. It was Russian capitalists, very often of a nationalist Black Hundreds orientation, who became the first agents of English and French influence in Russia, natural agents of the Atlanticist trade model that developed and took shape in Anglo-Saxon and French societies. The late Romanov state system was a combination of a desacralized monarchical facade, suicidal Slavophile geopolitics, and Atlanticist-oriented market capitalism. In all cases, the national rhetoric was only a screen and a fig, 203, ewer of speech, behind which were political social tendencies not just distant from the true interests of the Russian people, but directly opposed to those interests. Another element of this model is rather dubious, is the principle of the provincial administrative division of the Russian Empire, although in practice this did not interfere with the free development of the constituent peoples of the Russian Empire, and normally Russians only helped ethnic groups to form and develop their specific cultures, the legal non-recognition of cultural, ethnic, and religious autonomies, and some strict state-leveling centralism were not the best methods of engaging nations in unanimous and free continental empire building. Elements of the nation-state manifested themselves in the last decades of the Romanov dynasty in much the same way as in the last decades of the USSR, and the effect was very similar: alienation of ethnic groups. From Moscow, St. Petersburg, and the Russians, separatist sentiments, a surge of small nationalism, and so on. The response was the degeneration of the great Russian messianic will into banal national chauvinism. In monarchic Russia, it was the cultural and religious side that was positive, the nominal loyalty to sacral traditions, the memory of the ideal of Holy Russia, the Holy Kingdom, of Moscow, the Third Rome, the Orthodox Church as a stronghold of dogmatic truth, the symphony of autocracy, the awareness of the historical mission of the God-bearing Russian people are the spiritual symbols of the true Russian Empire, which have archetypal, enduring value, which however should be cleared of formalism, demagogy, and Pharisaic overlay. But the unnatural geopolitics, the malleability of capitalization, the underestimation of the ethnic and religious factor in small intra-imperial peoples, the anti-German, anti-Japanese, and anti-Ottoman orientation of the late Romanov Empire all have to be recognized as a political dead end, having nothing to do with the genuine interests of the Russian people, which was proved by the historical collapse of this model. towards a new Eurasian empire. On the basis of the preceding considerations, certain conclusions can be drawn about the prospect of the coming empire as the only form of dignified and natural existence for the Russian people, and the only opportunity to bring its historical and civilizational mission to completion. 1. The coming empire must not be a regional power or a nation-state. This is obvious, but it should be particularly emphasized that such an empire could never become a continuation, a development of a regional power or a nation-state, because such an intermediate stage would cause irreparable damage to underlying national imperial trend and involve the Russian people in a maze of insoluble geopolitical and social contradictions, and this, in turn, would make systematic and consistent logical empire building impossible. 2. The new empire must be built as an empire from the outset, and its project must already be based on full-fledged and developed imperial principles. This process cannot be regarded as a distant prospect, hoping for favorable conditions in the future. There will never be such conditions for the creation of a great Russian empire if the people and the political forces striving to speak on their behalf do not already consciously and clearly affirm their fundamental state and geopolitical orientation. An empire is not just a very big state. It is something quite different. It is a strategic and geopolitical bloc, surpassing the parameters of an ordinary state. It is a superstate. Practically never has an ordinary state developed into an empire. Empires were built immediately as an expression of a particular civilizational will, as a superpurpose, as a giant world-building impulse. That is why today we must say with certainty, not the Russian state, but the Russian empire. Not the path of socio-political evolution, but the path of geopolitical revolution. 205. Not be materialistic, not atheistic, not econocentrist. Have either maritime borders or friendly blocs on adjacent continental territories. Have a flexible and differentiated ethno-religious internal political administrative structure that has taken into account local, ethnic, religious, cultural, ethical, etc. characteristics of the regions, giving these elements a legal status. To make state involvement in economic management flexible and affecting only strategic areas. To sharply reduce the social cycle. To achieve organic participation of the people in distribution. These first 4 points are derived from an analysis of the causes of the collapse of the Soviet Empire. To fill the religious monarchical formula with true sacred content, lost under the influence of the secular West on the Romanov dynasty, to bring about an orthodox conservative revolution to return to the roots of a genuine Christian outlook, to transform the term peoplehood from a Uvarov formula into a central aspect of the socio-political order, to make the people the main, fundamental political and legal category, to contrast the organic concept of the people with the quantitative norms of liberal and socialist jurisprudence, to develop a theory of the rights of the people. Instead of Slavophile geopolitics, turn to Eurasian projects rejecting Russia's anti-German policy in the West and anti-Japanese policy in the East, to do away with the Atlanticist line disguised as Russian nationalism, to prevent the processes of privatization and capitalization, as well as stock exchange games and financial speculation in the empire, to focus on corporate, collective, and state control of the people. 206. Over economic reality, to discard the dubious chimera of national capitalism. Instead of the provincial principle, move towards the creation of ethno-religious regions with a maximum degree of cultural, linguistic, economic, and legal autonomy, strictly limiting them in political, strategic, geopolitical, and ideological sovereignty. These 5 points stem from a critique of the Tsarist model. The builders of the new empire must actively oppose the Mladorussian tendencies in Russian nationalism, which seek to consolidate Russia's status as a nation-state, as well as all the nostalgic political forces that contain in their geopolitical projects, and appeal to those elements which had already led the empire to disaster. The existence of the Russian people as an organic historical community is inconceivable without empire building. Continental creation. The Russians will remain a people only within the framework of the new empire. This empire, according to geopolitical logic, this time should strategically and spatially surpass the previous version, USSR. Consequently, the new empire should be Eurasian, great continental and, in the long term, worldwide. The battle for Russian world domination was not over. Chapter 4. Redivision of the world. 4.1. Land and Sea. A common enemy. The new empire, which is to be created by the Russian people, has its own internal geopolitical logic, inscribed in the natural structure of the geographical space of the planet. The basic geopolitical law, formulated most clearly by Mackinder, states that in history, the constant and basic geopolitical process is the struggle of land, continental powers, with a natural form of ideocratic political system, against island, maritime states, commercial, market, economic system. This is the eternal opposition of Rome to Carthage, Sparta to Athens, England to Germany, etc. This confrontation of two geopolitical constants began to acquire global character from the beginning of the XX century. The United States became the maritime, trading pole, and Russia became the land pole, pulling all other countries into its orbit. After the Second World War, the two superpowers finally distributed the civilization roles. The U.S. strategically absorbed the West and the coastal territories of Eurasia, while the USSR united the giant continental mass of Eurasian space around itself. In terms of geopolitics as a science, the Cold War expressed the ancient archetypal opposition of sea and land, plutocracy and idiocracy, merchant civilization and hero civilization, the dualism of heroes and merchants. To quote Werner Sombart, author of the book with the same name, 209. The collapse of the Eastern Bloc and then the USSR upset the relative geopolitical balance in favor of Atlanticism, that is, the Western Bloc and market civilization in general. However, geopolitical trends are an objective factor, and it is not possible to abolish them in a voluntaristic, subjective way. Land tendencies, continental impulses cannot be unilaterally abolished, and hence the creation of a new land-based Eastern continental empire is a potential geopolitical inevitability. The Atlantic, maritime, commercial pole of civilization today, of course, is extremely strong and powerful, but objective factors make the continental reaction of the East almost inevitable. A land-based empire is potentially always in existence, and is only looking for convenient circumstances to materialize in the political reality. The new empire must be built on a clear understanding of this geopolitical inevitability. In this empire, the Russians will naturally have the key function, as they control those lands that are axial in the Eurasian continental mass. The new empire cannot be anything other than Russian, because territorially, culturally, civilizationally, socioeconomically, and strategically, Russians are naturally and organically aligned with this planetary mission and are on their way to fulfilling it throughout their national and state history. Mackinder called the Russian lands the geographical axis of history. That is the space around which the coastal civilization of Eurasia, often identified with. Civilization in general was created under the influence of the dialectical opposition of maritime, external, and terrestrial, internal, cultural, and political impulses. Some other nation or some other country will be able to act as the pole of the Eurasian continental empire only by seizing control of the totality of the Russian lands. And this requires fulfilling the almost incredible condition of destroying the Russian people, of wiping the Russian nation off the face of the earth. Since this seems unlikely, the Russians need to recognize, realize, and assume once again the difficult role of the center of the Eurasian empire. The geopolitical construction of this empire should be based on the fundamental principle of the common enemy, the rejection of Atlanticism, the 210, rejection of U.S. strategic control, and the rejection of the supremacy of economic market liberal values is the common civilizational basis, the common impulse that will open the way to a lasting political and strategic alliance and create the axial backbone of the coming empire. The vast majority of the Eurasian states and peoples have a continental, land-based specificity of national history, state traditions, and economic ethics. The vast majority of these states and peoples perceive American political and strategic influence as an unbearable burden, alienating the nations from their historical destiny. Despite all internal civilizational, religious, and socioeconomic differences among the Eurasian powers, they have a strong and unshakable common denominator, a dislike for the totality of Atlanticist control, a desire to free themselves from the overseas tutelage of the trade system, which is intensively imposed by the USA, a stronghold of maritime civilization. The differences in the regional interests of the Eurasian states and in their religious, ethnic, racial, and cultural orientations are not insignificant factors that cannot be ignored. However, we can only talk about them seriously and fully when the stifling economic and strategic influence of the common enemy, which imposes a model that is alien to almost everyone, Christians, socialists, Muslims, national capitalists, Buddhists, communists, and Hindus alike, disappears. As long as U.S. dominance continues, all intra-Eurasian conflicts and contradictions are artificial, since such a clarification of relations makes sense only in the absence of a more global factor that, in practice, organizes and controls these conflicts in order to maintain fragmentation in Eurasia. In this sense, all regional powers in Eurasia logically serve the interests of the Atlanticists, because, being unable to offer them large-scale resistance, which is only possible in an imperial strategic context, they are entirely dependent on a single superpower and direct their energy to their neighbors only with the sanction of the overseas rulers. The common enemy, Atlantism, is to be the binding component of the new geopolitical construct. The effectiveness of this factor is beyond question. 211. And all arguments against this consideration either naively ignore the objective seriousness and totality of Atlanticist dominance, or deliberately divert geopolitical attention from the only responsible and realistic perspective in favor of secondary regional issues with no solution at all, without regard to the global balance of power. Eurasia is predestined to be geographically and strategically united. This is a strictly scientific geopolitical fact. Russia must inevitably be at the center of such unification. The driving force of unification must inevitably be the Russian people. This mission is in perfect harmony with the civilizational mission of the Russians and their universalist ideal, and the logic of the historical formation of the nation and state. The new Eurasian Empire is inscribed in the geographical and political predetermination of world history and world geopolitics. It makes no sense to argue with this fact. The interests of the Russian people are inseparable from the construction of such a continental structure. Eurasian geopolitics of the new empire is not just a geographical abstraction or an expression of a hypothetical will for limitless expansion. Its principles and basic directions take into account geopolitical constants, the current political situation, real international trends, the strategic balance of power and economic and resource patterns. Therefore, the Eurasian imperial project has several dimensions simultaneously: cultural, strategic, historical, economic, political, etc. It is important to stress from the outset that in any axial geopolitical alliance, the creation of an empire involves a completely different degree of integration, depending on the level. In one case, there may be cultural or ethnic convergence, in another religious, and in a third economic. These issues have a particular solution in each case. The only universal integrating reality in the future Eurasian Empire will be the categorical imperative of strategic association, that is such a geopolitical alliance which will allow to effectively oppose Atlantic influences, American geopolitical pressure and political and economic dictate in all strategic directions. The strategic unification of the continent in question should ensure control over Eurasia's maritime borders on all sides of the world. Continental Eco 212, Nomic, Industrial and Resource Autarky, and centralized management of the Eurasian armed forces. All other aspects of intra-Eurasian integration will be decided on the basis of flexible, differentiated principles on a case-by-case basis. This fundamental consideration must be kept in mind at all times in order to avoid unfounded doubts and objections that may arise if, instead of a strategic association, someone mistakenly believes that it is a political, ethnic, cultural, religious, or economic association. By the way, such a substitution will have to be carried out quite deliberately by representatives of small nationalism of all nations, reproaching Eurasians and continental empire builders for wanting to dissolve their ethnicities, religions, cultures, etc. into a new, internationalist utopia. The Eurasian project in no way leads to the leveling of nations. On the contrary, it proceeds from the need to preserve and develop the identity of peoples and cultures, only it is not about the irresponsible romantic dreams of small nationalists, which in practice lead only to chauvinism and suicidal ethnic conflicts, but about a serious and objective understanding of the current situation, where this goal can only be achieved by radically undermining the global influence of the Atlanticist West with its market, liberal ideology. Preet. All that remains to be done now is to ascertain the specifics of this continental project, given the negative factors that have frustrated the implementation of this grand civilization plan in previous periods. The Western Axis, Moscow-Berlin, European Empire, and Eurasia. In the West, the new empire has a strong geopolitical foothold, which is Central Europe. Central Europe is a natural geopolitical entity, united strategically, culturally, and partly politically. Ethnically, this space includes the peoples of the former Austro-Hungarian Empire, as well as Germany, Prussia, and parts of the Polish and Western Ukrainian territories. Germany has traditionally, 213, been the consolidating force of Central Europe, bringing this geopolitical conglomerate under its control. For natural geographical and historical reasons, Central Europe has a pronounced land-based, continental character, contrasting with the maritime, Atlantic spaces of Western Europe. In principle, the political influence of Central Europe could extend southwards into Italy and Spain, for which there have been many historical precedents. The geopolitical capital of Central Europe is most logically Berlin, as the symbol of Germany, which in turn is the symbol and center of the whole entity. Only Germany and the German people have all the necessary qualities for effective integration of this geopolitical region: historical will, a well-developed economy, a privileged geographical location, ethnic homogeneity, and awareness of its civilizational mission. A land and ideocratic Germany has traditionally opposed a merchant and maritime England, and the specificity of this geopolitical and cultural confrontation has markedly affected European history, especially after the Germans finally succeeded in establishing their own state. England is geopolitically the least European state, whose strategic interests are traditionally opposed to the Central European powers and, more broadly, continental tendencies in Europe. However, in parallel with the increasing role of the U.S. and its seizure of almost complete control of the English colonies, England's strategic role has diminished considerably, and today in Europe, the country acts more as an extraterritorial floating base for the U.S. than as an independent force. In any case, within Europe, England is the most hostile to continental interests, the antipode of Central Europe, and hence the new Eurasian Empire has in it a political, ideological, and economic adversary. It will hardly be possible to voluntarily reverse the civilizational path of this particular country, which once created a giant merchant colonial empire of a purely maritime type and so contributed to the emergence of the entire modern Western civilization, based on trade, quantity, capitalism, speculation, and stock trading. This is totally unrealistic, and therefore in the Eurasian project England will inevitably become the scapegoat, as European continental integration processes will have to proceed not just without regard to British interests, but even in direct opposition to those interests. In this context, European and more broadly Eurasian support for Irish, Scottish, and Welsh nationalism, to the extent of encouraging separatist tendencies and political destabilization of the UK, will have to play a significant role. Another contradictory geopolitical entity is France. In many ways, French history has been Atlanticist, opposing continental and Central European tendencies. France was the main historical opponent of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and supported the fractured state of the German principalities, with a tendency towards progressivism and centralism of an anti-traditional and unnatural type. Generally speaking, in terms of undermining the European continental tradition, France has always been in the vanguard, and in many cases French politics has been identified with the most aggressive Atlanticism. At least, this was the case until the USA assumed the planetary function of the main pole of Atlantism. In France, there is also an alternative geopolitical tendency, which goes back to the continental line of Napoleon, whom Goethe perceived as the leader of the land integration of Europe, and is strongly embodied in the European policy of de Gaulle, who sought an alliance with Germany and the creation of a European confederation independent of the USA. This same line in part inspired Mitterrand's Franco-German projects. In any case, it is hypothetical to imagine a turn of events in which France would recognize the supremacy of the Central European factor and voluntarily become involved in a geopolitical European bloc with an anti-American and continental orientation. France's territory is a necessary component of the Eurasian bloc in the West, as the control of the Atlantic coast, and therefore the security of the new empire on its western frontiers, depends directly on it. The Franco-German alliance is in any case the main link in Eurasian geopolitics in the continental West, provided that the interests of Central Europe, namely its autarky and geopolitical independence, are prioritized here. Such a project is known as the European Empire. The integration of Europe under the aegis of Germany as the basis of such a European empire fits perfectly into the Eurasian project and is the most desirable process for a more global continental integration. All trends towards European unification around Germany, Central Europe, will only make sense if one fundamental condition for the creation of a solid geopolitical and strategic axis, Moscow-Berlin, is met. By itself, Central Europe does not have sufficient political and military potential to gain genuine independence from U.S. Atlanticist control. Moreover, in the current circumstances, it is difficult to expect a genuine geopolitical and national awakening in Europe without the revolutionary impact of the Russian factor. The European empire without Moscow and, more broadly, without Eurasia, is not only incapable of fully organizing its strategic space under the deficit of military power, political initiative, and natural resources, but also, in a civilizational sense, it has no clear ideals and reference points, since the influence of the trade system and market liberal values has deeply paralyzed the foundations of the national worldview of European peoples and undermined their historical organic systems of values. The European empire would become a full-fledged geopolitical and civilizational reality only under the influence of new ideological, political, and spiritual energy from the depths of the continent, that is, from Russia. Moreover, only Russia and the Russians can ensure Europe's strategic and political independence and resource autarky. The European empire should therefore form precisely around Berlin, which is on a direct and vital axis with Moscow. The Eurasian impulse should emanate exclusively from Moscow, transferring the civilizational mission, with appropriate adaptation to European specificity, of the Russians to Berlin, which in turn will proceed with European integration according to the principles and projects inspired by the underlying geopolitical continental impulse. The key to the adequacy of the European empire lies in the clear predominance of Russophile tendencies in Germany itself, as understood by the best German minds from Müller-Vandenbroek to Ernst Nikisch, Karl Haushofer, and Jordis van Lohausen, and as an extension of such geopolitical Russophilia, the rest of Europe, and France in particular, should follow a Germanophile orientation. Only under such conditions, the Western vector of the Eurasian empire will be adequate and strong, strategically secured and ideologically consistent. But it should be admitted that no other unification of Europe is possible without deep contradictions and internal rifts. For example, the current unification of Europe under American, NATO control will very soon make its geopolitical and economic contradictions felt, and therefore it will inevitably be either derailed or suspended, or will spontaneously acquire the unexpected, anti-American, and potentially Eurasian dimension that Jean Thiriart foresaw. It is important to stress at the outset that the unification of Europe around Germany must take into account the major political failures of previous attempts, most notably the failure of the Hitler and Third Reich epoch. The geopolitical unification of Europe around Central Europe, Germany, should by no means imply ethnic domination of the Germans or the creation of a centralized Jacobean structure in the form of a giant German state. According to Thiriard, Hitler's main mistake was that he wanted to make Europe German, whereas he should have been aiming to make it European. This thesis remains absolutely relevant today, and in general can apply to all neo-imperial processes, including those in Russia. The European Empire, organized around Germany, should be specifically European, free from the ethnic and linguistic domination of any one nation. To be the geopolitical heart of Europe, Germany has to acquire a supranational, civilizational, proper imperial character, abandoning the contradictory and impractical attempt to create a racially homogeneous nation-state. The European peoples should be equal partners in the construction of a Western Eurasian bridgehead and adapt the common imperial impulse to their own national and cultural specificities. The European Empire should not suppress the European nations, not subordinate them to the Germans or Russians, but, on the contrary, liberate them from the oppression of a quantitative consumerist market. Civilization, awaken their deep national energies and bring them back into the fold of history as independent, living, and full political subjects, whose freedom will be guaranteed by the strategic power of the entire Eurasia. The creation of the Berlin-Moscow axis as the western backbone of the Eurasian Empire implies several serious steps with regard to the countries of Eastern Europe lying between Russia and Germany. Traditional Atlanticist policy in this region was based on the Mackinderian thesis of the need for a cordon sanitaire, which would serve as a conflict buffer zone, preventing the possibility of a Russian-German alliance vital to the entire Atlanticist bloc. To this end, England and France sought to destabilize the Eastern European peoples in every way possible, to instill in them the idea of an independence and liberation from German and Russian influences. Moreover, the Atlanticists' diplomatic potential was seeking by all means to strengthen the Russophobe sentiment in Germany and the Germanophobe sentiment in Russia, in order to draw both these powers into a local conflict over the division of spheres of influence in the intermediate areas of Poland, Romania, Serbia, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, the Baltic states, Western Ukraine, etc. The current NATO strategists are pursuing the same line, putting forward the idea of creating a Black Sea-Baltic Federation of states, which would be directly linked to Atlanticism and potentially hostile to both Russia and Germany. The creation of a Berlin-Moscow axis is first and foremost a disruption of the cordon sanitaire in Eastern Europe and an active struggle against the bearers of Russophobia in Germany and Germanophobia in Russia. Instead of pursuing regional interests in the area of mutual influence and unilaterally supporting politically and ethnically close peoples in this region, Russia and Germany should tackle all contentious issues together in advance by working out a common plan for redistributing the geography of influence in this region and then rigorously suppressing all local initiatives of East European nations to revise Russian-German plans. The main thing to strive for is the categorical elimination of any semblance of a cordon sanitaire and the deliberate dispelling of illusions by intermediate states regarding their potential independence from their geopolitically powerful neighbors. The immediate and clear border between friendly Russia and Central Europe, Germany, should be created. And even in the perspective of creating a single strategic bloc on the Berlin-Moscow axis, this border must retain its 218 geopolitical significance as a limit of cultural, ethnic, and religious homogeneity, to a priori exclude ethnic or confessional expansion in the border spaces. The Russian-Ukrainian, Russian-Baltic, Russian-Romanian, Russian-Polish, etc. relations should not be seen as bilateral from the outset, but as trilateral with Germany. The same applies to relations between Germany and the Eastern European countries, peoples. They should also be triangular, with obligatory Russian participation, and to the exclusion in all cases of extraneous, Atlanticist, American intervention. For example, German-Ukrainian relations must necessarily be German-Russian-Ukrainian, German-Baltic, German-Russian-Baltic, German-Polish, German-Russian-Polish, etc. The Moscow-Berlin axis would help to solve a whole range of critical problems that both Russia and Germany face today. In such an alliance, Russia gains direct access to high-tech and powerful investments in industry and gains guaranteed European complicity in the economic rise of the Russian states. There will be no economic dependence on Germany because Germany will not participate in Russia as a benefactor, but as an equal partner, receiving in return a strategic cover from Moscow, which guarantees Germany political freedom from U.S. dominance and resource independence from the Third World's energy reserves controlled by Atlanticism. This is the basis of U.S. energy blackmailing of Europe. Germany today is an economic giant and a political dwarf. Russia is, to the contrary, a political giant and an economic cripple. The Moscow-Berlin axis will cure the ailment of both partners and lay the foundation for the future prosperity of a great Russia and a great Germany. In the long run, it will lead to the formation of a solid strategic and economic structure for the creation of an entire Eurasian empire, a European empire in the west and a Russian empire in the east of Eurasia. The prosperity of the individual parts of this continental structure would serve the prosperity of the whole. As preliminary steps in the formation of the Moscow-Berlin axis, it makes sense to thoroughly cleanse the cultural historical perspective of the mutual relations from the dark sides of the past history of the Russo-German wars, which were the result of the successful subversion of the Atlanticist lobby in Germany and Russia, and not an expression of the political will of our continental peoples. In this perspective, it is advisable to return the Kaliningrad Oblast, East Prussia, to Germany in order to give up the last territorial symbol of the terrible fratricidal war, to ensure that this action is not perceived by the Russians as another step in geopolitical capitulation. It would make sense for Europe to offer Russia other territorial annexations or other forms of strategic extension, especially from among those states that stubbornly seek to enter the Black Sea-Baltic Federation. East Prussian restitution should be inseparably linked with the territorial and strategic enlargement of Russia and Germany, apart from keeping the Russian military bases in the Kaliningrad area should contribute diplomatically and politically to strengthen Russia's strategic position in the northwest and the west. The Baltic states, Poland, Moldavia, and Ukraine as a potential sanitary cordon should not undergo a geopolitical transformation after the restitution of Prussia, but simultaneously with it, as elements of the same process of finalizing the borders between friendly Russia and Central Europe. Bismarck's words, "Germany has no enemy in the East," should again become dominant in German political doctrine, and the reverse maxim should also be adopted by the Russian rulers on the western frontiers. In Central Europe, Russia has only friends. However, for this to become a reality, and not just a wishful thinking, geopolitics and its laws have to be the main basis for all significant foreign policy decisions in both Germany and Russia, as only from this point of view the necessity and inevitability of the closest Russian-German alliance can be perceived, understood, and recognized in a total and complete manner. Otherwise, the appeal to historical conflicts, misunderstandings, and disputes will derail any attempt to build a solid and reliable basis for the vital Moscow-Berlin axis. 4.3. The Moscow-Tokyo axis, the Pan-Asian project. Towards a Eurasian Trilateral Commission, the new empire must have a clear strategy regarding its eastern component. The eastern limits of Eurasia are therefore as strategically important to this empire as the problems of the West. Based on the underlying principle of common enemy, Russia should seek a strategic alliance with those states that are most burdened by the political and economic pressure of the Atlanticists. Superpower have a historical tradition of geopolitical projects opposed to Atlanticism, and have sufficient technological and economic power to become the key geopolitical reality of the new bloc. In this perspective, the need for maximum rapprochement with India, which is our natural geopolitical ally in Asia, in terms of both racial, political, and strategic parameters, is completely unconditional. After decolonization, India sought to avoid joining the capitalist bloc by all means, and, in fact, led the movement of non-aligned countries seeking opportunities in the narrow no-man's land geopolitical space to pursue a third-way policy with undisguised sympathy for the USSR. Today, with Russia's rigid communist dogma having been abolished, there are no obstacles to the closest rapprochement with India at all. India is a continent in itself. The sphere of its geopolitical influence is, however, limited to Hindustan and a small area in the Indian Ocean to the south of the peninsula. India is bound to become a strategic ally of the new empire, its southeastern outpost, though one should bear in mind that Indian civilization is not inclined towards geopolitical dynamics. And territorial expansion, moreover, the Hindu tradition does not have a universal religious dimension, and therefore this country can play an important role only in a limited part of Asia. At the same time, the country's relatively weak economic and technological development does not allow it to be fully relied upon, and hence an alliance with it would not solve any of the new empire's problems at this stage. India will be able to serve as a strategic 221 outpost of Eurasia, and at this point its mission is practically exhausted, except for its spiritual culture, familiarity with which could help to clarify the most important metaphysical guidelines of the empire. India is an important ally of Eurasia, but not the main one. There are two geopolitical realities in today's world that claim to be the true eastern pole of Eurasia, China, and Japan. But there is a deep geopolitical antagonism between those countries that has a long history and fits into the typology of two civilizations. Hence, Russia has to choose one or the other. The problem cannot be posed in such a way, both China and Japan at the same time. A choice is needed here. On the face of it, China is a landlocked continental mass. Its civilization has a traditional authoritarian, non-trade, character, and the very persistence of communist ideology with liberal reforms in contemporary China would seem to have definitively favored the choice of China over capitalist insular Japan. However, History shows that it was China, not Japan, that was geopolitically the most important base of Anglo-Saxon forces on the Eurasian continent, while Japan, by contrast, maintained an alliance with Central European countries of the opposite orientation. In order to understand this paradox, it is necessary to look carefully at a map and note on it the geography of the last two world wars. 4 geopolitical zones can be conventionally identified in the Northern Hemisphere, corresponding to the main protagonists of world conflicts, countries or blocks of states. The far west Atlantism unites the USA, England, France, and several other European countries. This zone has a very definite geopolitical orientation, unequivocally identical with the maritime, Carthage line of world history. It is the space of maximum civilizational activity and the source of all anti-traditional progressive transformations. The second zone is Central Europe, Germany, Austria-Hungary. This space, directly adjacent to the Atlanticist bloc from the east, from a geopolitical point of view, has all the hallmarks of an anti-Atlantic, continental, landward orientation and geographically gravitates towards the east. 222. The third zone is Russia itself, lying at the center of the continent's gravity and responsible for the fate of Eurasia. Russia's landlocked and illiberal conservative nature is obvious. Finally, the fourth zone is the Pacific area, where the central role is played by Japan, which is developing rapidly and dynamically and has a rigid system of traditionalist values and a clear understanding of its geopolitical role. At the same time, Japan is essentially anti-Western and anti-liberal, as its value system is something directly opposed to the ideals of progressive Atlanticist humanity. The Western world, Atlantism, represented by its deepest ideologues, Mackinder, Mahan, etc., was well aware that the greatest threat to planetary Atlantism would be the consolidation of all 3 Eurasian zones, from the Central European to the Pacific, with the participation and central role of Russia against Anglo-Saxon and French progressivism. The main task of the Atlanticist strategists was therefore to pit the 3 Eurasian zones against their immediate neighbors and potential allies. Both the Russo-German and Russo-Japanese conflicts were actively provoked by the Atlantists, who acted both within Eurasian governments and externally, using diplomatic and forceful leverage. The opponents of Atlantism, starting with Haushofer, finally came to the conclusion that effective opposition to Atlantism is only possible by rejecting the logic imposed on the 3 Eurasian zones, that is, by the categorical rejection of German and Japanese phobia by Russians and Russophobia by the Japanese and Germans. Whatever historical precedents the proponents of these phobias might have recourse to, at the same time, Japan as a symbol of the whole Pacific space is of paramount importance in these anti-Atlantic projects, because Japan's strategic position, its development dynamics, and the specificity of its value system make it an ideal partner in the planetary struggle against the Western civilization. China, for its part, did not play any special role in this geopolitical picture, having been deprived first of political independence, English colonization, and then of geopolitical dynamics. 223. It was only during the period of active Maoism that a purely soil-based Eurasian tendency emerged in China itself, when projects of peasant socialism, all-Chinese nationalism, and pronounced Sovietophilia prevailed. But this state of affairs did not last long, and China returned to its dubious geopolitical function of destabilizing Eurasia's far eastern interests and escalating conflicts with Russia under the pretext of disagreement with the development of the Soviet model. There is no doubt that China's perestroika, which began in the 1980s, was the final turn from the Maoist period to the pro-Atlantic model, which should have definitively sealed China's break with the USSR and its orientation towards the West. The Atlanticization of contemporary China was much more successful than in Russia, since economic liberalism without political democratization allowed China to become dependent on Western financial groups without any conflicts, while maintaining a totalitarian system and a semblance of political independence. Liberalism was imposed in China by totalitarian means, which is why the reform has succeeded to the full. To the political power of the party oligarchy was added the economic power of the same oligarchy, which had successfully privatized popular industry and national wealth and fused it with the international cosmopolitan elite of the trade construction. China's economic successes represent a rather ambiguous reality, as they have come at the cost of profound compromise with the West and are not matched by any clear geopolitical concept that could serve as a guarantee of political independence and autonomy. The new liberal China, with its 2 serious competitors, economically powerful Japan and strategically powerful Russia, is likely to revert to a purely Atlanticist function in the Far East, combining political dictatorship and capitalist development potential, as it has done many times in history. Moreover, from a purely pragmatic point of view, a strategic alliance between Russia and China to create a unified bloc would immediately alienate Japan from the Russians and, consequently, make the key Pacific region, on whose participation in the common Eurasian project depends the ultimate geopolitical success of the land-sea confrontation, hostile again. In the new empire, the eastern axis should be the axis of Moscow, and 224. Tokyo. This is the categorical imperative of the Eastern Asian component of Eurasianism. It is around this axis that the basic principles of Eurasia's Asian policy should take shape. Japan, as the northernmost point among the islands of the Pacific Ocean, is in an exceptionally advantageous geographical location for strategic, political, and economic expansion to the south. The Pacific Ocean area around Japan was the basic idea behind the Pan-Asia project, which began to be implemented in the 1930s to 40s and was only interrupted by the defeat of the Axis countries in the war. This Pan-Asian project needs to be revisited today in order to undermine the expansion of American influence in this region, and to deprive the Atlanticists in general of their most important strategic and economic bases. According to some futurological projections, in the future, the Pacific area will become one of the most important centers of civilization as a whole, and therefore the struggle for influence in this region is more than relevant. It is a struggle for the future. The Pan-Asian project is the center of the new empire's eastern orientation. An alliance with Japan is vital. The Moscow-Tokyo axis, contrary to the Moscow-Beijing axis, is a priority and promising one. Opening up such horizons for continental empire building that would finally make Eurasia geopolitically complete, while the Atlanticist empire of the West would be weakened to the maximum and possibly destroyed for good. The anti-Americanism of the Japanese, who remember the nuclear genocide well and clearly understand the shame of a political occupation that has lasted for decades, is unmistakable. The common enemy principle is evident here. In American Serge Friedman's book, The Coming War with Japan, the book is called Coming War with Japan, seems inevitable. Japan's economic war with the United States is already underway. Russia, which is building a Eurasian empire, could have no better ally. The Moscow-Tokyo axis also solves a number of crucial problems in both countries. First, Russia is allied with an economic giant equipped with highly advanced technology and huge financial potential. But Japan lacks political independence, a military strategic system, and direct access to 225 sources. Everything Japan lacks, Russia has in abundance, and everything the Russians lack, the Japanese have in abundance. By joining forces to build a continental empire, the Japanese and Russians could, in the shortest possible time, create an unprecedentedly powerful geopolitical center encompassing Siberia, Mongolia, Japan itself, and potentially the entire Pacific region. In exchange for strategic protection and direct access to Eurasian resources, Japan could quickly and effectively assist the Russians in the technological development and exploration of Siberia, laying the foundation for an independent regional body. Japanese technological and financial assistance would solve many problems in Russia. In addition, Russia and Japan together could restructure the far eastern part of continental Eurasia. The ever-increasing intensity of Mongolian-Japanese contacts based on unity of origin, racial affinity, and spiritual and religious kinship is telling in this regard. Mongolia, possibly even Inner Mongolia and Tibet, currently under Chinese occupation, Kalmykia, Tuva, and Buryatia form a Eurasian Buddhist enclave that could serve as a strong link between Russia and Japan, providing an intermediate link in the Moscow-Tokyo axis. On the one hand, these regions are closely and inextricably linked to Russia, while on the other hand, they are culturally and racially close to Japan. The Buddhist bloc could play a crucial role in creating a solid geopolitical structure in the Far East, which would be the continental link of the Pacific Pan-Asian Alliance. In the event of an aggravation in relations with China, which will inevitably happen when the Moscow-Tokyo axis is launched, the Buddhist factor will be used as the banner of the national liberation struggle of the peoples of Tibet and Inner Mongolia for expanding the Eurasian continental space proper, to the detriment of pro-Atlantic China. Generally speaking, China stands a good chance of becoming a geopolitical scapegoat for the Pan-Asian project. This can be accomplished either by provoking intra-Chinese separatism, Tibetans, Mongols, the Muslim population of Xinjiang, or by playing on regional contradictions, as well as by actively supporting the anti-Atlantic, purely continental forces of the potential Buddhist and Taoist lobby inside China itself, which in the future could lead to the establishment of a political regime in China itself that would be loyal to the Eurasian Empire. In addition, China should be offered a special vector of regional geopolitics, directed strictly to the south towards Taiwan, and Hong Kong's southern expansion would partly compensate for China's loss of political influence in the north and the east. China in the eastern regions of the new empire should be likened in the west not to England, but to France, as the Eurasian Empire will be guided by two criteria in relation to it in case of active opposition to Eurasian projects. China will have to be treated as a geopolitical opponent with all the ensuing consequences, but if it is possible to create a powerful pro-Japanese and pro-Russian simultaneously political lobby inside the country, then in the future, China itself will become a full and equal participant of the continental project. The Moscow Tokyo axis, together with the Western Moscow-Berlin axis, will create a geopolitical space that is directly opposite to the main model of the Atlanticist ideologues, whose supreme authority has now become the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission, created by American circles of the highest political establishment, envisions as the new configuration of the planet the strategic unification of three geopolitical zones, corresponding exactly to the three geopolitical elements of the four we spoke about above. The three sides of this commission, which seeks to perform the functions of world government, correspond to 1. The American Zone, USA, Extreme West, Pure Atlantism. 2. The European Zone, Continental Europe, Central Europe, but under the auspices of France and England, not Germany. 3. The Pacific Zone, united around Japan. The Trilateral thus seeks to construct a geopolitical model in which Eurasia proper, Russia, would be surrounded on both sides by reliable U.S. geopolitical partners. That is, 3 of the 4 zones embracing the northern regions of the planet would fall under direct U.S. control. At the same time, there are 2 service geopolitical spaces, Europe and Japan, between the potential Eurasian adversary of the Atlanticists, Eurasia, and the center of Atlanticism itself, the U.S. It is also important to note that China's restructuring in the early 1980s was initiated by the representatives of the Trilateral Commission, who sought to finally bring China back into the mainstream of Atlanticist politics. The Eurasian project offers something directly opposite to the plans of Trilateral. The new empire is the anti-trilateral, its reverse inverted model. It is a union of 3 geopolitical zones centered in Russia, oriented against America. By the same logic that the U.S. is trying to keep Europe and Japan under its control geopolitically, understanding all the strategic benefits for American power in this alignment of forces, Russia, in the construction of a new empire should strive to create a strong strategic alliance with Europe and Japan to achieve its own geopolitical stability and power, and guarantee political freedom to all Eurasian peoples. In principle, we can talk about the creation of a Eurasian three-stone commission with Russian, European, and Japanese branches, which will involve, however, not politicians of Atlanticist and pro-American persuasion, but intellectual and political leaders of national orientation, who understand the geopolitical logic of the current state of affairs in the world. Naturally, unlike the Atlanticist Trilateral Commission, the Eurasian Trilateral Commission should have a German, rather than a Frenchman, as its main European representative. Given the strategic necessity of the Japanese factor in the Eurasian project, it is quite clear that the issue of Kuril restitution is not an obstacle to the Russo-Japanese alliance. In the case of the Kuril Islands, as in the case of Kaliningrad, we are dealing with the territorial symbols of World War II, the alliances and the whole course of which was a complete triumph for the Atlantists, who dealt with all their opponents simultaneously by extremely exhausting the USSR, while imposing on it a geopolitical position which could not but lead to a perestroika collapse and a direct occupation of Europe and Japan. The Kurils are a reminder of the absurd and unnatural fratricidal massacre of the Russians and Japanese, the early obliteration of which is a prerequisite for our mutual prosperity. The Kurils must be returned to Japan, but this must be done as part of the overall process of reorganizing the Eurasian Far East. Moreover, the restitution of the Kurils cannot be accomplished while preserving the existing balance of political power in Russia and Japan. It is a matter for Eurasian empire-building politicians who can fully answer for the true national interests of their peoples. But the Eurasian elite should already be aware of the geopolitical necessity of restoring the Kuril Islands. 4.4 Axis. Moscow-Tehran, Central Asian Empire. Pan-Arab Project. The policy of the Eurasian Empire in the southern direction should also be oriented towards a firm continental alliance with a force that satisfies both strategically and ideologically, as well as culturally, the common Eurasian trend of anti-Americanism. The common enemy principle should also be a decisive factor here. There are several geopolitical entities in southern Eurasia, which could theoretically act as the southern pole of the new empire. Since India and China should be attributed to the zone of the East and linked to the prospect of Pan-Asian integration, that leaves only the Islamic world, extending from the Philippines and Pakistan to the Maghreb countries, that is West Africa. In general, the whole Islamic zone is a naturally friendly geopolitical reality in relation to the Eurasian Empire, because the Islamic tradition, more politicized and modernized than most other Eurasian denominations, is well aware of the spiritual incompatibility of Americanism and religion. The Atlantists themselves view the Islamic world as a potential adversary, and consequently the Eurasian Empire has in it faithful potential allies, seeking a common goal of undermining and eventually ending American, Western dominance on the planet. It would be ideal to have an integrated Islamic world as the southern component of the entire Eurasian Empire, stretching 229. From Central Asia to West Africa, religiously united and politically stable, basing its policies on the principle of loyalty to tradition and spirit. In the long term, therefore, the Islamic Empire in the south, the new caliphate, may become the most important element of the new Eurasia, along with the European Empire in the west, the Pacific Empire in the east, and the Russian Empire in the center. At the moment, however, the Islamic world is extremely fragmented, and there are various ideological and political trends within it, as well as geopolitical projects that oppose each other. The following currents are the most global. 1. Iranian fundamentalism, continental type, anti-American, anti-Atlantean, and geopolitically active. 2. A Turkish secular regime, of the Atlanticist type, emphasizing the pan-Turkic line. 3. Pan-Arabism, promoted by Syria, Iraq, Libya, Sudan, partly Egypt, and Saudi Arabia, rather diverse and controversial projects in each case. 4. Saudi Wahhabi type, fundamentalism, geopolitically in solidarity with Atlanticism. 5. Various versions of Islamic socialism. Libya, Iraq, Syria, models close to left-wing pan-Arabism. It is immediately clear that the purely Atlanticist poles in the Islamic world, be they secular, as in the case of Turkey, or Islamic, in the case of Saudi Arabia, cannot serve as the southern pole of Eurasia in the global continental empire project. This leaves Iranian fundamentalism and pan-Arabism left-wing. In terms of geopolitical constants, Iran certainly has priority in this matter, as it satisfies all Eurasian parameters. It is a major continental power, closely connected with Central Asia, radically anti-American, traditionalist, 230, and emphasizing at the same time a social-political vector, protection of mustazafs, the destitute. Moreover, Iran occupies such a position on the mainland map that the creation of the Moscow-Tehran axis solves a huge number of problems for the new empire. By including Iran as the empire's southern pole, Russia would instantly achieve the strategic goal it has been pursuing, by the wrong means, for several centuries of access to warm seas. This strategic aspect of Russia's lack of such an exit has been the main trump card of Atlanticist geopolitics since the days of colonial England, which fully controlled Asia and the East. Taking advantage of Russia's lack of direct access to the southern shores of the continent, all Russian attempts to enter the Mediterranean Sea through the Bosporus and the Dardanelles were attempts at complicity in the political organization of Eurasia's coastal areas, where the British reigned undividedly, easily suppressing any attempts at Russian expansion through control of this coastal zone. However, even if Russia had succeeded in doing so, the Atlanticist control of Gibraltar would always have remained an obstacle to truly large-scale naval operations and prevented Russia from undermining English power. Only Iran, continentally adjacent to Russia and reaching directly into the Indian Ocean, both then and now, could be a radical solution to this crucial geopolitical problem. By gaining strategic access, first and foremost, to naval bases on Iranian shores, Eurasia would be safe from the Anaconda Ring strategy. That is from implementing the traditional Atlanticist plan to strangle the continental expanses of the continent through seizing coastal territories along the whole length of Eurasia, and especially in the south and west. The creation of the Moscow-Tehran axis cuts the Anaconda at its most vulnerable point, and opens up boundless prospects for Russia to acquire more and more bridgeheads inside and outside Eurasia. This is the most significant point. On the other hand, there is the problem of former Soviet Central Asia, where three geopolitical trends compete today: Pan-Turkism, Turkey Atlantism, Wahhabism, Saudi Arabia Atlantism, and fundamentalism, Iran anti-Atlantism. For obvious reasons, there cannot be pan-Arabism among Turkic-speaking peoples in Central Asia for the most part. The parallel strong pro-Russian orientation should also be taken into account, but it is difficult to imagine how these Islamic regions, with their awakening national consciousness, could rejoin Russia in a bloodless and painless way. Clearly, among the non-Moscow tendencies, the new empire can only rely on a pro-Iranian orientation, which would remove this region from direct or indirect Atlantis control. At the same time, a strong Moscow-Tehran axis would remove all the contradictions between Russophile and Islamist Iranian type tendencies, making them one and the same geopolitical trend, oriented both towards Moscow and Tehran simultaneously. In parallel, such an axis would automatically mean an end to the civil conflict in Tajikistan and Afghanistan, which are only fueled by the geopolitical uncertainty of these entities. Riven by contradictions between the Islamic Iranian fundamentalist vector and gravitational pull towards Russia. Naturally, this contradiction also exacerbates petty ethnic tensions and facilitates the activities of Atlanticist agents of influence, who directly or indirectly, through Turkey and Saudi Arabia, seek to destabilize intra-Asian spaces in their key centers. Iran is geopolitically Central Asia, just as Germany is Central Europe. Moscow, as the center of Eurasia, its pole, should delegate to Tehran the mission of bringing Iranian peace, Pax Persica, into this space within the framework of the new empire, organizing a solid Central Asian geopolitical bloc capable of resisting the Atlanticist influence in the whole region. This means that the pan-Turkic expansion, as well as the financial and political encroachment of the Saudis, will be sharply interrupted. Traditionally hostile to both Turkey and Saudi Arabia, Iran would fulfill this function far better than the Russians, who would solve their geopolitical problems in this complex center only with strategic support from the Iranian side. But here, as in the case of Germany, it should not be a question of creating an Iranian empire, or the Iranization of Central Asia. We should talk about creating a Middle Asian empire, which, on a federal basis, would integrate the various peoples, cultures, and ethnicities into a single southern geopolitical bloc, thus creating a strategically homogeneous but ethnically and 232 culturally diverse Islamic entity, inseparably linked to the interests of the entire Eurasian empire. The Armenian issue occupies an important place in the issue of the Moscow-Tehran axis, as it has traditionally served as a center of destabilization in the Transcaucasus. It should be noted that the Armenians are an Aryan people, clearly aware of their Japhetic nature and kinship with Indo-European peoples, especially Asian peoples, that is, Iranians and Kurds. On the other hand, the Armenians are a Christian people, and their Monophysite tradition fits into the general mood of the Eastern Church, although it is recognized by Orthodoxy as a heretical trend, and they are very much aware of their geopolitical ties with Russia. Armenians occupy lands of extreme strategic importance, as through Armenia and Artsakh lies the route from Turkey to Azerbaijan and on to Central Asia. The Moscow-Tehran-Yerevan axis automatically becomes the most important strategic link, further linking Russia with Iran and cutting off Turkey from intercontinental spaces. In the eventual reorientation of Baku from Ankara to Tehran in the overall Moscow-Tehran project, the Karabakh issue would also be quickly resolved, since all four parties would be vitally interested in the immediate establishment of stability in such an important strategic region. Otherwise, that is, if Azerbaijan maintains a pro-Turkish orientation, this country is subject to dismemberment between Iran, Russia, and Armenia. Almost the same applies to other regions of the Caucasus, Chechnya, Abkhazia, Dagestan, etc., which will remain zones of conflict and instability only if the geopolitical interests of Atlanticist Turkey and Eurasian Russia clash in them. The inclusion of the Iranian geopolitical line here will instantly strip away the visibility of the clash between Islam and Orthodoxy in the Caucasus, which the Turkish and Russian agents of influence of Atlantism are trying to give to the conflicts in this area, and restore peace and harmony. In this project for the reorganization of Central Asia, it should be noted that Russian ethnic interests will be best protected, since the Central Asian empire will not be built on the basis of artificial political constructs, fictitious post-imperial legitimacy, but on national homogeneity, which implies a peaceful transition of all Central Asian territories, especially Kazakhstan, compactly populated by Russians, to the direct jurisdiction of Moscow, and those territories, the ethnic composition of which is disputed, would receive special rights on the basis of Russian-Iranian projects within one or the other empire. Consequently, through a Eurasian geopolitical project, Russians will be able to achieve what appears to be the goal of small, ethnic nationalism, but which this nationalism itself will never be able to achieve. It is also important to consider the need to impose Turkey as a scapegoat in this project, as that state's interests in the Caucasus and Central Asia will not be taken into account at all. Moreover, support for Kurdish separatism in Turkey itself, as well as the autonomous demands of Turkish Armenians, should probably be emphasized in order to wrest the ethnically close peoples of Iran from secular Atlantean control. To compensate, Turkey should be offered either to develop southwards into the Arab world via Baghdad, Damascus, and Riyadh, or to provoke pro-Iranian fundamentalists in Turkey itself into a cardinal dimension of its geopolitical course, and to join the Central Asian bloc under an anti-Atlantic and Eurasian sign in the long term. The Moscow-Tehran axis is the basis of the Eurasian geopolitical project. Iranian Islam is the best version of Islam for joining the continental bloc, and it is this version that should be prioritized by Moscow. The second line of Eurasian alliance with the South is the Pan-Arab project, which covers parts of Asia and North Africa. This bloc is also vital for continental geopolitics, as this zone is strategically important in controlling the southwest coast of Europe. This is why the British and later American presence in this region is a historical and strategic constant. By controlling the Middle East and North Africa, the Atlanticists have traditionally kept, and continue to keep, continental Europe under political and economic pressure. However, the integration of the Pan-Arab project with a common Eurasian empire should be entrusted to purely European forces, returning to the projects of Euro-Africa, which represents, from a purely geopolitical point, divesta theory of view, not two continents, but one. The European empire, which has a vital interest in penetrating as deeply as possible into the south of the African continent, should, in the long term, take full control of Africa as far as the Sahara, supported by the Pan-Arab bloc, and in the future try to strategically penetrate the entire African continent. In the perspective of Euro-Africa, the Mediterranean is not a real sea, but only an inland lake which constitutes neither a barrier nor a defense against Atlanticist influence. Outside Arab Africa, a detailed multi-ethnic project should be developed that would help to restructure the Black continent along national, ethnic, and cultural lines, instead of the contradictory post-colonial conglomerate that is today's African states. A nuanced Pan-African non-Arab national project could be a geopolitical complement to the Pan-Arab integration plan. Given that the model of purely Iranian fundamentalism is unlikely to become universally acceptable in the Arab world, largely due to the specificity of the Shiite, Aryan version of Iranian Islam, the Pan-Arab project should strive to create an independent anti-Atlantic bloc where the priority poles would be Iraq, Libya, and liberated Palestine. Under certain conditions also Syria, that is those Arab countries which most clearly realize the American danger and most radically reject the market capitalist model imposed by the West. That is, those Arab countries which are the most aware of the American threat and the most radical in their rejection of the market capitalist model imposed by the West. In the Pan-Arab project, the scapegoat will be, first of all, Saudi Arabia, which is too entrenched in Atlanticist geopolitics to volunteer to join the Pan-Arab bloc that is friendly to Eurasia. This is somewhat different for Egypt, Algeria, and Morocco, as the ruling pro-Atlantic forces in these states do not express national tendencies, are not fully in control, and are only held on American bayonets and American money. If a pan-Arab war of liberation begins at a sufficiently intense level, all these regimes will fall in 1 hour. But it must be clearly understood that the most harmonious construction of the pan-Arab space is not so much a matter of Russia as of Europe, Central Europe, Germany, or more precisely, the European Empire. Russia, more precisely, the USR, intervened in Arab problems only when it alone constituted a Eurasian state in the face of Americanism. With a strong European base of Eurasian orientation, that is after the creation of the Moscow-Berlin axis, this function should be delegated to Berlin and Europe as a whole. Russia's immediate concern in the Islamic world should be Iran, on whose alliance the vital strategic and even narrowly ethnic interests of the Russians depend. Iran, which controls Central Asia, including Pakistan, Afghanistan, and the remnants of Turkey after the pro-Iranian revolution, together with Russia, is the center of Moscow's priority interests. In doing so, Russia's traditional influence among pan-Arab left-wing regimes, primarily Iraq and Libya, should be used to bring Arab countries closer to Iran and to forget about the artificial and Atlanticist-inspired Iran-Iraq conflict as soon as possible. 4.5. An empire of many empires. The new empire, the construction of which would meet the global planetary civilizational mission of the Russian people, is a super project which has many sublevels. This new empire, the Eurasian Empire, will have a complex differentiated structure, within which there will be different degrees of interdependence and integration of individual parts. It is clear that the new empire will be neither a Russian empire nor a Soviet empire. The main integrating point of this new empire will be the struggle against Atlantism and the fierce opposition to that liberal market maritime Carthage civilization which the USA and the planetary political, economic, and military structures which serve Atlantism embody today. The success of this struggle requires the creation of a giant geopolitical continental bloc, united strategically. It is the unity of the strategic continental frontiers that will be the main integrating factor of the new empire. This empire will be one and indivisible organism in the military strategic sense, and this will impose political restrictions on all internal sub-imperial formations. All blocks that will be part of the new empire will be politically constrained in one categorical prohibition to serve Atlanticist geopolitical interests, to withdraw from the strategic alliance, and to harm continental security. At this level, and only at this level, the new empire will be a coherent geopolitical entity. At the next, lower level, the new empire will be a confederation of great spaces, or secondary empires. Of these, the four main ones are the European Empire in the west, around Germany and Central Europe, the Pacific Empire in the east, around Japan, the Central Asian Empire in the south, around Iran, and the Russian Empire in the center, around Russia. It is quite logical that the central position is the main one in such a project, as it determines the territorial cohesion and homogeneity of all the other components of the gigantic continental bloc. In addition to the aforementioned blocks, there will be separate independent great spaces: India Pan-Arab World, Pan-African Union, and possibly a special region of China whose status is still difficult to determine even approximately. Each of the secondary empires will be based on a particular racial, cultural, religious, political, or geopolitical integrating factor, which may be different in each case. The degree of integration of the empires themselves will also be a variable, depending on the particular ideological base on which a particular empire will be established. Within these secondary empires, the confederative principle will also be in force, but applied to smaller ethnic, national, and regional units to what, to a greater or lesser degree, may be called a country or state. Naturally, the sovereignty of these countries will have significant limitations. Firstly, strategic, stemming from the principles of the entire continental new empire. And secondly, related to the specificity of the great spaces in which they will be incorporated. And in this matter, the principle of extremely flexible differentiation will be applied, taking into account the historical, spiritual, geographical, and racial peculiarities of each region. The Velikorossies, for example, can be seen as a separate nation or even a 237 country within the Russian Empire, along with Ukrainians, Belarusians, possibly Serbs, etc. But at the same time, they will all be closely linked to Slavic Orthodox jurisdiction, embodied in a specific state system. At the same time, the Russian Empire will depend on the Eurasian Empire, the new empire, whose strategic interests will be placed above the national, racial, and confessional interests of the Eastern Orthodox Slavs. The same can be said, for example, of the French, who will remain a people or country within the European Empire, along with the Germans and Italians bound to them by a common European imperial tradition, Christian religion, and membership of the Indo-European race. But the European Empire itself will in turn be subject to the strategic imperatives of the entire great continental new empire. This will also be the case in Central Asia, the Pacific, the Arab world, Black Africa, India, etc. At the global level, the construction of a planetary new empire will have as its main scapegoat the United States, the undermining of whose power up to the complete destruction of this geopolitical structure will be carried out systematically and uncompromisingly by all participants in the new empire. In this respect, the Eurasian project implies Eurasian expansion into South and Central America in order to take it out of the control of the North. Here, the Spanish factor could be used as a traditional alternative to the Anglo-Saxon one, as well as provoking all kinds of instability and separatism within the U.S. borders, possibly to rely on political forces of African-American racists. The ancient Roman formula "Carthage must be destroyed" will become the absolute slogan of the Eurasian Empire, as it will encapsulate the essence of the entire geopolitical planetary strategy of the continent awakening to its mission. Specifics in determining the status of this or that people, this or that country, this or that empire of greater spaces within a common continental bloc will become relevant only after the geopolitical unification, after the creation of the necessary axes, and only then the Eurasian peoples and 238 states will be able to solve their internal problems quite freely, without pressure from the Atlanticist forces, which are fundamentally interested only in one thing: not to allow peace, harmony, prosperity, independence, dignity, and flourishing of tradition in Eurasia. 239. Chapter 5. Russia's Fate in Imperial Eurasia. 5.1. Geopolitical Magic for National Purposes. Russian national interest can be considered at several levels at the global, planetary, geopolitical, civilizational, discussed in the previous sections, and at the narrow national, specific, socio-political, and cultural levels, discussed in this section. How do the macro projects of continental empire building and the ethnic lineage of the Russian people relate to each other? Something has already been said about this. Here, however, we should consider this problem in more detail. Imperialist orientation, continentalism, Eurasianism. All these terms and corresponding projects often scare off Russians who are not familiar with the symbolism of Russian history, who do not grasp the meaning of the nation's historical trends, who are used to using banal everyday cliches when thinking about what the nation is and what its interests are. This generates many misunderstandings among the nationalists themselves, and provokes empty discussions and futile polemics. In reality, the specificity of Russian nationalism lies precisely in its globalism, which is linked not so much with blood as with space, with the soil and the land. Outside the empire, Russians would lose their identity and disappear as a nation. However, the implementation of the Eurasian plan should by no means lead to the ethnic dilution of the Russians as the axis ethnos of the empire. 241. The Velikorossies also need to maintain their ethnic identity, without which the center of the continent would lose its civilizational and cultural certainty. In other words, within the very framework of the supranational geopolitical empire, there should be special norms, including legal ones, to ensure that Russians maintain their ethnic identity. The specifics of the new empire should be that with the central role of Russians in geopolitical integration, it should not be accompanied by the Russification of non-Russian territories, because such Russification, on the one hand, would pervert the meaning of the empire, reducing it to a giant nation-state, and, on the other hand, would dissolve the Russian community in another national environment. With regard to the Russian people within the continental bloc, it should be stressed that their role will not be isolationist, contrary to the projects of small nationalism, or ethno-expansionist, contrary to the ethnic imperialists and, in part, the Slavophiles. From these two projects, it is necessary to take certain sides, discarding the others. On the strategic level, it will indeed be about expansionism, but of a geopolitical rather than ethnic nature, which would certainly exclude any form of Russian or Slavic racism. On the purely ethnic level, on the contrary, The isolationist option should be implemented to a greater or lesser extent, with political and state isolationism discarded. The Russians will exist as a single national community in the space of a supranational imperial complex. Ethnic reality will be consolidated within the people, and the super-ethnic mission will be expressed within the empire. Only with this combination can both the preservation of a healthy national core and the maximum expansion of geopolitical influence be achieved. In other words, the national factor will be defined on the basis of an entirely new combination of ethnic and political, which did not exist in any of the previous stages of Russian national-to-state history. Ethnic homogeneity existed in Russia only in the early stages of statehood within fairly limited territories. The Tsarist model was based on the principle of a certain Russification, while the Soviets, expanding the geopolitical limits of Russia, on the contrary, neglected the ethnic quality of the Russian people. In the new empire, these factors have to come out in a new proportion corresponding to contemporary geopolitical and ethnographic conditions, and 242, also necessary for the establishment of a stable ethnopolitical balance in the Russian people. The Russians in the new empire play two roles simultaneously. 1. As one of the great nations that are political subjects of the Federated Empire of Nations. 2. As the initiator of continental integration into this Federal Empire of Nations. Consequently, the Russians find themselves in a privileged position because, on the ethnic side, being one of several more or less equal ethnic components of the empire, they become geopolitically at the center of the entire political process. This dual function allows for a simultaneous increase in extra-ethnic influence and consolidation of intra-ethnic forces during the same empire-building exercise. Empire building is the only way to preserve, strengthen, and unite the Russian ethnos without resorting to interethnic conflicts, wars, and revision of political boundaries. All the political boundaries of Eurasia, in the process of building the new empire, will gradually be abolished as political frontiers, and in their place will arise natural, organic ethnic boundaries, not having the strictly delimiting significance which is the case with national borders. These ethnic boundaries will have nothing in common with what is understood by the word border in the present situation, since they will be drawn along ethnic, cultural, confessional lines that do not imply political dominance over minorities, for the very reason that these ethnic entities will not have full political sovereignty, being limited to the strategic interests of the entire empire, which in turn is vitally interested in maintaining peace and harmony within its borders. In other words, Russians within such an empire would not gain their nation-state as the political expression of an ethnic community, but would gain national unity and a giant continental state, in the administration of which they would be given a central role. The mere nomination of such a project immediately removes the threat of those potential conflicts that are ripe due to the current division of Russians into various newly born states within the CIS. The imperial building vector instantly transfers the problem of the ratio of Russians and Kazakhs in Kazakhstan, or Russians and Ukrainians in Ukraine, or Russians and Tatars in Tatarstan, to an entirely different plane than the ethnic one. This relationship ceases to be a political state problem, which can only be resolved by inflicting certain political territorial damage on one party or another, for example, the ethnic division of Kazakhstan separatism within the Russian Federation, military suppression of Chechnya, confessional and national fragmentation of Ukraine, the Crimea problem, etc., and becomes a question of cohabitation of different ethnicities within the framework of a single political space. And in that case, the ethnic consolidation of, say, Russians in Kazakhstan with the Russians within the Russian Federation will not be seen as undermining the political sovereignty of the Kazakh national state in favor of the Russian national state, but will be an organic cultural and ethnic process, which will not infringe, but will not exalt either side, because no Kazakh national state or Russian national state will simply exist. The Soviet model was in some ways similar to this project, but with one important caveat. The concept of ethnos was viewed as a rudiment, a historical atavism, lacking the status of an internal political entity. In contrast, within the new empire, ethnos, without direct state expression, would be recognized as the main political value and the supreme legal subject in all intra-imperial matters. To summarize this issue, operations with global geopolitical projects, which at first glance have nothing to do with the achievement of the narrow ethnic goals of Russians, will in fact lead to the best satisfaction of these particular national goals as well. By rejecting the insufficient and too small, a Russian state within the Russian Federation, by not trying through conquests and annexations to increase this small and a bloody fratricidal war, by offering the peoples of Eurasia the construction of a continental bloc. On equal terms, Russians will be able to acquire something large and worthy of them, which would otherwise remain an unattainable dream forever. 244. By renouncing the ethnic state, we will gain the unity of the people and the great empire. In the present circumstances, only in this way, and in no other way, can we not only save the Russian people from political weakness and ethnic degeneration, to awaken them in all their grandiose scope for planetary achievements, and finally give them what they really deserve: Russian 2.2, Russian nationalism, ethnic demography, and empire. The Russian people, in a narrowly ethnic sense, are in a dire demographic situation. In the distant future, this threatens dire consequences both for the nation itself and for the future empire, since the replacement of Russians as the main bearer of continental associations by some other nation will inevitably lead to the continental bloc deviating from its natural civilization mission, generating chaos and conflicts in Eurasia and depriving the geopolitical structure of its most important cultural and political component. This weak demographic position of the Russians is particularly alarming in comparison with the demographic growth of the Eurasian South, which, by contrast, is booming quantitatively. If these trends persist in the current proportion, it is inevitable that Russians will be forced out of their central position in the empire. The homogeneity of the nation will be eroded, and either the ethnic group will be absorbed into the sea of southern peoples, or it will become a relict remnant worthy of existence only in a reservation. To this should be added the lack of compact settlement of large Eurasian spaces controlled by Russians only politically and administratively. This last factor could cause a disturbance of the ethnic balance in the Eurasian Empire, and push the demographically booming peoples of the south towards national expansion into Russian territories, especially in Siberia and the Far East. This problem should be solved immediately, but it should be particularly stressed that its solution should not precede or follow the creation of the empire. The implementation of geopolitical plans from the outset must be synchronously accompanied by actions aimed at the demographic growth. 245 of Russians and their ethnic regrouping in order to compactly develop the full living space of the nation. This goal can only be achieved by political methods, which should lead directly to the desired result and predetermine economic measures in this area. There can only be one political solution: to bring to the fore concepts of Russian nationalism. This nationalism, however, should use cultural and ethnic terminology rather than state terminology, with particular emphasis on such categories as peoplehood and Russian orthodoxy. Moreover, this Russian nationalism should have a thoroughly modern sounding and avoid any attempts at direct restoration of those forms which have historically exhausted themselves. It is nationalism of the populist, ethnic, ethical, and religious type, and not statehood or monarchism that should be a priority in this situation. All Russians should be inculcated with the basic idea that each individual's personal identity is a secondary value, derived from the national identity. Russians should realize that they are Orthodox Christians in the first place, Russians in the second place, and only people in the third place. Hence the hierarchy of priorities in both personal and public life. Above all, the Orthodox self-awareness of the nation as a church. Then, the clear understanding of the indivisibility, integrity, totality, and unity of the Russian ethnic organism, consisting not only of the living but also of the ancestors and future generations, and only then, lastly, the experience of the particular individual as an independent atomic unit. In practice, the implementation of such nationalism in politics should mean the total churching of Russians and the transformation of all cultural institutions into an extension of the single church, not in organizational and administrative terms, but in spiritual, intellectual, and ethical terms. Such churching should deprive culture and science of their profane detachment from the foundations of being, involve them in the process of spiritual domostroika, turn pragmatic and decentralized technical development into the realization of the central providential precept of the church, into a subordinate instrument of the supermaterial plan. Only in this radical way can Russians really be returned to the bosom of the church, which lies at the heart of their historical national existence, and which has shaped in basic terms what in the highest sense is called Russian. It is the total restoration of the Orthodox worldview, with all the consequences it entails, that is capable of returning the people to their spiritual origins. Any relative revival of the church as a narrowly confessional, religious structure, any restoration limited to cults and external ritualism, will be ineffective. In the framework of Russian nationalism, it is not individuals who should be churchized, but all of Russian culture, science, and thought taken together. Only in this way will the collective identity of the nation be given a spiritual vertical, which, in turn, will turn the problem of demographic growth into a kind of spiritual task based on orthodox ethics prohibiting, for example, contraception and abortion. The next level is ethnic self-consciousness itself, the notion of the people as one body and one soul. And the existence of this unified organism should be understood as something supra-temporal, not limited by either spatial or temporal categories. Russian nationalism should appeal not only to the present of the nation, but also to its past and its future, taken simultaneously as a totality of a single spiritual being. This being the great Russian people in its superhistorical totality should be realized by every Russian and recognized in itself. The fact of belonging to the Russian nation should be experienced as chosen, as an incredible luxury of being, as the highest anthropological dignity. The propaganda of this national exclusivity, without the slightest hint of xenophobia or chauvinism, should become the axis of the people's political education. First of all, the demographic upsurge will be ensured ideologically, culturally, and ethically. The people should be inculcated with the idea that by giving birth to a Russian child, each family participates in a national mystery, replenishing the spiritual and mental wealth of the entire nation. Children should be understood as a national treasure, as a physical expression of the great nation's inner energy. The Russian child must be understood first as a Russian and then as a child. Given the dire demographic situation today, national propaganda must be started as soon as possible, and any political and ideological methods must 247 be used. In doing so, nationalist tendencies must be pushed to the limit, provoking a dramatic and rapid awakening of a great and powerful ethnic group. It should be noted that no economic measures on their own will ever produce a positive demographic result without the appropriate religious, ethical, and ideological support. The demographic decline can be stopped to zero, and then provoke a reverse process only with the help of an appropriate ideology that would focus on changing the consciousness of the people, on transforming their thinking, on introducing hundreds and thousands of symbols into the daily sphere, explicitly or implicitly orienting people towards national interests. Within the Russian ethnos, Russian nationalism must be a single and total ideology, which may have its various versions and levels, but which always remains constant in everything that concerns the placement of the category of nation over that of individuality. Ultimately, a radical slogan must be put forward: the nation is everything, the individual is nothing. This political orientation towards nationalism must also be supported by measures of a purely economic nature, as purely material instruments are also necessary for the realization of the national goal. Support will be given to mothers, families with many children, and social conditions will be provided for the working man to support a large family. But this economic component will have an effect only if the national ideology dominates, which should not just economically support the demographic growth of the Russians, but in general orient the economy in a purely national way, put the material interests of the ethnic group above the individual interests of the individual. In other words, economic support of fertility is a particular case of the general trend in the economy, which as a whole should be derived precisely from national interests and not from individualistic, egoistic motivations or utopian abstractions. At first glance, an appeal to nationalist ideology would seem to be likely to provoke ethnic conflicts, worsen inter-ethnic relations between Russians and neighboring ethnic groups, and generate a host of insoluble contradictions. 248. This would indeed be the case if Russian nationalism extended its claim to statehood in the classical sense of the term. Representatives of other ethnic groups and confessions would hardly want to live in a Russian nationalist Orthodox state, but to live side by side with the Russian Orthodox people professing a national ideology within a united continental empire, united geopolitically and strategically, but flexible and differentiated in its internal structure is not a problem for anyone, since there will always be a higher authority in whose face the ethno-religious communities have equal status and which is guided by the impartial principles of imperial harmony and justice. The project of the new empire, on an ethnic level, lies in the fact that not only the Russian people are to have a clearly defined national religious ideology, but all the other peoples of the empire are to have it affirmed. Thus, a conglomeration of positive nationalisms with a common denominator of the vertical imperial orientation will emerge. It is important that only in this way will the most radical Russian nationalism be fully realized, as the main obstacles to its development will then be removed, and none of the neighboring peoples will feel humiliated or suppressed by the Russian nation, as the cultural, ethnic, and confessional borders between the peoples of the empire will be of no political significance. Russians would live in their national reality, Tatars in theirs, Chechens in theirs, Armenians in theirs, etc. Even in the case of ethnic enclaves or national minorities among a different people, a nationalism free from the problem of statehood and borders would only enhance mutual understanding between nations, giving them both the freedom to contact each other and the freedom to isolate themselves ethnically. For the survival of the Russian people in the current difficult conditions, for the demographic rise of the Russian nation, for the improvement of its dire situation in the ethnic, biological and spiritual sense, it is necessary to turn to the most radical forms of Russian nationalism, without which all technical or economic measures will remain powerless. But this nationalism will only be possible in organic unity with the principle of a geopolitical continental empire. The Russian question, after the coming victory. Apparently, from a theoretical point of view, we should consider the position the Russians will find themselves in after the possible victory of the Eurasian Empire over Atlantism. Of course, this is such a distant prospect that it is almost pointless to seriously consider the problems that would arise in such a case now. However, it should be kept in mind that the collapse of Atlantism can happen almost instantly at any stage of Eurasian empire building, since the geopolitical stability of the West is based solely on the correct and skillful handling of geopolitical categories, rather than on the real industrial, economic, or military power. The Atlanticist construct is in fact extremely fragile, and if only one of its strategic axes, for example Central Europe, the Pacific area, or the Eurasian continental south, is knocked out, the whole giant edifice of Atlanticism, so powerful and stable at first sight, collapses. The moment the geopolitical strategy of the Trilateral Commission is at least to some extent blocked by an alternative Eurasian project, a serious breakdown of the entire Atlanticist complex can be expected, with further events likely to unfold rapidly and precipitously, as was the case with the collapse of the Soviet Empire and its satellites. Therefore, although victory over Atlantism is an extremely distant prospect, it is worth formulating a few theses regarding the position of the Russians in a hypothetical post-Atlantean world. First of all, it should be stressed that the geopolitical defeat of the U.S. will pose many problems for the Eurasian Empire itself. At this point, the main factor underlying the project of geopolitical unification of nations and peoples into the new empire will disappear. The principle of common enemy will disappear. The consolidating energy will lose its meaning, and even the very raison d'etre of the Eurasian Empire will be questioned. In such a situation, the transition from a new bipolar world order of Eurasia versus the Atlantic to a multipolar model could begin. However, it should be stressed, 250, that the multipolar model will only be possible after victory over Atlanticism, and not before. As long as Atlantism exists as a force claiming to be universal, there can be no multipolar order. Only within the framework of the new empire, within the global Eurasian project, and in the course of the strategic confrontation with Atlanticism, can objective preconditions for the emergence of a more or less balanced multipolarity be formed, and not before that. The germs of multipolarity will be formed only with the implementation of the differentiated imperial model, which will assert the status of a political subject for some organic, cultural, and spiritual categories of people, ethnos, religion, nation, contrary to the current dominant system, where it is only about the legal status of states and individuals, human rights. The clash of civilizations, to quote Huntington, in a multipolar world will only be a reality if these civilizations can establish and assert their right to exist in the context of an anti-Atlantic strategic alliance. At present, there is only one civilization, the Atlanticist, Western, liberal market civilization, which opposes all other historical organic cultural models. The collapse of Atlantism would put the peoples of the new empire and its individual sectors before a serious problem, whether to continue maintaining geopolitical unity or to consolidate large civilizational blocks within the empire as an independent geopolitical reality. But, in any case, national differences of peoples and confessions will come to the fore. In that case, the best option would be to preserve the imperial structure as the most harmonious system for resolving all internal contradictions. By analogy with the former doctrine of jus publicum Europaeum, that is, civil European law, common to all the peoples of Europe, the Eurasian Empire in the post-Atlantic era could be based on a similar, but expanded doctrine of jus publicum Euroasiaticum. Having lost its military strategic significance, the imperial continental complex could act as a supreme legal authority, which would ease the tensions between the Eurasian nations, whose bond would inevitably weaken after the victory over the common enemy. Such an exit would be ideal. But we can also assume the collapse of continental unity and the forma 251 Tian of several civilizational blocks in the Eurasian space, Russian Slavic, more broadly Orthodox, European Far Eastern Central Asian Islamic, etc. The correlation of each of them with the others, and even their boundaries and structures, is of course impossible to foresee. However, in such a hypothetical perspective, the project structure of the Russian nation today should already include a model that takes into account in the distant future, and only after the end of Atlantism, the independent participation of Russians in world history, which returned to its organic and natural course after a long period of Atlantist anomaly. In this case, the Russian nation should also be ready to create its own statehood, or to form a broader natural ethno-state formation, held together by the unity of tradition, culture, religion, and destiny. The question of the Russian state may arise in full force, but this applies exclusively to the post-Eurasian period, which in itself is problematic and hypothetical. But already at this moment, Russians should throw all their energies into the national consolidation, spiritual, cultural, and religious revival of the nation, its final establishment and full awakening, so that in the future, if necessary, it can defend its national truth not only against enemies, but also against allies in empire building, who have their own historically predetermined national outlook. Russians should not just maintain their identity in the imperial context, they should affirm it, red-hot it, and deepen it to the utmost. And in the long term, after the collapse of Atlantism, Russians should be prepared to defend their own civilizational mission, to defend their universal providential national path. Be that as it may, the Russians will in any case find themselves in a strategically central position in the Eurasian imperial space, and consequently, in the question of the civilizational priorities of the empire. In the post-Atlantean period, If the empire still survives, they will find themselves in a privileged position. Consequently, to some extent, this entire empire will be linked to the Russian idea, which is indeed eschatological and universal by definition, merged with gigantic spaces and a cosmic sense. Should the continental bloc begin to disintegrate, the Russians, restored to strength through the nationalist period and the vigorous process of empire building, would find themselves back in a geopolitically advantageous position, occupying a central position among the liberated peoples and states of the continent, making a possible Russian state, the Russian Empire, a stable geopolitical reality based on a solid national ground. Both of these possibilities should be considered today. Chapter 6. Military aspects of the empire. Prioritize 1. Prioritizing nuclear and intercontinental capabilities. In the military strategic sense, the new empire can be realistically created only if the nuclear power of the former Soviet Union, as well as all kinds of strategic and space weapons, is preserved in the hands of the Eurasian bloc. This is the main condition not only for the viability of the coming continental formation, but also for its very creation, because the integration of states and large spaces. Around Russia, the statement of the main axes of Eurasia are realized only if Moscow has a strategic potential, which will be the main guarantor of the seriousness of the whole project. It is the preservation of the strategic balance between Atlanticism, NATO, and Russia, the military strategic successor to the USSR, and the pole of the new Eurasian bloc, that makes the political plans of the new empire serious and practically achievable. At the moment, the strategic potential of the former Soviet Union still retains its proportional comparability with NATO, in the field of nuclear weapons, nuclear submarines, some aerospace programs, and in the issue of strategic aviation. Once this balance is clearly shifted in favor of the Atlantists, a Eurasian empire will become impossible, and Russia will finally become a mere regional power and consequently shrink its territory. 255. Tory and scale of influence drastically. After that, no geopolitical axis or political project will be able to change anything. It is only at this stage, while the Cold War balance of power in the strategic sphere has not yet changed irreversibly, that Russia's geopolitics and policy are indeed decisive and continental in weight. In fact, the possibility of free and independent geopolitical projection is directly dependent on maintaining the strategic comparability of Russian and Atlanticist potentials. Once this proportion is sharply broken, Russia will turn from a subject of geopolitics into its object. In this case, the Russians will be left to maneuver in the situation imposed from the outside, choosing roles and priorities in an essentially not their game. This state of affairs makes the Eurasian project directly linked to the quality and potential of the Russian, former Soviet, army, and automatically from this it can be concluded that the army in such circumstances should in no way depend on the immediate political situation in Moscow. On the contrary, the very quality of the army, naturally, first of all, in the issue of strategic armaments, is the foundation of all Russian politics, its axis, and consequently, the structure of the army should predetermine the general contours of this politics and affirm the inherently political guidelines. As long as the strategic balance is maintained to some extent, the army will remain the most important factor in Russian politics, because the very political status of the country, its weight, its capabilities, and its future in such a situation directly depend on the armed forces. At the moment, a very dangerous process of reorientation of the entire military doctrine from a continental Soviet structure to a regional local one is taking place in the Russian army under pressure from Atlanticism. This means that it is no longer the US and NATO countries that are beginning to be seen as Russia's potential adversary, but the countries bordering Russia as well as Russia's internal regions that could turn to separatism. This turn of the new military doctrine is in fact completely opposite to the only reasonable, from the geopolitical point of view, position of the armed forces, since the potential adversaries in this case are the very countries that should logically have become natural allies of the Russians. In other words, potential allies are seen as potential adversaries, and Russia's main geopolitical potential adversary, the Atlantic bloc, is discounted altogether. The military issue is in direct correlation with geopolitical choices. If Russia thinks of its future as an empire, as an integrator and pole of the new continental bloc, its armed forces must with necessity prioritize nuclear and strategic weaponry at the expense of more localized forms of weaponry. The main military activities in the imperial plan will be developed in the perspective of the War of the Continents, and consequently, intercontinental missiles, primarily those with nuclear warheads, strategic aviation, aircraft carriers, and nuclear submarines, as well as all forms of space military programs developed as an alternative to SOI, acquire a special role. It is these types of weapons that would best contribute to continental integration and make an alliance with Russia attractive and fundamental for the other Eurasian blocs and countries. It is precisely these types of weapons that are directly linked to Russia's ability to play the geopolitical card at the continental level, and hence solve economic problems in a more concrete way through cooperation with the developed regions of Central Europe and Japan. It should not be forgotten that it was the nuclear factor, taught by the US as the guarantor of Western protection and democracy against Soviet totalitarianism, that was the main driver of the American economy. In the post-war period, when economically strong but militarily weak Western countries and Japan were forced to subsidize the American economy and industry in return for the strategic tutelage of Pax Americana, in a sense, Russia can already now offer something similar to both Europe and Japan, with the addition that it is in Russia's interest to promote the political maturation of these two potential empires rather than to weaken and tightly control them, as is the case with American Atlantic domination. Even on a purely pragmatic level, overcoming Russia's economic crisis is only possible with an active geopolitical use of the strategic factor and appropriate armaments. To get more good stuff, it is easier not to reorient the military-industrial complex towards making pots, but to continue and intensify the production of 257 aircraft carriers and nuclear-powered submarines. With the right political support, a few submarines could bring entire industrialized countries to Russia purely peacefully, whereas by converting military factories to washing machine production, Russia would do itself irreparable economic damage. Reprofiling the army as a whole in a regional fashion means developing all non-strategic conventional weapons. If such a military reform is carried out intelligently and consistently, which in our circumstances is difficult to believe, the Russians will have an effective mobile army, ready for combat operations in continental conditions and capable of dealing successfully and seamlessly with military conflicts on the scale of Afghanistan, Tajikistan, or Chechnya. The inefficiency of the Soviet troops in local conflicts, which could be observed in the Afghan War and in the Perestroika conflicts, was the result of the strategic priority in the construction of the Soviet armed forces, which focused on a global nuclear conflict rather than on local wars of low and medium intensity. This is legitimate. Army restructuring with a priority regional orientation, that is the choice of successful military operations in wars of low and medium intensity as the main objective, will inevitably lead to the destruction of strategic weapons because no army today, even in the wealthiest and most economically developed country, for example the USA, is capable of effectively conducting its construction in two directions at once, strategic and regional. The incompetence of the Americans in local conflicts has already been demonstrated many times, beginning with Vietnam and ending with Yugoslavia and Somalia. Therefore, at first glance, the positive transformation of the army, supposedly in keeping with the spirit of the times, in the distant future means the end of the Russian strategic security, the loss of any serious guarantee of the territorial integrity of the Russian Federation, and a complete inability to improve its geopolitical state in any way in the future. The Russian national interest today is to preserve its strategic potential at any cost at the intercontinental level, that is to remain a superpower, albeit in a reduced version. To ensure this condition, it is possible to sacrifice everything, to make any political, geopolitical, economic, and territorial compromises. If the strategic potential is retained, any concession today will be reconsidered in favor of the Russians tomorrow. As long as things remain the same, all political moves by the Russian leadership in favor of the West remain theoretically reversible. The fate of the Russians and their grandiose future lies today not in how many Russians are outside the Russian Federation, nor in what our political or economic situation is at the moment, but in whether we will have sufficient weapons to defend our independence militarily against Russia's only and natural potential enemy, the US and the North Atlantic Bloc. All other questions follow from here. This is also the basis for an unambiguous determination of whether a global Eurasian imperial project is still possible or not. 6.2. What kind of armed forces does a great Russia need? The hierarchy of military development in the perspective of a Eurasian empire is clearly derived from basic geopolitical positions. 1. Priority is given to space weapons, which have such a potential scale of territorial impact that traditional forms of ensuring the military security of a state or a bloc of states retreat before them, completely losing effectiveness and significance. The development of the Russian version of SOI is of central importance here. The development of atmospheric weapons and experiments with unorthodox types of weapons involving the impact on the human psyche are also crucial. This costly and science-intensive field of weaponry, while practically unusable in local conflicts, is in fact the most important axis of true state and national security. Without this research and the relevant results, the nation finds itself virtually unprotected in the face of a potential enemy, and all questions of independence, sovereignty, and geopolitical projects fall away by themselves. 2. Then there are airborne nuclear weapons. missile capabilities, and strategic aviation. This intercontinental sphere of arms, aimed at a potential 259 conflict with the Atlantic Pole, poses a constant threat to those regions that are reliably protected by maritime borders from all other forms of military invasion. It is no coincidence that it was the development of Soviet missile technology that caused such panic in the United States in its time, and it is the successes in this field that enabled the USSR and the Warsaw Pact to survive so long after World War II, despite the extremely unfavorable geopolitical situation of the land borders. Only intercontinental armaments made the USSR in some approximation a continent, which gave certain grounds for strategic parity with the real continent, the USA. 3. The Navy should be considered as the next level of importance. This type of weapon, like intercontinental missiles and strategic aviation, is designed to carry out global military tasks when confronted by potential adversary N1, the United States. At the same time, in the prospect of creating a continental bloc, the Russian Navy should become the starting point for a gigantic system of strategic ports both in the south and in the west, which Russia and the USSR were traditionally deprived of. Aircraft carriers and nuclear-powered submarines are of paramount importance in this. The Navy should be structurally oriented to combat operations in maritime conditions and coastal zones, that is in the space as far away from the land base as possible. This should be the priority form of combat operations in a potential military conflict, since the main imperative of a successful strategy is, as we know, to conduct combat operations either on the territory of a potential adversary or on neutral territory. At the same time, the geopolitical and strategic specifics of adapting the existing naval model to the conditions of the southern seas and oceans, as well as to the western Atlantic, must be envisaged in advance. The Black Sea Fleet and the Baltic Fleet will sooner or later lose their importance for Russia as an empire, as they are important strategic points only for a regional power, the establishment of which is in itself tantamount to strategic suicide for Russia. Control of the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic is therefore far more important to the continental bloc than secondary ports, easily trapped by straits or the narrow isthmus between the Baltic and the North Sea. The Navy as a whole should rather be guided by Far Eastern and North Sea models, analogues of which Russia should be prepared to replicate when the time comes in India, Iran, and Western Europe, as these are the true geopolitical boundaries of an imperial, not regional. Russia. 4. Ground forces are the least important in the imperial perspective and are designed to play the role of internal troops, rather than a truly important strategic value. In a real intercontinental conflict, the ground forces should serve only a supporting function. This defines their place in the hierarchy of military construction. The only exception in this matter are airborne and special forces, which, because of their mobility and non-coupling to land-based continental bases, can take an active part in serious intercontinental operations. Accordingly, airborne troops should be given priority over other land-based sectors of the army. This structure of the Russian armed forces and the future new empire, in general terms, reproduces the purely Soviet model of the army in the post-war period. The latter was the result of a natural geopolitical process, which was most clearly realized by the army leadership, which provided an adequate response to the very geopolitical logic of history, while political and ideological cliches did not allow the party leaders of the USSR to act in harmony with the only self-evident logic of state and strategic development of the Soviet state. The prospect of geopolitical and strategic expansionism was embedded in the very fundamental structure of Russia's geographical position, and it was the army that understood this more fully and clearly than anyone else. Therefore, the USSR armed forces in a general sense were moving in an absolutely correct direction, both in defining the potential enemy and in choosing priorities for the development of various kinds of armaments and in equipping the army with the latest technologies. At the same time, however, the excessive ideological pressure and general dilapidation of late Soviet society also affected the armed forces, which seemed instantly oblivious to their own logic and their own interests, coinciding with the national interests of all Russians in the issue of freedom and security of the nation, and private errors diverted attention from the main strategic issues, a topical restructuring of the army based on the concept of Russia. Regional power, effectively overturning the hierarchy that should exist in the new empire and which existed in general terms in the USSR armed forces. In Russia's regional army, priority is given to ground forces, although the airborne troops are also somewhat separated from the rest of the armed forces. Then there is the Navy, with the conversion and reduction being carried out primarily at the expense of aircraft carriers and nuclear-powered submarines, and a scandal between Moscow and Kiev over the Black Sea Fleet, which has virtually no strategic significance, with no outcome whatsoever, as the original terms and objectives are fundamentally flawed. Even less attention is paid to aviation and missile development, and strategic aviation and intercontinental missiles are destroyed altogether. In parallel, the abandonment of nuclear weapons is being realized. Programs for the deployment of space weapons, which are completely unnecessary in regional conflicts, are frozen and phased out because, from a narrow regional perspective, they represent only a gigantic and meaningless item of state budget expenditure that has no justification whatsoever. By comparing the two models of army-building priorities, we see that they represent two opposites. One army, the first continental option, is designed to defend the continental bloc Eurasia Russia in its true geopolitical scope against the potential adversary, which was and still is the US and the Atlanticist bloc. Such an army is focused on the genuine interests of the Russians and is the guarantor of national independence and freedom. In addition, this army allows to effectively implement a global Eurasian project, which alone can make the geopolitical position of Russia in the world stable and secure, as well as solve 262 the most important economic problems. The second army, regional type, is needed in Russia understood only as the Russian Federation, and interested only in solving local and internal political problems. Such an army cannot be a genuine guarantor of national security. Its inherent orientation towards potential conflict with neighboring countries and peoples makes the Russians constantly expect a blow from a hostile neighbor, former brotherly people. Its structure deprives Russians of the opportunity to enter into adequate geopolitical relations with Central Europe and Japan, as it will clearly be insufficient to protect these geopolitical entities from potential U.S. aggression in the future. Moreover, this structure compels Russians to refer to all three participants of the future geopolitical axis of Eurasia, Berlin, Tehran, Tokyo, as potential adversaries, and accordingly provokes the same attitude of these countries to Russia. And it doesn't matter at all that the army's structural adjustment will be accompanied by pacifist assurances. In geopolitics, which takes precedence over purely political considerations when making the most crucial decisions, the nature of a country's weaponry speaks far more eloquently than the official and unofficial statements of diplomats and political leaders. Chapter 7. Technology and Resources. 7.1 Technology Deficits. One of the reasons for the USSR's defeat in the Cold War was its serious technological backwardness compared to the countries of the opposite geopolitical camp. The fact is that the Atlanticists' technological leap was ensured by an effective distribution of roles among NATO member states. On the one hand, the U.S. concentrated in itself a purely military strategic pole, letting the other capitalist countries develop the trade, financial, and technological aspect, without caring about direct investment of new high technologies in the military-industrial complex. The U.S. often merely used off-the-shelf high technology for its military-industrial complex, while it was created and developed in Europe, Japan, and elsewhere. The countries that were under the U.S. tutelage paid technological tribute for the geopolitical patronage. The USSR, for its part, radically centralized all technological developments almost exclusively within its military-industrial complex, which made research and cutting-edge projects more difficult. It was as if they were initially prepared in a centralized administrative organism and focused on planned objectives, and this sharply narrowed the field of technological innovation. In other words, one and the same centralized structure had two tasks at once: the enormous pressure to create a planetary military strategic complex and the technological support of this complex together with the development of knowledge-intensive industries in parallel spheres. 265. The whole field of high technologies, information programs, computer technology, etc., was strictly linked with the military-industrial complex, and this deprived it of the flexibility and independence it needed at times. It can be assumed that in the absence of such geopolitical vassals as France, England, Germany, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, etc., the USA would have had a much lower technological level than the current one. The technological backwardness of the USSR was inevitable. Even today, the Russians are fully experiencing the consequences of the USSR's failure in this area, as the dependence of Russian industry and economy on Western patents, know-how, etc., is worsening by the day. Meanwhile, a certain level of technological sophistication is indispensable for any state that aspires to have weight in international politics and an efficient, competitive domestic economic structure. If we talk about the imperial perspective of the Russian nation, then a high level of technology is all the more necessary to ensure all the strategic and geopolitical factors on which all geopolitical and economic expansion rests. So the question is posed, by moving in which direction could the Russians catch up and overcome the technological lag inherited from the USSR while it is not decreasing at present but rather increasing? Brain drain, reduction of state funding of scientific activities, conversion, decay, and restructuring in the military-industrial complex, etc. There are three hypothetical possibilities. The first is that Russia renounces all of its geopolitical claims to independence, completely capitulates to Atlanticism, and, as a reward for obedience, receives dosed access from the Americans to some high technology, somewhat obsolete and not representing strategic secrets. This way has actually been tried in some third world countries, which have actually managed to make an economic, financial, and industrial leap in this way, the so-called Asian or Pacific Tiger. In the case of Russia, the US will be much more cautious than in the case of Europe or the Third World. Since Russia's geopolitical and historical scale is so great that economic prosperity and technological leapfrogging could at some point make it a powerful potential enemy of the US again, it is natural to expect that Russian access to high technology, even under conditions of total capitulation and total dismantling of strategic aspects of the military-industrial complex, will be sabotaged in every possible way. This path appears to be a dead end. The second path, typical of the supporters of small nationalism, is to make a technological leap with the utmost effort of internal resources without the help of outside forces. This would involve an extreme, almost totalitarian, mobilization of the entire nation and a sharp deterioration in relations with the West. If everything is limited to the volume of the Russian Federation and Russia understood as a regional power, then such attempts are doomed to fail, because the same problems as in the USSR case will arise. Russians will have to both protect themselves from the superpower as a potential enemy and develop such subtle areas as high-tech research themselves. As the stable and strictly organized USSR could not cope with it, the crisis-stricken destabilized Russian Federation will certainly not cope with it. Moreover, in this case, it will be necessary to introduce elements of totalitarianism, which will inevitably cause deep internal protest. It means that this route should also be rejected. The latter option consists of borrowing high technology from developed European and Asian countries, but not from the US, in exchange for a strategic alliance and access to Russian resources. There is a good chance of success here, with such a path keeping the Russians somewhat independent from the US, while avoiding national overstretch, dictatorship, and austerity. Although such a process would immediately provoke us ire threats to Russia, and most importantly, to its wrong vassals, some countries may go for it if Russia's strategic strength is still comparable to that of the United States, and if Russian ideology is not overtly imperialistic or communist. In addition, high technology in this case would be exchanged for the most important component for Germany, Japan, and other developed countries' resources, access to which is tightly controlled by the United States all over the world. Russian resources, Central Asia, Siberia, etc., are vital for these very countries, as the US as a whole is rather independent in this matter. Mineral resources, raw materials, energy sources, plus a powerful strategic military patronage. This combination may well persuade some developed countries to cooperate closely in the field of high technology and put the highest achievements in this field at the disposal of the Russians, along with installation and organization of production. In the long term, a national direction in these matters would gradually emerge, but in any case, an initial impetus is needed. This third way fits fully into the overall Eurasian project, being its concretization on a more practical level. In fact, it means that the creation of a geopolitical Berlin-Moscow-Tokyo axis is not just a political and geographical plan, but also the best solution to the problem of the Russians' technological backwardness. 7.2 Russian resources. Russia is a natural supplier of resources to other countries. This state of affairs has a rather long history and has largely been a determining factor in Russia's geopolitical status. Let us take a closer look at the geopolitical significance of resource exports and the role of resource provision in general. There are some inequalities in the global distribution of resources on the planet. 2 zones out of the 4 developed sectors in the north have access to resources and are able to ensure resource autarky if necessary, the US and Russia, while 2 are severely resource deficient, Europe and Japan. Thus, to a large extent, the control of the 2 resource-poor zones is determined by the relationship with the other 2. There is a further peculiarity that the U.S. seeks to control the resources of colonial or semi-colonial territories and use them to influence developed countries. The USA tries to conserve its own resources for itself and spends them very sparingly, although, if necessary, the USA will not have a big problem to create a resource autarky for itself without a colonial strategy in this area. Russia, on the other hand, has traditionally manipulated the export of its own resources. This difference in the position of the 2 powers has on both sides both pluses and minuses. The U.S. always has an untouchable strategic reserve, 268. But at the same time, colonial resource bases always theoretically have a chance to get out of hand. Russia, for its part, can be assured of a resource supply because the resources are on its territory, but at the same time, by exporting them, it is always spending its own strategic reserves. This objective state of affairs in the prospect of creating a continental bloc can be used to the benefit of the Russians in the following ways. At the initial stage, Russia can offer its resources to potential partners in the East and West as a compensation for the aggravation of relations with the United States, which will inevitably occur in the first stages of the Eurasian project. This will also be possible because a direct land link can be established with Europe and Japan, independent of the maritime and coastal control that is the main trump card in the geopolitical strategy of Atlanticism. Naturally, such exports would not be one-way aid, as this process would have to be embedded in an overall geopolitical plan involving the active financial and technological involvement of Europe and Japan in the strategic development of Russia itself, and in addition, a significant expansion of its political and defense frontiers to the east and west. In the long term, however, the U.S. should be oriented towards displacement from Africa, the Middle East, and the Pacific, with a corresponding redistribution of resource-rich territories in favor of its Eurasian partners and Russia itself. This plan is a direct opposite of the Anaconda Plan by the Atlanticists, which provides for tight control of the U.S. exactly over the South Eurasian, African, and Pacific spaces in order to prevent the organization of autarkic economic zones for its geopolitical rivals. When it is possible to drive the Anaconda of Atlanticism back to the American continent, the whole poor south of Eurasia will become a natural complement to the more developed Eurasian north. Arabian oil, African minerals, and the resources of the Pacific will be able to flow directly to the countries of the Eurasian bloc, bypassing the U.S. Russia could then not only begin to accumulate resources for itself, but also gain new areas to the south. Eurasian Europe will move south to become Euro-Africa, and Japan will establish in the Pacific Ocean the new order that it planned to implement in the 1930s. Russia itself, using the technological experience which it either already has or will acquire during the period of supplying resources to its technologically advanced partners in the bloc during the first stage of continental construction, will be able to take an active part in developing new fields in Central and Eastern Asia, and will gradually freeze those fields which are vital for ensuring its own strategic future. In terms of resources, the plan to create an anti-trilateral Berlin-Moscow-Tokyo bloc in the near and distant future seems highly realistic, since the transition period for the Western and Eastern axis for Berlin and Tokyo, which will experience the most severe pressure from the U.S., will be mitigated by the resource capabilities of Russia, which is capable of creating all conditions necessary for the complete political and strategic revival of Europe and Japan during the transition period with its exports of minerals. After that, those bigger spaces can themselves strengthen their economic and political expansion in a north-south direction. What is particularly important is that Russia in this transition period will be able to acquire effective technological equipment for mining operations and, by following the easiest path, test the methodology and technical models supplied by the European West and the Japanese Far East. And this factor will, in the long run, greatly enhance the strategic autarky of the Russians regardless of how events turn out in the future. Naturally, at the moment the Russian resources problem is handled in any way but the way that would be beneficial to Russia. The Russians are now selling resources at dumping prices for fictitious money and foreign goods, either directly to the U.S. or through them, U.S. monopoly companies or TNCs implicitly controlled by Atlantists, to Western European countries. As an alternative, the nationalists put forward the generally impracticable demand to stop exporting resources altogether and to leave their development and consumption entirely to Russia. The latter project would require such a strain on all national forces that it could only be realized under a political dictatorship, which is almost unbelievable in the present situation. The situation here is the same as in the case of high technology. Only a third way, neither resource exports in favor of the USA, nor the total rejection of any exports, can be a realistic way out in the present situation. Once again, the political need for a continental Eurasian bloc as soon as possible comes to a head. Chapter 8. Economic Aspects of the New Empire. 8.1. The economics of the third way, industrial restructuring in Russia, is overdue. There is much truth in what reformers say about the inevitability of economic transformation in Russia. The Soviet system, while efficient and competitive to a certain extent, gradually became so inflexible and stagnant that it simply had to collapse. And unfortunately, many effective and positive aspects of socialism as such were buried under its rubble. The logic of Russia's economic transformation, which began during perestroika, was based on a dualistic approach to the economy. On the one hand, there was the existing model of rigid centralist state socialism, total dirigisme, where the state intervened in the slightest nuances of production and distribution, suppressing any private initiative and excluding all market elements. Such structural rigidity not only made the entire economic system cumbersome and unwieldy, hence the gradual loss in competition with capitalism, but also perverted the basic principle of socialism, which implies the effective participation of society in the economic process. In Marx's economic philosophical manuscripts, there is a warning about this degeneration of the socialist system, which can be characterized as alienation under socialism. 273. Criticism of such a centralized economy, however, very quickly moved to the opposite extreme, that is, to absolute apologetics for the liberal capitalist system with its market laws, invisible hand, free trade, etc. The liberal reformers decided to move from ultra-centralization, even if only in theory, to ultra-liberalism. If Soviet socialism in its later stages weakened state autarky in its competition with the opposing geopolitical bloc, the market reforms entailed the real destruction of this autarky, which cannot be qualified otherwise than as betrayal of national interests. Reforms were necessary, but the dualistic logic, either Soviet socialism or capitalist liberalism, put the question on the wrong plane from the start, as the dispute became purely theoretical and considerations of Russian geopolitical autarky were relegated to the background. The proposed liberal transformations in the style of Chicago Boys programs and von Hayek's theories have dealt the economy a crushing blow. But the restorationist economic programs which the conservative opposition insisted on to a greater or lesser extent were not much better. In both cases, it was a polemic between two utopian abstract models, in which the question of the national interests of the Russians was somewhere in the background or even in third place. This was quite logical, since Soviet economists, by virtue of the specifics of their education, were used to dealing only with two economic models: dogmatic Soviet socialism, which they defended for the time being, and liberal capitalism, which they criticized for the time being. Both of these models, as they were studied and developed, never correlated with such a criterion as geopolitical interests of the country, as this topic, albeit in a different form, was a priority of the army and ideological structures, especially the GRU and the KGB. By shifting the main focus to the economy, the leaders of perestroika took the issue of national and state security and power out of the brackets. As soon as this happened, the country was trapped in a wrongly formulated problem. Any solution in the given terms was a dead end. Strictly speaking, the people did not have to choose between liberal capitalism and Soviet socialism, but between liberal capitalism, Soviet socialism, 274, and a specific economic doctrine combining elements of the market and elements of planning, subject to the central imperative of national prosperity and state security, third way. This third way in the economy is by no means a compromise or a syncretic combination of disparate elements of the two other economic models, but a complete and independent doctrine with a long history and many examples of implementation in practice. However, this third way has hardly been mentioned in the public debate at all. The result of the stubborn refusal to seriously consider this option is evident: a ruined and weakened country, a collapsed economy, Russia's increasing parasitic dependence on the Navy and the International Bank, the breakdown of economic and industrial ties, etc. There is no socialism or market at the moment, and it is unlikely that anything can be corrected by staying within the logic which has become dominant in dealing with the most important economic issues. Third-way economics is not identical to either the Swedish or Swiss model, contrary to what some politicians who are beginning to realize the impasse of the current situation think. Neither Sweden nor Switzerland are full-fledged geopolitical entities and do not have serious strategic sovereignty, and consequently the huge part of the state, industrial, and military sectors needed to ensure real autarky is absent in these states altogether. Some compromise between a socially oriented social structure and a market economy has indeed been achieved in these countries, but it is a purely artificial model that has been able to emerge precisely by the complete depoliticization of these countries and the deliberate refusal to play an active role in the geopolitical distribution of power in Europe. Russia will never be able to become a second Sweden or second Switzerland in terms of its scale, because its geopolitical position obliges it to play an active role. Neutrality is simply not possible in this case. It is therefore pointless to refer to such examples. The second illusion, characteristic of those intuitively seeking third-way models for Russia, is China and its reforms. However, in this case too, there is a deception of vision due to the lack of objective information about the essence and progress of Chinese reforms. China's economic transformation only superficially resembles the third-way model. In fact, it is about the transformation of a broadly Soviet-like society into a purely liberal order, but without a democratic transformation in politics, that is, with the totalitarian control of the ruling elite over the political situation. The point is that the political totalitarianism of the communist nomenclatura is seamlessly transformed into the economic monopolistic totalitarianism of the same nomenclatura, which, from the outset, seeks to cut off any possibility of economic competition from below. One model of alienation society seamlessly transitions into another model of alienation society, and political exploitation imperceptibly turns into economic exploitation of the same social group. It is indicative that this type of reforms was developed by the Trilateral Commission, whose representatives had already agreed with the Chinese nomenclature since the early 1980s to include China in the future in the monetary zone of influence and grant it the status of a regional power. The Atlanticist move was largely due to the Cold War strategy against the USSR, but also to support Japan's traditional competitor in the Far East and limit the latter's economic expansion. The true third way in economics found its classical embodiment in the works of Friedrich List, who formulated the principles of economic autarky of large spaces. This theory is based on the fact of the uneven economic development of capitalist societies and the logical consequence of the economic colonization of richer countries by poorer ones. The rich benefit from free trade under such conditions, while the poor benefit the opposite. Hence, List concluded that protectionism, dirigisme, and customs restrictions, that is, restrictions on the principle of free trade on an international level, must be resorted to at certain stages in the economic development of society in order to achieve a level of national and state independence and strategic power. In other words, it was clear to List that the economy must be subordinated to national interests, and that any appeal to the autonomous logic of the market was only a cover for economic and later political, and social exploitation. Such an approach immediately sets clear boundaries as to where the market principle should operate and where the socialist principle should operate. Interestingly, Rathenau, author of the German economic miracle, Witte, Lenin, and even Keynes, all formulated their economic principles on the basis of Friedrich List's doctrine, although the language used was closer to either the purely capitalist or communist vocabulary. The economic hierarchy constructed by List can be reduced to a simple formula. Those aspects of economic life which are on a scale comparable to the interests of the individual should be governed by market principles and based on private property. We are talking about housing, small-scale production, small holdings of land, etc. As this or that economic activity grows in importance, the form of production should take on the features of collective ownership, because in this case, private. Ownership and the individual factor may, in fact, come into conflict with collective interests. Here, the cooperative or corporate criterion should apply. Finally, the economic areas directly linked to the state and its strategic status should be controlled, subsidized, and administered by state authorities, since there are interests at a higher level than private property or collective benefit. Thus, in such an economic order, it is not the elites, the market, or the collective that determine the economic, industrial, and financial shape of society. It is formed on the basis of specific interests of a particular state in specific historical conditions, and accordingly, there can be no dogma in this model in principle, as the geopolitical status of the state changes and due to historical and national conditions. The proportions between the volumes of these three levels of the economic hierarchy can change significantly. For example, in times of peace and prosperity, the private sector, together with the collective sector, may increase and the state sector may decrease. Conversely, in difficult periods of national history, when the independence of the whole nation is at stake, the public sector's powers increase at the expense of some collective economic units, and these in turn crowd out private enterprise. It is very interesting that it was Friedrich List's model that was used by 277 historically developed capitalist countries in times of crisis. Thus, even the USA, the radical defenders of the principle of free trade, periodically resorted to protectionist measures and state subsidies in the industrial sector when periods of economic depression occurred. This was the period of the New Deal, when the Americans almost literally reprinted the principles of List, albeit in a softened version by Keynes, author of the theory of economic insulation, which is basically nothing but a new name for the economic autarky of large spaces theory. Incidentally, List himself lived in the USA for a long time, and observed the process of capitalist construction in its early phases. Based on these observations, he formulated the basic principles of his theory as applied to Germany. But of course, the most grandiose results were achieved in National Socialist Germany, when his ideas were implemented totally and without any liberal or Marxist amendments. The doctrine of third-way economics has another important aspect, the correlation between financial and production factors. Obviously, early capitalism and Soviet-type socialism placed the main emphasis on the development of production, giving the financial system a secondary subordinate role. Developed capitalism, by contrast, gravitates towards the dominance of financial capital over production, which in turn becomes a secondary consideration. The dominance of labor sooner or later leads to political violence, the dominance of capital to economic violence. In the first case, labor is autonomized and detached from concrete values. In the second, money is autonomized, also losing its connection with value and becoming a credit, interest fiction. The third way insists on a brutal link between labor and value, for example, gold reserves and more generally resources, relegating the sphere of consumption and the circulation of goods to a subordinate, secondary, purely instrumental role. This conflation of labor and value is dictated here by the same considerations of national power and state sovereignty as the whole structure of this economic doctrine. One can simplify this idea with the formula, neither luxury nor poverty. Contentment with a reasonable minimum. This means a more flexible and free approach to work than under Soviet socialism, but more limited opportunities for per 278. Sonal enrichment than under capitalism. This model allows the nation to be independent in strategic areas from other states and economic systems, but at the same time strips the labor process of its coercive nature and ties it to a material equivalent. It is this version of third-way economics that is the only alternative in today's Russia, resisting both the rampant liberalism and the restorationist projects of neo-communists unwilling to seriously correct outdated and proven ineffective dogmas. Were it not for the instant associations with Hitler's regime, one might call this project national-type socialism. The mere fact that List's theory, developed, however, by such famous economists as Sismondi, Schumpeter, Dumont, etc., is put forward in the context of the current economic situation in Russia would be a great achievement, as it can provide answers to the most urgent questions and put an end to the dead-end dualism of reformers and anti-reformers at once. Moreover, the positive aspects of both the liberal reforms and the structures still preserved from socialism could be perfectly harnessed to this economic project. But all this will have a positive effect only in the context of a conscious and theoretically elaborated doctrinal corpus, and not as pragmatic moves made ad hoc. The economics of the third way must have an unambiguous political expression comparable to that of a liberal party or a communist party. All inertial centrism, pragmatism, and compromise will be doomed to failure. Friedrich List and his ideas must become symbols like Adam Smith and Karl Marx. The third J-way needs carriers of this ideological dogma who are comparable in preparation, conviction, and awareness to liberals and communists. The principles of third-way economics are as rigorous and unambiguous as those of the other two ideologies. From them, all the necessary secondary consequences and applications can be naturally and organically derived. The economic tendency of the third way, the principle of autarky of large spaces, presupposes the maximum volume of the nation-state formation, where this model is applied. List insisted on the impossibility of realizing these theories in states with insufficient demographic, resource, industrial, and demographic volume, since autarky would then be a mere fiction. On this basis, he once put forward the imperative of Zollverein, customs integration, which was intended to unite Germany, Prussia, and Austria into a single industrial financial bloc, since only in such a space could one speak of effective competition with the developed colonial powers of the time, England and France. At the present stage, the benchmark of a sovereign state is the United States, and that political economic space which is part of the Monroe Doctrine, that is the continental totality of North and South America, controlled by the United States. Obviously, only its continental counterpart in Eurasia can fully compete with such a transatlantic big space today. Consequently, the economy of the third way already in its theory assumes geopolitical integration, in which the subject is not a nation-state, but a modern analog of the empire. Otherwise, there will be either an overstretching of the nation's forces, the reason for the collapse of the USSR, or a falling into dependence on a more powerful and independent neighbor, Europe, Japan, etc. Such a consideration shows that despite the logic and self-sufficiency of this theory, the success of its implementation directly depends on a more general geopolitical project that is the beginning of the creation of a new empire. Only on such a scale and to such an extent will the third way in the economy yield maximum results. In addition, the promotion of such an economic model would be the best theoretical denominator for all potential members of the continental bloc, since even liberal authors, for example, Michel Albert in his book Capitalism versus Capitalism, emphasize the fundamental difference between the Rhenish-Nippon model, which has many features of a third-way economy, and the Anglo-Saxon model. If Russia were to choose this path, the Eurasian chain would be closed in the most natural way. In this case, it will be possible to put forward a new version of Zollverein, corresponding to the current geopolitical conditions, a project of Eurasian customs integration, which only today can seriously compete with the Atlanticist bloc and lead the peoples of Eurasia to prosperity. 8.2. Economic regionalism. The Soviet economy was based on the principle of centralism. The highest authority for all important, less important, and totally unimportant decisions was in Moscow, from where the regulations and directives came. This centralism made the economy sluggish, prevented the development of regional initiatives, and inhibited the natural growth of regional economic potential. Furthermore, the Soviet economy was developing a standard pattern of industrial and financial arrangements, with little regard for the regional, ethnic, or cultural specificities of the different regions or districts. This rigid system was one of the reasons for the backwardness and economic collapse of Sovietism. The liberals, who replaced the communists, despite their theoretical projects, essentially retained the old state of affairs, only that henceforth centralism was market rather than planned. But, as before, major economic decisions were made centrally, and the main economic routes went through Moscow, where the liberal government tightly controlled the overall course of reform in the regions. One form of abstract reproduction of a set pattern everywhere has been replaced by another form, but the principle of centralism in the economic structure has remained the same. Incidentally, Much of the failure of market reforms is due to this inertial centralism, with Moscow government officials seeking to tightly control the economic development of the regions. A sober analysis of this state of affairs and a comparison of the Russian situation with the most developed economic systems, primarily those of the Rhenish-Nippon type, leads to the conclusion that a radical departure from this economic approach is needed, and that J should turn to an economic model built on a purely regional, local basis. The economic interconnection of all regions of the USSR was an artificially created construct. This interconnection, which was based more on the planning and revolutionary methods than on the principles of maximum efficiency, often hindered the autonomous development of the regional economy. A plan, 281, made absolute, has also played its part. With the breakdown of this general network and the coming to power of the liberals, many industrial sectors were left to themselves and doomed to degradation and extinction, and the whole emphasis was placed on the priority development of resource sectors, whose products could be immediately sold abroad. And Western goods, obtained by the monopolistic pseudo-market structures of the liberals in Moscow, were again distributed centrally to the regions. Thus, the regional economy suffered even more, and its dependence on the center paradoxically increased with the departure of the communists. The implementation of plans for a third-way economy should be based on entirely different methods. Centralism here should be primarily strategic and political, but by no means economic, as the empire can achieve maximum economic effect only when all its components have economic autonomy and develop in the freest and most natural way possible. Just as in the context of the continental project as a whole, each part of it should strive to be as independent and self-sufficient as possible at its level, so within Russia, one should create an extremely flexible regional economy built not on the interests of the center or planned requirements, but on the maximum organic development of those economic potencies that best suit the region in question. Of course, the strategic aspects of the economy, resources, strategic raw materials, the military-industrial complex, should be centrally guided, but in other industries, as well as in matters of financing, the region should be given the maximum degree of freedom, based on the cultural, ethnic, religious, geographical, climatic, etc. conditions of a particular region. Not only the economic or industrial orientation, but also the economic order itself should be extremely differentiated, even to the extent that areas with different economic orders, ranging from maximum market to almost communist, may emerge within the empire. Those nations which reject the banking system, Muslims, have to construct their own financial models, which exclude interest-bearing financing of industry, while in other regions banks may develop and flourish. The most important thing in this project is to reach a point where each region or province is self-sufficient in meeting the most urgent needs of its inhabitants, housing, food, clothing, and health being the most important. We must first achieve regional autonomy in providing the necessities of life, and only then build projects for the improvement of living standards, technology, technical, and industrial development. Every region must have a resilient and flexible system of self-sufficiency, so that at any time, and under any circumstances and in any crisis, it can guarantee a decent minimum for the whole population, independent of interregional relations or the economic situation in the center. The strategic global dimension of the economy must be considered in total isolation from the regional structures working for the self-sufficiency of the population. The state of this population should by no means depend on the priority development of one or another strategic sector in a given region. In other words, the principle, the necessary minimum of life is always available regardless of anything should be observed, and the region's concentration on one or another strategic global industry can only take place while controlling the preservation of independent economic structures, which are in no way in contact with this industry. In this case, reprofiling this or that type of production, abandonment of obsolete or inefficient industries, territorial relocation of enterprises, or reorientation to import that is profitable in all respects will have no impact on the overall standard of living of the region, which will be initially and fundamentally guaranteed. Only strategic production and planning will remain the responsibility of the center, and will be realized not as an economic axis, but as an overlay of some kind of global superstructure on an already existing autonomous regional economic network, without the two areas having any influence whatsoever on one another. Housing, social security, or food supply can in no way be dependent on the economic efficiency of an industrial or strategic enterprise located in a given area, as is the case at present. The economic self-sufficiency of the individual regions, down to the smallest ones, must be such that all the most urgent economic problems can be solved independently of the participation of the population in strategic production. This principle should be the dominant one in strategic planning, which will inevitably exist at state level, even in the context of the broadest economic freedom. Regionalism should also be projected onto the financial system, taking, for example, the experience of regional and state banks in Germany, where small financial structures, often limited to one or a few villages, demonstrate a miracle of efficiency in farm development because of the ease with which loans can be controlled, making fiscal management unnecessary, and the volume of loans, interest, and repayment periods are determined by specific organic community conditions, and represent not a quantitative, abstract, mechanical element, but a vital, ethical one on the whole. A regional financial system can take the most original form, adapting itself to the logic of the ethno-cultural and geographic landscape. The most important thing is to avoid centralization of capital, to disperse it as far as possible to autonomous regional financial structures, to make it serve the economy and not vice versa, to make the economy dependent on it. It is even possible to introduce two parallel and non-overlapping financial systems, two currencies, one for the strategic imperial sphere and the other for regional needs. In the first case, there will be strict state planning based on specific principles of financing and production. In the other, there will be a regional market and a regional financial fund. Public capital and regional capital. Private property must be an atomic component of precisely regional capital, while public capital must in principle have no common measure with private property. Only then will a strict distinction be drawn between state, public, and private, and hence the stability, flexibility of the internal structure and autarky of the empire will be maximized. The economy as a whole must be guided by a basic principle, the ultimate in strategic centralism plus the ultimate in regional pluralism and liberalism. 285. Chapter 9. Conclusion. The attempt to outline the Continental Project to highlight the most global and pivotal points of Eurasian geopolitics for Russia and the Russian people certainly needs a very thorough development, which will require tremendous work to clarify, argue, illustrate various points and aspects of this topic. For us, however, it was extremely important to present the most approximate version of the only model of the geopolitical future of the Russian people, which on the other side of the known dead ends could bring it to the planetary and civilizational level, corresponding to its mission, its national, spiritual, and religious claims. Much in this project may seem new, unusual, unfamiliar, even shocking. But the need to touch on all crucial aspects of the nation's future has forced us to disregard explanations, rebuttals of possible criticism, to avoid long quotations, enumerations of names, and columns of figures. All this will be done as necessary. For now, the most important thing is to point out the general contours of the third way, the only way that can lead our great nation and our great state out of the abyss of chaos and fall to the shining heights of Russian heaven. Part 5. Russia's Internal Geopolitics. Chapter 1. Subject and Method. Russia's domestic geopolitics depends on its planetary function. A geopolitical analysis of Russia's domestic geopolitical problems cannot be carried out without taking into account the more general, global picture of Russia's place in the geopolitical ensemble. It is only by keeping Russia's planetary role and significance in mind at all times that its internal geopolitical structure can be effectively and coherently parsed and described, unlike the European school of internal geopolitics, Yves Lacoste, etc., which tends to isolate local and regional problems from consideration of the disposition of forces on a planetary scale. In Russia's case, one cannot abstract from its global significance, and hence all of its private internal problems are adequately formulated, let alone addressed, only within a more general, integral geopolitical framework. Russia is not just one of the mainland countries. It is a category belonging to the basic principles of all geopolitics. Russia is the geographical axis of history. The land, Russia is Eurasia. This meaning does not depend on blocks, ideology, political orientation, regime specificity. Continentality is its historical, geographical, and geopolitical destiny. In the case of Russia, there can be no question of choosing between Atlanticism and Eurasianism. It is a Eurasian power and cannot help being one. The refusal of Russia to fulfill its role in the ensemble of the planet is possible only in the case of 291. Its complete geographical destruction, because if the Russian state refuses to fulfill this mission while preserving the Eurasian continental mass, sooner or later a new political entity will emerge within the same boundaries, which will take over the function of geographical axis of history. As long as Russia exists, it remains the axis of the Eurasian vector on a planetary scale. This nature predetermines the angle of consideration of its internal geopolitical problems. These problems stand only in the following vein: how and on what natural or artificial prerequisites to maintain the maximum geopolitical volume of Russia, to increase it if possible, distributing all internal geopolitical factors so as to best ensure the possibility of a planetary geopolitical expansion. This formulation of the problem already puts the conditions of analysis in themselves to be emphasized and prioritized. 1. The potential for centripetal tendencies of regions. 2. The possibilities of extending the spatial influence of the center to the periphery and beyond. This implies a clear delineation of the two basic criteria of the concepts of geopolitical center and geopolitical periphery. The relations between them constitute the essence of the study of Russia's internal geopolitics. Domestic geopolitics and military doctrine. The military-industrial complex plays an enormous role in the geopolitical organization of Russian spaces, since in many, especially sparsely populated, territories it is to military towns and bases that civilian settlements are attached. It is also associated with the location of the most important centers of industry, also associated with the needs of the so-called defense industry. Russia's entire geopolitical configuration depends on the model of military doctrine. 292. This military doctrine, in turn, has two components. The political orientation of the leadership, which may change depending on domestic and foreign political factors, and the geopolitical constants that set the framework within which political variations are possible. This second component, Russia's geopolitical position, unequivocally affirms the continental importance of the Russian armed forces and the orientation that Russia's main potential adversary is the Atlanticist bloc. This automatically entails a continental orientation of the entire military doctrine, the unconditional priority of strategic weapons, and a focus on a global conflict on a planetary scale. In this case, it is completely irrelevant what the political design of the regime will be. The geopolitical confrontation will not necessarily be duplicated by an ideological confrontation. It depends on the specific situation and can influence the verbalization of the political course, mitigating or, on the contrary, accentuating the geopolitical confrontation that persists under any circumstances. Without claiming a final formula of military doctrine, geopolitics sets its limits, violation of which immediately entails a total socio-political crisis and territorial disintegration of the state. Even in the case of a full ideological understanding of Atlanticism, Russia's military doctrine should still define the United States and the Western camp as potential number one enemy, and base the entire structure of the armed forces only on this principle. This, in turn, will affect the overall structure of Russia's domestic geopolitics in a broader sense. Russia's military doctrine should be absolutely Eurasian. Only in this case, and from this perspective, can Russia's internal geopolitics be analyzed responsibly and priority vectors of development be outlined. Without this, any analysis will only predict a catastrophic degradation of the Russian regions, a territorial disintegration, a chain reaction of destruction and geopolitical self-liquidation. Theoretically, such a turn of events cannot be ruled out, and the modern military doctrine of the Russian Federation, which does not mention the US and NATO bloc among potential adversaries, but includes them among potential geopolitical allies of Russia in the Eurasian bloc, gives many reasons for this. However, from a more general historical and geographical perspective, this condition should be seen as a temporary anomaly that will soon be eliminated under any political regime as the excesses of a difficult transition period. It is possible to describe a scenario of geopolitics of catastrophes, which would highlight the phases of disintegration of the geographical axis of history. But such a position should be of more interest to the Atlantic camp, and so it is only natural that such models are studied by the geopoliticians of the thalassocratic powers. Russian geopolitics, which cannot but be Eurasian, should, accordingly, be guided by a positive perspective, analyzing the current and future situation based on the normal historical and geopolitical laws of continental and civilizational dualism development. And in this case, one should make the assumption, even if it is not yet the case at the moment, that Russia's military doctrine corresponds to a general continental logic and is based on strict geopolitical constants. This should be borne in mind in the remainder of the presentation. 1.3 Center and Periphery. The historical center of the Heartland is not a constant geographical value. The present-day capital of Russia, Moscow, inherits simultaneously the line of Slavic capitals, Kiev, Vladimir, and the line of Chingiz's steppe stakes. As a geopolitical synthesis of the forest and the steppe, Russia has two historical and geopolitical traditions at once, the totality of which underlies the peculiarity of the Russian way. The Petersburg period was also fraught with territorial expansion, although St. Petersburg's Baltic location embodies the state's European orientation, geopolitical Westernism. In the St. Petersburg period, the territorial expansion of the Russians was less organic and more artificial than before. The nature of the synthesis was less obvious, although many Eurasian peoples of Asia and Siberia accepted the authority of the White Tsar on the basis of ancient continental traditions. 294. Moscow is geographically best suited to Russia's Eurasian mission. It is equidistant from all the main geographical zones that make up the peculiarity of the Russian landscape. The distances to the polar north, the Eastern European west, the steppe and subtropical south, and the taiga east are approximately equal. It should therefore be considered the normal, from a geopolitical point of view, Eurasian capital, the continental center. In this respect, the current state of affairs largely coincides with geopolitical constants. Moscow is the natural capital of the Heartland, A cursory cartographic analysis of Russia, however, immediately reveals a certain asymmetry in this position. The fact is that beyond the Urals, which is, however, no natural intra-Russian border due to the low altitude of the mountains and the homogeneity of the climate, on both sides of the ridge, a rather homogeneous taiga zone extends thousands of kilometers into Siberia, thus making Moscow the center of only European Russia. This purely quantitative view is counterbalanced, however, by other geopolitical considerations. Firstly, Siberia does not represent the climatic and topographic structural diversity that characterizes pre-Ural Russia. From this point of view, all this gigantic space is only a disproportionate extension of the eastern landscape, the scale of which far exceeds the zonal picture of Russia proper. Thus, in a landscape sense, the gigantic spatial volume is reduced to a limited climatic quality. Secondly, there is exactly the same disparity at the demographic level. Beyond the Ural Mountains, the same number of people live as in each of the distinctive landscape zones of European Russia. Thirdly, the development of this region in terms of communications, cities, communications, etc., is also incommensurate with its spatial volume. In the current situation, therefore, Siberia's geopolitical role cannot be seen in proportion to its space. It is a special reserve space that represents the last undeveloped part of the Eurasian continent. Thus, given the special quality of Siberia, Moscow is indeed identified with the geopolitical center of the geographical axis of history. Note, it is the undeveloped nature of Siberia, especially eastern Siberia, that led Mackinder in his later works to include Lenaland, that is the space lying to the east of the Lena River, in a special geopolitical entity, not belonging, strictly speaking, to Heartland. But already Spengler had noted the point that Siberia represented a geographical space whose role might gradually become clearer and prove decisive in the historical process. He foresaw that it was from Siberia that a special and unique culture could develop, which would put an end to the decline of the West and its Faustian civilization. The same idea was supported by the Russian Asians, an extreme offshoot of the Eurasians, who believed that the East, Asia, was more important than not only the West, but also Eurasia itself in particular. V. Ivanov and some Tychotianists, Pacifiker, Kurt von Beckmann of the Haushofer school, etc. believed this. Thus, in the distant future, which assumes a change in the demographic and informational development of Siberia and its equation with the rest of the Russian, or European, regions, one can assume that the geographical position of Moscow will lose its centrality and the geopolitical center of Eurasia will shift to the east. But at the moment, it should only be considered as a futurological perspective. More on this in the chapter on the Russian East. Rays can be drawn from the center, Moscow, to the various regions of Russia's peripheral lands. These rays are not segments, as their length is not fixed. Centrifugal and centripetal forces affect the regions with variable magnitude, depending on many historical factors. Moreover, the physical distances from the geopolitical center, Moscow, do not always correspond to geopolitical distances. These distances depend not only on the quantitative, but also on the qualitative side of the links, on the independence of regional entities, their form, and their cultural and ethnic specificity. It is possible to reduce all these rays converging towards the center to 296. Main categories or inner axes. 1. Moscow East. 2. Moscow West. 3. Moscow North. 4. Moscow South. On the other hand, the corresponding peripheral spaces represent zones or strips, each of which has specific characteristics and a particular structure. These strips can be called, respectively, Russian East, Russian West, Russian North, and Russian South. The definition of Russian in this case has not an ethnic meaning, but a geopolitical one, emphasizing the connection of the region with the central continental axis of Moscow. The main focus of Russia's internal geopolitics will be to clarify the geopolitical structure of these four peripheral zones, and the quality and nature of the rays linking them to the center. The structure of the zones will be discussed in more detail in the following chapters. The nature of the rays, in the most general terms, can be considered now. 1.4 Internal axes. Geopolitical rays. 4 geopolitical rays link Moscow to the periphery of Russian space. These rays are of varying quality. They can be divided into 2 pairs of rays Moscow West and Moscow South on the one hand, and rays Moscow East and Moscow North on the other. The first 2 rays are, geopolitically speaking, unfinished. Open. They are rooted in a complex geopolitical system of considerable territorial volume, which separates the continental mass of Russia from the ideal shoreline boundary, Russia's southern and western borders, from a geopolitical point. 297. Of view are broad belts separating the central part from the coastline. In this respect, these two beams represent the most vulnerable directions for Russia, and the whole geopolitical dynamic along these axes is extremely tense, complex, with many levels and dimensions. The Moscow West and Moscow South axes combine both internal and external political aspects, as here the regions of Russia-Eurasia proper flow seamlessly into zones under the control of other states, and some of these states belong to the opposite planetary bloc, the thalassocratic camp. The second two rays, the Moscow North and Moscow East axes, differ sharply from the first pair. Here the Russian border coincides with the coastline, there are no clutch states, and therefore the political dynamics in these directions are exhausted by domestic political themes. In the north and east Russia has complete geopolitical borders, and the main task in this case is to maintain the status quo. Moreover, the north and east, precisely because of their oceanic borders, are reserve and well-protected rear areas on the geographical axis of history, where additional spatial platforms for geopolitical and strategic restructuring can always be created at critical moments. The difference between the axes west and south and the axes north and east is not the result of historical coincidence. The geographical landscape itself, and later the ethnic and cultural map of the respective regions, represents a matrix that was filled with specific state content as political history unfolded. On the western and southern fringes of Russia, and on the adjacent territories of neighboring countries, developed blossoms of cultures, states, and ethnic groups with their own political and spiritual traditions, statehood, etc. This is a zone, one side of which is part of the Rimland. The objective and artificial prerequisites for separatism are actively developed here, which in turn is identified with the thalassocratic strategy on a planetary scale. By contrast, Russia's north and east are extremely landscape homogeneous, 298. And not densely populated by peoples who do not have developed political and state traditions, or have long lost the historical initiative of empire building. For example, the Altai Turks, the Buryats, etc. Here Moscow has free access to the seas, but the quality of the seas is the same. They are poorly navigable, cold, covered by ice for a considerable part of the year, detached from the central part due to poor communications, and their ports are underdeveloped. Certain strategic advantages are offset by corresponding disadvantages. The two pairs of rays give full geopolitical symmetry. The length of Russia's northern and eastern shores is paired with demographic rarefaction and communication underdevelopment. The western and southern borders are landlocked, densely populated, landscape diverse, and represent voluminous swaths of considerable area. The geopolitical relationship between the center and the periphery in Russia is thus divided into two kinds of purely internal axes with oceanic linear borders: north, east, and semi-internal axes with land borders of strip zonal quality, west-south. The south and west dynamic implies entry into the sphere of international relations, diplomacy, etc. The north and east dynamic is limited to domestic political issues. However, a purely geopolitical approach makes this picture somewhat relative. Where there is an independent state at the moment, the geopolitician sees a future province, and vice versa. The coastal part of one state's territory may at some point become the coastal bridgehead of an alternative geopolitical power that is a new sovereign state. Rays coming from the center to the periphery, continental expansionary impulses, are constantly confronted with opposing power pressures. The Atlantic Bloc seeks to limit Moscow's centrifugal energy by exploiting the separatist tendencies of peripheral nations or neighboring states, while basing itself on those coastal zones that are already under the assured control of thalassocracy. In the south and in the west, this opposition is quite discernible in concrete political reality. In the north and east, the opposition is less obvious and visible. Nevertheless, it exists in the form of a strategic 299. Atlanticist military presence in the oceanic coastal zone, especially nuclear submarines, and in certain critical periods it may take the form of direct political interference in internal Russian affairs and support, or provocation, of separatist sentiments among ethnic and cultural minorities. 300. Chapter 2. The Road to the North. 2.1 Analysis Model. The geopolitical ray Moscow North is in great approximation broken up into a spectrum of rays diverging from a single center along the entire length of the Arctic Ocean coastline. We thus obtain a complicated model in which three problems arise. 1. The ratio of sectors of the north to each other. 2. Their relation to the center, Moscow. 3. Relation to other areas of Russian space, south, east, west. Geopolitical analysis is fragmented into several sectors and issues at once. In doing so, the main challenge is to ensure that, while taking into account regional specificities and details where possible, the overall complex of internal Russian geopolitics and the even broader planetary context are not lost sight of. The center's geopolitical imperative for the North is to strengthen its strategic control over these areas as much as possible. Given the sparseness of the territories beyond the Arctic Circle and the lack of developed political and state traditions of the ethnic groups living there, the cultural and political aspects here recede into the background. Military control of the 301 coast, military, air and naval bases, information links, energy supply, and food and housing provision become the most important aspects. 2.2. The geopolitical nature of the Russian Arctic. The climatic character of the northern territories implies a point settlement, not a strip settlement. Hence, the role of centers becomes more important and becomes, to some extent, equivalent to what in other areas is defined as territory. This identity of center and territory in the north is maximal, since the intermediate spaces are not just uninhabitable, but deadly tundra, cold, lack of settlements, roads, etc. Thus, geopolitically, the north is a system of points located in the Arctic zone, a constellation of discrete settlements scattered over a rather homogeneous, climatically and topographically, space. The vast majority of the northern lands are tundra, that is a northern desert with sparse vegetation, lichens. This is a permafrost zone. The character of the northern space is in some respects similar to that of the water element. In it, boundaries between territories have little or no serious significance, as control over one land or another provides no particular advantage. Given the sparseness of settlement, the question of nomadic competition among reindeer-herding peoples is also automatically removed. The population of the north represents the diversity of the oldest Eurasian ethnic groups that have inhabited these territories for millennia, without any particular cultural, migratory, or ethnic dynamics. Interestingly enough, it is in the north of Russia's western borderland that the division along ethnic lines also takes place. Northern Europe, Scandinavia, Germany, Denmark, up to England, Ireland, and Iceland are inhabited by developed peoples of Indo-European origin, young ethnic groups, while from Finland and Karelia up to Chukotka, the Russian north is populated by ethnic groups which are much older and archaic than those of the European north, Ugric, archaic, 302, Turks and Paleo-Asians, Chukchi Eskimos, etc. Moreover, as one moves eastward along the Arctic Ocean coast, the archaic nature of the ethnic groups increases. Younger Indo-Europeans, or Turks, moving dynamically in the most inhabited parts of Eurasia, were shifting autochthons to the north in waves. From west to east, after the Karelians and Finns, still quite actively involved in modern history, though in a secondary role, the more archaic Nenets and Komi, then the Khanty and Mansi, the Dolgans, the Evenkays, and then the Chukchi and Eskimos. A huge sector of eastern Siberia is occupied by Yakutia, Sakha, but the Yakuts proper, one of the branches of the Turks, live much further south than the Arctic Circle, and the north itself is almost uninhabited. From the Ugrians to the Eskimos, the space of the Russian north shows us historical time slices of civilization. The concept of the Russian north is a trapezoid, repeating the outlines of Eurasia as a whole. It narrows to the west and widens to the east. On the Russian-Finnish border, this territory covers about 10 degrees along the meridian, and Chukotka and Kamchatka already cover 20 degrees. But this spatial expansion has little effect on the geopolitical character of the territory, both in terms of demographics, degree of development, quality of communications, and frequency of settlement. This geographically expanding trapezoid to the east gives a mirror image, as the narrow western flank of the northern sector is more developed and populated than the opposite eastern flank. If Siberia is the geopolitical reserve of Russia, then the north, and especially the Siberian north, is the reserve of Siberia itself. Being the most remote region of Eurasia from civilization, it is an icy, unexplored land, formally described in maps, but representing no historical marker, with no global cultural dimension, at least within the foreseeable historical limits of the past available for study. This situation contrasts strangely with the role that north plays in the mythologies of many peoples. There, 303. It is given the quality of a great ancestral home, a promised land, and an ancient paradise. At the present moment in history, it is rather the opposite: cold, unfriendly, hostile to people, an alienated space with rare inclusions of artificial pockets of civilization. 2.3. North plus North. Administratively, most of the northern lands are autonomous districts of the Russian Federation, except Karelia, Komi, and Yakutia, which have a more independent political status, republics. Politically, the regions are located as follows, from west to east. Karelia, north of Murmansk Oblast, Arkhangelsk Oblast Komi Republic, and the Nenets Autonomous Area. Yamal Nenets Autonomous Area, Taimyr, Dolgano Nenets Autonomous Area, northern sectors of Yakutia, Chukotka Autonomous Area, Magadan Krai, Koryak Autonomous Area, and Kamchatka. The similarity of the geopolitical quality of all these territories is reason enough for them to form some kind of territorial and strategic bloc based on certain integration structures. All these areas face typologically similar problems. Their development follows similar trajectories. This natural similarity, so prominent even in the most cursory geopolitical analysis, shows the need for a certain consolidation. This consolidation, a kind of Arctic land pact, can have several levels, from spiritual and cultural to practical and economic. The general directions of such a bloc can be outlined from the outset. Its cultural basis could be a purely Eurasian theory of rethinking traditional civilization as a positive model of social structure that has preserved the memory of cosmic proportions. This means that the archaism of the peoples of the North, underdevelopment, backwardness, primitiveness, etc., is not a minus, but a spiritual plus. Ancient ethnic groups are not only not subject to re-education and inclusion in modern civilization, but, on the contrary. 304. They need to ensure that the conditions of their existence correspond to their traditions as much as possible. Moreover, the concern for these traditions should partly be transferred to the state, which seeks to ensure its strategic control over these lands. In parallel, the mythological aspect of the North as the most ancient homeland of mankind should be taken into account, and the project of the spiritual revival of the North would then acquire a worthy historical scale. At the same time, the emphasis should be placed on the seasonal specifics of the Arctic year, the polar day and the polar night, which were considered by Hindus and ancient Persians to be the 24 hours of the gods. Existence in the Arctic conditions, common to the entire Eurasian North, returns the human being to the conditions of a special cosmic rhythm. Hence, the spiritual and therapeutic value of the Arctic zones. At the material level, and especially in relation to the living conditions of migrants from the south, that is the majority of Russians. It is necessary to unite the efforts of all northern centers in developing optimal models of cities and settlements with regard to climatic specifics. In this aspect, it is necessary to use the latest technologies of unconventional energy sources, solar energy, wind farms, etc., construction know-how for permafrost, communication and transport systems, development of interregional aviation, etc. The initial project must be that of general Arctic development, working out a single and most effective formula that would allow for the modernization of settlements in the shortest possible time, to make their existence more dynamic and interconnected. Given the importance of this problem, it would be logical to leave the solution to the Arctic regions themselves, ensuring state support for the whole project from the center. It is up to the northerners themselves to work out the Arctic formula. Since the North is Russia's geopolitical reserve of reserves, its regions should be prepared for possible active migration from the south. This applies to the other side of the problem of a new settlement in the North. 305. Sooner or later, taking into account demographic processes, it will become necessary, and it is better to start creating structural preconditions for it already now. The military aspect is particularly noteworthy. The North is a huge strategic military zone of Russia, an important security belt. Many missile bases and strategic air bases are concentrated here. Murmansk and Arkhangelsk are the largest naval bases in Russia. This situation is not an arbitrary consequence of the ideological confrontation between the two camps during the Cold War. The strategic importance of the North in the military sense remains for Russia in any case, since it is a matter of respecting the interests of Eurasia, the Heartland. The meaning of Russia's military presence in the North stems from the continental nature of the Russian military structure and the natural awareness of itself as a continental camp, opposing the forces of the sea. The main purpose of these military installations is to protect the coastal zone from possible maritime and airborne incursions, and to provide a nuclear strike against the American continent via the North Pole, should the need arise. It is the shortest distance from Russia to U.S. territory. For the same reason, this territory is a priority area for missile defense development. At present, the North accounts for a huge percentage of Russia's total industrial output. This does not take into account its central importance in the military-industrial complex. Many natural resources such as salt, nickel, etc. are mined predominantly in the circumpolar areas, but there is a huge gap between such industrial development in the North and a lagging behind in other areas of development. The geopolitical logic requires an active equalization of the situation, and it would be most convenient to do it in the framework of the Arctic Pact. In this case, it would be necessary to designate the capital, or several capitals, of the North, where the intellectual and technological potential would be concentrated, and where the main economic, financial, and engineering levers would be concentrated. This would give the North considerable independence from the center, freedom from control and detail, reserves for flexible regional development, and rapid industrial and economic response. On all these levels, the need to integrate the North is clear. This is important spiritually, ethnically, culturally, militarily, strategically, industrially, socially, and financially. The result of such a multi-level integration, so far only a potential one, would be the creation of an entirely new geopolitical reality, in which a significant increase in autonomy and regional autonomy would not weaken the strategic connection to the center. The development of the North would be the way to the future. a springboard for an entirely new, geopolitically based understanding of space in the long term. The northern Earth would be transformed from a barren desert back into a polar paradise, reinforcing the continent's planetary weight and creating a model of society for a Eurasian future based on a combination of tradition and development, loyalty to roots, and technological modernization. 2.4 North plus Center. The first approach to the geopolitical analysis of the North plus North, is based on the separation of the polar trapezoid into a single coherent region, which can be considered as an independent spatial figure. Such a vision of the North makes it possible to elaborate the most flexible model of its development, since the most stable geopolitical construction is the one that consists of self-sufficient autonomous, in a limited sense, elements, but even such relative autarky requires a certain territorial scale. The trapezium of the Russian North meets all the necessary conditions to fold into an independent intra-Russian big space. Moreover, such integrative autonomy can largely compensate for the inevitable strategic centralism for the state. The second geopolitical approach is to analyze the systemic functioning of the center-north axis. This axis was, and in many respects still is, the only and main one in the administrative organization of the Northern Territories. 307. The individual regions and centers of the North were directly subordinated to Moscow, which controlled all the main vectors of development of these territories. Such unambiguous centralism did not allow for the most effective development of the internal geopolitical potencies of the North, knowingly made the specialization of the regions lopsided and focused on the scale of the whole country. This allowed the regime of strict centralism to be maintained, but significantly hampered the uncovering of internal opportunities. Geopolitical logic suggests that the question of the relation between center and periphery, and in our particular case, Moscow North, should be deliberately divided into two components. 1. Strict centralism, in macro policy and strategic subordination. 2. Maximum domestic liberation, through maximum cultural and economic autonomy. In other terms, strategic centralism plus cultural economic regionalism. In order to work out the most effective model for this geopolitical distribution of roles, the question again arises of a capital of the North that could act as an intermediate point between the center and all the regions. All military connections from bases, military units, ports, etc., would converge to this point. In addition, there could be a government of the North, a flexible instance of political coordination of all parts of the polar trapezoid, reporting directly to Moscow but acting on behalf of the entire North. This could be a parliament of the peoples of the North and the relevant executive structures. Most importantly, the military leadership should be harmoniously matched with regional representatives, because the centralist character of strategic control is matched with a regional expression of the will of the northern states. The tandem of a military representative of Moscow with a civilian representative of the peoples of the North in such a geopolitical capital could be an ideal prototype of the most effective and operative, flexible, yet firmly connected with the center organization of the whole Eurasian space. At the same time, interethnic and cultural friction between the peoples of the North in such an integration process would be minimal for historical and geographical reasons of fragmented and mosaic settlement and small number of ethnic groups. It is in the North that this model of space reorganization based on purely geopolitical prerequisites should be tested. In this case, all the conditions for such a project are in place. All regions of the North belong to Russia territorial and demographic dislocation. The urgent need for restructuring of industrial and economic systems, some of which fell out of the general system of national labor distribution, demographic crisis, critical situation with the peoples of the North, decay of energy supply systems and communications, the necessary reform of the military, etc. Moscow's relationship with the North is directly related to the overall integration of the northern regions into a single bloc, for another reason as well. Russia has a latitudinal geographical structure. It stretches along a parallel. The major trends in its development have had a latitudinal dynamic. The Russian state was built on the integration of spaces along the latitudes. For this reason, the main communications and communication systems within Russia were formed in accordance with this model. The latitudinal process was particularly evident in the development of Siberia and the breakthrough to the ocean. Therefore, the sustainability of Russia's internal structure directly depends on the completeness and dynamics of latitudinal integration. If we take Russia as a whole, its continental strategic completeness requires development along the north-south axis. This applies primarily to expansion beyond its borders, since any geopolitical organization of space along the vertical axis gives a maximum degree of strategic autarky. But within Russia itself, such complete autarky is totally inadvisable. Here, on the contrary, one should insist on maximum strategic centralism, on the interconnection of regional spaces with the center. Therefore, one can formulate a geopolitical law. Inside Russia, the priority is the west-east integration axis. Outside Russia, the north-south axis. In a more nuanced way, this law is formulated as follows. The spaces tightly ethnically and politically controlled by Russia and Russians require Attitudinal integration. Whereas the inner Russian lands compactly populated by other ethnic groups with a historically fixed tradition of political separatism, on the contrary, require integration along the meridian lines. Dynamics along the meridian makes a political entity independent from its neighbors on the left and right. This is necessary for the country as a whole, but unnecessary for individual sectors of the country. In contrast, the dynamics along the parallel rigidly links the center with the periphery. This is useful for the internal political organization of the state, but leads to conflicts and imbalances at the interstate level. Based on this pattern, we should insist on latitudinal integration of the northern regions, taking into account their belonging to a single climatic and terrain zone, rather than purely geographical, and even, in some cases, ethnic. Proximity to other southern, eastern, or western regions. The broad unification of the North will contribute to its cultural and economic development, but will prevent the creation of prerequisites for potential political and strategic sovereignty. Only such a structure will solve the problems of the periphery center in as positive a way as possible, from a geopolitical point of view. 2.5. The Finnish question. The only international problem related to the Russian North is that of Karelia and Finland. The Karelian ethnos is close to the Finnish ethnos and is linked to it by cultural and historical unity. Proceeding from the logic of latitudinal integration, the Karelian question seems at first sight to be an anomaly. Two approaches are possible here. The first is to absolutize the Karelian-Finnish border geopolitically and suggest that the Karelian Republic should integrate along the north-south axis with the native Russian regions around Lake Onega and Ladoga. Such a development vector is unnatural and should be resorted to only in the worst case, as an artificial break in ethnic unity along the administrative line of 310. A purely political border will never give geopolitical stability to the region. The matter is aggravated by the fact that the Karelian-Finnish border is an easily traversed forest and swampy terrain and has a huge length. It is extremely difficult, cumbersome, and expensive to securely protect such a border. The second approach is to create a Karelian-Finnish geopolitical zone, culturally and partly economically unified, but representing a strategic pillar of the Eurasian center. In European languages, there is the term Finlandization, which emerged during the Cold War. It refers to a nominally neutral state, with a capitalist economy but strategically inclined towards the USSR. That is the Heartland. Finland as a state is a highly unstable and far from autarkic entity, naturally and historically a part of the geopolitical space of Russia. This has manifested itself at various points in its history. The center could have opted for extensive autonomy for the Karelian-Finnish Union, the only conditions being strategic control of the Gulf of Bothnia, and the deployment of the Eurasian border troops on the Finnish-Swedish and Finnish-Norwegian border. The length of the border would be halved, given that the Finnish-Swedish and Finnish-Norwegian borders are much less homogeneous and easy to traverse than the Finnish-Finnish one. In addition, Russia would be able to control the Baltic from the north. The second approach is preferable in all respects, and it is the tactic that should be used by the continental center in all ethnically and culturally mixed zones on the borders of the state. A fractured ethnic unity automatically means an unstable border zone. An unstable border. The Atlanticist adversary will sooner or later try to take advantage of this fact to pursue ethnic integration for its own purposes, that is, to strengthen its control over the Rimland and weaken the Heartland. The continental power should therefore actively and offensively use similar tactics and not be afraid to cede cultural and even economic sovereignty to the frontier peoples in exchange for strategic presence and political allegiance. When stable borders cannot be achieved through direct military or political expansion, an intermediate flexible option should be applied, which in 311. The anti-Eurasian sense is constantly and successfully used by thalassocracy. 2.6 North and non-North. The specifics of the geography of the Arctic coast of Russian Eurasia reduces the problem of correlation of the regions of the North with other regions to a more simplified formula north-south as latitudinal problems. Namely, with the West, arise only in the case of Karelia. The only exception is the problem of Yakutia, which stands apart here, as Yakutia has a tradition of political separatism, although extremely artificial but still historically fixed. This aspect is reflected in Mackinder's later classification of Eurasia, where he singled out Lenaland, the land of the Lena River, and Yakutia, Sakha, constitutes the axis of this region, stretching from the Laptev Sea to the Amur region and the Altai region to the south. But the case of Yakutia has to be considered specifically. We will start with the western part of the northern trapezoid. The Kola Peninsula, Murmansk, and the Republic of Karelia stand out here. Together with Finland, all this constitutes a single geographical and geopolitical sector which could best be integrated into an autonomous and complete system in which the strategic priority and quality of the military decision-making center would be the Murmansk region and Murmansk itself, while the Karelian-Finnish area would be granted broad cultural and economic sovereignty. In that case, the Murmansk Oblast could be enlarged to include the northern regions of Finland-Finnish Lapland. The balance between Murmansk, the strategic projection of Moscow, and the Karelian Finnish space would be a concrete expression of the Eurasian arrangement of the continent, an example of the new Finlandization in the post-Cold War context. Further southward movement of this bloc will be discussed in the chapter on the Russian West. It should be noted that in any case, the fundamental strategic axis in this case will be that of Murmansk-Moscow. 312. Next, the Arkhangelsk region. Here, we should make an exception to the general rule and stress the importance of integration not only along the latitude north-north, but also along the meridian. The point is that the Arkhangelsk territory is located strictly above the Central European part of Russia, and consequently, the very idea of the possible. Sovereignty of this vertical sector from the White Sea to the Black Sea in relation to Russia as a whole is excluded, because this region is Russia proper. Therefore, Arkhangelsk and the Arkhangelsk region are in the strategic position that best fits the principle of strategic integration of the north in the interests of the center. The Moscow-Arkhangelsk axis is the only one in the whole range of internal geopolitical rays that represents more than just a military strategic construction. Here, it is necessary to achieve maximum and diverse integration with the south, as far as Moscow, to try to create a smooth transition from the relatively densely populated areas of the Vologda region to the point settlements of the Pomorie. The migration of the Russian population to the north, its active development and transformation should begin with Arkhangelsk. This largest port is in the most advantageous position in comparison with all other settlements of the north, so it is logical to choose Arkhangelsk as the capital of the Arctic Pact. The development of the Moscow-Arkhangelsk axis should be comprehensive and a priority. The quality and dynamics of this only, of the entire North Meridian integration, will determine the soundness and effectiveness of the entire Arctic Pact. To the east, the northern zone includes two administrative entities, the Nenets Autonomous Okrug and the Komi Republic. There is no contradiction in integrating these areas into one another, especially given the small population density of the Nenets Autonomous District. Its proximity to Arkhangelsk makes it an active and high-priority area for development as part of a common project. Of particular importance is the development of Novaya Zemlya and Franz Josef Land. These Arctic lands are of enormous strategic importance in the context of intercontinental confrontation. They are the closest Russian territories to the pole, and therefore to the United States, and are used as strategic military bases. As in the case of Karelia and Murmansk, the northernmost areas are predominantly controlled by the 313 military, while to the south the civil administration is more developed. The region as a whole is centered around Vorkuta, where the main communications and transport routes converge. Vorkuta is a major industrial and strategic center, which is also located close to the Yamal-Nenets Okrug, where there is no similarly sized center. Consequently, Vorkuta could also control a gigantic area of the Kara Sea coast all the way to the mouth of the Yenisei and the Obi estuary basin. In this area, Yamal-Nenets Okrug is geographically close to Khanty-Mansisk Okrug, and both are part of the same geopolitical sector. It should be particularly emphasized that the southern boundary of the northern trapezium, in the case of the Komi Republic, has a very important geopolitical significance. In this case, the integration processes of this North Ural region with the rest of the Urals and the northern Volga region are not only inexpedient, but outright harmful, because to the southwest, beyond the Komi-Permyak district, is Tatarstan, where separatist tendencies have a long history. Being placed in the middle of the Russian lands, Tatarstan is not particularly dangerous, but in all similar cases the separatist logic forces to seek an exit to the seas or foreign territories, and any vertical integration processes in this case may sooner or later prove extremely dangerous. The opposite path should be taken here, rather than in the case of the Arkhangelsk region, and an attempt should be made to detach the entire North Ural region and its neighboring sectors to the east and west from the Volga and Urals as much as possible. In this case, the northern trapezoid should be strictly separated from the entire continental space to the south. Even further east lie the lands of the Yenisei Basin, which fall administratively into the Taimyr and Ivanki autonomous districts and the northern part of Krasnoyarsk territory, the former Turkhan territory. Norilsk stands out in this area, which can be defined as the center for this entire gigantic region. In this case, a meridian dynamic along the north-south axis is not excluded, because southern Siberia from Omsk to Baikal is densely populated by Russians, and integration in this direction cannot pose any 314 particular danger. The whole block lies in the intermediate area, where the zone of more or less evenly settled territory ends and Mackinder's Lenaland proper, no man's land, begins. This zone, and all the more eastern territories, are a giant continental wilderness, a lifeless tundra in the north and impenetrable taiga in the south. This is potential space. From the south, it is partly developed by both Russians and ancient Turkic-Mongolian peoples with a relatively developed political culture. But in the north itself, it is no man's land. This situation cannot be changed quickly and in one shot, and consequently, this gigantic region with its center in Norilsk will for some time continue to represent an inner frontier of continental Russia in the northeast and a strategic outpost of the center in the north. This logically leads to the necessity of special development of Norilsk, which has an extremely important geopolitical significance. It has the function of controlling Taimyr and Severnaya Zemlya Island in the north and the Yenisei Basin in the south, and it is also the starting point for the center's less extensive, that is more pinpoint, narrowly focused control over the far northeast of Eurasia, over Lenaland. Mackinder's Lenaland includes Yakutia, Chukotka, Kamchatka, Magadan region, Khabarovsk region, Amur region, and Primorsky region, Sakhalin Island, and the Kurils. The entire space is divided into two geopolitical areas. A fragment of the northern trapezoid on the one hand, and South Yakutia, Primorye territory, and the southern half of Khabarovsk territory on the other. The two spaces are qualitatively quite different. The southern part, especially the coastline of the Sea of Okhotsk and the Sea of Japan, is relatively densely populated, has ancient political traditions, and is home to fairly active Eurasian ethnic groups. In terms of technical development and, at the same time in climatic terms, this southern sector is an extension of southern Siberia. The complete opposite is the northern part of Lenaland. It is the most undeveloped and wild part of Eurasia, a gigantic inland layer, with rudimentary infrastructure and virtually no population. The only major center of the entire region is Magadan, but it is a port, very loosely connected to the vast inland expanses of Kolyma, northern Yakutia. Anadyr in Chukotka is not a center in the true sense of the word, nor is it connected to the continent. This sector is a separate continent, brilliantly protected by sea borders, with numerous minerals, but totally undeveloped and undeveloped in its potential state. This part of Siberia has been relegated to the margins of history, and it is to which Spengler's futurological prophecy of a coming Siberian civilization applies to a greater extent. It is a unique sector of the Old World that has not yet had its say in the history of civilizations, and has not yet manifested its geopolitical function in any way. Such underdevelopment of this region is explained on the basis of the so-called Potamian theory of civilization, according to which the cultural development of a region is much faster when the courses of its major rivers do not run parallel to each other, but overlap. Siberia, especially eastern Siberia, is a classic confirmation of this principle, as all major rivers flow in the same direction without crossing each other. However, the lag in development is not a purely negative characteristic. Historical lag helps to accumulate, based on a rational understanding of the history of other territories and nations, the most important historical experience. This, under certain circumstances, can be the key to an unprecedented rise. The northern half of Lenaland, from a purely geographical point of view, involves consideration as a single geopolitical complex. And here, a very important question arises. Around what center could this future geopolitical entity take shape? What orientation will it adhere to? The very fact of Mackinder's doubt as to whether or not to include Lenaland in the geographic axis of history indicates the possibility of alternative solutions to the situation. This is enough for a continental strategy to pay special attention to this sector. Clearly, the maximum objective is to incorporate this area into an Arctic pact under the control of the center, Moscow, and to correlate it with other secondary centers in the northern belt. But two obstacles arise here. 1. The lack of a major strategic point at the center of the region around Tristasesnaest, which integration systems could be built. 2. The axial position of Yakutia, the Sakha Republic, in the region, which is particularly complicated by the presence of Yakuts, albeit nominal but historically fixed separatism. In this case, the relationship between the northern half of the Arctic trapezoid and the south for the first time becomes truly dramatic, since Yakutia has a strategic location that provides all the prerequisites for becoming an independent region, independent of Moscow. This is ensured by its long coastline, the meridian structure of its territories, and its technical detachment from other Siberian regions. Under a certain set of circumstances, it is Yakutia that could become the main base of the Atlanticist strategy, from which the thalassocracy will rebuild the Pacific coast of Eurasia and try to turn it into a classic Rimland, controlled by maritime power. The increased attention of the Atlanticists to the Pacific area, and the highly indicative designation of Lenaland by Mackinder as a special category, and then the inclusion of this territory into the Rimland zone in the maps of the Atlanticists of Spykman and Kirk. All this shows that at the first opportunity, the anti-continental forces will try to remove this entire region, poorly connected to the center, from the Eurasian control. The following measures should be taken in this regard. 1. Severely limit Yakutia's legal political sovereignty. 2. To divide Yakutia into 2 or more regions, most importantly administratively separating the Laptev Sea and East Siberian Sea coastal regions from the Lena River continental basin. It is also important to maximize the zone separating Yakutia's borders from the Pacific coast and to strengthen strategic control over these coastal zones. 3. Establish special tight control over the whole of this territory by a representative of Moscow. 4. To organize the industrial and financial integration of Yakutia into the 317 non-Yakutian regions, making the region as dependent as possible on the center or its projections in the north and south of Siberia. The above-mentioned steps imply such a reorganization of this territory, which would create here an entirely new geopolitical structure with a new center and new radial links. In other words, without waiting for the reorganization of Lenaland according to the Atlanticist scenario, as long as this area remains part of Russia, one should immediately proceed to the construction of a continental Lenaland according to the Eurasian model. The problem of the north-south correlation has a special solution for this sector. Not only should contacts on this axis be limited, but the entire northern space should be reorganized by detaching its polar and coastal zones from the continental spaces of Yakutia. This is not only a preventive geopolitical move, it is a geopolitical attack, a positional war for Lenaland, for the future Siberia, for its continental Eurasian destiny. For the time being, this issue may be of domestic political importance. It should not be allowed to become internationally important and to become foreign policy. 2.7. Summary. The northern belt of the Eurasian continent, which includes Russia, represents a crucial geopolitical reality whose importance will steadily increase as planetary dynamics develop. At the same time, the region is particularly important for Russia to assert its global geopolitical status as the geographical axis of history. Only when Atlanticism, thalassocracy, is identified as its main geopolitical adversary does the whole system of the North acquire real strategic content. If the recognition of geopolitical dualism at the level of military doctrine or international policy is abandoned, the whole topic instantly loses its meaning. In this case, not only the rapid degradation of the Russian North is inevitable, but in the long run, its fragmentation and even alienation of Ser 318. Tane regions from Russia. The general rhythm of geopolitical processes at present is such that the issue of geopolitical reorganization of the North, in accordance with the above-mentioned geopolitical constants, is a highly topical, urgent matter. Even in order to maintain the status quo, the geopolitical reorganization of all these spaces needs to begin immediately. Russia's fate is directly linked to the geopolitical fate of the North. This law is the basis of its coming geopolitics. The North is the future. It is destiny. Chapter 3. Calling the East. 3.1. Inner East. Scope of the concept. In examining the geopolitical problems of the Russian East, we will apply the same method as in the case of the North, dividing the question into 3 components. 1. Center East. 2. Linking sectors in the East to each other. 3. The links of these sectors with other regions and geopolitical zones of Russia. But first, it is necessary to define what is to be understood by the Russian East. The difference between the Orient as a purely geographical notion and the Orient of culture, civilization, and history should be emphasized at once. Thus, the cultural East is usually understood to include all the territories of North Africa, the Middle East, West Asia, Central Asia, up to Pakistan, and further to the Philippines, the Islamic world, and India. Whereas to China and Indochina, as well as to the countries of the Pacific region, the term Far East is usually applied. From Russia's perspective, geographically, it all constitutes a south stretching from the distant Maghreb West to the Pacific Far East. 321. On the other hand, within Russia itself, the East is an entirely different geographical and geopolitical reality, a territory extending from the Volga region, Tatarstan, through the Urals, Siberia, all the way to the Pacific Ocean. This geopolitical category may be referred to as the Russian East or the Inner East. When studying Russia's internal geopolitics, one should take this second concept, the Inner East, the geographical territories lying to the east of the center, Moscow, as the East. In that case, the Caucasus and Central Asia would fall into the South category and would be dealt with in the relevant chapter. Given that we consider Russia's internal geopolitics as an open system that does not coincide with the administrative boundaries of the Russian Federation, based on the method of geopolitical rays, the allocation of geopolitical zones often falls on the territory of neighboring states, in the case where there is geopolitical, ethnic, and geographic landscape unity. For this reason, the inner east of Russia should include both the southern Urals and northern Kazakhstan from Aktobe to Semipalatinsk, approximately at latitude 50. In addition, Mongolia, Xinjiang, and Manchuria are geopolitically part of the south sector in relation to Russia. Consequently, all of southern Siberia, Altai, Tuva, Buryatia, Primorye, and Primorye, plus the southern half of Khabarovsk Krai, are part of the Inner East Band, together with the central Siberian regions to the south of the northern trapezoid. Thus, the Inner East should be considered a rectangle extending from Kazan and the Urals to the Pacific Ocean. 3.2. The Russian Siberian belt structure, climatically, the Russian East differs sharply from the north. It is a zone with a moderate continental climate. In the Volga region and the Urals, as well as in Siberia and Primorye, there is a predominantly forested zone. From 322 northern Kazakhstan to Baikal, there is a tapering wedge of steppes. Altai and the Amur region are massifs of low mountains. Most areas are fairly densely populated and provide favorable terrain for living and farming. The ethnic composition of Russia's inner east is as follows. The vast majority are Russians, scattered in the national republics and compact in most of the Siberian lands. Several ethnic zones can be distinguished, coinciding in general terms with the respective autonomies and republics. In the Volga region lies Tatarstan, a rather monolithic ethno-national entity, which preserves traditions of political independence and certain rivalry with Russia. It is the most vulnerable, in terms of preserving the integrity of Russia region, since the national consciousness of the Tatars is very developed. The most important factor making the problem of Tatar separatism a minor one is the geographical location of Tatarstan in the middle of a continental space without any sea borders or neighborhood with a non-Russian state. As long as this geopolitical situation persists, it poses no particular danger to Russia. But in any case, the Tatar historical tradition demands increased attention to this region and a central policy towards Kazan, which would make Tatarstan's geopolitical system connected to the purely Russian regions, perhaps not territorially contiguous. In contrast, integration processes with Bashkiria, Udmurtia, Mordovia, and Mariel should be discouraged. Moreover, it makes sense to emphasize the territorial division of Tatarstan along cultural and ethnic lines, because the Tatars are a composite ethnos, both in terms of racial and cultural religious factors. It also makes sense to encourage Russian migration to the Republic. The Tatars are Turks and Muslims, and this makes them a geopolitical part of the Turkic Islamic world. In this respect, the center faces a problem that is the dominant feature of all geopolitics of the South, which will be discussed in the relevant chapter. A complete breakaway from this reality is impossible, either through assimilation or active geographical isolation. Therefore, the Tatar question is included as a separate article in the broader problem of Russia and Islam. The common denominator in resolving all similar situations is the search for a geopolitical balance between the interests of 323, the geographical axis of history and the Islamic world. In this respect, anti-Atlanticism is the common denominator in all cases without exception, allowing for a long-term planetary alliance. In the case of Tatarstan, the natural continental character of the Tatar nation, whose historical destiny is inextricably linked to Eurasia, should be particularly emphasized, and when the geopolitics of Eurasia is identified with the geopolitics of Russia. In the present circumstances, a conscious and voluntary alliance is a deeper imperative than ethno-confessional differences. More broadly, the Eurasian power Russia is based on a combination of Slavic and Turkic elements, which gave rise to the great Russian ethnos itself, which became the axis of the continental state, identified with the Heartland. That is why the two ethnic groups of Slavs and Turks, plus Ugric and Mongols, remain the pillars of Eurasian geopolitics in the future. Their future in the development of political and ethnic integration, and therefore the accentuation of ethnocultural differences, and especially the desire to give these differences a political form, is contrary to the logic of the historical destiny of both Russians and Tatars. This theme should become the axis of relations between Moscow and Kazan, and it is possible that this will require the creation of a special geopolitical lobby expressing Eurasian interests politically, or metapolitically, as well. Almost the same considerations apply to Bashkiria, south of Tatarstan. It is also home to a Turkic ethnos practicing Islam. The only difference is that the Bashkirs do not have such a pronounced separatist tradition and such a developed national consciousness as the Tatars, who are the most active and advanced ethnos in the whole Volga region. For this reason, Tatar-Bashkir relations cannot contribute to the geopolitical stability in this sector of the inner east of Russia, and the center should do its best to integrate Bashkiria into the Russian-populated regions of the southern Urals and to detach it from its orientation towards Kazan. At the same time, it makes sense to accentuate the specificity of Bashkir culture, its uniqueness, and its difference from other Turkic Islamic forms. Strengthening the geopolitical ties between Tatarstan and Bashkiria is extremely dangerous for Russia because Bashkiria's southern administrative border lies near northern Kazakhstan, which could theoretically become a bridgehead for Turkic Islamic separatism, should the geopolitical situation develop in the worst case. In this case, the worst thing is to be torn apart by a pro-Turkic that is pro-Atlantic, wedged right in the middle of the continental space. In this sense, Tatarstan's southward orientation, attempts of integration with Bashkiria, and even Bashkiria's rapprochement with the Orenburg region are extremely negative tendencies, which should be prevented by the continental policy of the center at any cost. Bashkiria should strengthen its latitudinal ties with Kuybyshev and Chelyabinsk, while its meridional contacts with Kazan and Orenburg should, on the contrary, be weakened. Further on, from the southern Urals, Chelyabinsk, to Krasnoyarsk stretches a strip of land actively inhabited and developed by the Russians. From west to east, a geopolitical axis clearly emerges, which historically corresponded to the path of Russian conquest of Siberia: Chelyabinsk, Omsk, Novosibirsk, Tomsk, Kemerovo, Krasnoyarsk, Irkutsk. The entire belt is a developed industrial zone, and a city such as Novosibirsk is also a major intellectual center. Ethnically, however, it is almost a purely Russian zone. A similar situation is repeated on the eastern side of Lake Baikal, where along the Baikal-Amur mainline from Chita to Khabarovsk and further south to Vladivostok, there is a sort of continuation of the same strip that begins in the southern Urals. The only deviation is Buryatia, territorially bordering Baikal from the north and breaking the continuity of the otherwise homogeneous belt of Russian Siberia. Strictly to the south of this purely Russian belt runs a parallel zone with a significant admixture of Turkic, east of Mongolian population. It begins in northern Kazakhstan, extends from Akhtubinsk in Kazakhstan to Semipalatinsk and Ust-Kamenogorsk, and continues in the Russian territory in the Altai, cradle of the Turkic ethnos, Khakassia, Tuva, and Buryatia. At the same time, from the Altai to Transbaikalia, Chita, the Turkic-Mongolian belt extends landscape-wise, and to a great extent ethnically seamlessly into Mongolia, where no invisible geographic border actually exists. From the geopolitical point of view, the whole of this lower belt is part of the strategic space of Russian Siberia, and therefore should be seen as an extension of the Russian East to the south. The only exception is the fragment of Chinese territory, Chinese Manchuria, located from the eastern border with Mongolia to the Ussuri River. Logically, it would have to be strategically controlled by Russia, because otherwise it would inevitably become an occasion for positional collisions between the geopolitical axis of history and the territories that are geopolitically part of the Rimland, and China undoubtedly belongs to the Rimland category. No geopolitician has ever had a shadow of a doubt about this. The same geopolitical principle holds true for the named strip of Russian Siberia. This entire territorial sector should be actively integrated into a single geopolitical field, with latitudinal integration along the long axis Chelyabinsk-Khabarovsk being a priority here. The meridian short axis Khabarovsk-Vladivostok is an extension of this line in a special geopolitical sector. All this space of gigantic length constitutes Russia's main strategic advantage as a truly Eurasian power. Thanks to this southern Siberian corridor, Russia has the opportunity to firmly link the regions of the center to the Pacific coast, thus providing a potential highway to the full development of Siberia and the ultimate access for Moscow to the Pacific Ocean. This lane is a lever to control all of Eurasia, including Europe, because the organization of a high-tech continental link from the Far East to the Far West allows for such a restructuring of planetary reality that the lassocratic control of the oceans from the outside will lose its key importance. The resources of Siberia will eventually link up with the high-tech of continental Europe and advanced Japan. And when this can materialize, the planetary dominance of thalassocracy will come to an end. The latitudinal integration of Siberia, the Chelyabinsk-Khabarovsk axis, is the most important strategic advantage that only Russia has. The entire geopolitical history of the future may begin with the development of this area, in which case Spengler's prophecies will come true. In a narrower, internal sense, the development of the integration of Rus, 326, in Siberia provides an opportunity for expanding geopolitical control along the meridian as well. The southern Turkic-Mongolian belt will link up with the more northern, purely Russian territories, with the broadest possible ethno-cultural autonomy, accompanied by economic integration and strategic dominance of the Russian axis Chelyabinsk-Vladivostok. And this process must include such administratively heterogeneous entities as Kazakhstan, the autonomous districts and republics within the Russian Federation Mongolia, and possibly some parts of Chinese Manchuria. At the same time, a similar meridian vector is assumed in the northern direction, where the situation differs only in the fact that the autochthonous non-Russian population is much more rarefied, politically less developed, and has no fresh historical experience of political sovereignty. In the Khanty-Mansi and Ivan-K districts, as well as in Khabarovsk Krai, the limit of the northern expansion of the Russian Siberia belt is set by a parallel process of internal integration of the northern trapeze. This integration, unlike the complex geopolitical function of Russian Siberia, Chelyabinsk-Khabarovsk axis, which has three vectors of development: latitudinal, northern and southern, and faces in some cases established and rather independent political forms, states, has a simple, purely latitudinal nature. Therefore, both geopolitical processes will develop at different rhythms, and consequently, the specific resulting boundary between the development of Russian Siberia to the north and the overall integration of the northern trapezoid will depend on unpredictable factors. All these geopolitical vectors of development are not inherently new and unexpected, as they turn out to be merely a continuation of the large-scale historical processes of Russia's movement to the east and the formation of a Eurasian power. The Russian route to the Pacific Ocean is not accidental, and the territories of Russian exploration of Siberia also follow a clear geographical logic. This path corresponds to the relief borderline of the forest and the steppe, on the geopolitical synthesis of which the Russian state itself was founded. On the edge of the northern taiga forests bordering the steppe, or forest steppe, the Russian explorers of Siberia moved, settling on the lands most suitable for habitation and agriculture, from Chelyabinsk to Baikal. This landscape sector is a tapering wedge, and from Baikal to the Pacific coast it is a continuous zone of northern forests, gradually and imperceptibly passing into tropical forests. At the same time, the percentage of highlands and mountain ranges increases. This zone from Baikal to the mouth of the Amur River brings us back to the Lenaland problem, which was already raised when we dealt with the Yakut sector of the northern trapeze. 3.3. The positional battle for Lenaland. As in the case of Yakutia, in the analysis of the geopolitics of the Russian north, when approaching eastern Siberia, extending east of the Yenisei, we are faced with a number of geopolitical problems. Looking ahead, we note that for the third time we will also encounter difficulties when we get to the analysis of the easternmost sector of the Eurasian south. Already, from a purely geographical point of view, beyond Baikal a major change in topography begins compared to all the more westerly sectors of Eurasia. There, between the continental forests in the north and the tropical mountainous forests in the south, steppe zones necessarily ran through, creating a natural symmetry, with a central area, a first, steppe, peripheral circle, and tropical forest and mountain border landforms. This picture is maintained from Moldavia to the Altai. To the north, the steppe layer simply disappears. In the case of eastern Siberia, we are dealing with an entirely new geopolitical and landscape region, which requires different positional solutions. Parallel to the unexpected landscape challenge, a smooth transition of continental forests to tropical ones on the background of mountains, hills, an extremely unfortunate ethno-political picture is revealed. There are several internal and external national entities in the region whose geopolitical loyalty to Russia is not so evident. Against the background of the extremely weak Russian settlement of the entire Lenaland, 328 area, the geopolitical picture becomes extremely disturbing. Firstly, the territory of Buryatia, it breaks the continuity of the Russian Siberian belt proper, extending far north from Lake Baikal. The Buryats are Lamaists, and in critical moments of Russian history, they tried to establish on their territory an independent theocratic state oriented towards Mongolia and Tibet. This in itself is not a cause for concern, but there is a new problem. The territorial proximity of Yakutia's southern borders to the northern borders of Buryatia. The Yakuts belong to the Turkic group, are strongly Christianized, but they often preserve the ancient shamanistic traditions. However, some groups also practice Lamaism, with Yakutia's access to the sea and Buryatia's border with Mongolia. All this poses the danger of a potential geopolitical bloc, which would have more prerequisites for relative geopolitical independence than Tatarstan or some North Caucasian peoples, whose separatism is evident. If we add to this the proximity of the Pacific coast, extremely sparsely populated by the Russians, the danger is doubled by the possible control of the thalassocracy over the coastal zones, or sectors of zones, potential corridors from Lenaland to the Pacific Ocean. Finally, the matter is further aggravated by the fact that the south of Yakutia is separated from China's northeastern border by a rather thin strip of the Amur region, which gives grounds for opening a direct geopolitical corridor from the southern Chinese shores of the Indian Ocean to the Laptev Sea in the north. All these potential geopolitical configurations are extremely worrying. There is no doubt that such a picture cannot but seem extremely tempting to Atlanticist strategists, as the land-rich, resource-rich, and strategically unique Lenaland finds itself in a very vulnerable position. Geopolitically speaking, and any weakening of Russian control over this region could immediately cause an irreversible tear of the giant piece of the Eurasian continent from the very geographical axis of history. To prevent these events, it is not enough to simply reinforce the military contingent located in the Far East or in the Amur region. Large-scale geopolitical steps are required, for we are talking about nothing less than a potential positional war. This is something that should be paid special attention to. 1. It is important to strengthen the strategic presence of representatives of the center in southern Yakutia. This is achieved through directed migration and systematic colonization of land by people from more western regions. 2. The same should be done with the lands lying to the north of Lake Baikal. The dangerous boundaries would then be pushed back. 3. At the same time, the north of Irkutsk Oblast and the whole of Amur Oblast should be intensively developed, with a plan for the purposeful colonization of these territories. These 3 measures should be backed up by an increased military presence in the area and an intensified strategic, economic, and technological expansion to the west and east. All this is intended to smooth out the dangerous narrowing of the Russian belt. 4. Positional pressure on northeastern China should be intensified, taking preventive pressure on the area, which would initially forestall any geopolitical creep by China towards northern expansion. 5. The demographic and strategic sector located between the cities of Blagoveshchensk-Komsomolsk on Amur-Khabarovsk must be strengthened as much as possible to provide a massive shield against potential thalassocratic. From the sea, or Chinese, from the land, geopolitical aggression here. 6. It is important to reinforce these measures with a maximum activation of Russian-Mongolian relations, because Mongolia, barren and otherwise unattractive for the region's geopolitics, is a key and most important territory. A massive Russian military presence along the entire Mongolian-Chinese border, and especially on its eastern part, would minimize the geopolitical risk of Leninland's alienation. Recall that the geopolitics of the north envisaged concentrating special efforts in the same sector only from the north, from the coast of the Arctic Ocean. Combining both geopolitical strategies and implementing them in parallel will allow Russia to lay a positioning basis for the distant future, when the importance of these lands will be so obvious that the planetary importance of Eurasia as a whole will depend on their control. The geopolitical battle for Leninland should begin now, although widespread attention will be drawn to the region later. But if the right geopolitical and strategic model is not laid down from the outset, resolving the conflict once it starts will be much more difficult, if not impossible. In geopolitics, major battles are won long before they become overt forms of political or international conflict. 3.4. The capital of Siberia. The project to integrate Siberia raises the question of the geographical center of this process. That is the point which could become Moscow's authorized representative beyond the Urals and act as a pull point for all other regions. The most suitable for this role is Novosibirsk, which is not just the largest city in Siberia, but also the most important intellectual center on a national scale. From Novosibirsk, the western axis goes to Yekaterinburg, the capital of the Urals, and the eastern axis to Irkutsk, then to Khabarovsk and Vladivostok. Novosibirsk, therefore, has the most important function of linking the entire Russian belt of Siberia, in which it is the main link. The axis of Moscow-Novosibirsk becomes the most important force line of internal geopolitics of Russia, the main beam through which the reciprocal pro-331 successive exchange of centrifugal energy flows from the center and centripetal from the periphery. The Ural region, centered in Ekaterinburg, should be linked directly to Moscow, rather than becoming an intermediate link between central Russia and Siberia. The geopolitical position of Novosibirsk is so important that this city and its adjoining regions should have a special status and special powers, as it is from here that the secondary geopolitical rays should diverge throughout Siberia to the north, south, east, and west. An exception to such secondary centralization only makes sense for Primorsky Krai and the southern sectors of Khabarovsk Krai. This is a very special zone, tightly linked to the Leninland issue and the positional struggle for control over it. Khabarovsk and Vladivostok should be given a special status in this respect and should be linked directly to Moscow, as should Yekaterinburg. To interact with the northern trapezoid, it is convenient to organize additional strategic axes Novosibirsk-Norilsk and Khabarovsk-Magadan. In this way, the east will be strategically connected to the north. The east, like the north, is the geopolitical springboard of the future. Here lies the fate of Eurasia. At the same time, the favorable climate of Russian Siberia makes it more prone to start the grand project of creating a new continental model from here. New cities should be built here, new highways should be built, new lands and fields should be developed, and new military bases should be established. At the same time, it is important from the very beginning to put into the project a harmonious combination of the two principles of relief: landscape, ethno-cultural factor, finally, ecology, on the one hand, and technical and strategic criteria, on the other. Archaic traditions should be combined with the latest technological developments. The sites of the oldest human settlements in these lands must be taken into account, and the choice for the development of industries and military bases must be correlated with them. This logic leads to the open prospect of the emergence of a new center in Siberia, not yet manifested or conceived. And as the entire Russian East develops, as the Pacific Ocean actualizes as the ocean of the future, it is possible that the question of transferring the capital of all Eurasia to these lands to the unprecedented and not yet existing glittering capital of the new millennium will not be excluded. The time will come when Moscow will lose its middle importance, will become insufficient in the geopolitical sense, too Western. In this case, the question of a new capital in Siberia will gain not just national, but continental and global significance. However, it should not be lost sight of for a moment that such a prospect is only possible by winning a positional struggle for Lenaland, without which a geopolitical renaissance of Eurasia is unthinkable. Chapter 4. The New Geopolitical Government of the South. 4.1. The New Geopolitical Order of the South. The geopolitics of the southern regions, as well as the western regions, is related to the planetary mission of Russia-Eurasia to an even greater extent than the problems of the north and the east. Even when considering the north and the east, which belong geopolitically to the internal Russian territories, the foreign policy factor constantly emerged, while when dealing with the problems of the south as well as the west, it makes no sense to speak only about internal geopolitics of Russia, since all internal Russian realities are so connected with foreign policy ones that their separation is simply impossible without completely violating the rigor of the overall geopolitical picture. With regard to the south, the geographical axis of history has only one imperative: geopolitical expansion all the way to the shores of the Indian Ocean. This means the centrality and uniqueness of the meridian development, the unambiguous dominance of the north-south axis. From the geopolitical point of view, all the space separating the Russian territory from the southern shoreline of Eurasia is a strip, whose area must be reduced to zero. The very fact of the existence of a Rimland, which is not a line but a strip, is an expression of a thalassocratic influence, the opposite of 335. The basic impulse of continental integration. If the Eurasian Rimland in the north and east of Russia is reduced to zero volume, and the continent here is geopolitically complete, the only thing left is to maintain the positional status quo, preventing in advance the possibility of the line turning into a strip under the thalassocratic impulse. The Rimland in the south and west is an open problem. In the east and north, Russia's Rimland is an actual line but a potential band, while in the south and west it is an actual band but a potential line. In the first case, the main imperative is defense and defense, preservation, conservation of the status quo, and preventive geopolitical moves. In the second case, on the contrary, it is an actively offensive geopolitics, an expansionary, summarily offensive strategy. In the south of the whole of Eurasia, Russia should establish a new geopolitical order based on the principle of continental integration. Therefore, all the established political formations of the South, Islamic countries, India, China, Indochina, should be seen knowingly as a theater of continental positional maneuvers, whose ultimate task is to strategically rigidly connect all these intermediate regions with the Eurasian center with Moscow. Hence the concept of open rays running from the center to the periphery, which do not stop at Russia's own borders, but should be drawn as far as the southern shore of the ocean. The segments of the rays that fall within the Russian territories are topical. Those countries which are strategically solidary with Russia are semi-actual, and those states which follow their own geopolitical path, or, in the worst case, enter the zone of direct Atlanticist control, are potential. The general logic of Eurasian geopolitics in this direction is to make the whole extent of the rays actual or semi-actual. On this basis, the entire coastline of the Eurasian continent from Anatolia to Korea should be seen as a potential Russian south. 4.2. Boundary zones and mountains. The imperative of geopolitical expansion to the south also predetermines the structure of the composition of those areas that are part of Russia's administrative borders or allied states with Russia, CES. Therefore, an analysis of the periphery of actual and semi-actual geopolitical rays should not for a moment detract from the original trend dictated by the laws of geopolitics. The Russian south, in a more limited sense, is the following zones. 1. The north of the Balkan Peninsula from Serbia to Bulgaria. 2. Moldova and southern and eastern Ukraine. 3. Rostov region and Krasnodar region, Novorossiysk port. 4. The Caucasus. 5. The eastern and northern coasts of the Caspian Sea, the territory of Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan. 6. Central Asia, which includes Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. 7. Mongolia. Continental strategic control has been established over these zones, but they should all be seen as bases for further geopolitical expansion to the south, not as perpetual borders of Russia. From a geopolitical point of view, the presence of coastal strips that are not under the control of the Russian Federation is a constant threat to reduce even those territories that at the moment are connected to the center of Eurasia quite firmly. The disintegration of the USSR and the emergence of independent political entities on the basis of former Soviet republics provides an impressive example of how the abandonment of outward expansion to the southern shores of the continent, Soviet withdrawal from Afghanistan, inevitably entails the retreat of Moscow's secure borders far to the north, deep into the Khanty 337. Nent. However, The weakening of the continental presence will never create a vacuum or strengthen the sovereignty of the liberated territories, since their provincial status knowingly excludes their geopolitical autarky. The telluric influence of Moscow is automatically replaced by the thalassocratic influence of Atlantism, in one form or another. Consequently, the structure of the entire inner belt of the Russian south must initially be seen as a potential offensive bridgehead. However, this is complicated by the fact that almost all border areas are in mountainous, often high mountainous areas. To the north of the Balkan Peninsula are the Balkan Mountains, to the east the Caucasus, then the Kopetag and Hindu Kush ranges, then the Pamirs, the Tian Shan and the Altai. The mountain relief of the southern border of Russia-Eurasia, which to a great extent had predetermined the whole history of the East, is now one of the most important geopolitical trump cards of Atlantism. The ancient Indo-Europeans divided the entire Eurasian East into two components: northern Turan, everything above the Eurasian mountain range, and southern Iran, lying below this range. In fact, this division strictly corresponds to the modern geopolitical terms Heartland, Turan, and Rimland, Iran. Several millennia later, Russia's southern front poses the same geopolitical problem, which was characteristic of the dialectic of the steppe nomads versus sedentary farmers of Persia relationship. But in this case, the situation changed radically, in the sense that the sedentary Slavic northern forest was added to the steppe Turan, balancing and fixing the dynamics of the Turanian nomads. The sedentary Indo-Europeans, Slavs, enclosed the steppe from the north with cultural forms which largely repeated the archetypes of the Iranian south. Russia as Eurasia, as a synthesis of the forest and steppe, is qualitatively superior to Turan, and consequently the problem of Iran, more broadly non-Russian Central Asia, acquires a different civilizational and geopolitical meaning. This is especially evident since the Islamic Revolution in Iran, which radically broke with the Atlanticist thalassocratic policy of the Shah's regime. All these geopolitical aspects suggest the need for a radically new approach to the problem of the Eurasian mountains, which should lose their function as a strategic frontier and become not a barrier to continental integration, but a bridge to it. The need to change the function of the mountains in the south of Russia and its strategic range is the pillar of future Eurasian geopolitics. Without such a preliminary operation, Eurasia will never achieve real-world domination. Moreover, it will never even come close to a genuine equal dialogue with thalassocracy. 4.3. The Balkans. Since the majority of Russia's southern lands and its strategic range fall in lands racially, culturally, and religiously distinct from the civilization of the Russians, except for the Balkans and Ukraine, the geopolitical axes should be strictly meridional. Hence the conclusion, all vertical, longitudinal integration processes should be promoted, and all horizontal, latitudinal integration processes should be discouraged, that is, in an area ethnically and politically distinct from the Russian spaces proper, the principle directly opposite to the principle that dominates in conditions of ethno-cultural homogeneity should be applied. Let us outline the main forms of the geopolitical structure of the Russian South in the broad sense, looking one by one at all the local geopolitical systems from west to east. Balkan Peninsula. There are four special zones here. A. Bosnian Croatian, the most western and Atlantic-oriented, pure Rimland. B. Serbian, located to the east and clearly Eurasian-oriented. 339. C. Bulgarian, even more eastern, having elements of a Levantine version of the Rimland most clearly represented by Turkey and the continental Eurasian synthesis. D. Greek, Orthodox but part of the Atlantean bloc. The new geopolitical order, continental and Eurasian, in this area as elsewhere, is based on encouraging all integration processes on the north-south axis. This means that ties between Belgrade Athens and Sofia Athens should be promoted as much as possible. Since the entire Balkans region is a mosaic and highly complex configuration, the project of a pan-Slavic southern federation consisting of Serbia, Bulgaria, Macedonia, Montenegro, and Serbian Bosnia, which would in theory be an ideal solution, is hardly feasible in the near future. Moreover, it presupposes a dangerous process of latitudinal integration, which in such ethnically complex regions is always problematic. Remember, for example, the bitter Balkan Wars at the beginning of the century between the Orthodox states of Serbia, Bulgaria, and Greece, and the ever-present problem of Macedonia being a bone of contention within the potentially continental and Eurasian Orthodox powers. Therefore, the example of the medieval Serbian Nemanjic Empire can be taken as a positive geopolitical paradigm. Moreover, all significant successes of Greece in global geopolitical projects, in particular the conquest of Alexander the Great, were fed by energies coming from the northern Balkan dynasty of Macedonian, and previously the Doric type of Indo-European Sparta. Within the small model of the entire Balkan Peninsula, the Serbs, and partly the Bulgarians, represent the Eurasian impulse, acting as carriers of the idea of Heartland. To the south, Greece is geopolitically stretched between this northern continental impulse and a stable historical identification with the Rimland. Therefore, all unifying integration projects of Greece with the north of the Balkans could strengthen the intracontinental impulses in Greece, which could be based on confessional affinity with Orthodox Russia. If in the distant future it is possible to imagine a common Balkan federation, Eurasian-oriented, the geopolitical program could be formulated as the creation of an irregular rhombus of Sofia, Moscow, Belgrade, Athens, and 340, Sofia again, in which two rays of Russian Serbian and Russian Bulgarian origin and converging in Athens would emanate from the center. At the same time, the question of Macedonia could be resolved by granting it a special status in order to remove the stumbling block between all three Orthodox Balkan and potentially Eurasian, to varying degrees, states. Hence, Moscow's pressing interest in the Macedonian problem logically follows. If we look at the whole picture from the opposite perspective, from the position of the Atlantists, it immediately becomes obvious that for thalassocracy it is important to give all geopolitical processes the exact opposite character. Firstly, it is important for naval power to support the pro-Atlantic forces in the northern Balkans, Croats and Muslims, and in addition, to detach Serbia and Bulgaria from their geopolitical alliance with Greece. Macedonia is the most convenient way to do this, which could disrupt all continental projects in the region. And if Turkey is involved in the Bulgarian problem, that is, if it promotes improvement of the Turkish-Bulgarian relations at the expense of the Bulgarian-Russian ones, the whole Eurasian continental policy will be defeated here. Eurasian geopoliticians should take this into account. The problem of a sovereign Ukraine. Then, there is the Ukrainian issue. Ukrainian sovereignty is such a negative phenomenon for Russian geopolitics that, in principle, it could easily provoke an armed conflict. Without the Black Sea coastline from Ismail to Kerch, Russia gets such a long coastal strip, effectively controlled by who knows who, that its very existence as a normal and independent state is called into question. The Black Sea is no substitute for access to the warm seas, and its geopolitical importance is sharply reduced by stable Atlanticist control of the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles. But it at least provides an opportunity to secure the central regions against potential expansion of Turkish. 341. Influence being an extremely convenient, reliable, and inexpensive border. The emergence of a new geopolitical actor in these lands, which, moreover, aspires to join the Atlantic Alliance, is therefore an absolute anomaly, which could only result in totally irresponsible, from a geopolitical point of view, steps. Ukraine as an independent state with some kind of territorial ambitions poses a huge threat to the whole of Eurasia, and without solving the Ukrainian problem at all, it makes no sense to talk about continental geopolitics. This does not mean that Ukraine's cultural, linguistic, or economic autonomy should be limited, and that it should become a purely administrative sector of the Russian centralized state, as to some extent was the case in the Tsarist Empire or the USSR. But strategically, Ukraine should be strictly a projection of Moscow to the south and west, although possible models for restructuring will be discussed in more detail in the chapter on the west. The absolute imperative of Russian geopolitics on the Black Sea coast is Moscow's total and unfettered control over its entire length from the Ukrainian to the Abkhaz territories. We can break up this entire zone along ethnic and cultural lines as much as we like, granting ethnic and confessional autonomy to the Crimean Little Russians, Tatars, Cossacks, Abkhazians, Georgians, etc., but all this only under Moscow's absolute control over the military and political situation. These sectors must be radically detached from thalassocratic influence both coming from the west and from Turkey, or even Greece. The northern Black Sea coast should be exclusively Eurasian and centrally subordinated to Moscow. 4R5. Between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, the Caucasus itself consists of two geopolitical levels: the North Caucasus and the territory of the three Caucasian republics of Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. The entire area of Russian lands from Taganrog to Astrakhan. 342. That is all Russian lands located between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, is closely adjacent to this sector, which also includes the area of Kalmykia as a wedge. The whole region is an extremely important strategic hub, as the peoples inhabiting it have enormous social dynamics, ancient geopolitical traditions, and it directly borders on Atlanticist Turkey, which, for its part, strategically controls the border zone that, in terms of topography, belongs to the unified space of the Caucasus Mountain Massif. This is one of the most vulnerable points of the Russian geopolitical space, and it is no coincidence that these territories have traditionally been the scene of fierce hostilities between Russia Heartland and Rimland countries Turkey and Iran. Control over the Caucasus opens, as a first approximation, access to the warm seas, and every, even the smallest, movement of the border to the south or to the north means a substantial gain or loss for the entire continental power, teleocracy. The three horizontal layers of the entire region Russian lands, the North Caucasus within Russia and the Caucasus proper, also have their potential extension even further south. This additional, purely potential belt beyond not only Russia but also the CIS consists of southern Azerbaijan, located in Iran, and the northern parts of Turkey, which are heavily populated by Kurds and Armenians. This entire region is as much an ethno-cultural problem for Turkey and Iran as the Caucasian ethnicities that are, or were, part of Russia. Consequently, there are all the objective prerequisites for the expansion of continental influence deep into the Caucasian area. Thus, there are 4 levels or layers between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, suggesting a differentiated approach from the center. The first layer, the Russian proper, should be linked as much as possible along latitudinal lines, creating a rigid structure of Rostov-on-Don, Volgograd, and Astrakhan. This is the most important link in the Russian space as a whole, because to the north, it rests with central Russia, and even further north with Arkhangelsk, the most important northern port and potential capital of the northern trapeze. Because of its relatively close proximity to Central Europe, and because of its demographically dense population and technical development, the Rostov-on-Don, Volgograd-Astrakhan triangle is the most important outpost of Russia in the south. It is a kind of substitute for the Eurasian center itself, a secondary center connected by continuous territory to the deep spaces. That is why this region should become the geopolitical core of the whole Caucasian strategy of Eurasia. And for this purpose, it should be strengthened technologically, strategically, and intellectually. It is desirable to create here a special cohesive Russian zone, integrated administratively and politically. At the same time, some problems arise with the northern regions of Kalmykia, which, however, are rather sparsely populated. It makes sense to include these northern steppe regions in the common integration belt, geopolitically stretching them directly between Rostov-on-Don and Astrakhan to close a triangle with the apex in Volgograd from below. Thus, geographically and geopolitically, the borders of ancient Khazaria, which controlled this entire region in the early first millennium, will be reproduced. We can conventionally call this geopolitical formation the Khazar Triangle. In the transition from the purely Russian zone of the Khazar Triangle, which should follow the latitudinal, horizontal logic, although closely related to the north and to the center, Moscow itself, the vector of integration radically changes its character. The entire North Caucasus and everything south of it should obey an exclusively meridian orientation. Strategic centers of the Khazar Triangle should develop independent geopolitical chains, unfolding strictly to the south. From Rostov through Krasnodar to Maykop, Sukhumi, and Batumi, from Stavropol to Kislovodsk, Nalchik, Orjonikidze, Skin-Valley, and Tbilisi, from Astrakhan to Makhachkala. Any latitudinal demarcation of the ethnic regions of the Transcaucasus should be supported, while longitudinal integration should be strengthened. Thus, it is important to detach the active separatist Chechnya from Dagestan, and Ingushetia by any means, closing the access to the Caspian Sea. 344. If Chechnya is left only to Georgia, which lies to the south, it will be geopolitically controlled from all sides and ruled by Orthodox Georgia. Dagestan and Ingushetia should also be tied to Georgia, which could lead to the creation of an autonomous North Caucasus zone, developed economically, but strategically entirely under Russian control and Eurasian-oriented. A general redistribution of the North Caucasus could also solve the Ossetian problem, since the new ethnic entities, United Ossetia for example, would lose their significance as national state formations and would acquire a purely ethnic and cultural, linguistic and religious meaning. Following the same meridian logic, it is important to link Abkhazia directly to Russia. All these steps are aimed at one geopolitical goal of strengthening the Eurasian telluric complex and preparing its planetary triumph in a duel with Atlantism. So we can call the whole plan a new geopolitical order in the Caucasus. It implies the rejection of the traditional approach to the existing political formations as states-nations, that is, strictly fixed administrative formations with permanent borders and a complete power structure. The new geopolitical order in the Caucasus implies a complete redistribution of the current political realities and a transition from the model of state-state, or nation-nation relations, to a purely geopolitical system of the periphery, with the structure of the periphery to be determined not by political but by ethno-cultural differentiation. This could be achieved through a plan to create a Caucasian federation, which would include both the 3 Cis-Caucasus republics and the autonomous entities within Russia. The center would concede cultural and economic autarky to the entire region, but it would provide the strongest strategic centralism. This would lead to an extremely flexible system that would be based not on violence, occupation, or unification of the Caucasian diversity, but on an awareness of the unity and commonality of continental destiny. Armenia plays a special geopolitical role as Russia's traditional and reliable ally in the Caucasus. Armenia serves as a crucial strategic base for preventing Turkish expansion north and east into the Central Asian 345. KIC World. Conversely, in offensive geopolitical terms, it is important as an ethno-cultural community that continues uninterrupted to the south, into Turkey where a large part of ancient Armenia and its main holy place, Mount Ararat, are located. Racial and linguistic affinities also link Armenians to the Kurds, another crucial ethnic factor that can be used to provoke geopolitical upheavals within Turkey. In doing so, it is crucial to create a land corridor that crosses the entire Caucasus and reliably links Armenia to the Khazar Triangle. Armenia is also important in another sense. Based on its historical and ethnic proximity to Iran, it is Armenia that could serve as one of the most important links for the spread of the Eurasian impulse from the center to the Iranian Rimland. This means creating an axis of Moscow, Yerevan, Tehran. Azerbaijan should also be linked to Iran, and by no means to Turkey, emphasizing Shiism, ethnic proximity to Iranian South Azerbaijan, and historical ties. Thus, the most important strategic Ray-Moscow-Tehran through Yerevan would be duplicated by the Ray-Moscow-Baku-Tehran, forming a rhombus largely symmetrical to the Balkan rhombus. There are many geopolitical parallels between the Balkans and the Caucasus. Most importantly, it is the place where the most important geopolitical law is proved. Latitudinal processes provoke terrible conflicts, while longitudinal links lead to stability and endurance. This is particularly evident in the Yugoslav War and the Armenian-Azerbaijani conflict over Nagorno-Karabakh. The Karabakh problem itself is similar in some respects to that of Macedonia, and therefore for the stabilization of the whole region, Moscow should establish the most direct connections with Karabakh to make this territory a point of balance of the whole Caucasian geopolitical system. To this end, the Karabakh negotiations should optimally have four parties: Azerbaijan, Armenia, Russia, and Iran, excluding all the Atlanticist actors whose political presence in the region is not advisable for geopolitical reasons. The new geopolitical order in Central Asia. Central Asia is considered to be a vast stretch of Eurasian land, stretching from the northern Kazakh steppes to the coast of the Arabian Sea. From the former Soviet Central Asian republics, this zone extends south through the Köpekdag Range and the Pamirs to lowland Iran and southeast into Afghanistan. Central Asia is the geopolitical space that is more likely to lead the Heartland to its cherished goal of the Indian Ocean than any other. If Moscow were to win a positional war with the thalassocracy in this area, there would automatically be many parallel issues of integration into India's continental bloc, strategic support for Iraq against Turkey, a direct corridor to the Middle East, etc. All this makes this area central to the geopolitical restructuring of the Eurasian South. Central Asia is divided not only politically and geopolitically, but also racially by a mountain range. The former Soviet zone of Central Asia, with the exception of Tajikistan, is populated by Sunni Turks, the successors of Turan, many of whom continue to be predominantly nomadic and cattle breeders. Non-Soviet Central Asia, Iran, Afghanistan, and even ethno-culturally related Pakistan are populated by sedentary Indo-Europeans. Thus, geopolitical unity has a distinct racial boundary. The whole area is divided into three parts. 1. Central Kazakhstan, south of the 50th parallel, as north of it are the lands included in the Russian East. 2. Desert Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan, and mountainous Kyrgyzstan. These are purely Turanian lands. 3. Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India. This is Iran in the extended sense of Aryan, land of the Aryans. The new Eurasian order in Central Asia is based on linking all these lands. 347. From north to south on a rigid geopolitical and strategic axis. In doing so, as always in such cases, it is important to structure the space exclusively in the meridian direction, facilitating the longitudinal convergence of the individual regions. Starting from the north, it is a question of linking all of Kazakhstan with the Russians of the southern Urals and western Siberia. This connection should serve as a supporting structure for the entire Central Asian area. In a consistent and well-thought-out integration of Kazakhstan into a common continental bloc with Russia, lies the basis of the entire continental policy. The most important point in this case is the initial task to rigidly interrupt any influence of Turkey on this region, to prevent any projects of Turanian integration coming from the Atlanticist Turkey. And proposing a purely latitudinal geopolitical development of the former Soviet Central Asia, opposed to the Indo-European North, Russia, and the Indo-European South, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India. The Turanian integration is a direct antithesis of the geopolitical Eurasianism, and consists in splitting the telluristic forces into three components: Western, European Russia, Eastern, Russian South Siberia and Far East, and Southern, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan. Such Turanism is intended to split the racial and geopolitical alliance of the forest and the steppe, which gave rise to the Russian state and the great Russian ethnos, while with regard to Iran and Afghanistan, it tears apart the religious unity of the Islamic world. With that in mind, Russia should declare a harsh positional geopolitical war on Turkey and the bearers of Pan-Turanism. in which the main ally of Russia would be the Islamic Aryan Iran. Central Asia should be stretched vertically between the two global Indo-European realities between Russians and Persians. In doing so, every effort should be made to highlight the local autonomous cultural trends in the whole Turkic space, to support the regionalist forces in the autonomous regions, and to aggravate the friction between clans, tribes, ulus, etc. Everywhere in this area, territories, districts, industrial complexes, economic cycles, and strategic objects should be sought to be enclosed in territories outside the Turkic area, or in a strictly meridian direction. Thus, for example, Karakalpakstan in the west of Uzbekistan territorially should 348 be integrated not in the eastern direction, Bukhara, Samarkand, Tashkent, but in the northern, Kazakhstan, and southern, Turkmenistan. The border areas between Uzbekistan and Tajikistan should be restructured on the same principle. Samarkand and the Fergana Valley are historically and ethnically as much connected with the Tajik territories as with the Uzbek ones. The same is true for southern Kyrgyzstan. The geopolitical pivot of the entire Central Asian geopolitical strategy of the teleocracy must be Tajikistan. This area combines the most important aspects of the whole Russian Drang nach Sudan, the spurt to the south. Tajiks are Muslims of Indo-European origin, ethnically close to Iranians and Afghans. That is, they represent a fragment of the Iranian world in this region. At the same time, Tajikistan was part of Russia and the USSR. That is, it was integrated into the continental Eurasian geopolitical system proper. Therefore, the fate of this small highland country, ancient Sogdiana, symbolizes the success or failure of the establishment of a new Eurasian order in Central Asia. The actual border between Tajikistan and Afghanistan should not be perceived as a strict line. This is not a historical given, but a geopolitical assignment, as it would be in the interest of the country to abolish any strict limitations here. Altogether, moving the strategic boundary far to the south and reshaping the entire intermediate area on the basis of ethno-cultural, tribal, and regional boundaries. Afghanistan has no tradition of complete centralized statehood. It is populated by a variety of nomadic and sedentary tribes, Pashtuns, Tajiks, Uzbeks, etc., bound more by religion, Islam, than by statehood and politics. Therefore, Russia's geopolitical return to Afghanistan is inevitable and predetermined by geography itself. The only thing is that it is necessary to rely not so much on military power as on a well-thought-out geopolitical strategy, on the preparation of a conscious and voluntary strategic alliance on both sides, caused by the need for common opposition to thalassocracy, the forces of the West, and Atlantism, which automatically brings the Russians and Muslims closer together. In this process, Tajikistan plays the role of the main base, and its territory becomes a geopolitical laboratory where two differently directed impulses converge: the Islamic impulse from the Indo-European Eurasian south, and the Russian geopolitical impulse coming from the Heartland, from the north. Here in Tajikistan, in Dushanbe or elsewhere, a joint Russian-Islamic strategy for the reorganization of a more northern Tehran should be worked out. This land is called upon to work out an epochal solution for the creation of a new Eurasia, which would finally and irrevocably enshrine the thesis of an accomplished synthesis between the steppe and the northern forest on the one hand, and between the same steppe, Turan, and Iran on the other. Thus, it is logical to draw another ray from the Eurasian center, Moscow, Dushanbe, Kabul, Tehran, along which an unprecedented geopolitical reality should emerge. Part of Tajikistan, Gorno-Badakhshan, is located very close to Pakistan and India, which converge almost to one point, together with China, Xinjiang. Although these areas are hardly passable, as they are located very high in the Pamir Mountains, Gorno-Badakhshan itself has a deep geopolitical meaning. It is populated by Ismailis, an Islamic heretical sect which is an expression of the most extreme Shi'ism, that is the most Indo-European, from a spiritual point of view, version of Islam. Badakhshan Ismailis are settled near the regions of Pakistan, and that state, although officially Sunni, is ethnically Hindu, converted to Islam. And this indicates that they are certainly closer to Indo-European trends within that religion, if not overtly Shiite, then crypto-Shiite. Not so far away is Indian Kashmir, also populated by Hindu Muslims and Shiites. Uyghur Muslims also inhabit the Xinjiang region in China. Badakhshan's religious specificity and strategic location therefore provides it with an opportunity to become actively involved in major geopolitical issues that converge in this area: the Pakistan-India wars, potential Uyghur Islamic separatism in China, national liberation struggles in Tibet, the Sikh movement in the slightly southern Punjab, and so on. All strands of this critical knot of Asia converge in Tajikistan, and more specifically in Badakhshan. Hence, an additional independent axis, Moscow-Korog, the capital of Badakhshan, suggests itself. Moreover, since the link between Badakhshan and the rest of Tajikistan is not very strong, ethno-religious and clan conflicts, Moscow should separate this region into a separate geopolitical reality, similar to Macedonia or Karabakh, since the strategic significance of Khorog is central to a giant region that exceeds not only the scale of Tajikistan, but also that of Central Asia. This whole complex area should be restructured under the most active influence of the geographical axis of history of Russia on the basis of the Telluric model. That is contrary to the plans that thalassocratic Atlanticist elements have for it. It is well known that it was England that supported the separatist movement of Indian Muslims that led to the secession of Pakistan. The Indo-Pakistani conflicts are also beneficial to the Atlanticists as it allows them to strengthen their political and economic influence in both regions, taking advantage of the geopolitical contradictions and making the entire region dependent on the military and strategic presence of the Americans and the British. Both Pakistan, India, and China are now steadily entering the thalassocratic-controlled Rimland. The geopolitical role of Tajikistan and Badakhshan is to radically change this state of affairs and organize a Eurasian system of continental integration throughout this space. In the ideological sphere, it is extremely important to take into account the slightest ethno-religious and cultural-linguistic nuances, and in the military-strategic sphere, it is necessary to strive for rigid and non-alternative centralism. In political terms, the anti-Americanism of fundamentalist Iran and the strict neutrality of India provide good grounds for the success of the Eurasian strategy. The rest depends on the geopolitical will of Moscow, and, more broadly, of Russia-Eurasia. 4.7. The fall of China. China is Russia's most dangerous geopolitical neighbor to the south. In some ways, its role is similar to that of Turkey. But while Turkey is an outspoken NATO member and its strategic Atlanticism is obvious, with 351. China. The situation is more complicated. China's geopolitics were initially ambivalent. On the one hand, it belonged to the Rimland, the coastal zone of the Pacific Ocean, on the eastern side, but on the other hand, it never became a thalassocracy, and on the contrary, it always oriented itself towards continental archetypes. That is why there is a stable political tradition to call China a Middle Empire, and this term characterizes just continental Tellurian formations. At the same time, China is separated from the Indian Ocean by the Indochina Peninsula, which is home to a constellation of states with an overtly thalassocratic orientation. As the West conquered, colonized the East, China gradually turned into a semi-colony with a marionettically pro-English government of the last generations of Qing dynasty emperors. From the beginning of the 19th century up to 1949, the victory of the CCP over the Kuomintang, China's geopolitics followed purely Atlanticist tendencies, with China acting not as an independent thalassocracy, but as the Eurasian coastal base of the West. The victory of the Communist Party changed the situation, and China briefly, 1949-1958, reoriented itself towards a Eurasian pro-Russian policy. However, due to historical traditions, the Eurasian line was soon abandoned, and China opted for autarky. It remained to wait for the moment when the Eurasian orientation would weaken to such an extent that the potential Atlanticism and geopolitical identity of China as a Rimland would become evident. This happened in the mid-1970s when China began active negotiations with representatives of the Mondialist Trilateral Commission. This meant a new entry of China into the structure of Atlanticist geopolitics. While there is no denying that China could under certain circumstances rejoin the path of the Eurasian alliance, this should not be counted on. From a purely pragmatic point of view, China is much better off with contacts with the West than with Russia, which cannot contribute to the technological development of this country, and such friendship would only tie up China's freedom of geopolitical manipulation in the Far East, Mongolia, and South Siberia. In addition, China's demographic growth poses the problem of free 352 territories for this country, and the lands of Kazakhstan and Siberia, almost unpopulated, appear to be highly attractive in this perspective. China is dangerous to Russia for two reasons: as the geopolitical base of Atlantism and in its own right, as a country of increased demographic density in search of no man's land. In both cases, it has a positional threat, the location of which is highly dangerous. China occupies land to the south of Leninland. Furthermore, China has a closed racial cultural character and has never participated in Eurasian continental building during historically foreseeable periods. All these considerations, regardless of the political specifics, make China a potential geopolitical adversary for Russia in the south and the east. This should be acknowledged as a geopolitical axiom. Russia's geopolitical task in relation to the easternmost sector of its inner southern belt is therefore to expand its zone of influence to the south as much as possible, creating as wide a border zone as possible. Eventually, Eurasia should extend its influence as far as Indochina, but achieving this through a win-win alliance is virtually impossible. And this is the fundamental difference between China and Islamic Asia, with the exception of Turkey and India. If the Eurasian alliance with the other southern sectors of Eurasia should be based on the consideration of mutual interests, that is be the result of a conscious and voluntary alliance based on the awareness of the common geopolitical mission. The case of China is about the position-based geopolitical pressure, about provoking territorial disintegration, fragmentation, political and administrative redistribution of the state. The same approach applies to Turkey. China and Turkey are potential geopolitical adversaries. Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, Korea, Vietnam, and Japan are potential geopolitical allies. This suggests the use of two different geopolitical strategies. In the case of adversaries, harm should be sought. In the case of allies, common geopolitical goals should be identified. It is now easy to derive the priorities of Russia's internal geopolitics from 353, Badakhshan to Vladivostok. The main model here is the severance of the North Thai territories from the more southern lands. Geopolitical analysis immediately provides a strong rationale for this. Northwest China falls within Xinjiang, the oldest country with a long history of political autonomy. Historically, there have been numerous successive states here. Moreover, these lands are now inhabited by Uyghurs, a Turkic ethnic group practicing Islam. The Chinese maintain control in these areas through direct coercive pressure, direct colonization, oppressing the local population, and suppressing all attempts to assert religious and ethnic autonomy. The ideas of annexing Xinjiang to Russia had already existed with the Russian emperors as part of the project to develop Siberia. This line should be revisited. South of Xinjiang stretches Kunlun and Tibet, where we again encounter a similar situation. Tibet is a separate country with a special population, a specific religion, and an ancient political and ethnic tradition. Beijing's power here is just as artificial and based on direct violence as in Xinjiang. Russia is geopolitically directly interested in actively supporting separatism in these areas and launching an anti-Chinese national liberation struggle in the entire area. In the long run, all these territories would fit harmoniously into a Eurasian continental federation, as they are not bound to Atlanticism either by geography or history. Xinjiang and Tibet should join the teleocracy belt. This would be the most positive geopolitical solution, and would create a reliable protection for Russia, even if China does not give up its anti-Eurasian geopolitical projects. Without Xinjiang and Tibet, China's potential geopolitical breakthrough into Kazakhstan and Western Siberia becomes impossible. In this case, not only the complete liberation of these territories from Chinese control, but even the first stages of destabilization in these regions would already be a strategic gain for Russia. To the east is the Mongolian sector of Russia's strategic ally. The Mongolian steppes and deserts perfectly protect South Siberia from China. The Mongolian steppes and deserts perfectly protect South Siberia from China. At the same time, Mongolia's ties with Xinjiang and Tibet should be intensified. In order to create prerequisites for a new configuration of the entire region, with an orientation to the gradual displacement of China and its geopolitical influence, the Mongol-Tibetan Federation, which could also include Buryatia, Tuva, Caucasia, and the Altai Republic, could be put forward for that purpose. The unity of the Lamaist tradition of these peoples is an important tool for Moscow's anti-Chinese geopolitical strategy. The last area of the southern belt is Manchuria, in the northeast of China. Here, too, we encounter a weak, for China, geopolitical link. This territory was also home to ancient states with a tradition of political independence. Already in the 20th century, Japan again recreated the Manchurian state, with its capital in Harbin, which was the continental bridgehead for Japan's invasion of China. For Russia, the existence of a special political state in Manchuria outside Chinese control is highly desirable. As Japan itself is among the potential geopolitical allies of Eurasia, it could join forces on this issue. Tibet, Xinjiang, Mongolia, and Manchuria together form the security belt of Russia. The main objective in this region is to bring these lands under Russian control, using the potential geopolitical allies of Russia, India, and Japan, as well as the local population suffering from Beijing's diktat. For China itself, this belt is a strategic springboard for a potential push to the north, to Kazakhstan and Siberia. These lands, closely adjoining Lenaland from the south, around which the positional geopolitical confrontation of the leading world powers will inevitably unfold. Russia must tear away this bridgehead from China, push China to the south, and offer it, as geopolitical compensation, development along the north-south axis in the southern direction of Indochina, except Vietnam, the Philippines, Indonesia, and Australia. 408. From the Balkans to Manchuria, Eurasia must pressurize the south from the Balkan Peninsula to northeastern China. This entire belt is a strategically important security zone for Russia. The peoples inhabiting different sectors of this space are ethnically, religiously, and culturally diverse, but all without exception have elements that bring them closer to the geopolitical formula. For some, it is orthodoxy. For others, the historical belonging to a single state. For others, ethnic and racial affinity. For others, a common enemy. for others a pragmatic calculation. Such diversity in the South requires a highly flexible geopolitics and highly sophisticated reasoning to justify the need for ties, alliances, etc. No single criterion has priority here. One cannot rely solely on one factor: ethnicity, religion, race, history, profit, etc. Each individual case should be handled differently. The highest criterion remains geopolitics and its laws, which should subordinate all other considerations and not become just an instrument of foreign or domestic policy based on some separate and independent principles. Only in this case can Eurasia achieve stability, and Russia reliably ensure its continental security and the fulfillment of its telluric mission. Chapter 5. Threat of the West. 5.1. Two Wests. The problem of the organization of space in the west of Eurasia is the topic that forms the basis of all geopolitics as a science. Western Europe is the Rimland of Eurasia, and the Rimland is the most complete, unambiguous, and historically identifiable. Regarding Russia itself as a heartland, the West as a whole represents the main planetary adversary, that sector of coastal civilization which has fully assumed the function of a complete thalassocracy and has identified its historical destiny with the sea. England was in the vanguard of this process, but all the other European countries that adopted the baton of industrialization, technical development, and the value norms of the merchant system also joined this thalassocratic ensemble sooner or later. In the course of the historical formation of the definitive geographical picture of the West, primacy from the island of England passed to the continent of America, especially to the United States. Thus, the ultimate embodiment of thalassocracy in its strategic, ideological, economic, and cultural aspects was the United States and the NATO bloc it controlled. This final geopolitical fixation of planetary forces places the pole of Atlanticism and thalassocracy beyond the Atlantic, on the American continent. Europe itself, even Western Europe, including England itself, from the Seine, 357. Tray of thalassocracy becomes a buffer zone, a coastal belt, a strategic appendage of the USA. This shift of the thalassocratic axis across the ocean changes the geopolitical configuration somewhat. While a century ago Europe, England, and France was Russia's main adversary, after World War II, the region lost its independent strategic importance, becoming a strategic colony of the United States. This transformation is strictly in line with the view from the sea that characterizes the typically colonial attitude towards the mainland of any thalassocracy. Whereas previously, the coastal nature of Europe was a potential characteristic activated by the special geopolitical entity of the island of England, this now corresponds exactly to the actual distribution of power. The USA, a geopolitical reality that emerged from Europe as its almost artificial projection, has become a completely independent pole, the West in the absolute sense of the word, transforming Europe from a metropolis into a colony. All this is in perfect harmony with the classical logic of thalassocratic geopolitics. Thus, at present, the geopolitical problem of the planetary West, in its broadest sense, breaks down for Russia into two components: the West as America and the West as Europe. In geopolitical terms, the two realities have different meanings. The West as America is Russia's total geopolitical adversary, the pole of the direct opposite trend to Eurasia, the headquarters and center of Atlanticism. Positional geopolitical warfare with America has constituted the essence of all Eurasian geopolitics since the mid-20th century, when the role of the United States became obvious. In this regard, the position is clear. It is necessary to counteract U.S. Atlanticist geopolitics at all levels and in all regions of the world, trying to weaken, demoralize, deceive, and ultimately defeat the enemy as much as possible. It is especially important to bring geopolitical turmoil into the U.S. domestic reality by encouraging all kinds of separatism, various ethnic, social, and racial conflicts, actively supporting all dissident movements of extremist, racist, and sectarian groups that destabilize internal political processes in the USA. At the same time, it makes sense to support isolationist tendencies in U.S. politics, the theses of those often right-wing Republican circles that believe that the U.S. should confine itself to its domestic problems. This state of affairs is 358, highly advantageous to Russia. Even if isolationism is carried out within the original Monroe Doctrine wording, that is, if the U.S. limits its influence to two Americas, this does not mean that Eurasia should give up on destabilizing the Latin American world by seeking to remove certain regions from U.S. control. All levels of geopolitical pressure on the U.S. must be engaged simultaneously, just as the anti-Eurasian policy of Atlanticism simultaneously sponsors the processes of collapse of the strategic bloc, Warsaw Pact, state unity, USSR, and further ethno-territorial fragmentation, carrying out its progressive decay up to complete destruction in the guise of regionalizing Russia. Heartland is forced to pay sea power with the same coin. This symmetry is logical and justified. All of this is central to Russia's foreign geopolitics vis-à-vis the U.S., so a more detailed analysis is beyond the scope of this paper. The second reality, also referred to as the West, has a different meaning. It is Europe, the geopolitical meaning of which has changed dramatically in recent decades. Having traditionally been a metropolis for other parts of the planet, Europe has for the first time found itself in a colony situation strategically, culturally, economically, politically, etc. American colonialism is different from the more explicit and rigid forms of the past, but its meaning remains the same. Europe at the moment has no geopolitics of its own, and no geographical will of its own. Its functions are limited to serving as a backup base for the US in Eurasia, and as the site of the most likely conflict with Eurasia. Such a position automatically leads to the anti-American line, becoming a common geopolitical alternative for the European states, uniting them in a single project that never existed before. The unification of Europe in Maastricht is the first signal of the emergence of Europe as a whole and an independent organism, claiming to regain its historical significance and geopolitical sovereignty. Europe wants to be neither Russian nor American. Since the end of the Cold War, this will has manifested itself in full scope. Now the question arises, what, in general terms, is Eurasia's attitude towards its Western Peninsula? From a purely geopolitical point of view, Eurasia has a clear interest in 359, taking Europe out of the hands of Atlanticism, the US. This is a priority. In the West, Russia should have maritime borders. This is a strategic imperative for the geopolitical development of Eurasia. It was the absence of such borders and the presence instead of them of a landline crossing Europe in the middle, artificially and forcibly, that ultimately led to the geopolitical loss of the USSR. Hence, the task is not to repeat the mistakes and correct the situation. Eurasia will be free of sea power only when its strategic borders in the north, east, south, and west will be the oceans in the same way as in the case of America. Only then will the duel of civilizations be on a level playing field. Russia therefore has two options, either a military occupation of Europe or a reorganization of the European space that would make this geopolitical sector a reliable strategic ally of Moscow, preserving its sovereignty, autonomy, and autarky. The first option is so unrealistic that it should not be seriously discussed. The second option is difficult but feasible, as Europe's half-century as an American colony has left a serious mark on European consciousness. A friendly Europe as a strategic ally of Russia can only emerge if it is united. Otherwise, the Atlantic adversary will find many ways to bring fragmentation and division into the European bloc, provoking a conflict similar to the two world wars. Therefore, Moscow should promote European unification as much as possible, especially by supporting the Central European states, above all Germany. The German-French alliance, the Paris-Berlin axis, de Gaulle's project, is the spinal column around which the body of the new Europe is most logically built. There is a strong anti-Atlantic political tradition in Germany and France, both on the right and on the political left. Potential and latent for the time being, it will at some point make itself known in full voice. Moscow should be guided by this line now, without waiting for the final developments. Moscow's task is to wrest Europe from US, NATO, control, promote its unification, and strengthen integration ties with Central Europe under the sign of the main foreign policy axis, Moscow-Berlin. Eurasia needs an allied 360, friendly Europe. Militarily, it will not pose a serious threat on its own, without the US, for a long time to come. While economic cooperation with a neutral Europe could solve most technological problems for Russia and Asia in exchange for resources and a strategic military partnership, Russia's domestic political situation in its western regions should also be analyzed on the basis of this foreign geopolitical task. 5.2. Break down the sanitation cordon. The basic formula for analyzing the geopolitics of the Russian West is the principle: Europe, European, Russia. Russian, here, in general, we should proceed in the same way as in the case of the Islamic world. New borders are inevitable. Some regions should be divided anew, but in all cases, the main task remains to create friendly, neutral formations in the West, with maximum ethno-cultural, economic, and social freedom, but with a strategic dependence on Moscow. The maximum objective is to finishize the whole of Europe, but the first step should be to reorganize the areas immediately adjacent to Russia. This immediately raises a complex problem, the cordon sanitaire. Atlanticist geopoliticians are well aware of the strategic dangers of an alliance between Russia and Europe, especially Germany, and have traditionally sought to prevent this. The most effective method of thalassocracy is a sanitary cordon. That is a band of several border states hostile to both eastern and western neighbors, and directly linked to the Atlanticist pole. Traditionally, this cordon sanitaire has been Poland and the Eastern European countries to the south, Czechoslovakia, Romania, etc. The idea of such a cordon was developed by the geopolitical scientist Mackinder and was very successfully implemented at the beginning of the century and before the Second World War. In both cases, the goal was achieved in the end, with a conflict between the two continentalist powers, Russia and Germany, resulting in strategic victories for the Atlanteans. America owes its place 361. At the helm of the West to the two world wars, which emaciated Europe and, in particular, weakened Germany and Russia, the main rivals of the Atlanticists, obviously, such a cordon sanitaire will still emerge, made up of small, embittered, historically irresponsible peoples and states, with manic claims and servile dependence on the thalassocratic West. It is about the emergence of a geopolitical band between the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea, composed of states that cannot enter Europe as a full-fledged component, but which are intensively pushing away from Moscow and Eurasia. The contenders for membership of the new cordon sanitaire are the Baltic nations, Lithuanians, Latvians, Estonians, Poland, including West Prussia, Belarus. This idea is lobbied for by the Catholic anti-Eurasian minority, Ukraine, especially the Western Uniate Catholic, Hungary, Romania, also under the influence of Unites, Czech, and Slovakia. It can be seen that almost everywhere we are dealing with the Catholic sector of Eastern Europe, which traditionally belonged to the zone of Western influence. In this case, we are dealing with the same countries that have acted more than once in geopolitical history as levers for the destruction of the continental formations of the Russian Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and, more recently, the USSR. The task of Eurasia is to ensure that this cordon does not exist. This is in the interests of both Europe and Russia. These entities themselves, if considered as states, are insolvent, ethnically and confessional, strategically and economically underdeveloped, and devoid of resources. In other words, these fictitious states only make sense as strategic zones artificially supported by Atlanticism. Everywhere there are factors that tie them to Eurasia, either orthodoxy or awareness of Slavic kinship, or the presence of a Russian population, or historical proximity, or several components at once, etc. But there are also opposing factors that bring them closer to the West: Catholicism, Uniatism, ethnic otherness, political traditions of sovereignty, etc. As long as these entities constitute a whole, they cannot prefer either of the two orientations, and that is why they become a cordon sanitaire in Saint-By-Luchier, the full sense of the word. Integration with the East is hindered by some elements, integration with the West by others. Hence the constant internal and external instability provoked by these countries, which plays into the hands of thalassocratia and is a constant obstacle to Eurasian geopolitics and the continental bloc. The only way to remove the cordon sanitaire is through a complete redistribution of state formations on the basis of purely geopolitical factors. This does not necessarily have to automatically mean the annexation of territories to other states. It may be a question of replacing states with federations or several states, whose geopolitical orientation, however, would be unambiguous. Small entities, ethnically, culturally, and confessionally united, would find it easier to integrate into larger geopolitical blocs, and with the strong alliance between Russia and Europe, the new borders would not constitute a real threshold, a rupture. Moreover, only the absence of a cordon sanitaire can make these pan-Eurasian relations normal, turning the space from Dublin to Vladivostok into a zone of Eurasian cooperation, collaboration, and strategic partnership. 5.3. Baltic Federation. Let us take a closer look at the entire western belt adjacent to Russia. The whole space is divided into several sectors. The northernmost is the Scandinavian belt, stretching from Norway to Finland. As far as Finland is concerned, we will look at the general geopolitical project in the chapter about the north. Here we are talking about a Karelian-Finnish ethno-territorial entity with maximum cultural autonomy, but with strategic integration into the Eurasian bloc. Norway and Sweden, as well as the Baltic republics, belong to a different geopolitical context, broader than the Karelian-Finnish issue. Here we encounter the more general topic of Baltic and Scandinavian geopolitics. The most convenient thing would be to follow the Swedish geopolitician. 363. Rudolf Kjellen, who invented the term geopolitics, and consider the whole Baltic region as a northern extension of Central Europe, structured around Germany. Kjellen argued that there could be no Nordic geopolitics other than a strategic alliance with Germany based on ethnic, cultural, and geographical commonalities. But the linking element in the whole construction should be Prussia, the German state, with the dominance of the Protestant denomination common to the Scandinavians. The Protestant Scandinavian bloc should be the northern extension of Prussia of Berlin. Therefore, all this space, starting to realize itself as one whole, cannot do without the geopolitical re-establishment of Prussian unity. At the moment, Prussia did not exist. Its lands were divided between Germany, Poland, and Russia. Hence, the most important prerequisite for the creation of a neutral politically and Moscow-friendly Baltic Federation is missing. Hence, the practical impossibility to organize the region according to Eurasian principles. On a purely theoretical level, the problem is solved in two steps. 1. A new ethno-confessional space is being recreated within historical Prussia. The initiators are Moscow and Berlin. This implies the loyalty of the named Axis figure to Russia, which will give life to this entity by ceding part of the Prussian lands acquired during the Second World War, the Kaliningrad region. 2. Around Prussia, The process of strategically merging the Baltic states into a single bloc begins. The bloc includes Norway, Sweden, Germany, Estonia, Finland, Karelia, Denmark, and possibly the Netherlands. A special status is delegated to Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia. The prerequisite is that all countries withdraw from NATO and create a demilitarized zone in the Baltic. In the future, strategic control is transferred to Moscow and the forces of neutral Europe, that is the Eurasian Defense Complex. The only weak elements in this system are Poland and Lithuania, where the dominant denomination is Catholicism. These lands have been the main lever of thalassocratic geopolitics against Eurasia and the possibility of a 364 continental bloc. Moreover, there is a precedent in history for a significant political independence of the Principality of Poland-Lithuania, and some historians, notably Spengler, have even spoken of the existence of a special Baltic civilization, geographically coinciding, in general terms, with the historical boundaries of Poland and Lithuania. Only certain historical conditions prevented this civilization from developing definitively and made it abortive. Spengler's term. Admittedly, this problem has no positive solution at all, as it is formulated as follows. Either the Polish-Lithuanian space will exist as an independent geopolitical reality, and then it will become an insurmountable obstacle to a pro-Eurasian Baltic unity with an axis in Prussia, or its fragments will be integrated into other geopolitical blocs, and it itself will be dismembered and nipped in the bud. Any integration on a Catholic basis in this region will create tensions with regard to the East, Moscow, the North, the Protestant world of Scandinavia, and the West, Germany. Hence, in Poland and Lithuania, the main geopolitical partner of Eurasia should be the forces insisting on non-Catholic orientation of the policy of these countries, the supporters of secular social democracy, neo-pagans, ethnocentrists, Protestant, Orthodox religious circles, and ethnic minorities. Moreover, ethnic tensions in Polish-Lithuanian relations are an extremely valuable element which should be exploited and, if possible, exacerbated. If the re-establishment of Prussia would solve, for the most part, problems with Poland, which in such a situation would only have a way south, as the Baltic region would be under German-Russian control, the situation with Lithuania is even more complicated, as it is the northernmost fragment of the Catholic world, has a long coastline on the Baltic, and separates Russian space from the northern extremity of Central Europe, belonging to neither world. Obviously, the Atlanticist geopoliticians will not fail to take advantage of that and try to make Lithuania the cause of discord and the main obstacle to the reorganization of Europe. The negative consequences of Lithuania's geopolitical location for the Eurasian project can be limited only partly by strengthening the strategic unity of the whole area and trying to close it from the northwest through the Swedish-Danish link. 365. 5.4. Catholic Slavs enter Central Europe. Descending further south, we reach the Slavic Catholic or Uniate region, which extends from Poland through western Belarus and western Ukraine, Volhynia, Galicia, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic to Croatia and Slovenia in the west of the Balkan Peninsula. Geopolitically adjacent to this space are Hungary, Austria, and Bavaria, populated respectively by Catholic Hungarians and Germans. The Uniate Church also exists in Orthodox Romania. This predominantly Slavic area, despite its ethnic and racial kinship with Russia, has never identified itself with the East Slavic statehood, and even less with the Eurasian Empire of Moscow. Ethnic kinship in this case is not a sufficient basis for geopolitical integration. The ambiguity of this factor has historically given rise to conflicts and wars between Russia and Germany, more broadly Europe, and has impeded the organic and consistent organization of the geopolitical ensemble of Central Europe. Culturally Slavic Catholic peoples were formed in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and ethnic friction with it, leading to the collapse, only arose when Vienna itself lost sight of its supranational imperial geopolitical mission and became more and more identified with ethnic Germanism. The only exceptions were Bohemia, Moravia, and Bosnia, where Slavs were initially aware of their spiritual difference from Germanic Catholic origins, as expressed in the Hussite Wars, Reformation ferment, and outbursts of sectarianism. In the case of the Bosnian Serb Bogomils, geopolitically, all these peoples belong to Central Europe and should be structured around a Central European center, which is naturally Germany. Direct influence on these areas can never be a priority for Moscow, as ethnic proximity only emphasizes cultural, historical, and spiritual confessional differences. On the basis of these considerations, Russia should give up direct control over the countries of Eastern Europe, leaving them to German control. In doing so, Moscow should not just passively wait for this to happen. 366. On its own, but should actively facilitate organic processes in this sphere in order to become, together with Berlin, the initiator and realizer of the whole process, thus acquiring a geopolitical share in the solution of all delicate problems. In doing so, the dominance over some regions of western Ukraine, Galicia, and Transcarpathia, compactly populated by Uniates and Catholics, will have to be relinquished. The same applies to some regions of Belarus. By renouncing direct political domination over certain territories, Moscow should, in return, receive the right of strategic presence on the westernmost borders of the entire Central European region. This is the point of the whole reorganization of Eastern Europe. Moscow should commit itself to granting the entire Catholic Slavic area the possibility of integration into Central Europe under Berlin. That is to close this zone according to the principle of North-South. The only important thing is to exclude Lithuania from this ensemble, for the reasons we have already mentioned, so that the whole Central European structure is patronized strictly by two parties, Russia and Germany, with the complete exclusion of the West Thalassocratic, because otherwise the whole belt will acquire the opposite meaning, turning into a sanitary cordon, although it is created just to prevent such a cordon from emerging. 5.5 Unification of Belarus and Greater Russia. The map, which takes into account the confessional structure of Eastern Europe, clearly shows how, as one moves southwards, the Orthodox population shifts further west, crowding out the Catholic population. Some Serbian land reaches the Adriatic coast, and there is also a certain percentage of Orthodox Christians among the Albanians. The founder of independent Albania was the Orthodox priest Fan Noli. These territories, which include Belarus, Central Ukraine, Moldova, Romania, Serbia, and Bulgaria, have a dual geopolitical nature geographically. They belong to the southern sector of Central Europe, but culturally and confess. 367. Shion to Russia, Eurasia. The spiritual identity of these peoples has been shaped by opposition to Islam in the south and Catholicism in the west, and their national idea is inseparably linked to orthodoxy. In such a situation, Moscow can neither fully delegate geopolitical control of the region to Germany, nor can it claim direct political influence over these countries. All the more so because Russian-Moldovan and Russian-Romanian relations, not to mention Ukraine, are not all that smooth. Russia has the closest historical contacts with Serbia, but it is impossible to build on them the tactics of integration of the entire region, as Serbia has also traditionally rather strained relations with its Orthodox neighbors. Besides, the general picture of Russia's geopolitical strategy in the Balkans has been highlighted in the chapter on the south. Here, however, we should look more specifically at the territories occupied by Belarus, Ukraine, and Romania, with Moldova. With regard to Belarus, the geopolitical picture is quite clear. With the exception of a small number of Polonized Belarusians, Catholics, and Uniats, as well as Poles, the vast majority of the population clearly belongs to the Russian space and should be regarded as a subject of the Central Eurasian ethnos, that is, as Russians in cultural, religious, ethnic, and geopolitical terms. Linguistic specificities and some ethnic and cultural peculiarities do not change the overall picture. Therefore, Moscow should integrate with Belarus in the closest possible way, keeping in mind that promoting the cultural and linguistic identity of the Belarusians is an important positive aspect in the whole system of Eurasian integration. This principle should be observed as strictly with respect to the ethnicities belonging to the single state as it is with respect to the frontier peoples or neighbors. The only painful step in Belarus, which should be taken to prevent centrifugal and subversive tendencies, is the separation into a special administrative category of some regions compactly populated by Catholics and Uniats, up to the point of granting them substantial autonomy sufficient for joining the Central European space. The desire to keep all of Belarus under Moscow's direct and strict control at all costs will result in a smoldering embers of a potential geopolitical conflict in Belarus and its western neighbors, which in this 368 case, unlike, for example, in Lithuania, can be resolved in the interest of all parties concerned. Belarus should be seen as part of Russia, and therefore integration with it should be along the west-east axis, which is a priority in all cases of internal organization of ethnically homogeneous space. Russia's true western border should run much further west, so in a complete geopolitical picture, the Belarusian lands belong to the central region, rather than the western periphery. 5.6 Geopolitical decomposition of Ukraine. The issue of Ukraine is more complex, although the model of its geopolitical composition is very similar. Here, however, the geopolitical scale of Ukraine, which is a gigantic territorial entity exceeding many major European powers, plays an important role. Separatism and political sovereignty tendencies are incomparably more active in Ukraine. Ukraine as a state has no geopolitical sense. It has no special cultural heritage, no geographical uniqueness, and no ethnic exclusiveness. The historical meaning of Ukraine is reflected in its very name Ukraine, that is outskirts, border territories. In the era of Kievan Rus, the territories of present-day Ukraine were the center of statehood of the Eastern Slavs, for whom at that time Vladimir, later Moscow, was the eastern outskirts, Ukrainian, and Novgorod, the northern. But as Russia transformed from a Slavic state into a Eurasian empire, the geopolitical functions of the major centers changed radically. Moscow became the capital of the empire, while Kiev became a secondary center where Eurasian and Central European influences converged. A synthesis of cultures was out of the question. Rather, the more archaic, strictly Russian Orthodox strata were exposed to the dynamic, more modernist influences of Western Europe, especially through Poland to the west and Austria-Hungary to the southwest. There is no doubt that Ukrainian culture and language are distinctive and unique, but they lack any universal significance. The 369 Cossack settlements, which formed the Ukrainian ethnos, were noted for their independence, special ethical, economic, and social ways. But all these elements are insufficient for geopolitical independence, and the Potomac map of Ukraine, where the main rivers Dniester, etc. flow parallel to each other, explains the slow development of Ukrainian statehood. For this reason, the independent existence of Ukraine, especially within its current borders, can only make sense as a cordon sanitaire, as opposing elements in geopolitical orientation will not allow the country to fully join either the Eastern or Western Bloc, that is Russia, Eurasia, or Central Europe. All this dooms Ukraine to a puppet existence and geopolitical service to the thalassocratic strategy in Europe. In this sense, Ukraine's role is similar to that of the Baltic republics. On this basis, at one time there was a serious discussion about the creation of a Black Sea Baltic Federation that is a typical cordon sanitaire of a subversive geopolitical entity, serving to provoke instability in Eastern Europe and to prepare the ground for a series of armed conflicts. The existence of Ukraine in its current borders and with the current status of a sovereign state is tantamount to a monstrous blow to Russia's geopolitical security, tantamount to an invasion of its territory. The continued existence of a unitary Ukraine is unacceptable. This territory should be divided into several belts, corresponding to a range of geopolitical and ethno-cultural realities. 1. Eastern Ukraine, everything east of the Dnieper from Chernihiv to the Sea of Azov, is a densely populated territory dominated by the Great Russian ethnos and the Orthodox population of Little Russia. All this territory is undoubtedly close to Russia, and is connected to it culturally, historically, ethnically, and religiously. This beautifully developed, technologically advanced region may well be an independent geopolitical region, with wide autonomy, but in an unconditional and strongest alliance with Moscow. Meridian integration is preferable here, linking the Kharkov region with the more northern Belgorod, Kursk, and Bryansk regions, proper Russian territories, and spreading the construction to the south. 2. Crimea is a special geopolitical entity traditionally characterized by ethnic mosaicism. The Ukrainians, Velikorossids, and Crimean Tatars are settled in Crimea in a very complex configuration, and represent three rather hostile geopolitical impulses. The Velikorossids are strongly pro-Moscow oriented, more aggressively than in the rest of Ukraine, even in eastern Ukraine. The Malorussians, on the other hand, are extremely nationalistic. The Crimean Tatars in general are more oriented towards Turkey, and are quite hostile towards Russia. The geopolitical orientation of the Crimean Tatars is out of the question at all, as Turkey is in every respect a direct geopolitical opponent of Russia. But the presence of Tatars in Crimea cannot be disregarded either. The direct annexation of Crimea to Russia would cause an extremely negative reaction of the Little Russian population and create problems for the integration of this peninsula into the Russian system through Ukrainian territories, which is not realistic at all. Leaving Crimea to sovereign Ukraine is also impossible, as it poses a direct threat to Russia's geopolitical security and generates ethnic tensions in Crimea itself. Taking all these considerations into account, one can conclude that Crimea should be given a special status and maximum autonomy under direct strategic control of Moscow. But taking into account Ukrainian socio-economic interests and ethno-cultural demands of Crimean Tatars. 3. The central part of Ukraine from Chernihiv to Odessa, which includes Kiev, is another complete region, ethnically dominated by the Malorussian ethnos and language, but dominated by Orthodoxy. This Orthodox Malorussia is an independent geopolitical reality, culturally related to eastern Ukraine, and definitely part of the Eurasian geopolitical system. 4. Western Ukraine is heterogeneous. In the north it is Volhynia, a separate region, to the south Lviv region, Galicia, even further south Transcarpathia, the westernmost Bulge, and finally the eastern part of Bessarabia. All these regions are rather independent regions. Volhynia is dominated by Uniates and Catholics. This region culturally belongs to the Catholic geopolitical sector of Central Europe. The picture is almost the same in Galicia and Transcarpathia, although these more southerly lands represent a separate geopolitical reality. Volhynia is historically linked to Poland and Galicia, and Transcarpathia to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The Bessarabian lands of Ukraine are inhabited by a mixed population, with Little Russians and Great Russians interspersed with Romanians and Moldovans. The region is almost entirely Orthodox, and forms an Orthodox belt, extending obliquely from Velikorossiya to the Balkans to Serbia. The whole sector from Bessarabia to Odessa should be attributed to the central Ukrainian geopolitical space, so it is more logical to include it in the meridional left. bank belt of the Dnieper, whose western border extends from Rivne to Ivano-Frankivsk along the north-south axis, and further along the Dniester to Odessa in the south. Thus, Western Ukraine in the narrow sense of the term consists of the three regions of Volhynia and Galicia and Transcarpathia. While territorially close, they differ in topography. Zakarpattia is mountainous, as is Slovakia, ethnic composition and political traditions. These regions, which today actively influence the general political atmosphere in Ukraine, actively pursuing an anti-Moscow, pro-Western geopolitical line, should be granted a considerable degree of autonomy, up to and including political, in order to detach these subversive territories from the Orthodox and generally pro-Russian all-Ukrainian space, both central and eastern. The strategic border of Russia on these parallels cannot depend on the location of the Ukrainian-Polish, Ukrainian-Hungarian, or Ukrainian-Slovak border. This strategic frontier must extend much further west, at least to the western extremity of Central Europe, and at best across the Atlantic. It is from this perspective that the whole geopolitical restructuring of this region is undertaken, because as the initiator of the geopolitical transformations in Eastern Europe, and as the main partner of Germany, Russia should insist, first of all, on the condition that this entire area be taken out of Atlanticist control, and that a Eurasian continental defense complex be created in this place, consisting of a military strategic cooperation between Russia and Europe as a whole. Volhynia, Galicia, and Transcarpathia could form a common Western Ukrainian federation, the degree of integration within which could be 372, set arbitrarily depending on specific circumstances. The most important thing here is to draw a cultural and confessional boundary between Central Ukraine, Kievland proper, and Western Ukraine to avoid a disharmonious Central European Catholic or Uniate influence on the Orthodox territories. The Ukrainian factor is the most vulnerable place in Russia's western belt, whereas elsewhere the danger of destroying the geopolitical consistency of the Heartland is potential, and the positional struggle for a Eurasian geopolitical system has only preventive aims. The existence of a sovereign Ukraine is on a geopolitical level a declaration of geopolitical war on Russia, and this is not so much a matter of Ukraine itself as of Atlantism and sea power. It is not that Ukraine itself deliberately chooses the role of Atlanticist cordon sanitaire, although in some cases this cannot but be a conscious step, but that it, in practice, begins to fulfill this role, as long as it is not actively involved in integration processes with Moscow, or at least does not disintegrate into separate geopolitical components. The Ukrainian problem is the main and most serious problem facing Moscow. If the problems of the North and the polar trapezoid are related to the distant future of Russia and Eurasia, if the development of Siberia and the battle for Leningrad are relevant to the near future, if, finally, the positional strategy for the reorganization of the Asian South is relevant to Russia but preventive in nature, the geopolitics of the West and the center of this geopolitics Ukrainian question requires Moscow to respond immediately, because it is about a strategic strike already in progress, to which the geographical axis of history simply has no right not to respond. Given that a simple integration of Moscow with Kiev is impossible and will not produce a sustainable geopolitical system, even if it happens against all objective obstacles, Moscow should actively engage in the reorganization of the Ukrainian space according to the only logical and natural geopolitical model. 5.7. Romania and Moldova integration. Under which sign? Romania and Moldova represent two parts of a single geopolitical region inhabited by a single Orthodox ethnos of descendants of the Dacians, who speak a Latin group language and have largely absorbed the cultural, linguistic, and racial elements of the Slavic environment. From the geopolitical point of view, the integration of Romania and Moldova is inevitable. But Moscow should seek to carry out this integration for its own purposes, in order to include this space in its area of direct strategic control. The culture of Romania is in general a typical Orthodox model, directly linking these lands with Eurasia. The only obstacle to the perfect integration of these lands into Russia is the linguistic factor and the geopolitical proximity to the Catholic regions. In addition, there is a significant percentage of Hungarian Catholics and Romanian Uniates in Banat, in the west of Romania. Through Romania, Moldova, and central Ukraine runs a continuous band of Orthodox peoples, linking the lands of Russia with Serbia, Eurasia's outpost in the Balkans. It is in the interests of Eurasia to turn this entire area into one strategic and cultural region, in effect, one country. This requires Moscow to be the initiator of the Moldovan-Romanian integration, the sign of which should initially be defined as Orthodox and Eurasian. At the same time, it is important that the Romanian Orthodox enclave from the east and west should be closed by the proper Slavic Orthodox peoples, Ukrainians and Serbs, thus ensuring the continuity of territorial integration, based not so much on ethnic but rather on confessional and cultural affinity. At the same time, such an Orthodox bloc from the Dniester to Montenegro, with a united Romania at its center, should be formed in cooperation with Berlin, which is given the westernmost part of Central Europe from Prussia through the Czech Republic and Slovakia to Hungary and Austria, and on to Croatia, that is the Adriatic. If If one adds the eastern protrusion of Poland and East Prussia, which goes to Germany to the north, a natural extension of Russia to the west in the Balkan region would be logical and acceptable, without upsetting the geopolitical balance of Central Europe, which geopolitically belongs to Germany's sphere of 374. Influence. Prerequisite. Soil, not blood. All these actions are derived from the overall picture of European geopolitics, in which the regions of Central Europe, under German auspices, and Western Europe in the narrow sense are clearly distinguished. Russia has no direct points of contact with Western Europe, so the pursuit of a Eurasian strategy in this region, of which France is a key element, depends on building a pan-European construct along the Berlin-Paris axis. But the Eurasian factor in Western Europe cannot be a direct line from Moscow. Moscow only acts here through Berlin, and Eurasian continentalist and anti-Atlanticist tendencies are described here by the single term Germanophilia. For the French, no more distinct Eurasianism can be demanded than Germanophilia, since Western Europe comprehends the problems of the Heartland through German continentalism. Russia is in this case a geopolitical abstraction. However, this does not mean that Russia should be indifferent to Western European problems. It is in its interest to bring the whole of Europe out from under Atlanticist influence, which means that Moscow should actively promote the alignment of Western Europe with Central Europe, that is with Germany. Germany itself should, however, put forward a fundamental requirement from the outset: all integration processes in Central Europe, where Berlin's geopolitical dominance is overt, as well as all transformations in Western Europe that aim to orient European powers towards Germany, must exclude the principle of ethnic German dominance in the cultural, political, confessional, or ideological field. Europe must be European, and Central Europe must be Middle European. That is, all linguistic, ethnic, and spiritual identities of the peoples of Europe must flourish and be promoted by Berlin, whose priority must be exclusively geopolitical and social, and under no circumstances racial. For many Central European ethnicities, Moscow is also 375, responsible by virtue of its racial kinship with them, Slavicism. Moreover, it is precisely the ethnocentrism and national racial arrogance of the Germans that has repeatedly led to bloody conflicts in Europe. Throughout the geopolitical reorganization of Europe, Russia should act as a guarantor of Berlin's strict separation of geopolitics and race, of soil and blood, to a certain extent to exclude tragedies like Hitler's adventure. Any signs of German nationalism in the geopolitical reorganization of Europe must be mercilessly suppressed by Berlin itself. All processes must be based on the strictest respect for people's rights, the full autonomy of cultures, faiths, and languages. Moscow should make the same demands of itself and its allies. Ethnicity should be encouraged and actively supported by the geopolitical center only in a positive aspect, as an affirmative reality, as national self-identification. Of course, one should not expect the complete disappearance of interethnic tensions and the manifestation of the negative aspects of national self-assertion, but it is at this point that the principle of geopolitical centralism should come into active play as the superethnic arbiter, solving internal problems on the basis of the vital political and strategic interests of the Eurasian whole. This principle is universal for all regions in which the new Eurasian order is to be established, both internally for Russia and externally. But in the case of the West Europe, this is particularly important, since the ethnic problems in these spaces are at the root of all the worst conflicts that rock the 20th century. Part 6. Eurasian Analysis. Chapter 1. Geopolitics of Government. 1.1. East and West of the Christian ecumenes. The most significant point in defining the geopolitical specificity of orthodoxy is that it is the Church of the East. In the borders of the Christian world, before the discovery of America, which geographically coincided with the northwest of the Eurasian continent, the Middle East and North Africa, one can clearly see the demarcation line between the Orthodox space and the Catholic space. This division is certainly not a historical coincidence. The Orthodox world is spiritually and qualitatively related to the East, while Catholicism is a strictly Western phenomenon. And as long as this is the case, the very theological formulations underlying the final division of the churches in 1054 must also have elements of a geopolitical character. The controversy about the filioque, that is the emanation of the Holy Spirit from the Father alone, or from the Father and the Son, one, in theological terms anticipates the further development of two types of Christian and post-Christian civilizations, the rationalist individualist Western one, and the mystical collectivist Eastern one. The adoption by the West of the amendment to the Nicene Creed concerning the filioque finally consolidated the orientation towards a rationalist theology of so-called subordinatism. That is the introduction of hierarchically subordinated relationships into divine reality, which belittled the mysterious and supersensible nature of the Trinity. 379. Parallel to the question of the filioque. An important point of contention was the idea of the primacy of the see and the supreme theological authority of the Pope. This was also one of the consequences of Catholic subordinatism, which insisted on a strict, straightforward hierarchy, even in those matters which were under the sign of the providential work of the Holy Spirit for the salvation of the world. This position was completely at odds with the idea of the linguistic autonomy of the local churches, and in general, with Orthodoxy's traditional ultimate freedom in the realm of spiritual realization. Finally, the last and most important aspect of the division of the churches into Eastern and Western was Rome's rejection of the Holy Father's teaching on the empire, which is not simply a secular administrative apparatus, roughly subordinate to ecclesiastical authority, as the popes wanted to present it, but a mysterious soteriological organism actively engaged in the eschatological drama as an obstacle to the coming of the Antichrist, a catechon, a holding, as stated in the second epistle of the Apostle Paul to the Thessalonians, the supremacy of divine action, the primacy of apophatic mystical theology, the spiritual and linguistic freedom of the local churches, going back to the Apostles' glossolalia on Pentecost, and the doctrine of the sacral role of the empire and emperors, the theory of Orthodox symphony, are the main points defining the specificity of Orthodoxy in contrast to Catholicism, which actually denies these aspects of Christianity. All these differences were noticeable long before the final rupture, but a certain balance could be maintained until 1054. Since then, the geopolitical dualism of the Christian ecumeny has been completely defined, and both Orthodox and Catholic worlds have gone their own separate ways. Up to 1453, the date of the capture of Constantinople by the Turks, the Orthodox Church was geopolitically identified with the fate of the Byzantine Empire. The world of Catholicism encompassed Western Europe. Until then, Rome and Constantinople were two Christian big spaces in Geopo 380. Political terminology, with their own geopolitical, political, economic, and cultural interests, as well as with a clearly fixed and unambiguous theological specificity, reflecting and predetermining the difference between the churches with all intellectual dogmatic unambiguity and logical interconnection. The West was based on the rationalist theology of Thomas Aquinas. The East continued the line of mystical theology, apophaticism, and monastic wisdom, most vividly embodied in the texts of the great Athonite hesychast St. Gregory Palamas. Palamas versus Thomas Aquinas is a theological formula reflecting the essence of the geopolitical dualism of the Christian East and the Christian West, the mystical contemplation of the light of favor, the symphony of powers and the liturgical glossolalia of the local churches, orthodoxy, versus rationalist theology, papal diktat in the secular affairs of European kings, and the dominance of Latin as the only sacred liturgical language, Catholicism. There is a geopolitical confrontation between two worlds with different cultural orientations, psychological dominance, and different specific political structures. This is the most general outline of the basics of Orthodox geopolitics. Obviously, in such a situation, the main task of Byzantium and the Orthodox Church was to preserve its structure, to protect the limits of its political and spiritual influence, to defend its independence. And Orthodoxy in this situation had two main geopolitical opponents. One, the non-Christian world, whose pressure was manifested both in barbarian incursions into the empire's outskirts and in the massive pressure of the Islamized Turks. Two, the Christian world of the West, seen not just as a land of Latin heresy, but as a world of apostasy, as a land of people who had known truth and salvation, but had abandoned them and betrayed them. In such an original and complete picture of the geopolitical place of Orthodoxy, it is very easy to discern all the geopolitical problems that 381 would worry the Eastern Church and the Orthodox states for centuries after the dissolution of Byzantium. The Byzantine emperors were at a certain point confronted with the double threat of the Turkish turban, or the Latin mitre. Given the particular theological attitude towards the West and Rome, it is easy to understand those Orthodox who made the choice in favor of the Turkish turban in those cases where a third was not available. Incidentally, many Orthodox took the fall of Constantinople as God's punishment for a geopolitical move by Byzantium, which tried to get closer to Rome by accepting the Filioque in the so-called Florentine Union, although this recognition was denounced upon the return of the ambassadors to Constantinople. 1.2. Post-Byzantine Orthodoxy. After the fall of Constantinople, the whole geopolitical picture changed dramatically. Although the Patriarch of Constantinople remained the head of the Orthodox Church, the entire structure was disrupted. Recall that one of the cornerstones of Orthodoxy was the doctrine of the soteriological function of the empire, and since the Orthodox Empire and, accordingly, the Orthodox Emperor, the Vasilevos, no longer existed, the Church was forced to enter a new, special, and rather paradoxical period of its existence. From this moment, the whole Orthodox world is divided into two parts, with profound differences not only geopolitically, but also theologically. The first sector of the post-Byzantine Orthodox world is represented by those churches which found themselves in the zone of political control of non-Orthodox states, especially in the Ottoman Empire. These churches were administratively part of the so-called Orthodox millet, which included Orthodox Greeks, Serbs, Romanians, Albanians, Bulgarians, and Arabs, until the collapse of the empire. The Patriarch of Constantinople was considered the supreme figure amongst the Orthodox, although there was also the Patriarch of Alexandria, Archpastor of the Orthodox Greeks and Arabs, 382, living in Egypt, and the Patriarch of Antioch, head of the Orthodox Arabs in the territory of modern Syria, Iraq, and Lebanon. The small Patriarchate of Jerusalem had a special status, as did the autocephalous churches of Cyprus and Mount Sinai. The Patriarchate of Constantinople was considered superior throughout the Orthodox world, although there was not a direct hierarchy as in Catholicism, and the autocephalous churches had a considerable degree of autonomy. 2. The Patriarchate of Constantinople is located in the Phanar quarter, and from this word comes the collective name of the Greek clergy subordinate to this Patriarchate Phanariates. It should be noted that since 1453, this sector of the Orthodox world has been in an ambiguous position both geopolitically and theologically, since the absence of an Orthodox state directly affects the eschatological vision of Orthodox political history and means that the Church remains in the world as an apostasy sea, where the mystical arrival of the Son of Perdition is no longer inhibited. The inevitable rejection of the Orthodox symphony of powers transforms the Greek Orthodox Church, and other churches connected to it by political destiny, into something other than what it originally was. This means that its theological and geopolitical orientations are changing. Its sacred nature is also changing. The clear understanding of the relationship between theology and politics in a fully fledged Orthodox doctrine led Russia to embark on the path it has followed since the 15th century, which is intimately linked to the theory of Moscow, the Third Rome. Russia and the Russian Orthodox Church are the second sector of post-Byzantine Eastern Christianity, which has a very different geopolitical and even spiritual nature. The establishment of the Patriarchate in Russia and the proclamation of Moscow as the Third Rome has a direct bearing on the mystical destiny of Orthodoxy as such. After the fall of Constantinople, Russia remains the only geopolitical big space where both Orthodox politics and the Orthodox Church existed. Russia becomes the successor of Byzantium, both theologically and geopolitically. Only here all three basic parameters that made Orthodoxy what it was, unlike both the Latin West and the political domination of non-Christian regimes, were preserved. Consequently, along with its mystical status as the barrier to the coming of the Son of Perdition, Moscow inherited the full extent of Constantinople's geopolitical issues. Just like Byzantium, Russia faced two hostile geopolitical realities with the same Latin mitre and the same Turkish turban. But in this case, the full weight of historical responsibility fell on the Russian czars, the Russian Church, and the Russian people. The fact that this responsibility was transferred to Moscow after the fall of Constantinople gave the whole situation a special eschatological drama, reflected not only in the psychology of Russians in the past 5 centuries, but also in the specific geopolitical orientation of the Russian state and the Russian Church. Parallel to this was the formation of the concept of the Russian people as a people bogonos. At the same time, however, a new problem arose: relations with the Orthodox world outside Russia and the status of the Patriarch of Constantinople in relation to the Patriarch of Moscow. The fact is that the non-Russian Orthodox were faced with a dilemma, either to recognize Russia as the Ark of Salvation, the new Holy Land, the catechumen, and, accordingly, to submit to Moscow's spiritual authority, or conversely, to deny the possibility of the existence of an Orthodox Tsardom as such, and to treat Moscow as an illegitimate usurpation of the Byzantine eschatological function. According to this choice, Moscow had to build its relations with the rest of the churches. It can be said that, in fact, from this moment on, the Orthodox world was divided into two parts, geopolitically and theologically different. It is known that in Constantinople's sphere of influence, the anti-Moscow line won, which means that the clergy of the Phanariates adapted the Orthodox doctrine to those conditions where political projection was out of the question. In other words, Greek Orthodoxy changed its nature from an integral spiritual political doctrine to an exclusively religious doctrine of individual salvation. Henceforth, the rivalry between Constantinople and Moscow was essentially a confrontation between two versions of full-fledged Orthodoxy, in the case of Moscow, and a reduced version, in the case of Constantinople. Moreover, the changes in the quality of Greek Orthodoxy brought it in a 384 sense closer to the line of Rome, as one of the three main points of dogmatic controversy, the question of the catechumens, fell away by itself. The spiritual rapprochement of the Phanariates with the Vatican was accompanied by their political rapprochement with the Turkish administration, in which many Orthodox Greeks traditionally held high positions. This bifurcated existence, coupled with the rivalry with the Russian Church for influence over the Orthodox world, in fact deprived Greek Orthodoxy of an independent geopolitical mission, making it only one of the minor geopolitical factors in the more general non-Orthodox context of the political intrigues of the Ottoman authorities and the papal legates. In any case, since the 15th century, the term geopolitics of orthodoxy has become almost identical to the term geopolitics of Russia. At the same time, it would be wrong to regard the entire non-Russian Orthodox world as being controlled by fanatic politics. In various parts, there were also opposing sentiments which recognized the theological and eschatological primacy of Orthodox Russia. This was particularly true of the Serbs, Albanians, Romanians, and Bulgarians, with whom Russophile and fanatical geopolitical tendencies have traditionally competed. This manifested itself with all its force in the 19th century, when the Orthodox peoples who were part of the Ottoman Empire made desperate attempts to regain their national and political independence. 1.3. The Petersburg period. But between the fall of Constantinople and the beginning of the struggle for the independence of the Orthodox peoples of the Balkans, an event took place which is of great significance for Orthodoxy in the widest sense. We are talking about the Russian Schism and the reforms of Peter the Great immediately following it. At this point in Russia, there was a qualitative change in the status of Orthodoxy, and the dogmatic foundations of the Eastern Church, which had remained unshaken for about 200 years, have 385 now been shaken. The fact is that the transfer of the capital from Moscow to St. Petersburg and the abolishment of the Patriarchate, together with the establishment of the Synod, meant that Russia ceased to be a dogmatically legitimate Orthodox empire in the theological and eschatological sense. In fact, the transition was made from a proper Orthodox geopolitical model to some semblance of a Protestant state. Henceforth, Russian Orthodoxy has also become ambiguous reality, which only overlaps on a geopolitical level with the Russian state. But although the dogmatic background has been frankly shaken, the overall logic of Russian geopolitics continued the original line, albeit at a different level, as secular and purely political interests began to clearly dominate over the religious and eschatological issues. In parallel, in the West itself, the traditional Catholic model also gave way to the consolidation of purely national political entities, nation-states, so that their two theological concerns were erased and overshadowed in the face of more practical, mercantile, and narrowly political interests. However, the geopolitical layout, predetermined dogmatically in the schism of the churches, remained summarily the same, apart from the emergence of Protestant countries. Protestantism is geopolitically divided into strictly two sectors, Prussian Lutheranism and Anglo-Swiss Hollandic Calvinism. Despite the outward similarity and synchronicity of both outbursts of protest against Rome, Lutheranism and Calvinism have an almost polar opposite significance. The Lutheran camp, concentrated in the Prussian state, was based both dogmatically and mystically on a critique of the Vatican in terms of the radicalization of New Testament assumptions. And in general terms, this reproduced traditional Orthodox claims to Catholicism. Lutheran Prussia was also geographically located between Orthodox Russia and Catholic Western Europe. In contrast, Calvinism, which became the state religion in England and later to a great extent influenced the political order in the USA, was based on an emphatically Old Testament approach and criticized Rome from this perspective. It is no coincidence that geographically Calvinism and the resulting sects gravitated towards the far west, both in Europe and across the Atlantic. The post-Petrine Russia of the Romanovs was closer to the Prussian model, that is, moving away from Orthodox dogma proper. It stopped halfway towards Catholicism, which moreover gradually gave way to the nation-states. The main geopolitical tension was between Russia on the one hand and the Austrian Empire and the British Empire on the other. On the religious level, this was the opposition between orthodoxy to Catholicism, Austria, and Calvinism. England, absolutist and then revolutionary France played a particular role in all this, seeking to spread republican ideas and the Enlightenment. It is important to note that while Russia shared some geopolitical interests with Austria, in particular, opposition to Turkey, England's strategy was almost entirely opposite to that of Russia, to the extent of English support for the Ottoman Empire. In any case, even post-Petrine Russia inherited the main features of Byzantine geopolitics, although the dogmatic completeness of the concept of Third Rome was broken. Henceforth, one could only speak of an inertial continuation of what had once been the full and theologically grounded path of the God-bearing people in history. In parallel to this transformation, material and narrowly political interests began to play an ever greater role in foreign policy and religious. Factors themselves were often used as a pretext for one political move or another, oriented exclusively towards the good of the state in its secular aspect. 1.4. National liberation of the Orthodox peoples. In the 19th century, many Orthodox nations, Greeks, Serbs, Bulgarians, Albanians, Romanians, etc., began to actively liberate themselves from the political control of the Turks. The religious factor played a significant role in this, becoming one of the main motives for the national liberation struggle. The emergence of new Orthodox states and the destruction of the Ottoman Empire was a consequence of several geopolitical and ideological factors. 387. 1. The degradation of the political power of the Turks allowed the national feeling of the Greeks and other Balkan peoples to develop, which in turn was facilitated by the spread of Enlightenment ideas. France, the cradle of modernist trends, played an important role in this, too. Russia. As Turkey's geopolitical adversary actively used the situation to undermine its enemy from within, Russian agents in Greece and the Balkans focused their efforts on supporting Orthodox demands, which was also accompanied by external geopolitical pressure from Russia. 3. A kind of religious renaissance of the Orthodox peoples began, and the idea of the struggle for political and national independence was accompanied by messianic premonitions of an eschatological nature. During this period, the political and ideological concepts of Great Greece, or Great Idea, Megali Idea, Great Bulgaria, Great Serbia, the Inscription, Great Romania, etc., were formed. 1.5 Megali Idea. The supporters of Greater Greece sought the complete recapture of the Greek territories from the Turks, and the recreation of a new Byzantium, the restoration of royal authority, and the return of the Patriarch of Constantinople to his preeminent role in the whole Orthodox world. As a result of fierce struggles and national rebellion, the Greeks were able to regain a small independent state around Peloponnesus and Morea in 1830, which after the Balkan Wars in 1913 effectively doubled its territory. The implementation of the Great Idea clashed with the geopolitical interests of other Orthodox peoples, as the Greeks demanded the annexation of Macedonia, Thrace, and other territories, which were also claimed by the Bulgarians and Serbs. The plan culminated in the liberation of Constantinople, Istanbul, from the Turks. But the whole project ended in disaster after the defeat of Greece in Ataturk's war with Turkey, who defeated the Greeks and forced the Greek 388 population of Anatolia to resettle en masse on Greek lands. It is very important to note that the national liberation struggle of the Greeks was in no way welcomed or inspired by the fanatic clergy and the Patriarchate of Constantinople, who were politically in solidarity with the Ottoman Empire rather than with Russian geopolitics or the Balkan peoples aspiring for freedom. Moreover, the collapse of the Turkish Empire was a disaster for the spiritual supremacy of the Phanariots in the Orthodox world outside Russia. Hence, Greek nationalism and the Great Idea, while distinctly Orthodox in character, were initially promoted by some special secret Masonic-type organizations, in which Russian agents of influence and at the same time supporters of the French Enlightenment played a crucial role. In other words, the Orthodox idea in Greece during the critical period of its liberation from Turkish domination was the property of a parallel religious structure connected with the Greek diaspora in Russia and other Mediterranean regions. It is also curious that the Greek aristocracy, genetically and politically linked to the Phanariots, was more orientated towards Austria and Germany after independence, whereas the Greek bourgeoisie, among whom the Great Idea matured, was an ardent supporter of union with Russia. In this again, a certain solidarity of official Greek post-Byzantine orthodoxy with the Vatican line is clearly discernible. 1.6. The outline. The idea of a Greater Serbia based on the historical precedent of the huge Balkan state created in the 14th century by the Serbian Nemanjic dynasty was revived again during the Serbian liberation struggle. The Serbian rebels first liberated a small territory, Šumadija, from Ottoman rule, and after that they started the struggle for the establishment of an independent Slavic state in the Balkans, with the domination of Serbs and the Orthodox dynasty. As of 1815, the Serbs had achieved a degree of independence, which however brought with it two different geopolitical 389 orientations embodied in the two Serbian dynasties of the Obrenović and Karađorđević dynasties. The Obrenovics, although Orthodox, were oriented towards the neighboring Austria, not least because of the activity of some political intellectual circles from Vojvodina, the territory closest to Austria. The Karađorđević family, on the other hand, gravitated exclusively towards Russia. In 1903, not without the complicity of the Russian secret services, the Obrenović dynasty was overthrown, and Serbia turned to a pro-Russian line. By 1920, under the Karađorđević dynasty, Yugoslavia was created, a huge Balkan state that united many Balkan peoples under Serbian rule, including Catholic Croats and Slovenes, Orthodox Macedonians, Bosnian Muslims, and Albanians. In addition, in the north of Yugoslavia, Catholic Hungarians came under Serbian control. However, this geopolitical construction proved to be unstable, as the non-Orthodox peoples of Yugoslavia, not without the help of Austrian and Turkish agents of influence, began to oppose the ethnic domination of the Serbs and the religious primacy of Orthodoxy. This confrontation reached particular intensity during the Second World War, when pro-German Croatia and Bosnia actually carried out the genocide of Orthodox Serbs. 1.7. The Great Romania. The project of a Greater Romania also emerged in the Orthodox environment, and it was not only a question of complete liberation from Turkish control, although both Moldavia and Wallachia were never officially part of the Ottoman Empire, but also of countering the policies of the fanatics who sought to bring the Romanian clergy under their influence. In this current, anti-Turkish and anti-Phanariot sentiments were supported by Russia, facilitated by its belonging to the Russian territories of Bessarabia, inhabited by Romanians. At the same time, from the 18th century onwards, Uniatic tendencies became more active in Romania. Uniatism is the idea of the subordination of the Orthodox Church to the Vatican, while preserving the Orthodox rite, but, in fact, in this approach, geopolitically, 390. Only the Vatican wins, while Orthodoxy clearly loses. It is no coincidence, therefore, that Uniatism was seen by the Orthodox as a tactical move of Catholicism, seeking to expand its missionary, political, and spiritual influence in the East at the expense of the Orthodox peoples. In Romania itself, Uniatism, widespread especially in Transylvania, was initially accompanied by cultural tendencies of Latinization, glorification of the Romanesque essence of Romania, the Latin roots of the language, etc. Uniatism in Romania was supported by the Catholic Austria, while Orthodoxy was supported naturally by Russia. It is indicative that the Greek Orthodox Phanariots pursued, in fact, a pro-Turkish policy in Romania, contrary to both Austro-Catholic and Russian Orthodox geopolitical interests. The idea of a Greater Romania had unequivocally Orthodox overtones, and under that banner, Romanians fought for national independence. However, it is important that the Romanian nationalism has an openly anti-Greek character, and in the confessional sphere, the Uniatism, coupled with the orientation towards the Latin culture, gravitated towards Rome and Western Europe. While the Romanian Orthodoxy followed the pro-Moscow line, interestingly, after the Sovietization of Romania in 1948, the formerly atheistic communist regime took the unequivocal position of Romanian Orthodoxy, subordinating the Uniate confessions to it and subjecting the Catholic minorities to certain repressions. 1.8. Great Bulgaria. The start of the Bulgarian Orthodox and National Revival movement can be dated back to 1870, when, under Russian pressure and support, a Bulgarian exarchate was established with the aim of uniting the Orthodox believers living in the Balkans into a geopolitical bloc, politically hostile to the Ottoman Empire and spiritually opposed to the Constantinople Patriarchate and the domination of the fanatics. Parallel to the attainment of geopolitical independence, Bulgaria developed 391. A nationalist project of Bulgaria of the Three Seas, which involved the annexation of Macedonia, Thrace, and Constantinople. Traditionally Russophile, Bulgarian Orthodoxy at certain moments of its history deviated from this line in pursuit of narrow national aims, and like the Uniates of Romania, the Obrenović dynasty in Serbia, the Greek aristocracy, and some other East European powers, sided with Central Europe, allied itself with Austria-Hungary against Russia. Interestingly, as the new Orthodox states in the Balkans emerged, their geopolitical orientation constantly oscillated between Russia and Austria, that is, between Russian Orthodoxy and Roman Catholicism. And the formal reason for the sustained dualism was certain disputed territories, primarily Macedonia. There was constant friction between Greece, Bulgaria, and Serbia over Macedonia, and Russia's support for one side or the other in this conflict automatically threw the other into the arms of Austria. 1.9. Orthodox Albania. The traditional boundary between the Byzantine and Catholic worlds ran along the settlement of the Albanians. In this nation there are four denominations: Albanians Sunnites, the Turkic Albanians, Albanians Bektashis, members of a Sufi organization, having, as in some exceptional cases, a clannish rather than merely initiatory character, Albanians Catholics and Albanians Orthodox. Despite the fact that Orthodox Albanians were a minority, it was this group that was at the center of the national liberation struggle, and the independent state of Albania emerged thanks to the Orthodox Bishop Fanoli, who became the first Albanian ruler in 1918. Fanoli was a staunch supporter of Russia, and Russian Orthodoxy actively supported him in all his endeavors. The Orthodox Albanians united the whole nation under their control, regardless of denomination, but their main opponents and rivals were not even so much Catholics as the Greek Orthodox clergy, traditionally entrenched in Albania. Once again, using Albania. 392. As an example, we are confronted with a geopolitical dualism in the post-Byzantine Orthodox world, where the geopolitical interests of the Greek and Russian churches are opposed. Fanoli retained his pro-Russian orientation even after the October Revolution, for which he was overthrown by Ahmed Zog, the future king of Albania. During the occupation of Albania by fascist Italy, Albanian Orthodox Christians were persecuted by pro-Catholic authorities, but after Sovietization, the Orthodox Church again received state support, this time from the communist authorities. It was only in 1967, during the Cultural Revolution and the Maoist deviation, that Soviet Albania declared itself the first exclusively atheistic state in the world, and began direct persecution of believers of all confessions. 1.10. Geopolitical lobbies in Orthodox countries. A general overview of the geopolitical trends of the Balkan Orthodox countries reveals a crucial pattern. In each such state, there are at least two geopolitical lobbies. the character of which is associated with some religious peculiarities. Firstly, there is a pro-Russian lobby which is geopolitically oriented towards the Russian Orthodox Church, which in turn inherits, albeit with reservations, the Moscow Third Rome line. This lobby is oriented against Rome and any rapprochement with it, and thus against Austria-Hungary and Catholic Germany, that is against the Catholic sector of Central Europe, but at the same time, it stands on anti-Turkish and anti-fanatic positions, opposing the Constantinople Patriarchate to one degree or another. In some cases, such as Greece itself, this lobby includes not only Orthodox circles but also some secret societies of the Masonic type. Secondly, in these same countries there is also an opposing lobby, which, whether Orthodox or not, is sympathetic to a rapprochement with Rome. 393. An orientation towards Middle Europe, Austria, in the extreme towards Uniatism, or even Catholicism. Thirdly, traces of Turkish influence, which was maintained in the region by England, remain everywhere, which means that Anglo-Saxon geopolitics in this case has a southern orientation and relies on fanaticism and in modern orthodoxy in the Balkan countries, traditionally associated with the Ottoman administration. The breakup of Yugoslavia gives us an example of the geopolitical layout of the Balkans. The Russophile line is embodied in the position of Belgrade and the Bosnian Serbs. Croatia and Slovenia are oriented towards Middle Europe, while the Anglo-Saxons, the US and England, actively support the Bosnian Muslims, the successors of the Turks. At the same time, the question of Macedonia about which disputes again arise between Serbia, Greece, and Bulgaria. The Albanian problem is also resurfacing, particularly in Kosovo. The Transnistrian tragedy and the anti-Russian sentiments in present-day Romania and Moldavia again force us to pay special attention to the Uniate and pro-Catholic lobby, which alone can be the bearer of anti-Moscow sentiments and Latin tendencies in these areas. 1.1. 1. The Russian Orthodox Church and the Soviets. The relationship between Orthodoxy and the Soviet regime is an extremely difficult question. On the one hand, there is the view that the Soviet period, in spite of everything, inherited from pre-revolutionary Russia a geopolitical line which strictly coincides in the most important aspects with the geopolitics of the Russian Church. It can be conventionally defined as Sergianism, after Patriarch Sergius of Moscow, who formulated the famous thesis that has become the starting point of internal church disputes that have not subsided even in our days. Your successes are our successes, in reference to the atheist anti-Christian regime of Stalin. This Sergian formula is far from being as paradoxical and monstrous as Orthodox conservatives want, 394, to present it. The fact is that the Bolshevik Revolution brought about such changes in the life of the Church in Russia that are striking in their symbolism. Synchronously, the Patriarchate was restored, the capital was moved to Moscow, a symbolic return to the idea of Moscow, the Third Rome, the miraculous discovery of the icon of the sovereign in Kolomenskoye, the Moscow. Residents of the Russian Tsars marked a return to the mystical, soteriological, and eschatological function of royal authority, restored in its supernatural dimension after 200 years of the St. Petersburg period. Along with this, the Bolsheviks inherited the whole of Russian geopolitics, strengthening the state and expanding its borders. Parallel to this was the spiritual renewal of the Church, which through persecution and suffering restored the forgotten fierceness of religious feeling, the practice of confession, and the exploits of martyrdom for Christ. The second view sees Soviet Russia as the complete antithesis of Orthodox Russia and considers Sergianism to be conformism with the Antichrist and apostasy. This approach excludes the possibility of viewing the Soviet period as a continuation of Orthodox geopolitics. The bearer of such ideology in its most distinct form is the Russian Orthodox Church outside the border, and the sectarian true Orthodox Church, whose positions derive from the eschatological identification of Bolshevism with the coming of the Antichrist. Curiously, this approach denies orthodoxy a political dimension, and typologically coincides with the position of the fanatics who deny the need for the Orthodox Church to relate to politics, which is the basis of a full Orthodox doctrine. At the same time, this approach is combined with sympathy for the White Movement, which was geopolitically based on support for the Entente, Western European and especially Anglo-Saxon countries. It is no coincidence that the center of the Russian Orthodox Church abroad is in the USA. Geopolitically, such Orthodox anti-Sovietism and anti-Sergianism coincide with the traditional Western Atlanticist line against Russia, Soviet Tsarist, patriarchal, modernist, democratic, etc., regardless of its ideological system. 1.12. Summary. After the fall of the Byzantine Empire, the geopolitics of orthodoxy is deprived of the unambiguous theological and eschatological function which it had in the era of the millennial kingdom from the 5th to the 15th centuries. The 200 years of Moscow of the Third Rome adjoin this holy period, which for Orthodox consciousness is identical with the period of full-fledged tradition. After the schism and the reforms of Peter the Great, a more ambiguous period begins, throughout which Russia nevertheless follows, in the most general terms, the former geopolitical line, while losing doctrinal rigor. The whole post-Byzantine period is characterized by a dualism within Orthodoxy itself, where Russian Orthodoxy, directly linked to the geopolitics of the Russian state, is opposed to the Greek Fanatician line of the Constantinople Patriarchate, which embodies a type of orthodoxy strictly separated from political implementation and performing instrumental functions within the overall structure of the Ottoman system. Russia itself adopts the Byzantine tradition of confrontation with the Latin mitre and Turkish turban, and is forced to defend the interests of orthodoxy alone at the geopolitical and state level. This line forces Russia to engage in Balkan politics, where it faces a range of geopolitically hostile tendencies, including a persistent fanatical anti-Russian influence. Finally, in the Soviet period, geopolitics, paradoxically, continues the overall planetary strategy of Russian statehood, expanding Russia's sphere of influence at the expense of countries and peoples traditionally hostile to orthodoxy. Of course, here we cannot speak of the dogmatic continuity of the Soviets with the Russian Orthodox Church, but it should not be forgotten that the dogmatic obviousness was already hopelessly lost under Peter, and shaken during the period of schism. And if we take the point of view of Sergianism, we can consider the geopolitical successes of the Soviet superpower, which conquered half of the world, traditionally hostile to Russian Orthodox Christians and our state, as the successes of the Russian Church and Orthodox geopolitics. This last thesis is undoubtedly very 396. Controversial, but equally controversial is, strictly speaking, the identification of Romanov's post-Petrine Russia as a truly Orthodox state, although in both cases there is a clear geopolitical continuity. In our time, when there is neither Tsarist nor Soviet Russia, but a dying and mutilated, stolen and sold to the West, our eternal enemy, we are able to comprehend the entire geopolitical history of orthodoxy impartially and objectively and identify its constants, which should be inscribed on the tablets of the new state, the power that wishes to be called Russian. Chapter 2. State and Territory. 2.1. The three most important geopolitical categories. Most of the controversy over the new geopolitical picture of the world revolves around three fundamental categories. 1. The État nation, that is the traditional historically centralist state, such as France, Italy, Germany, Spain, etc. 2. Region, that is an administrative, ethnic, or cultural space that is part of one or more nation-states, État nation, but which has a significant degree of cultural and economic autonomy, for example, Brittany, in France, Flanders, in Belgium, Catalonia, Galicia, and the Basque Country, in Spain, etc. 3. The greater space, a commonwealth or community that brings together several nation-states, État nation, into a single economic or political bloc. Many Europeanists, both on the left and on the right, believe that the category of the nation-state, État nation, the État nation, that is the traditional centralist state, has become obsolete, and that the focus should be on the other two modalities, regionalism, and even autonomism on the one hand, and the continental unification of the regions into a single bloc on the other. It is telling that the points of view of the polar political spectrums converge here. The new left sees État nation as too right-wing, too 399, totalitarian and repressive, too conservative, an entity which should be abandoned in the name of progress, while the new right, in contrast, sees this same state-nation, État nation, as too modernist, too anti-traditional in European history when the truly traditional European empire was destroyed by a nihilistic and secular French absolutism. Furthermore, the new right sees in regionalism a return to ethnic traditions and to the principle of ethno-cultural differentiation, which is the axis of all new right thought. On the other hand, there is a rather broad category of politicians who, on the contrary, uphold the values of the État nation, État nation. Again, a commitment to state centrism can unite both the right and the left. As a rule, however, it is not the new, but the old right and left that stand on this position. Characteristically, in France, the opponents of European unification were three political forces: Le Pen's Front National, extreme right, the Marché Communists, extreme left, and Jean-Pierre Chevènement's centrist socialists with national sympathies. It follows that the most distant ideological and political sympathies can be combined within the same geopolitical project. Nevertheless, each political force has its own understanding of the three fundamental versions of the geopolitical order of modern society. It would be interesting to construct a diagram of how all three projects are evaluated in the perspective of their own ideologies by different forces. For the sake of clarity, we will talk about extreme positions, which naturally become more nuanced and nuanced as they get closer to the political center. 2.2 Right-wing and left-wing regionalism. The general set of left-wing ideologies is oriented toward the weakening of the influence of the state, administrative and political structures on public life. This implies the principle of decentralization, a gradual evolution from one center of power to several and, in the long term, to a large number of them. This theory was developed in his time by the famous anarchist Proudhon. The 400 left seeks the weakening and gradual abolition of totalitarian and authoritarian forms of government. which means that their geopolitical orientation is directed against the preservation of the traditional state, with its borders, bureaucratic apparatus, repressive bodies, etc. All this stems from the main ideological orientation of the left towards humanism, towards the value of the atomic individual, rather than any super-individual structures that restrict his freedoms. On this ideological basis, modern European regionalism has developed as a fairly stable tendency towards socio-economic decentralization and away from the traditional Western principle of the nation-state of the last centuries. This liberal tendency of the left rejects the very notion of state and the very notion of nation as a historical relic. These principles are countered by the humanist idea of human rights, which has long ceased to be an abstract philanthropic slogan and has become a rather aggressive ideological complex, openly directed against traditional forms of collective existence of people as members of a nation, people, state, race, etc. Hence the left's logical emphasis on regionalism, since the administrative autonomy of the territorial parts of the state, from their point of view, brings the value benchmark closer to the individual and removes the halo of unconditional authority and control functions from broad social categories. Obviously, this tendency of the left is at odds with the nation-state ideologists, that is, statists and nationalists, for whom it is the historical and political unity of the people, embodied in the État nation, that appears as the highest value. The opposition of statist nationalists to liberal regionalists is a constant in the heated debates on the main geopolitical projects in almost all countries where political processes are actively and dynamically developing. But there is also a right-wing regionalism which is closely linked to the problem of tradition and ethnicity. Such regionalism proceeds from the assumption that the modern centralist state is only an instrument of cultural and ideological leveling of its members, that it has long lost its sacral functions and has turned into a repressive apparatus oriented against the 401 remnants of genuine cultural, ethical, and ethnic traditions. Right regionalists see in decentralization an opportunity to revive the partly ceremonial, cultic form of people's life, traditional crafts, to restore such forms of government as were characteristic of traditional civilization before the advent of a purely modern world. In fact, such right-wing regionalism corresponds exactly to the notion of post-genocide. In principle, the right also implicitly refers to a certain natural differentialism inherent in the inhabitants of the provinces, who react much more sharply and distastefully to foreigners than do the inhabitants of the big cities. Thus, a second line of political confrontation is taking shape, the right-wing regionalists often also appealing to ethnic and racial purity, and the left-wing statists, who believe that the best way to introduce progressive, liberal values into society is state centralism, which protects society from the possible restoration of the progress-overcome remnants. Grade 3. The new great space, mondialism or empire. With regard to superstate integration, there is also a rather contradictory political arrangement. On the one hand, there is the mondialist project, which involves the complete abolition of traditional states and the creation of a planetary civilization field, governed from a single center, which can be conventionally called a world government. In principle, such a project is the logical conclusion of liberal tendencies that seek to destroy all traditional social structures and artificially create a single universal space consisting not of peoples but of individuals, not of states but of technocratic associations and industrial laborers. It was in this light that the early century mondialists saw the United States of Europe, of which both liberal capitalists, Monet, Kudinov, Callegret, etc., and communists, Trotsky, etc., dreamed. Later, the same ideas inspired both the constructors of Maastricht and the ideologues of the New World Order. However, in parallel with this monist perspective, there is an alternative, 402, option advocated by nonconformist political forces. We are talking about the theorists of the new empire, who believe that modern nation-states are the result of the tragic collapse of traditional empires, which can only fully correspond to a truly sacred organization of society based on qualitative differentiation, on spiritual hierarchy, on a corporate and religious basis. Such an understanding of the new great space does not stem from a purely quantitative approach to integration, as the mondialists do, but from a kind of spiritual and supranational principle which would be transcendent to the existing historical formations and could unite them in a supreme sacral synthesis. Depending on the circumstances, the imperial project takes as its basis either the religious factor, Catholic proponents of the restoration of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, or the racial factor, ideologists of the European Empire, united by the unity of origin of Indo-European peoples, in particular the French New Right, or the geopolitical theories of Belgian Jean Thiriard, or the cultural factor, projects of Russian Eurasians. Hence, here too, there are two opposing political poles that see similar geopolitical realities, but from the opposite perspective, small area. Left, Democrats, regionalism, separatism. Right, conservatives, ethnism, Traditionalism, post-evangelicalism, middle space, big space, enlightened, centralist state mondialism, nation-state, etatism, nationalism, empire. Thus, we have distinguished two radically different opposing approaches in each of the geopolitical projects, which together predetermine all the basic possibilities of ideological struggle around fundamental issues. This scheme makes it possible to classify the various political alliances between rather distant forces. 2.4. Russia's geopolitics. The general problematics of the geopolitical structure of the modern world is of direct relevance to Russia, where we encounter the same basic geopolitical projects. The three categories of regionalism, nation-state, and the great space have direct analogues in our geopolitical reality. Regionalism corresponds to separatist tendencies within the Russian Federation, both in the case of national republics and districts, and in the case of claims for full autonomy by purely territorial entities, the Siberian, Ural, and other republics. The centralist state model is advocated by supporters of the geopolitical project Russia within the Russian Federation. Those who advocate the restoration of the USSR, the reconstitution of the Russian Empire within the USSR, or the creation of a Eurasian empire belong to the category of new greater space ideologues. As in the overall scheme, proponents of a project do not necessarily hold the same political beliefs. Moreover, each project may have two polar signs, which are conventionally defined as right-wing and left-wing. Let us try to outline the positions of the right and left in Russian political life as they relate to the three geopolitical options. The separatist tendencies on the extreme left flank are being exploited by those forces which were also behind the collapse of the USSR. Considering the Soviet state a bastion of reactionary and totalitarianism, Russian liberals had long been putting forward ideas of Russia within the borders of the 14th century and so on, which implied the fragmentation of Russian territories into separate fragments along both ethnic and purely geographical lines. For such leftists, the unity of the Russian nation and the might of the Russian state not only do not represent any historical value, but on the contrary, are seen as an obstacle to universal progress. This regionalist project is defended by some extreme liberals who openly wish for the 404 disintegration of the Russian Federation. This ultra-liberal option is consonant with some of the ideas of a certain part of the opposing, extreme nationalist camp, which believes that Russians need to create a compact mono-ethnic state based on the principles of racial purity and ethnic isolationism. This is the idea of a Russian republic. Among the non-Russian ethnic groups inhabiting Russian territory, there are similar projects for the creation of independent mono-ethnic states. The post-Gorbachev Russian leadership, convinced that centralist methods are the most profitable way to carry out reforms, by subjecting all Russian regions to the rigid line of Moscow, embodied a leftist version of the nation-state program within the Russian Federation. State centralism, according to these forces, is the best and fastest way to transform Russia's socio-political reality in such a way as to bring it to universal, progressive, and in fact, Western and Atlanticist standards. The leftist centralists legitimately see regionalism as a danger to the realization of their goals, since decentralization and autonomization of regions can contribute to the creation of regimes which would reject the logic of liberal reforms and propose other, alternative, conditionally right-wing, socio-political projects. Imperial expansion is also unacceptable to these forces, as the restoration of the USSR could entail corresponding ideological consequences. There is a movement of right-wing statemakers which is actively gaining strength. These are patriots who have accepted the collapse of the USSR and believe that the creation of a powerful centralized Russian state out of the Russian Federation will serve the cause of uniting the nation and organizing a powerful independent autarkic space. Right-wing statesmen reject both separatism and imperialism, believing that the fragmentation of the Russian Federation means the loss of the territories belonging to the Russians, and that imperial expansion would introduce many foreign elements and threaten the national dominance of the Russians. There are also two poles among the theorists of recreating the empire. The left-wing Russian mondialists, mainly oriented towards Gorbachev and his 405 lobby, consider it necessary to create a common democratic space as soon as possible, both within the CIS and more broadly within the Eurasian space. The right-wing understanding of the new great space is embodied in the political programs of an opposition irreconcilable with the regime. Most representatives of this opposition, both nationalist communists and traditionalist imperialists, believe that Russia within the Russian Federation is not only a territorially insufficient geopolitical entity, but also a fundamentally false solution to the question of protecting Russia's strategic interests as a great power. Right-wing Eurasianism proceeds from a purely imperial understanding of Russia's historical mission, which should either be an autonomous continent or deviate from its historical and geopolitical destiny. Thus, we can summarize all the options for geopolitical projects regarding the future of Russian statehood into a single scheme, taking into account the ideological orientation of one or another force: Russian regionalism, Russian conservatives, patriots, the Russian Republic, Russian liberals, reformers, ethnic republics, separatism within the Russian Federation, Russian centralism, patriots within the Russian Federation, liberal reforms under an authoritarian center, Eurasian big space, Eurasian empire, restoration of the USSR, left-wing mondialism, one democratic space. Chapter 3. The geopolitical problems of the near abroad. 3.1. The laws of big space. The fundamental law of geopolitics is the big space principle, identified by Mackinder and Haushofer and elaborated by Carl Schmitt. According to this principle, the national sovereignty of a state depends not only on its military power, technological development, and economic base, but also on the size and geographical location of its lands and territories. The classics of geopolitics have written hundreds of volumes, proving that the problem of sovereignty depends directly on the geopolitical independence, self-sufficiency, autonomy of a region. Those peoples and states who truly aspire to sovereignty must first solve the problem of territorial self-sufficiency. In our era, only very large states located in regions strategically protected from possible attacks, military, political, or economic, by other state entities can have such self-sufficiency. At a time of confrontation between capitalism and socialism, the need for blocks, for greater spaces, was obvious. No one doubted that a country could be non-aligned only at the cost of its removal from planetary geopolitics through marginalization and displacement to the periphery. Moreover, all the non-aligned were still opting for one or the other camp, albeit less radically than the direct supporters of socialism or capitalism. 407. The destruction of a single superpower certainly seriously alters the geopolitical space of the Earth. However, this does not make the principle of the great spaces any less valid. On the contrary, today, the geopolitical project of mondialism is becoming more and more widespread, which boils down to the transformation of the entire surface of the Earth into one big space, governed from the American center, Pax America, Pax Americana, and the geopolitics of mondialism. The project of a pro-American, Atlanticist great space, the creation of a planetary Pax Americana, or the establishment of a new world order with a single world government, are in fact geopolitical synonyms. Such a plan is being developed and implemented in the international policy of the West. Especially the U.S., obviously, the mondialist concept of the great space completely excludes any form of genuine state and political sovereignty of any nations and states. Moreover, the bipolar world gave incomparably more degrees of freedom, sovereignty, to the states included in the sphere of influence of one of the two big spaces than is planned in the monodialist project, if only because the planetary confrontation forced not only suppressing the satellite states, but also bribing them. The single planetary great space of the monetarist futurologists would mean the complete disappearance of even the faintest shadow of any sovereignty, since the suppression by force, military, or economic, of the fragmented and atomized small spaces would be the only means of control. The need for bribery and deception would disappear by itself in the absence of a possible geopolitical rival. The current situation poses an urgent alternative to every state and every nation, and especially to the states and nations that used to be part of the geopolitical bloc opposed to the Atlantic West, either to integrate into a single greater space under the leadership of the Atlanticists, or to organize a new greater space capable of confronting the last superpower. The question of genuine geopolitical sovereignty has a direct bearing on 408. This alternative, but there can be no complete sovereignty for an individual nation or state in either case. In adopting the monodialist model, any sovereignty is a priori excluded, since the world government becomes the only power center without any alternative, and only the planetary pseudo-empire of the New World Order is sovereign in this case. All its parts become colonies. In the organization of the new greater space, we are dealing with relative sovereignty within a large geopolitical entity, since this possible greater space will be relatively free in defining ideological and worldview dominance. This means that the peoples and states that will be part of this bloc will be able to count on at least ethno-cultural sovereignty and direct participation in the creation and development of a new macro-ideology. Whereas the mondialist version of the New World Order is already ideologically complete and worked out and is offered to all the peoples of the earth as a colonial analog of the liberal market American model. Russia's paradox. The peculiarity of the current geopolitical situation is that the initiative to destroy the Eurasian great space, which existed until recently in the form of the socialist camp, came from the very center of this camp, from the capital of Eurasia, Moscow. It was the USSR, represented by Gorbachev, which initiated the inclusion of the Eurasian bloc in the mondialist project. At the geopolitical level, the ideas of perestroika, new thinking, etc., meant a complete acceptance of the model of a single greater space and a conscious transition from a bipolar to a unipolar world. First, the socialist camp was destroyed, and the Eastern Bloc was truncated. Then, the geopolitical self-liquidation was continued, and the regions that are commonly referred to today as the near-abroad countries were cast aside from Russia. In any case, Russia, as the heartland of the Eurasian island, in the current geopolitical situation, could stand up to the Atlanticist geopolitics better 409 than any other region and be the center of an alternative greater space. But the fact of its geopolitical self-liquidation forced it for a time, hopefully for a short time, to withdraw from central roles in the geopolitical confrontation. Therefore, other possibilities for the creation of an alternative big space should be parsed, so that the states and peoples, abandoning the mondialist project, could take some independent steps without waiting for the geopolitical awakening of Russia. Incidentally, these steps could only accelerate such an awakening. Russia remains the axis of history. The geopolitical choice of an anti-mondialist alternative outside a temporarily paralyzed Russia should still take into account the key strategic and geographical function of exactly Russian lands and Russian people, which means that the opposition to modern mondialists controlling to some extent Russian political space should not turn into general Russophobia. Moreover, the fundamental geopolitical interests of Russians, both culturally, religiously, economically, and strategically, coincide with the prospect of an alternative anti-mondialist and anti-Atlantist greater space. For this reason, the national tendencies of the political opposition inside Russia will necessarily be in solidarity with all anti-mondialist projects of geopolitical integration outside Russia. 3.5. Mitte Europa and the European Empire. One possible alternative to the new greater space is Europe, which certain political and ideological circles oppose to the West, to the Anglo-Saxon world, and above all to the United States. Such an anti-Western Europe is not a pure utopia, since such a project has been repeatedly implemented in history, although each time with certain errors or distortions. In the 20th century, for example, the Axis countries represented the backbone. 410. Of such a Europe, although Anglophilia and Francophobia of certain circles in the German leadership, among other circumstances, prevented the full realization of this project. After the Second World War, a similar attempt was made by de Gaulle, and France owes this policy to the fact that it is not formally a member of NATO today. In any case, the idea of an anti-Western traditional imperial Europe is becoming more and more relevant today, when the presence of American troops on the European continent is no longer justified by the presence of a Soviet threat and is becoming an open American occupation. Europe is a serious adversary of America in terms of its technical and economic development, and if pressure from below on the natural geopolitical interests of Europeans increases, the mondialist and pro-American upper classes of European states may retreat, and Europe will start an independent geopolitical life. Tendencies towards political emancipation and the search for an ideological alternative are increasing in Europe every day, while the chances of creating an independent European Volksbasefo are growing in parallel. 3.6. Germany, the heart of Europe. A European greater space is to be built around the most continental of European powers, around Germany, or more precisely, around Mitte Europa, that is Central Europe. Germany's geopolitical interests have traditionally been opposed to the Atlanticist tendencies of the West. This was true in both the continental and colonial aspects of geopolitics. Germany has always been opposed to Anglo-Saxon colonial conquests and sought to create a purely land-based, continental, autarkic civilization based on traditional, hierarchical, and soil-based values. Middle Europa, represented by the Austro-Hungarian Habsburg Empire, was the last European trace of the great Roman Empire, to which European civilization in its state social aspect traces its roots. As a matter of fact, the Roman Empire was the great space that united Western and Middle Europe into one geopolitical organism. Even today, the idea of a European empire is directly linked to Germany. 411. And the countries within the German sphere of influence, one important geopolitical conclusion can immediately be drawn from these theses. For all the Western near abroad countries, both the Baltic republics and Ukraine and Moldova, an anti-mondialist geopolitical alliance is possible only by joining the Central European bloc. Unless, of course, the situation in Russia itself changes with an orientation towards Germany. In that case, the western regions of the USSR would have a chance to become the eastern border regions of the European great spaces and would have some semblance of sovereignty, although much less than in Russia or in a possible new Eurasian bloc centered in an anti-mondialist Russia. The European Empire could guarantee these regions a certain cultural, linguistic, and economic autonomy and save them from a leveling mondialist system that destroys in a liberal, market, plutocratic structure even hints of difference, autonomy, and the preservation of national identity. However, no political and state independence would be out of the question here. Moreover, a European empire with a German center will always be in danger of an outbreak of German nationalism, even though this would risk its collapse, just as Hitler's pan-Germanism was fraught with defeat. 3.7. Join Europe. This perspective is closest to Western Ukraine and Estonia, as only these regions indeed belong historically and religiously to Western culture, and consider their geopolitical interests identical with those of Central Europe. As for the other near-abroad countries, Belarus and Eastern and Central Ukraine belong politically and culturally to the zone of Russia, Eurasia, and if there is a cultural difference, it may be reduced to private details, not implying the change of geopolitical bloc from Eastern to Central Europe, and may be settled in the framework of ethno-cultural but not state autonomy. Lithuania, on the other hand, always played a special role in the geopolitics of Eastern Europe, playing double function in relation to Russia, acting as a carrier of Western culture, and on the contrary, in relation to the Central Europe, together with Poland appearing as an Eastern power defending the Baltic Western Slavic independence against the Germanic pressure. From the geopolitical point of view, in the last centuries, Lithuania was becoming sometimes German, sometimes Russian, and the only thing that it is not, and cannot be for a long time now, is Lithuanian, because it does not have enough geopolitical preconditions to meet the sovereignty conditions imposed by modern times. Partly the same can be said about Latvia, although unlike Lithuania, it has never played any independent role in the geopolitical history, being a periphery of outside influences in the Baltic Sea. As for Moldavia, this territorial entity also never had its own statehood, and any independent political and statehood tradition of the Romanians, like the Moldovans, is completely absent. However, historically, Romania, including some Moldovan lands, was a part of the geopolitical bloc of both Russia-Eurasia and Middle Europe, in the person of Austria-Hungary. So Romania had a certain precedent of an alliance with Middle Europe, although the orthodoxy of the vast majority of the Moldovans and Romanians brings them closer to the East than Russia. 3.8. Frontiers of freedom and lost benefits. The prospect of the Western countries of the near abroad becoming part of the European Empire and joining Central Europe is possible and historically justified, although in almost all cases excluding Estonia as a colonial land of the Teutonic Order, populated by the descendants of the silent and submissive autochthonous Ugro-Finnic workers, and Western Ukraine, the eastern bloc of Russia-Eurasia, is, from a purely geopolitical point of view, many times preferable, as culturally these regions are more linked to the East than to Central Europe. Thus, an alliance of Western near-abroad countries with Central Europe could serve as an intermediate option for an 413 anti-mondialist geopolitical orientation in the event that Russia continues to abandon its integration mission. It should be noted that, of course, these countries will not receive any political sovereignty if they become part of a hypothetical European empire, since the Great Space, while providing geopolitical, economic, and military protection, requires its subjects, in turn, to give up their political and national independence, and their right to conduct their own ideological or diplomatic policies which run counter to the interests of the empire. However this may affect the representatives of small nationalism, in our situation only superstates, continental empires, taken as a whole, can be sovereign. 3.9. Sanitary cordon. The geopolitical problem of the Western near-abroad countries has another aspect, the Atlanticist factor, which acts directly and imposes political moves that are beneficial to mondialism and Americanism on these countries. There are several levels to this issue. Let us begin in order. The U.S. has the prospect of real-world domination only if there is no other big space on the planet. Hence the conclusion that American geopolitics has as its main objective the destruction of a potential geopolitical strong bloc and the creation of obstacles to its formation. There is a precedent for this policy in history in the form of England, which has always sought to create a cordon sanitaire, or a sanitary cordon, on the continent. A cordon sanitaire is an area of states and peoples that lies between two major geopolitical entities, whose alliance or reciprocal entry into the wider space could dangerously compete with the power concerned, formerly England, today the U.S. The cordon. Sanitaire countries are usually simultaneously the cause of conflicts between the two continental powers. Their geopolitical independence is de facto impossible, and they are therefore forced to seek economic, political, and military support from outside. The essence of the policy of a 414. Third major geopolitical power in this situation is to turn the cordon sanitaire into a zone of tension between two close greater spaces, provoking an escalation of conflict through diplomatic influence on the governments of the intermediate countries. The most radical version of a cordon sanitaire is one in which the intermediate country seeks total independence from both continental neighbors, which in practice means becoming a colony of a third faraway power. The most famous example of a cordon sanitaire at the beginning of the century was the countries located between Russia and Germany and controlled by England. They broke up the great space of Central Europe and the great space of Russia-Eurasia by serving as direct agents and satraps of the countries of the European West. The same move has been repeated many times in other, more localized situations. Nowadays, the United States is forced by direct geopolitical necessity to make the cordon sanitaire the main instrument of its foreign policy. The report of U.S. Security Advisor Paul Wolfowitz to the U.S. government, March 1992. expressly referred to the need to prevent the emergence on the European and Asian continents of a strategic force capable of confronting the United States, and in this sense pointed out that the cordon sanitaire, countries, in particular the Baltic states, are essential strategic territories, whose attack from the Russian side should entail an armed response from NATO countries. This is a perfect example of the geopolitical logic of a third power in a zone of mutual interest between Germany and Russia. 3.10. Turning from a province to a colony. The cordon sanitaire policy can be expressed in terms of independence from others and dependence on others. It should be clearly understood, however, that there can be no true independence or sovereignty here, although a short-sighted petty nationalism might temporarily identify such colonial dependence on a third power with the success of a national liberation struggle at the level of the average man. It should also be recalled that in 415, the case of small states, in our beautifully governed world, there can be not only no victory, but also no full-fledged unanimous struggle. The near-abroad countries, which have fallen out of Moscow's control due to various geopolitical circumstances, among which their internal struggle for independence has played little, if any, role at all, stand a good chance of becoming the sanitary cordon of U.S. monolith policy on the continent, and thus losing the trust of their neighbors and bringing upon themselves the curse of double treachery. Moreover, in this case, they would be transformed from provinces into colonies. What will happen to their national culture in this case is frightening to imagine, since monolithism will offer in its place a universal colonial surrogate, a cultural coca-colonization. The cordon sanitaire will have puppet overseers as its rulers. The political independence of these countries would be completely denied, and the security of their populations would be constantly threatened by continental neighbors who would not fail to retaliate. Thus, for the countries of the near abroad, the prospect of becoming a cordon sanitaire means the loss of any geopolitical independence, because for the opportunity of the sanitary wasp to tease the continental elephant, the wasp will pay full political, cultural, and economic slavery to the overseas masters of New World Order, and in addition, quite logical reaction of the elephant in the very near future. The prospect of a cordon sanitaire against the Western near-abroad countries is obvious. Its formula is neither Germany nor Russia, that is neither Central Europe nor Eurasia. Since Germany, as an independent geopolitical force, is today a pure potency, it is fair to assume that the notion of independence, sovereignty, of the Western near-abroad countries is to be seen as a transition to the service of mondialism and Americanism. At least, that is the current geopolitical picture. In other words, Western near-abroad countries that are truly aspiring to independence, rather than doomed to independence by Moscow's treacherous policies, are likely to consciously choose the role of a cordon sanitaire in the service of the United States. This is particularly the case in those countries which have 416 traditionally had a rather hostile relationship with Germany. The cordon sanitaire countries of the near abroad are entering into an alliance with the West, with Western Europe, bypassing Middle Europe, and this is the clearest sign of their Atlanticist, mondialist orientation. In principle, the same is true for the Eastern near abroad countries. However, in order to adequately understand their geopolitical prospects, it is necessary to elaborate on the geopolitical forces of the East. 3.1. One Asia faces a choice. In the East, there are the following potential geopolitical forces that could claim to be big spaces: China, Iran, Turkey, and the Arab world. Let us briefly analyze the specifics of each of these greater spaces in relation to the Eastern near-abroad countries. It must be said that the geopolitics of China is a special topic which cannot be covered in a few lines. As the near-abroad of the East is a region of spreading Islam, the prospect of a common greater space with China recedes into the background before the possibilities of Islamic geopolitical coalitions. At least that is the case at the moment, which does not exclude a sharp activation of the Chinese factor as an integrating factor in the near future. Within the Islamic world proper, three geopolitical factors with global perspectives are relevant for the Eastern near-abroad countries, and each of these factors has its own pronounced ideological features. These are continental Islamic revolutionary Iran, secular, Atlanticist, profane and nationalist Turkey, and the Arab Saudi theocratic version of Islam. Of course, there are other geopolitical possibilities in the Arab world, Iraq, Syria, Libya, but none of them can currently claim to be an integrating greater space in relation to Central Asia. Generally speaking, an orientation towards Saudi Arabia can be conventionally and geopolitically equated, 417, with an orientation towards Arab, non-socialist, Islam. The eastern countries of the near abroad have the prospect of three possible geopolitical integrations within the Asian bloc. 3.1. Two continental perspectives of the Islamic Revolution. Iran is a unique country today, which performs the role of Central Europe to the West in Asia. Characteristically, the Iranians themselves sharply distinguish themselves from both the West and the East, understanding by the West the profane mondialist civilization of Europe, and by the East India China and Russia. Iranian Islam is a dynamic and powerful force, which has a vivid anti-mondialist orientation and claims to a global world Islamic revolution. In geopolitical terms, Iran is a purely continental power, which has all the chances, strategically, economically, and ideologically, of becoming the nucleus of a major Eurasian bloc. The orientation of the Central Asian republics towards Iran, especially Azerbaijan with its oil and giant nuclear-armed Kazakhstan, could well create the preconditions for genuine continental sovereignty. A pro-Iranian coalition would be the Central Asian analog of Central Europe. Compare Central Asia, Central Europe, since both historical precedents, ideological principles, and the cultural and religious homogeneity of these continental regions provide sufficient grounds for the strength and effectiveness of such an alliance. It is important to note that the pro-Iranian greater space potentially includes Afghanistan and Pakistan, which in turn opens up a band of territorial contiguity with Tajikistan and Uzbekistan. Iran, on the other hand, has direct borders with Turkmenistan. 3.1. 3. The Pan-Turkism trap. The orientation towards Turkey, often accompanied by Pan-Turkism, as the Central Asian peoples of the near abroad are predominantly Turkic, is of a completely different nature. Turkey as a state emerged in place of the Ottoman Empire, not as an extension of it, but as a parody of it. Instead of a polycentric imperial multinational Islamic structure, Kemal Atatürk created an Eastern version of the French État nation, the state-nation, with a secular, atheistic, profane, and nationalist system. Turkey was the first state in the East to make a sharp break with its spiritual, religious, and geopolitical tradition. In fact, Turkey as a NATO member today is the eastern outpost of Atlanticism and mondialism, a cordon sanitaire between the Asian East and the Arab world. The geopolitical model offered by Turkey is integration into the Western world and an atheist, mondialist civilization. But since Turkey itself, which aspires to enter Europe, so far remains only a politico-ideological colony of the USA, rather than an actual member of the European grand spaces, which could theoretically imply Turkey's participation in the Middle European bloc, for the countries of the near abroad, alignment with Turkey means integration into a cordon sanitaire, as a colonial bridge between the Eastern Eurasian continental mass, with Iran, China, and India, and the explosive Arab world, which is in constant danger of overthrowing its mondialist puppet leadership. Turkey's path is one of service to an Atlanticist superpower and the adoption of a mondialist model of a planetary big space under the control of a world government. It may be argued that the map of Pan-Turkism played by Turkey has an outwardly traditionalist character. This is partly true, and projects of Greater Turkey from Yakutia to Sarajevo are indeed being actively developed by Turkish propaganda. It should be noted, however, that only a radical change in the political, ideological, and economic course of today's Turkey could make these projects serious, and this implies nothing less than a revolution and a 180-degree turn of 419 geopolitical interests. Without ruling out such a possibility, it is unlikely that such a course of events will take place in the near future. But at the same time, such a prospect, promoted in the present, may lead to a very concrete geopolitical result to the turn of the Eastern near abroad. Countries away from Iran, to the choice of a secular, atheistic model of society, to the gradual integration into the pro-Atlantist sanitary cordon. Pan-Turkism is as ambiguous as Pan-Slavism or Pan-Germanism. That is, as all ideologies which place the national identity above the geopolitical, spatial, and religious interests of peoples and states. 3.1 for petrodollars and mondialism. Saudi Arabia, a stronghold of purely Arab Islam and Islamic theocracy. At the ideological level is a special Wahhabi model of authoritarian, moralistic, and purist Muslimism, typologically very close to Protestant forms of Christianity. Eastern Asian contemplation. Asceticism and religious passivity have been replaced here by ritualism and the domination of an almost secular ethic. According to the Islamic fundamentalist Haydar Jamal, Saudi Arabia in its current state is the direct opposite of the world of continental Islam. Geopolitically, the interests of Wahhabi Saudi Arabia are quite in line with a certain version of the mondialist project, as the country's economic and military well-being is based on the support of the United States, which protects the dynastic interests of Saudi kings militarily and economically. An example of military support is the war against Iraq. The economic support is as follows. Saudi Arabia's entire economy lies in oil. All Arab oil traditionally enters the world market through Anglo-American hands. Developing and exploiting Eurasian fields could theoretically compete with the Saudis, enrich the Eurasian states, and make Europe and Japan independent of the U.S. Thus, the U.S., which controls Europe's economy through its control of Arab oil, and the Saudi kings, who base their economy on American petrodollars, have the same interests. 420. The Saudi Wahhabi theocracy has repeatedly acted as an obstacle to the creation of an Arab greater space proper, as it contradicts both the interests of the dynasty and those of the Atlanteans. The Saudis have even more reason to fear a Eurasian continental Islamic greater space. Revolutionary Iran is generally considered to be the Saudis' #1 ideological enemy. Thus, Saudi Arabia's geopolitical interests in the eastern countries of the Near Abroad are directly opposed to the emergence of an Asian Islamic greater space. This means that the path to Arab Islamic integration under the Wahhabi banner for the Asian republics will in fact also be an inclusion in the Mondialist project, but not in the secular nationalist version of Pan-Turkism, but in the moral theocratic version. In a sense, this path is also nothing less than inclusion in the cordon sanitaire, only in this case, the temptation is not nationalism, but the religious factor and money. Summing up all these considerations, it can be said that the eastern countries of the Near Abroad have only one positive way of creating a new greater space is the way of the Islamic Revolution, with an orientation to Tehran. In this way, national conflicts can be resolved, and the restoration of religious tradition and religious order can be accomplished. At the geopolitical level, this would mean the creation of a powerful continental bloc that would be quite capable of opposing the Mondialist projects in these regions. Moreover, even the first steps made in this direction will cause a chain reaction in the Arab world, which threatens the Mondialists with the loss of control in the entire Islamic Ummah. In addition, such a geopolitical alliance will inevitably awaken the anti-Mondialist forces of Central Europe, Iran's natural and main ally in the West, and Russia-Eurasia. 3.15, at least 2 poles, or death. In the current geopolitical situation, the question is extremely acute. Either a planetary New World Order led by the US, where all states and peoples would be impersonal and obedient cogs of a Mondialist technocratic 421. Atheist trade Disneyland cosmopolitan model, or the immediate creation of geopolitical opposition to Atlanticism and Mondialism and organization of potentially anti-Mondialist, traditional and soil-dependent peoples and states into an alternative bloc, or several blocs. The situation today is so critical that it is almost irrelevant how and under what sign an alternative greater space may emerge. If it emerges, and if it truly opposes monodialism, that alone would be enough to expand, diversify, and multiply the geopolitical alternatives in order to increase the internal degrees of freedom within the framework of the anti-Mondialist opposition. It should always be remembered that for the US, the main task is to prevent the emergence of a geopolitical alternative, any alternative. It is therefore perfectly fair for all anti-Mondialist forces to put forward the exact opposite thesis. The main task is to create a geopolitical alternative, whatever that may be. The situation today is so serious that there is no choice between good and better in it. If Russia can regain its geopolitical independence and get rid of its Atlanticist leadership, fine. The countries of the Near Abroad will then have a wonderful opportunity to re-enter Russian Eurasia, this time devoid of the ideological negativity of ambiguous Marxism. Moreover, the voluntary and conscious return of the current Near Abroad would guarantee the coming cultural, religious, linguistic, economic, and even perhaps political but not state autonomy. This would be the simplest and best option. Moreover, the exposure of the true colonial aims of the Mondialists in this disastrous transitional period would certainly be a prerequisite for an even greater number of allies and satellites of Russia-Eurasia, both in the East and in the West. If this does not happen, the detonator of the anti-Mondialist geopolitical project could be another great space, either Central Europe under the flag of Germany, or a united Central Asia under the sign of the Islamic Revolution. In principle, there remains the prospect of an anti-Mondialist uprising in the Arab world and Latin America. Although militarily these potential great spaces are insufficiently equipped to compete with the superpower, for the countries of the Near Abroad, the problem of the greater space is 422, central and vital. The entire future of the nation, religion, culture, freedom, prosperity, and security depends today on the choice of geopolitical orientation there. The issue is as acute as it can be. Today, all responsible people should understand that the adoption of the Mondialist model means nothing less than the complete and final destruction of the identity, the historical face of their states and nations, the end of their national history. 423. Chapter 4. Prospects for a Civil War. 4.1. National Interest and the Mondialist Lobby. The problem of a possible civil war in Russia is becoming more and more acute, and there is a need today to study this dire issue from an analytical perspective, on the other side of both alarmist emotions and pacifist exhortations. The worst thing, if a civil conflict does erupt in Russia, is to be completely unprepared for it, confused by a complex and contradictory balance of power that can mislead even the most astute and ideologically consistent patriots. In this issue, as in all other crucial aspects of the political existence of the nation and the state, we should begin by recalling the fundamental points which define the general contours of the current state of the geopolitical situation. The main imperative of the existence of the state and the nation is the principle of sovereignty, independence, and political freedom. And it is the demands of national sovereignty that are synonymous with national interests. Russia and the Russian people in the context of the political history of the world have their unique place, their mission, their role, and the free and full performance of the national state destiny is the main sense of the very existence of the people as an organic community. But we live in a special era when the domestic national policy of the state is inextricably linked to the foreign policy context, and perhaps never before in 425. History has the external pressure on nation-states been so strong and insistent. Moreover, almost the most important doctrine of the modern Western political establishment is the theory of monialism, that is such an organization of people's life around the world, in which there should be no nation-state formations, no sovereignty, and no national interests. At the head of the monetarist world community is supposed to be a cosmopolitan elite ruling not societies, but a mathematical sum of atomic individuals. Consequently, the monetarist vector is initially oriented against any national state formations, and its main task is to abolish the old traditional world, divided into peoples and countries, and to arrange a new world order that denies all forms of historical and organic socio-social formations. Of course, the monialist factor is not only directed against Russia, other nations and states are also obstacles to it, but it is Russia as a powerful geopolitical entity that until recently was the main bastion preventing the gradual spread of monialist control from the West to the whole world. Of course, the Soviet system in certain aspects also had monialist features, and one of the Western monialist projects was the gradual evolutionary inclusion of the USSR in the planetary system of the New World Order. This famous theory of convergence was most likely the main guide for those forces that began perestroika. But the soft variant of mondialization of Russia for one reason or another did not work, and then the mondialist policy towards Russia took the form of aggressive pressure and outright subversion. The brutal and ultra-rapid collapse of the USSR deprived the proponents of convergence of levers of control, and the monialist policy shifted to openly aggressive Russophobic forms. The mondialist vector is a crucial point for understanding Russia's current situation. Whereas previously the external influence on our country was exerted by other nation-states seeking to weaken the power of the Russian state, or to bring it to their side in various international conflicts, whereas previously, Russia's potential adversaries, explicit and implicit, were geopolitical forces generally comparable in structure to Russia itself. The main external factor at present is a particular form of pressure that has no clear nation-state or geopolitical outlines and is predicted to be the most important. Of course, the traditional foreign policy factors also continue to operate. The mondialist project has not yet been fully implemented, but their significance and weight pale in comparison with the totality of the mondialist pressures receding into the background. Russia's relations with Germany, Japan, or China, for example, are today not a matter of two parties, but at least three: Russia, another state, and the global monialist lobby, acting both directly and through their agents of influence in political formations, who clarify bilateral issues between them. At the same time, it is the third force, monialism, that most often turns out to be the determining one, as its means of influence and structures of influence are incomparably more sophisticated and effective than the corresponding mechanisms of archaic nation-state formations. Thus, in Russia, both in domestic and foreign policy, it is possible to identify two fundamental elements behind this or that decision, behind the organization of this or that process, behind the determination of this or that orientation of Russian political and socio-economic life. These are the mondialist agents of influence and the groups guided by the national state interests. Based on all of the above, it is obvious that both poles are opposed to each other in the most important respects. Some seek to minimize Russia's sovereignty and autonomy, up to its complete abolition in the monetary cosmopolitan context of the New World Order. Others, by contrast, are focused on the establishment, strengthening, and expansion of national state sovereignty, on the maximum removal of the nation from the global monetarist structure, hostile, by definition, to the existence of any full-fledged autocrat. Of course, in real politics, these two poles almost never meet in pure form. Most power structures are mixed systems, where both tendencies coexist, but nevertheless, it is these two poles that determine the main power trends, which are in constant and harsh opposition, veiled by compromises, naivety, short-termism, or corruption of uninitiated statists from politics. So, we have identified two poles in the current political picture of Russia. 427. They correspond to two different perspectives on the possibility of a civil war in Russia. And it is these two forces that will ultimately be the main actors in the potential conflict. The main adversaries, the main parties, although their confrontation may be masked by a more private and confusing distribution of roles. The example of the First Russian Civil War shows that in this case, national and anti-national forces acted not under their own banners, but under a complex and contradictory system of social, political, and ideological orientations, concealing the true geopolitical motives and trends. In order not to repeat the mistakes of the past, it is necessary to analyze objectively the terrifying prospect of a new civil war, on the other side of political or ideological sympathies. 4.2 Options for the balance of power. Let us highlight the main themes of the Russian Civil War, identify the actors and the immediate motivations for it, and outline its presumptive variants. 1. The first and most unlikely version of a civil war could develop along the lines of a confrontation, nation-state forces versus the mondialist lobby. Indeed, such a division of roles would be very logical, given the complete incompatibility of the main orientations of both. The mondialists seek to weaken Russia's sovereignty, undermine its economic and political autonomy, make it dependent on the cosmopolitan mondialist establishment, and deprive it of the ability to freely pursue its national mission in every possible way. Nationalists and statesmen, on the contrary, want to strengthen autarky, to achieve maximum political independence and economic and social self-sufficiency. Naturally, it is impossible to combine these two tendencies peacefully, as they contradict each other in everything in general and in particular. However, this version of civil war, cosmopolitans against nationalists, can 428. Not become a nationwide and global one at all, since the mondialist ideology is fundamentally incapable of instilling fanaticism in the masses and raising any significant part of the population to defend its ideals. Under peaceful conditions, of course, inertia, indifference, and a general passivity may be auxiliary factors for the mondialists, but in the case of bloody conflict, shooting and killing, an appeal to deeper layers of the human psyche, fanaticism and sacrifice are needed. Nationalists, on the other hand, could easily count on the support of an overwhelming majority of the people in an open and widespread armed confrontation with the mondialists, if the conflict, of course, assumed a national character rather than being localized in specific centers tightly controlled by the mondialists. In other words, a civil war according to the nationalist-mondialist scenario would not be a real and total civil war in any case, because the mondialists in their pure form do not and will not have a solid, ideologically cohesive and politically active base, capable of organizing the masses to oppose the nationalists. If such a conflict were to break out, its outcome would be swift and unambiguous. The nation-state forces would quickly deal with the anti-national lobby, which had been designated as such, and came face-to-face with the people who had risen up for the patriotic idea. In principle, such a civil war would be almost bloodless and very brief, and after the destruction of the mondialists, the internal source of conflict would be eliminated, and the political and social life of the state would develop strictly within the boundaries of national interests, as is the case in traditional states and nations. But the mondialist lobby is hardly unaware of its true position and the suicidal nature of such a scenario, which means it will try to avoid such a turn of events at all costs. That is why this option is almost unbelievable. 2. The second version of civil war is defined by the formula: the Russian Federation against one or more of the former Soviet republics. Such a situation could easily arise because of the extreme instability of the new state formations on the territory of the former USSR. These states, the vast majority of which have no more or less stable state and national traditions. 429. Created within completely arbitrary borders that coincide neither with the ethnic, socio-economic, nor religious territories of organic societies, will inevitably be plunged into deep internal and external crisis. As a matter of principle, they will not be able to acquire any genuine sovereignty, because their strategic capabilities do not allow them to assert their independence without resorting to external assistance. The collapse of their political, social, and economic systems is inevitable, and naturally, this cannot but affect their attitude both to the Russian, or pro-Russian population, and to Russia itself. In this case, it is likely to be Russia that will be challenged by them, to which Russia will be forced to respond with varying degrees of aggression. This process is likely to have a chain effect, as an explosion of ethnic or territorial contradictions affecting Russia and Russians will inevitably resonate in other former Soviet republics. Obviously, the national interests of the Russians and the orientation of the mondialist lobby within Russia and within the new republics will not then confront each other directly and openly. The main opponent in such a war for the Russians would be their immediate neighbors. However, the mondialist lobby will not necessarily play to Russia's defeat in this case. Such a conflict, called low-intensity warfare or even medium intensity by the American strategists, may well suit the interests of the mondialist lobby. If it destabilizes the strategic and geopolitical situation in Russia, and more broadly, in Eurasia by becoming local, protracted, and ambiguous, Russian national interests will not necessarily be served in such a case either, even if the civil war is fought under patriotic and nationalist slogans. As in the case of Afghanistan, an armed conflict between Russia and its neighboring regions will only lead to a weakening of Russian influence in these states. and undermine the appeal of the integration impulse of its neighbors to unite with Russia in a single geopolitical Eurasian bloc. At the same time, the similarity of the cultural and social type between the populations of the Russian Federation and the former Soviet republics would make this conflict fratricidal and truly civil. In the case of the Slavic republics, primarily Ukraine, it will also be an intranational tragedy. This civil war option is thus contradictory and ambiguous. Russian national interests, the imperative of sovereignty, will not necessarily be strengthened in such a development, and the mondialist, Russophobe lobby, for its part, may even benefit from it. Creating a belt of low-intensity war around the Russian Federation, discrediting the Russians internationally, and undermining the already shaky socio-economic stability of the state. Of course, this does not mean that Russia should not act as a defender of Russians and pro-Russian-oriented peoples in the near abroad, but in doing all this, it should be particularly concerned about expanding its geopolitical and strategic influence. Even if the Russians succeed in reclaiming part of the native Russian lands from their neighbors, the price could be the emergence of new hostile states which would be pushed back into the camp of Russia's main adversaries, that is the mondialists, in which case the new imperial integration that Russia needs would be postponed indefinitely. 3. The third scenario is similar to the first in structure, only here the civil war can start within the Russian Federation itself, between representatives of Russian and non-Russian ethnic groups. 3. The scenario may be similar to the previous one. The Russian population is aggressed by non-Russians in a national district or internal republic. Ethnic solidarity encourages other Russians to take part in the conflict. Other national non-Russian regions are drawn into armed confrontation on ethnic grounds. The civil war takes on the character of a low-intensity war. In this case, it is even more dangerous for Russia, as the result may be a violation of the territorial integrity of the Russian Federation, or at the very least, provoking ethnic hostility towards Russians by non-Russians where they can be suppressed. At the same time, other state and national entities will inevitably be drawn into the conflict against the Russians, which may make it protracted and long-lasting. Such a conflict would shift the position of Russians from a nation-state to a narrow ethnic one, which would further narrow the geopolitical quality of Russia, which had already lost its imperial quality with the collapse of the Warsaw Pact and then the USSR. This version of civil war in general is contrary to the national interests of the Russians, as it would, in fact, legitimize the further disintegration of the Russian space into ethnic components, which in the future would reduce the geopolitical quality of the once imperial people to a purely ethnic, almost tribal level. For hardcore Russophobe bimondialism, focused on undermining Russian national state autarky, this option would be quite attractive, as it implies instilling in Russians a narrowly ethnic self-identification, rather than a state identity, which would inevitably narrow the strategic scope of Russia. On the other hand, in this case too, there is a certain risk for the mondialists, as the explosion of ethnic self-consciousness could also hit the agents of influence. Russian patriots, on the other hand, would not benefit from such a conflict in any way. 4. The fourth option is also intra-Russian, but it is not based on ethnic strife, but on regional, administrative, territorial contradictions. Moscow's centralist policy in political, economic, and social matters cannot but cause powerful opposition to the regions, which, in the general process of disintegration, are striving to gain maximum autonomy. Here, as in the case of ethnic tensions, the collapse of the Soviet Empire deprives the centralist and integrationist idea of its legitimacy, obviousness, and attractiveness. Moreover, the current policy of the center, adopting the command totalitarian style of the former system, has in fact abandoned the second half of the center-region relationship, which consisted of assistance and socio-administrative support. The center still wants to take and control as before, but now it actually gives nothing in return. Economically, the regions only lose out as their field of opportunity narrows, and they are dependent on the center. But this is compounded by the political peculiarity of the regions, where the anti-national character of the mondialist reforms is much more painfully felt than in the cosmopolitan metropolises of the capitals. The first steps towards separatism have already been taken by the regions, although these attempts have been foiled by the center. However, it is very likely that at some point, Russians in southern Russia, in Siberia, or elsewhere will want to create an independent state free from the political and 432. Economic dictatorship of Moscow. This may be based on purely economic expediency. The sale of regional resources or locally produced goods bypassing Moscow can, in some cases, dramatically improve the local situation. On the other hand, a regional revolution can also bring forward political objectives, such as the rejection of the extreme liberal policies of the center, the preservation of social guarantees, and the strengthening of the national aspect in ideology. All this makes the possibility of civil conflict at this level very real. At some point, the regions may seriously insist on their own agenda, which will naturally provoke opposition from the center, which does not want to lose control over the territories. This version of the civil war is no less ambiguous and contradictory than the previous two. Indeed, on the one hand, the demands of the regions wishing to break away from Moscow and the Reform Center have some features of patriotism and nationalism, and are in the interests of the people. The mondialist forces of the center, by opposing the regions, will be defending not national but anti-national interests, since liberal control over the entirety of Russian territories is beneficial, first and foremost, to the constructors of the New World Order. But on the other hand, regional separatism will lead to the disintegration of the Russian state territories, weaken the nationwide power, and prepare fault lines within the unified Russian nation. The mondialists may deliberately go to the provocation of such a conflict in the event that their control over Russia weakens, in which case the territorial disintegration of the country would be the last step in the weakening of the nation-state autarky. The national forces should act on this issue based on exactly the opposite logic. As long as the power of the center is strong, it should be in solidarity with the regional demands, supporting their aspirations for autonomy from the center, but the need for the strategic and political integration of all regions, based on the prospect of reconstituting the empire, should be emphasized from the outset. As the mondialist lobby in the center weakens, patriots should gently change their orientation, insisting that civil conflict is unacceptable and calling for unification of the regions. In any case, a civil war on a regional basis can in no way be in the national interest, nor can the two previous scenarios. The following point should be emphasized. A fifth variant of civil war, in which the forces would be distributed not along ideological, national, and territorial lines, but along socio-economic ones, for example, the new rich against the new poor, is inevitably called for. In principle, such an option is not excluded, and all the prerequisites for it may emerge in the future. But in the present state of society, a purely economic factor is obviously not dominant. Despite the terrible economic cataclysms, the rampant impoverishment of the working class, and the grotesque enrichment of the new Russians, Russian society does not yet formulate its demands in economic terms. The geopolitical, national, and ideological aspects are incomparably more effective and urgent. It is precisely these aspects that are capable of bringing the masses to the squares and forcing them to take up arms. The economic crisis is the perfect backdrop for a civil conflict. It can serve as a trigger for cataclysms in certain cases, but the main lines of force will be other non-economic theses. Appeals to nation, ethnicity, patriotism, freedom today can relativize the purely material side of life, making it secondary. But even if the material side were to prevail, it could not, because of the discrediting of Marxist and socialist doctrines, express its demands in the form of a coherent and incendiary political ideology. It is more likely that the economic factor will be a concomitant rather than a defining category in the potential conflicts. 4.3 Results of the analysis. A civil war in Russia is unfortunately possible. The fundamental contradictions between the national state interests and the plans of the mondialists are unlikely to be resolved peacefully and amicably. In order to talk seriously about a consensus or truce between these forces, either the bearers of the national state tendencies must be completely destroyed, which is only 434. Possible with the destruction of the Russian state and the Russian nation itself, or the representatives of the mondialist lobby must be put to death. It is for this reason that the unleashing of a civil war in Russia, or the creation on its territory of a belt of low-to-intensity wars, could at any moment become the main project of the mondialist lobby. There is no doubt that the representatives of this lobby will try their best to remain in the shadows themselves, acting under some other banner, both separatist and centralist. The three options of a civil war of the Russian Federation against the near abroad, the Russian population against the foreigners, the regions against the center, are fundamentally unacceptable to all those who are really concerned about the national state interests of Russia and the Russian people. All three of these options are fraught with further splitting of Russia's geopolitical and strategic space, even if certain territories come under Russian control. Hence, a civil war under these three scenarios should be prevented by the patriots by any means. Not to mention that from a moral point of view, it is not beneficial for them. And as soon as it is so, it is logical to assume that the mondialists will have a hand in provoking such conflicts if they start to flare up. For the mondialist lobby, something like a civil war in Russia could also be beneficial for several other reasons. Initiating a military conflict with direct Russian involvement would allow liberals from the center to 1. Introduce a political dictatorship under the pretext of saving the fatherland and forcibly get rid of political opponents. 2. Blame the war for the economic collapse and force the economy to function under the direct control of the center. 3. To divert public attention away from the activities of the reformers, which is becoming dangerously obvious today. 4. To knowingly prevent a possible future alliance of Russians with neighboring national state Eurasian and European entities under the sign of 435. Continental solidarity against the Atlanticist domination of the West and the mondialist projects. All this suggests that the bearers of the hardline version of mondialism in Russia will sooner or later resort to a civil war, especially if the position of the liberal regime becomes more and more precarious. It is important to note, however, that in this case, there will have to be a structural realignment within the mondialist lobby itself, with some of it speaking under patriotic and perhaps even nationalist and chauvinist slogans. It is difficult to say exactly when the first explosions might occur. It depends on many spontaneous and artificial factors. But even if nothing like that happens for a while, the potential threat of such a turn of events will be more than relevant, as long as the mondialist lobby not only exists in Russia, but also controls the most important levers of state and political power. Only the first version of the civil war of the mondialists against the nationalists could have been brief, almost bloodless, and beneficial for the patriots. For Russia, moreover, a direct clash between the nation and its internal enemies would inevitably have given victory to the national forces. This would not be a civil war in the full sense of the word, but a brief outbreak of active confrontation, as a result of which the possibility of a full-fledged civil war, if not completely destroyed, would be postponed indefinitely. But for that to happen, it would be necessary to provoke the mondialist lobby to act under its own banner, and patriotic forces would have to rally on behalf of the clearly defined and accurately named Russian national state interests. This is certainly not easy, almost impossible. On the one hand, the mondialists themselves are not so naive as to speak loudly about their hatred for the country in which they operate and their desire to destroy it, and on the other hand, the representatives of the national state forces are often unable to articulate the basis of their ideological position intelligibly and consistently, but concisely and convincingly at the same time. This is hampered by adherence to outdated Soviet communist cliches, heightened emotionality, a weak capacity for analytical thinking, disregard for the underlying principles of geopolitics, etc. 436. Genuine civil peace cannot be based on compromise if the two sides of that compromise are direct opposites in everything. As long as the mondialist value system is dominant, then all its flanks are right-wing, left-wing, and centrist. For all their differences, do not question the common orientation. Yes, in such a situation peace is possible, but at the cost of the destruction of the state and the radical exclusion of the national forces from the dialogue. If the nation-state system of values becomes dominant, then we can talk about finding a compromise between national capitalists, national socialists, national communists, national monarchists, or national theocrats, but even in this case, anti-national, mondialist, Russophobic forces will be excluded from the dialogue and put ideologically outlawed. Our society is fraught with terrible civil conflict. If we still have the ability to influence the course of events, to choose, we must choose the lesser of two evils. Chapter 5. Geopolitics of the South Slaves Conflict. 5.1 Symbolism in Yugoslavia. It is well known that Yugoslavia is the territory in Europe from which the most serious and large-scale European conflicts begin. At least, that was the case in the 20th century. The Balkans is a knot where the interests of all major European geopolitical blocs converge, and that is why the fate of the Balkan peoples symbolizes the fate of all European nations. Yugoslavia is Europe in miniature. Among its inhabitants, one can find exact analogues of the major continental powers. The Serbs represent Orthodox Russia, equal to Eurasia in the Balkans. Croats and Slovenes, Central Europe, that is Germany, Austria, Italy, etc. Muslim Albanians and Bosnians, the remnants of the Ottoman Empire, hence Turkey, and even the Islamic world as a whole. Finally, the Macedonians are a mixed Serbo-Bulgarian ethnos, which is a symbol of the great Orthodox Yugoslavia, based on the unification of Serbia and Bulgaria, which never managed to be historically formed. Despite the Serbo-Bulgarian projects that existed at the beginning of the century, 439. 5.2. The three European powers. In the broadest terms, it can be said that the geopolitical map of Europe is divided into three fundamental areas. The first area is the West. The continental West proper is represented primarily by France and Portugal. In a broader sense, it includes England and the transatlantic non-European United States. Although there may be internal contradictions between the continental West, France, the insular West, England, and the overseas West, America, in relation to the rest of the European geopolitical formations, the West most often acts as a single geopolitical force. The second area is Central Europe, Mitteleuropa. It includes the states of the former Holy Roman Empire of the German nations, the former lands of Austria-Hungary, Germany, Italy, etc. Central Europe is characterized by geopolitical confrontation with both the European West and the East. Finally, the third area is Russia, which speaks in Europe not only on its own behalf, but also on behalf of all the Eurasian peoples of the East. Generally speaking, a fourth Islamic geopolitical area could be distinguished, from the Maghreb countries of North Africa to Pakistan and the Philippines. But this geopolitical bloc is outside Europe and moreover in the 20th century. Its geopolitical influence on Europe was not very significant, although it is possible that in the future the Islamic world will again, as it was in the Middle Ages, become an important component of European geopolitics. The three geopolitical European formations create permanent zones of tension on the continent, which run along the conventional and constantly shifting borders between the European West and Central Europe, Mitte Europa, on the one hand, and between Central Europe and Russia-Eurasia on the other. Schematically, it is possible to identify a number of geopolitical alliances or, conversely, confrontations that constitute the constants of European 440. National politics. The European West can confront Central Europe as its closest neighbor from the East. This geopolitical trend is most clearly embodied in the confrontation between absolutist France, Etat nation, and Imperial Austria-Hungary. Later on, this contradiction was expressed in numerous Franco-German conflicts. On the other hand, there is the theoretical possibility of a Franco-German geopolitical alliance, which inspired both Vichy and de Gaulle. It is indicative that the West may at times ally itself with the European East, Russia-Eurasia, in the struggle against Central Europe. In other cases, it is Russia that becomes the main geopolitical opponent of both the European West and Central Europe. Middle Europe, Germany too, in relation to its eastern geopolitical neighbor, can be either in a state of confrontation, which is always directly or indirectly beneficial to the European West, or in alliance, which always poses a danger to the West. Finally, Russia's geopolitical preferences in European politics can be oriented either in an anti-German direction, France, England, and even the United States logically become allies in this case, or in an anti-Western direction, then a Russo-German alliance is inevitable. These, in the crudest approximation, are the main geopolitical factors of European politics. It is absolutely necessary to take them into account when analyzing the Balkan problem, as all three of these trends collide with each other in the Yugoslav conflict, creating the potential threat of a new great European war. 5.3. The Croatian Truth. Croats, as well as Slovenes, were traditionally part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, an ethnos fully integrated into the Catholic sector of Germanic Central Europe. Their natural geopolitical destiny was linked to this EU 441 European bloc. Therefore, the gravitation of Croats to Germany and Austria is by no means a random opportunist arbitrariness, but follows the logic of the historical existence of this nation. The collapse of Austria-Hungary and the creation of Yugoslavia was the result of a long struggle of the European West against Central Europe, which explains the pragmatic support given by the French to the Serbs. Option: West together with East against Central Europe. Those Croats who welcomed the creation of Yugoslavia went, in a sense, against their geopolitical and religious tradition, and it is no coincidence that most of them, through Masonic institutions, were oriented precisely towards the French Great East and its geopolitical projects aimed at the triumph of Western forces in Europe. In the creation of Yugoslavia, as well as in the entire balance of power during the First World War, one can trace the dominance of the Western trend, which successfully used the forces of the East, both Serbia and Greater Russia, against the Middle Europe. The Croats in the creation of Yugoslavia were the first victims of this policy, and it is not surprising that they later welcomed the Germans as liberators, as did the Ukrainian Catholics and Uniats, who had always gravitated towards the zone of Central European influence. However, the support of the West by France for the Serbs, incidentally, this support was also provided primarily through Masonic channels, was very ambiguous, as the Serbs themselves, in turn, became hostages of such a geopolitical entity in the Balkans, whose integrity could only be preserved through forceful control. With the actual crisis of the Eastern Bloc, that is the entire Russia-Eurasia sphere of influence, during Perestroika, the integration forces in Yugoslavia have somewhat weakened, and Croats, together with Slovenes, have not been slow to assert their geopolitical foreignness towards Serbian Yugoslavia, understood in two ways, both as an artificial creation of the West and as an outpost of the East in Central Europe. Thus, on a geopolitical level, Croats defend the principle that Central Europe should remain itself, that is, an independent, autonomous, and territorially united European region. However, it should be noted that 442. The idea of transforming Croatia into a separate, ethnically homogeneous dwarf Balkan Etat nation of the French type is already knowingly laying a mine under the geopolitical unity of Central European space, able to exist harmoniously only as a flexible but integral structure, rather than as a fragmented conglomerate of egoistic microstates. In other words, the geopolitical tendency of Croats will be full-fledged only in case of its supranational orientation, which also implies a peaceful solution to the problem of the Serb minority in Croatia. Croatian nationalism, moving from the geopolitical plane to the purely ethnic plane, loses its justification and changes its sign to the opposite. 5.4 Serbian Truth. The geopolitical perspective of the Serbs is unequivocally pro-Russian, Eurasian in nature. Through the religious and ethnic factor, Serbia is directly adjacent to Russia, being its geopolitical continuation in the south of Europe. The fate of the Serbs and the fate of the Russians on a geopolitical level is one and the same fate. Therefore, in order for the Serbs to return to the origins of their European mission, they need to turn to the east, to Eurasia, to understand the meaning and objectives of Russian geopolitics. At that, not naive and artificial pan-Slavism, the failure of which was perfectly demonstrated by Russian philosopher Konstantin Leontiev, but namely, the project of Great Eurasia with Russian Axis, a kind of ecumenical continental orthodox Neo-Byzantism, should be the guiding star of the truly Serbian geopolitics. Only then will the Serbian tendency return to its own roots and stop playing the role of a puppet in the hands of the Atlanticists used only to fight against Central Europe and the Germanic world. In the geopolitical history of Europe, one constant tendency can be traced, which will help to understand what is a positive solution for Serbia. The trend is as follows: an alliance of East and Central Europe against the West. 443 is always beneficial to both sides. Equally, an alliance with the continental West, France, against an insular and overseas West, the Anglo-Saxon world, is beneficial to the Middle Europe, Germany. In other words, the priority given to the geopolitical East, even to the relative East, since Middle Europe, for example, is the East in relation to France, is almost always beneficial not only to the East itself, but also to the Western member of this alliance. Conversely, a geopolitical alliance with a Western tendency, France with England and the USA against Germany, France with Germany against Russia, etc., ties knots of new European conflicts and wars. Given these considerations, we can say that the geopolitical orientation of the Serbs should look to Bulgarian geopolitics, which has almost always combined Russophilia with Germanophilia, creating a space of political stability and harmony in southern Europe, which could gradually open Central Europe to the Muslim south, and thus end the dominance of the Atlanticist West in this region. Moreover, Serbia must realize the ambiguity of the support it once received from the West, the price of which is clearly visible in the anti-Serbian sanctions imposed by Western countries. Only geopolitical unity with the other Eastern European Orthodox nations, especially Bulgaria, into a single pro-Russian and simultaneously Central European-friendly bloc will create a zone of stability in the Balkans and remove the infamous term Balkanization from use. Just as in the case of the Croats, the idea of a purely Serbian nation-state will also not solve any problems if that Serbian state adopts a Germanophobia and Western orientation from the Freemason-created Yugoslavia, the truth of the Yugoslav Muslims. The Yugoslav Muslims of Bosnia and the Albanians represent the Islamic Ottoman geopolitical factor in Europe. It is important to note that Turkey, whose influence is most felt among the Yugoslav Muslims, is clearly a spokesman for extreme Western Atlanticist tendencies in Europe. 444. Whereas the West, which sought to use the European East, Russia, against Central Europe, nevertheless failed to finally suppress the independent geopolitical self-expression of this continental region, and often faced, on the contrary, the expansion of Russia-Eurasia, either through the Russian-German alliance or directly through the creation of the Warsaw Bloc. Secular pseudo-Islamic Turkey became a reliable tool in the hands of Atlantist politicians. And more broadly, the Atlanticist influence on the geopolitics of Islamic countries is extremely strong. Therefore, the anti-Serb riots of Yugoslavian Muslims outlines incomparably more global continental conflict of northern Eurasia, Russia, and its geopolitical area. With the South, it is important to note that such a conflict runs counter to the interests of the South itself, as it becomes in this case the same instrument in the hands of the Atlanticist West as the Eurasian East, represented by the Serbs, was against Central Europe, represented by Austria-Hungary and its representatives, the Croats. The only logical way out for the Yugoslav Muslims of Bosnia and the Albanians would be to turn to Iran and the continuity of its policy, since only this country is currently pursuing a geopolitics oriented towards independence, autonomy, and continental harmony, acting according to its own logic independently of the interests of the Atlanteans in the region. By turning to Iran, Yugoslav Muslims could gain a proper geopolitical perspective, as a radically anti-Western, continental, and traditionalist Iran is a potential ally of all Eastern-oriented European blocs from Russia-Eurasia to Central Europe. Moreover, an orientation towards Iran in the European Eastern Great Spaces could dramatically change the situation in the whole Islamic world and drastically weaken American influence there, which would not only benefit the Europeans but would also free the Islamic peoples from the economic and military dictate of the Anglo-Saxon Atlanticists. Only with this orientation of the Yugoslav Muslims could their geopolitical presence in Europe become harmonious, logical, and conflict-free. It can be said that the problem is divided into 3 stages. The first stage, the reorientation of Muslims from Turkey to Iran. Second stage, strengthening the geopolitical alliance of Central Europe with Iran and the Islamic world as a whole. And the third stage, a geopolitical Eurasian alliance between the East and Central Europe. However, these stages can run in parallel, each at its own level. Here, It is particularly important to understand that the problem of a small Balkan nation cannot be solved geopolitically without a most serious and global geopolitical transformation. It should never be forgotten that it is with small in size, but giant in symbolic importance local conflicts that all world wars begin. 5.6. The truth of the Macedonians. The Macedonian problem with contemporary Yugoslavia is rooted precisely in the artificiality of the real Yugoslavia, which was a southern Slavic state in name only. The Macedonians, representing an ethnos intermediate between Serbs and Bulgarians and professing orthodoxy, should have been a natural component of the real Yugoslavia consisting of Serbia and Bulgaria. But the existence of two Jacobean-type Slavic states in the Balkans instead of one federal, imperial, Slavic state with a Eurasian orientation has resulted in the small Macedonian people finding themselves on the border between two political regions with rather different political specificities. In the present moment, however, it is made even worse by the fact that in today's Bulgaria there is a growing Jacobin nationalism, which has repeatedly pitted the Orthodox Balkan powers against each other and prevented the conversion to the only true Neo-Byzantine geopolitics. The Atlanticist lobby, both Catholic and British, was originally also actively involved in this process and is making itself felt in contemporary Bulgaria as well, albeit in different forms. In essence, Western tactics remain the same here as they were at the beginning of the century. At that time, having destroyed Austria-Hungary the West, prevented the creation of a major Slavic community by playing the card of Balkan nationalisms, Greek, Bulgarian, Serbian, Romanian, 446, etc. Today, the same geopolitical forces of the West are again striking a double blow to Central Europe and to Yugoslav unity, provoking Croatian separatism in the West and Macedonian separatism in the East. In the case of Macedonia, as in all other Balkan conflicts, a way out can only be found through a global integration process of the organization of European greater spaces, and not through straightforward separatism and the creation of dwarf pseudo-states. The annexation of Macedonia to Bulgaria would also in no way solve the problem, but would only prepare a new, this time truly interstate inter-Slavic conflict. 5.7 Priorities for the Yugoslav War. Being deeply symbolic and highly significant, the Yugoslav conflict requires every country, every European political and geopolitical force to define and outline its priorities in this matter. It is not only about the sentimental, confessional, historical, ethnic, or political inclinations of certain individuals, peoples, and states. It is about the future of Europe, the future of Eurasia. The supporters of the priority of Central Europe and Germanophilia initially took a pro-Croatian stance. This choice was based on a geopolitical analysis of the reasons for the creation of Yugoslavia, a rejection of French Masonic policy in Central Europe, and an understanding of the need to naturally recreate a unified Central European space after the end of the Yalta era, during which Europe was artificially divided into two, not three, geopolitical camps. This explains the presence of many European national revolutionaries among Croats. But the logic of preferring Middle Europe did not take into account one very important consideration. The fact is that in addition to the instrumental role of the geopolitical East in the execution of the West's plans against Middle Europe, there is, and always has been, a root, underlying and grounded Eurasian proper geopolitics of this greater space, the Geopolitics. 447. Of Orthodox Russia, focused on its own continental interests, and in the distant future on the new Holy Alliance. When in the process of the brutal internal conflict between Serbs and Croats, the Serbian self-consciousness was fully awakened, when the blood of the Serbian people again awakened from the unconscious depths the ancient, geopolitical, national, and spiritual archetypes. When the idea of Great Serbia, Spiritual Serbia became relevant, the instrumental mission of Yugoslavia ended, and the Great Eurasian idea, the idea of the East, took its place. While the Serbs were fighting Central Europe, in the form of the Croats, Atlanticists from Paris to New York were everywhere applauding federal Yugoslavia, or at least reproaching the Croats for nationalism and pro-fascism. As soon as the Serbs crossed the line and their struggle became a struggle against the very idea of the West, against Atlantism, Serbia was immediately declared the main obstacle to the building of the New World Order, and harsh political and economic sanctions followed against it. To make the final choice, it is necessary to refer back to the above-mentioned geopolitical law, according to which the continental harmony is real only if the East has priority, if Eurasia is chosen as a positive orientation, because even the idea of the middle, Europe, positive in itself, becomes negative and destructive when it is opposed to Russia-Eurasia, as it was clearly revealed in the deep and tragic mistake of Hitler, who started the anti-East, anti-Russian expansion, which eventually turned out to be beneficial. Therefore, in the Yugoslav conflict too, geopolitical priority should be given to the Serbian factor, but naturally to the extent that the Serbs follow the Eurasian pro-Russian geopolitical trend, gravitating towards a powerful and flexible South Slavic bloc, aware of the importance of Central Europe and contributing to the establishment of a German-Russian alliance against the West. Serbian Germanophobia, combined with Masonic Francophilism, however plausible the pretext may be, can never provide the basis for a positive solution to the Yugoslav problem. In other words, the greatest preference should be given to Serbian traditionalists, rooted in the Orthodox faith, conscious of their Slavic spiritual heritage, 448, and oriented towards creating a new harmonious pro-Russian geopolitical structure with an explicitly anti-Western and anti-Atlantic orientation. On the other hand, careful consideration should be given to the demands of Croats and their gravitational pull towards the Central European region. With their anti-Atlantic tendencies, Croats could potentially become a positive intra-European force. The Bosnian factor in the reorientation of Yugoslav Muslims from Turkey to Iran must also be taken into account in order to turn poison into cure and on this basis launch an entirely new European policy in the Islamic world, in direct opposition to U.S. economic and military imperialism in Islamic countries. Finally, the Macedonians, instead of being an apple of discord among the southern Orthodox Slavs, should be the germ of Serbian-Bulgarian unification, the first step towards the creation of a true Greater Yugoslavia. These are the conclusions drawn from an impartial geopolitical analysis of the Yugoslav problem. Of course, in the horror of the fratricidal war, it is difficult to maintain common sense. The bloodshed only awakens rage and the desire for revenge in our hearts. But sometimes, perhaps, only a cold rational analysis that takes into account the historical roots and geopolitical patterns can offer the right way out of the deadlock of a fratricidal war, while emotional solidarity with those or others will only exacerbate the hopelessness of the bloody nightmare. Moreover, such an analysis clearly shows that the true enemy, the instigator of the whole intra-Slavic genocide, remains in the shadows, behind the scenes, preferring to watch from afar, as one Slavic nation destroys another, sowing discord, closing off the possibility of union and brotherly peace for years to come, ruining the great spaces of the now most powerful but fragmented continent. The real initiator of the Yugoslav massacre is the Atlanticist forces of the West, guided by the principle in the camp of the enemy. One must pit one against another, and under no circumstances allow for unity, union, and fraternal unity. This needs to be understood by all those involved in the complex Yugoslav war for Europe, so that it does not become a war against Europe once and for all. 5.8. Serbia is Russia. The importance of the Yugoslav events also lies in the fact that the example of a small Balkan country is a replay of the scenario of a gigantic continental war that could erupt in Russia. All the geopolitical forces involved in the Balkan conflict have their counterparts in Russia too, only in an incomparably larger spatial volume. Croats and Slovenes, aspiring to enter Central Europe, have their geopolitical synonyms with Ukrainians, although the affinity of the latter with Velkorossia dates back not to several decades, but to several centuries, and there are no confessional tensions except for the Uniates and the Ukrainian Catholics. Be that as it may, judging by certain trends, some forces in Kiev are beginning to gravitate towards the Russian East, and are keen to move closer to the European space economically controlled by Germany. Russians and other nations living in Ukraine could become hostages to the Middle European policies of these republics, in which case their fate would be similar to that of the Serbs in Croatia. This comparison shows, among other things, that in its geopolitical and diplomatic relations with Ukraine and Belarus, Russia should be guided by its fundamental understanding of Central Europe, that is primarily Germany. In order to be realistic on this issue, the solution should be based not on pathetical slogans about unity of blood brothers of the Slavs. What kind of unity this is can be seen on the example of Serbo-Carpathian massacres, but on a deep analysis of the logic of Russian-German relations, because both Ukraine and even Poland are not independent geopolitical entities, but only border regions of the two great spaces of Eurasia, Russia, and Central Europe. Nor should we forget that the conflict in this border zone is extremely beneficial for another geopolitical power, the West. It is 450. No accident that Anglo-Saxon diplomacy has always regarded all the territories from Romania to the Baltics as a sanitary belt, protecting the West, and especially the Anglo-Saxon world, from an extremely undesirable Russian-German alliance. The Serbo-Muslim conflict is analogous to a possible Russo-Islamic confrontation in Central Asia and the Caucasus, and it is important to note that in this case too, the Muslim republics that were part of the USSR are an area of competitive geopolitical influence for Turkey and Iran. As in the case of the Yugoslav Muslims, this comparison shows that the Iranian-oriented republics stand a better chance of coming into geopolitical harmony with the main Russian bloc of the Eurasian continent. In contrast, the geopolitical factor of Turkey, currently playing the role of an agent of Atlanticist policy in the region, is inevitably fraught with drama and conflict. The example of Yugoslavia shows what threatens Russia in the case of a similar course of events, and the fact that these events are indeed unfolding in the same direction is no longer in doubt today. The only difference is the speed, which is greater the smaller the space and the smaller the number of people. To prevent Russia from a giant Yugoslavia, a bloodbath monstrous in its scale and consequences, it is necessary to answer the fundamental geopolitical questions in advance, to determine the Russian continental strategy, which must be guided by knowledge of the Russian political tradition and understanding of the main geopolitical tasks of Russia-Eurasia, the geographical axis of history. At the same time, inertia, passively following the fatal course of events, will not only be destructive for the entire system of continental security, but also fraught with the destruction of all humanity. Chapter 6. From Sacral Geography to Geopolitics. 6.1. Geopolitics is an intermediate science. Geopolitical concepts have long been crucial factors in modern politics. They are based on general principles that make it easy to analyze the situation of 451. Any single country and any single region. Geopolitics as it exists today is certainly a secular, profane, and secularized science. But perhaps, among all the other modern sciences, it has preserved in itself the greatest connection with tradition and with traditional sciences. René Guénon said that modern chemistry is the result of the desacralization of the traditional science of alchemy, and modern physics is the result of magic. Similarly, modern geopolitics can be said to be a product of the secularization, desacralization of another traditional science, sacred geography. However, as geopolitics occupies a special place among modern sciences and is often referred to as a pseudoscience, its profanization is not as perfect and irreversible as that of chemistry or physics. The links with sacred geography can be seen here quite clearly. Therefore, we can say that geopolitics occupies an intermediate position between traditional science, sacred geography, and profane science. 6.2. Land and sea. The two original concepts in geopolitics are land and sea. It is these two elements of earth and water that are at the heart of man's qualitative conception of terrestrial space. In the experience of land and sea, land and water, man comes into contact with the fundamental aspects of his existence. Land is stability, density, fixity, space itself. Water is mobility, softness, dynamics, time. These two elements are the most obvious manifestations of the material nature of the world. They are outside of man, everything dense and liquid. They are also inside him, the body and the blood. Same on the cellular level. The universality of the experience of earth and water gives rise to the traditional concept of the firmament of heaven, as the presence of the upper waters, source of rain, in the sky implies also the presence of a symmetrical 452 and obligatory element of earth, land, the firmament of heaven. Be that as it may, the earth, the sea, the ocean are the main categories of earthly existence, and humanity cannot but see in them some basic attributes of the universe. As two main terms of geopolitics, they retain their significance both for traditional civilizations and for strictly modern states, nations, and ideological blocs. At the level of global geopolitical phenomena, land and sea gave birth to the terms thalassocracy and teleurocracy, that is, might through the sea and might through the land. Every state, every empire bases its strength on the preferred development of one of these categories. Empires are either thalassocratic or telluric. The former implies a metropolis and colonies, the latter a capital and provinces on a common land. In the case of a thalassocracy, its territories are not united in one land space, which creates a discontinuity factor. The sea is both the strongest and weakest point of thalassocratic power. On the contrary, teleurocracy has the quality of territorial continuity. But geographical and cosmological logic immediately complicates the seemingly simple scheme of this division. The pair land-sea, when superimposed over its elements, yields the ideas of sea-land and earth-water. Sea-land is an island. That is the basis of a maritime empire, the pole of thalassocracy. Terrestrial water, or land water, is the rivers, which prefigures the development of the land empire. It is on the river that the cities, hence the capital, the pole of teleurocracy, are situated. This symmetry is both symbolic and economic, and geographical at the same time. It is important to note that the status of the island and the continent is determined not so much by their physical size as by the specifics of the typical consciousness of the population. Thus, the geopolitics of the United States is insular. Despite the size of North America and insular Japan, geopolitically represents an example of a continental mentality, etc. Another detail is also important. Historically, thalassocracy is linked to the West and the Atlantic Ocean, while teleurocracy is linked to the East and the Eurasian continent. The above example of Japan is thus explained by the stronger attraction, the influence of Eurasia. 453. Thalassocracy and Atlantism had become synonymous long before the colonial expansion of Britain, or the Portuguese-Spanish conquests. Even before the wave of maritime migrations began, the peoples of the West and their cultures had begun moving eastwards from centers located in the Atlantic. The Mediterranean was also being developed from Gibraltar to the Middle East, not vice versa. Conversely, Excavations in eastern Siberia and Mongolia show that it was here that the earliest centers of civilization existed, meaning that it was the central lands of the continent that were the cradle of Eurasian humanity. 6.3. Symbolism of the landscape. In addition to the two global categories of land and sea, geopolitics operates with more specific definitions. Among thalassocratic realities, maritime and oceanic formations are distinguished. Thus, the civilization of the seas, such as the Black Sea or the Mediterranean, is very different in its quality from the civilization of the oceans, that is, the island powers and peoples inhabiting the shores of the open oceans. A more private division is also the river and lake civilizations associated with the continents. Teleocracy also has its own specific forms. Thus, one can distinguish between the steppe civilization and the forest civilization, the mountain civilization and the valley civilization, and the desert civilization and the ice civilization. The varieties of landscape in sacral geography are understood as symbolic complexes connected with the specifics of state, religious, and ethical ideology of certain peoples. And even when we are dealing with a universalist ecumenical religion, its concrete embodiment in this or that nation, race, state, will still be subject to adaptation in accordance with the local sacral geographical context. Deserts and steppes are the geopolitical microcosm of nomads. It is in deserts and steppes that teleocratic tendencies reach their peak, as the factor of water is minimized here. It is the empires of the deserts and 454 steppes that should logically be the geopolitical springboard of teleocracy. The empire of Genghis Khan can be regarded as an example of an empire of the steppe, and the Arab Caliphate, which arose under the direct influence of nomads, is a characteristic example of an empire of the desert. Mountains and mountain civilizations are most often archaic, fragmented entities. Not only are mountain countries not sources of expansion, but on the contrary, the victims of geopolitical expansion by other telluric forces are drawn to them. No empire has a mountainous region as its center. Hence the oft-repeated motif of sacred geography, the mountains are inhabited by demons. The idea of remnants of ancient races and civilizations preserved in the mountains is reflected in the fact that the sacral centers of tradition are located precisely in the mountains. One might even say that in teleocracy, the mountains are correlated with a kind of spiritual power. The logical combination of both concepts of mountains as the image of the priestly and the plain as the image of the royal was the symbolism of the hill, that is a small or medium elevation. The hill is a symbol of royal power, rising above the secular level of the steppe, but not exceeding the limits of imperial interests, as is the case with mountains. The hill is the seat of a king, a duke, an emperor, but not of a priest. All capitals of major telluric empires are situated on a hill or hills, often 7 according to the number of planets, 5 according to the number of elements, including ether, etc. The forest in sacred geography is, in a certain sense, close to the mountains. The very symbolism of the tree is related to that of the mountain. Both signify the axis of the world. Therefore, the forest in teleocracy also fulfills a peripheral function. It is also a place of priests, druids, sorcerers, hermits, but also a place of demons, that is, the archaic remnants of a vanished past. The forest zone cannot be the center of a land empire either. The tundra is the northern counterpart of the steppe and the desert, but its cold climate makes it much less geopolitically significant. This periphery reaches its apogee in the ice, which, like the mountains, are zones of deep archaicism. It is indicative that the Eskimo shamanic tradition presupposes a solitary removal into the ice, where the future shaman opens up the other world. Thus, the ice is a priestly zone, a precursor to the other world. Given these initial and most general characteristics of the geopolitical map, it is possible to define different regions of the planet according to their sacred quality. This method is also applicable to local features of the landscape at the level of a single country, or even a single locality. It is also possible to trace similarities in ideologies and traditions amongst the most seemingly different peoples if their indigenous landscape is the same. 6.4. East and West in sacred geography. The sides of light in the context of sacred geography have a special qualitative characteristic. In different traditions and in different periods of these traditions, the picture of sacral geography may change in accordance with the cyclic phases of development of this tradition. At the same time, the symbolic function of the parties of light often varies. Without going into detail, it is possible to formulate the most universal law of sacral geography as applied to the East and the West. East in sacral geography on the basis of cosmic symbolism is traditionally regarded as the land of the spirit, the land of paradise, the land of fullness, abundance, the home of the sacred in its most complete and perfect form. In particular, this idea is reflected in the text of the Bible, which refers to the eastern location of Eden. The same understanding is common to other Abrahamic traditions, Islam and Judaism, as well as to many non-Abrahamic traditions such as Chinese Hindu and Iranian. The East is the abode of the gods, says the sacred formula of the ancient Egyptians, and the word East Egyptian for inter, itself meant God at the same time. In terms of natural symbolism, the east is the place where the sun rises, the light of the world, a material symbol of deity and spirit. 456. The west has exactly the opposite symbolic meaning. It is the land of death, the world of the dead, the green country, as the ancient Egyptians called it. The west is the realm of exile, the well of alienation. As Islamic mystics put it, the west is the anti-east, the country of sunset, decadence, degradation, transition from the manifested to the unrevealed, from life to death, from fullness to poverty, etc. The west is the place where the sun sets, where it goes down. According to this logic of natural cosmic symbolism, ancient traditions organized their sacred space, founded their cult centers, burials, temples, and buildings, and comprehended natural and civilizational features of geographical, cultural, and state territories of the planet. Thus, the very structure of migrations, wars, campaigns, demographic waves, empire building, etc., was determined by the initial paradigmatic logic of sacral geography. The closer to the east, the closer to the east, the closer to the sacred, to the tradition, to the spiritual abundance. The closer to the west, the greater the decline, degradation, and deadening of the spirit. Of course, this logic was not absolute, but at the same time, it was not secondary and relative as many profane scholars of ancient religions and traditions mistakenly believe today. In fact, sacral logic and adherence to cosmic symbolism were far more conscious, meaningful, and effective among ancient peoples than is commonly believed today. And even in our anti-sacral world, at the level of the unconscious, the archetypes of sacred geography are almost always preserved in their integrity, and are awakened at the most important and critical moments of social cataclysms. So, sacred geography asserts unequivocally the law of qualitative space, in which the east represents the symbolic ontological plus and the west the ontological minus. According to Chinese tradition, the east is the yang, male, light, solar principle, and the west is the yin, female, dark, lunar principle. 6.5 East and West in Contemporary Geopolitics. Now let us see how this sacral geographical logic is reflected in geopolitics, which, as a purely modern science, captures only the factual state of affairs, leaving the sacred principles themselves out of the picture. Geopolitics, in its original formulation by Ratzel, Kjellen, and Mackinder, and later by Haushofer and the Russian Eurasians, started from the features of different types of civilizations and states depending on their geographical location. Geopoliticians have recorded the fact of the fundamental difference between island and continental powers, between Western progressive civilization and Eastern despotic and archaic cultural forms. Since the question of spirit in its metaphysical and sacred sense is never raised in modern science, geopoliticians leave it aside, preferring to assess the situation in other, more modern terms than the notions of sacred and profane, traditional and anti-traditional, etc. Geopoliticians have recorded a fundamental difference in the state, cultural, and industrial development of the regions of the East and the regions of the West in recent centuries. The picture that emerges is as follows. The West is the center of material and technological development. At the cultural and ideological level, it is dominated by liberal democratic trends, an individualistic and humanistic worldview. At the economic level, priority is given to trade and technological modernization. It was in the West that theories of progress, evolution, and progressive development of history first appeared, completely alien to the traditional world of the East and to those periods of Western history when there was also a full-fledged sacral tradition there, as was the case in the Middle Ages in particular. Social coercion in the West took on a purely economic character, and the law of idea and power was replaced by the law of money. Gradually, the specificity of the ideology of the West was molded into a universal formula of human rights ideology, which became the dominant principle of the westernmost region of the planet, North America, and first of all, the USA. On an industrial level, this ideology was matched by the idea of developed 458 countries and, on an economic level, by the concept of free market, economic liberalism. The totality of these characteristics, with the addition of purely military, strategic unification of different sectors of Western civilization, is defined today by the notion of Atlanticism. In the past century, geopoliticians used to speak about Anglo-Saxon type of civilization, or capitalist, bourgeois democracy. In this Atlanticist type, the formula of the geopolitical West found its purest embodiment. The geopolitical East is the direct opposite of the geopolitical West. Instead of economic modernization, it is dominated by traditional, archaic forms of corporate, workshop-type production developing countries. Instead of economic coercion, the state uses mostly moral or simply physical coercion, the law of idea and the law of force. Instead of democracy and human rights, the East tends towards totalitarianism, socialism, and authoritarianism. That is, they are united only in the fact that in the center of their systems is not an individual, a man with his rights and his strictly individual values, but something non-individual, non-human, be it a society, nation, people, idea, worldview, religion, cult of the leader, etc. The East contrasted Western liberal democracy with various types of illiberal, non-individual societies from authoritarian monarchies to theocracy or socialism. From a purely typological geopolitical point of view, the political specificity of this or that regime was secondary in comparison with the qualitative division into the Western. Equal to individualist trade, order, and the Eastern. Equal to non-individualist power, order. Typical forms of this anti-Western civilization were the USSR, Communist China-Japan before 1945, or Khomeini's Iran. It is interesting to note that Rudolf Kjellen, the author who first coined the term geopolitics, illustrated the difference between East and West this way. The typical American adage Kjellen wrote is "go ahead," which literally means forward. This reflects the inner and natural geopolitical optimism and progressivism of American civilization, which is the ultimate form of the Western model. The Russians, on the other hand, tend to repeat the word nothing in Russian in Kjellenad's text. This manifests the pessimism, contemplation, fatalism, and adherence to tradition characteristic of the East. If we return now to the paradigm of sacred geography, we see a direct contradiction between the priorities of contemporary geopolitics, concepts such as progress, liberalism, human rights, trade order, etc. have become positive terms for most people today, and the priorities of sacred geography, which evaluates types of civilization from a completely opposite perspective, such concepts as spirit, contemplation, submission to a superhuman force, or a superhuman idea, idiocracy, etc. in sacred civilization were purely positive and still remain so for peoples of the East at the level of their collective unconscious. Thus, modern geopolitics, with the exception of Russian Eurasians, German followers of Haushofer, Islamic fundamentalists, etc., assesses the picture of the world in a directly opposite way to the traditional sacred geography. But at the same time, both sciences agree in describing the fundamental regularities of the geographical picture of civilization. 6.6. Sacred North and Sacred South. In addition to sacral geographical determinism on the east-west axis, the problem of another vertical axis of orientation of the north-south axis is extremely important. As in all other cases, the principles of sacral geography, the symbolism of the cardinal points and their corresponding continents have a direct analog in the geopolitical picture of the world, which is either formed naturally in the course of historical process or is consciously and artificially constructed as a result of purposeful actions of leaders of certain geopolitical formations. From the point of view of integral traditionalism, the difference between artificial and natural is rather relative, as tradition has never known anything similar to Cartesian or Kantian dualism, which strictly separates subjective and objective, phenomenal and noumenal. Therefore, the sacral determinism of the North or the South is 460. Not only a physical, natural, landscape climatic factor that is something objective, or only an idea, a concept generated by the minds of certain individuals that is something subjective, but something third, surpassing both objective and subjective poles. We can say that the sacred North, the archetype of the North, is bifurcated in history into the northern natural landscape, on the one hand, and the idea of the North, Nordism, on the other hand. The most ancient and original stratum of tradition unequivocally asserts the primacy of the North over the South. The symbolism of the North is related to the source, the original Nordic paradise, from which all human civilization originates. Ancient Iranian and Zoroastrian texts speak of the northern country Aryan Vaeja and its capital Vera, from which the ancient Aryans were expelled by glaciation, the spirit of evil and the enemy of light Ormuzd. The ancient Vedas also speak of the North Country as the ancestral home of the Hindus, the Svetavipa, the white earth which lies in the far north. The ancient Greeks spoke of Hyperborea, a northern island with Tula as its capital. This land was considered the home of the light-bearing god, Apollo. And in many other traditions, traces of the ancient, often forgotten, and now fragmented Nordic symbolism can be found. The basic idea traditionally associated with the North is that of the center, the fixed pole, the point of eternity around which not only space, but time and the cycle revolve. The North is the land where the sun does not set even at night, the space of eternal light. Every sacred tradition venerates the center, the middle, the point where the opposites meet, a symbolic place that is not subject to the laws of cosmic entropy. This center, symbolized by the swastika, emphasizing the immobility and constancy of the center and mobility and variability of the periphery, in each tradition called differently, but it is always directly or indirectly related to the symbolism of the North. Therefore, it can be said that all sacred traditions are projections of a single northern primordial tradition, adapted to particular historical conditions. The North is the side of light chosen by the primordial logos to manifest itself in history, and Every subsequent manifestation only restored the primordial polar paradise symbolism. Sacral geography correlates the north with spirit, light, purity, completeness, unity, eternity. The south symbolizes something just the opposite: materiality, darkness, mixing, deprivation, multiplicity, immersion in the flow of time and becoming. Even from the natural point of view, in the polar regions, there is one long semi-annual day and one long semi-annual night. This is the day and night of gods and heroes and angels. Even the degenerate traditions remembered this sacral, spiritual, supernatural side of the north, considering the northern regions as the abode of spirits and otherworldly forces. In the south, day and night of the gods split into many human days. The original symbolism of Hyperborea is lost, and memory of it becomes a factor of culture, tradition. South in general is often associated with culture, that is, with the sphere of human activity, where the invisible and pure spiritual acquires its material, coarsened, visible outlines. The South is the realm of matter, life, biology, and instincts. The South decomposes the northern purity of tradition, but preserves its traces in a materialized form. The North-South pairing in sacred geography is not reducible to the abstract opposition of good and evil. Rather, it is the opposition between the spiritual idea and its coarsened material embodiment. Normally, when the primacy of the North is recognized by the South, there is a harmonious relationship between these two sides of the world. The North spiritualizes the South. The Nordic messengers give tradition to the Southerners, laying the foundations of sacred civilizations. If the South refuses to recognize the primacy of the North, a sacred confrontation begins, a war of the continents, and, from the point of view of tradition, it is the South that is responsible for this conflict by its violation of sacred norms. In the Ramayana, for example, the southern island of Lanka is considered the abode of the demons who kidnapped Rama's wife Sita and declared war on the continental north with Ayodhya as its capital. It is important to note that the north-south axis in sacred geography is more important than the east-west axis. But being more important, it correlates with the most ancient stages of cyclic history. The Great War of the North and the South, Hyperborea and Gondwana, the ancient paleocontinent of the South, belongs to the pre-Potopian times. It becomes more hidden and veiled in the last phases of the cycle. The ancient paleocontinents of the North and South disappear. The baton of confrontation passes to the East and West. The change of the vertical axis north-south to the horizontal east-west, characteristic of the last stages of the cycle nevertheless, preserves the logical and symbolic connection between these two sacral geographical pairs. The north-south pair, that is spirit matter, eternity time, is projected onto the east-west pair, that is tradition and profanism, source and sunset. East is horizontal projection of the north downwards. West is horizontal projection of the south upwards. From this transfer of sacred meanings, one can easily obtain the structure of continental vision peculiar to tradition. 6.7. People of the North. The sacral North defines a particular human type, which may or may not have its biological, racial embodiment. The essence of Nordism lies in man's ability to elevate every object of the physical, material world to its archetype, to its idea. This quality is not a mere development of rationality. On the contrary, the Cartesian and Kantian pure reasoning is precisely incapable of naturally crossing the thin line between phenomenon and noumen. But it is this ability that lies at the heart of Nordic thinking. A person of the North is not simply white, Aryan, or Indo-European in blood, language, and culture. The man of the North is a specific type of being, endowed with a direct intuition of the sacred. For him, the cosmos is a fabric of symbols, each pointing to a hidden spiritual primordial principle. The man of the North is a sunny man, Sonnenmensch, not absorbing energy. 463. Like black matter, but releasing it, pouring out of his soul streams of creation, light, power, and wisdom. The purely Nordic civilization disappeared along with the ancient Hyperborea, but it was its messengers who laid the foundations of all existing traditions. It was this Nordic race of teachers who originated the religions and cultures of peoples of all continents and colors. Traces of the Hyperborean cult can be found among the North American Indians, the ancient Slavs, the founders of Chinese civilization, the Pacific natives, the blonde Germanic people. The black shamans of West Africa, the red-skinned Aztecs, and the cheekbones of the Mongols. There is no people on the planet who do not have the myth of the sun man, Sonnenmensch. True spiritual, super-rational intelligence, the divine logos, the ability to see through the world to its secret soul, are the defining qualities of the North. Where there is sacred purity and wisdom, there the North is invisibly present, no matter where in time or space we find ourselves. T.8. People of the South. The man of the South, the Gondwanic type, is the direct opposite of the Nordic type. The man of the South lives in an environment of consequence, of secondary manifestations. He is in a cosmos which he reveres but does not understand. He worships the external but not the internal. He carefully preserves the traces of spirituality, its embodiment in the material environment, but is incapable of passing from the symbolized to the symbolized. Man of the South lives passions and impulses. He puts the spiritual above the spiritual, which simply does not know, and honors life as the highest instance. Man of the South is characterized by the cult of the Great Mother, a matter that generates a variety of forms. Civilization of the South is a civilization of the moon, receiving its light from the sun, north, keeping and transmitting it for some time, but periodically losing contact with it. New moon. Man of the South Mondmensch. 464. When the people of the South are in harmony with the people of the North, that is, recognize their authority and their typological, rather than racial, superiority, civilizational harmony prevails. When they claim supremacy over their archetypal relationship to reality, a distorted cultural type emerges, which can be defined collectively as idolatry, fetishism, or paganism. In the negative pejorative sense of the term, as with the paleocontinents, pure northern and southern types only existed in ancient times. People of the North and people of the South opposed each other in the primordial epochs. Later, entire peoples of the North penetrated into southern lands, sometimes founding pronounced Nordic civilizations, ancient Iran, India. On the other hand, Southerners sometimes penetrated far into the North, carrying their cultural type Finns, Eskimos, Chukchi, etc. Gradually, the original clarity of the sacred geographical panorama was obscured. But in spite of everything, the typological dualism of people of the North and people of the South was preserved at all times and in all eras, but not so much as an external conflict of two different civilizations, but as an internal conflict within one and the same civilization. The type of the North and the type of the South, beginning at some point in sacred history, confront each other everywhere, irrespective of the specific location of the planet. 6.9. North and South and East and West. The type of people of the North could project to the South, to the East, and to the West. In the South, the light of the North gave rise to great metaphysical civilizations, such as those of India, Iran, or China, which, in the situation of the conservative South, retained the revelation entrusted to them for a long time. Here, however, the simplicity and clarity of Northern symbolism was transformed into a complex and varied intricacy of sacred doctrines, rituals, and rituals. However, the further to the South, the weaker the traces of the North. The inhabitants of the Pacific Islands and Southern Africa, 465, retain Nordic motifs in mythology and rituals in an extremely fragmentary, rudimentary, and even distorted form. In the East, the North manifests itself as classical traditional society based on the unambiguous supremacy of the super-individual over the individual, where the human and the rational are erased in the face of the superhuman and super-rational principle. While the South gives civilization a character of stability, the East defines its sacredness and authenticity, of which the light of the North is the main guarantor. In the West, the North manifests